It all started when a man found himself bored. The online game he had been playing for 3 years had suddenly shut down, leaving a void in his routine. He thought everything felt too easy and casually wished he could find a game that would last for 10 years or more. While browsing online, he stumbled upon something curious, a so-called never-ending game. The concept intrigued him, a fantasy world filled with swords and magic, promising an experience with no end. He figured it sounded fun and decided to try it out. Before entering, he had to choose the difficulty. He selected Hell Mode, which required 100 times more experience points than normal mode and had no level cap. After that, it was time to pick a job. The hero class was listed as 5 stars, but instead, he gravitated toward the wildest choice: Summoner. That was the day the man vanished from Earth. He had been a 35-year-old single salaryman. 5 years had passed since he reincarnated into a new world, and his memories of his previous life were already beginning to fade. Now, in this world, he lived as a young boy named Alan. His role was nothing more than a farmhand, restricted to working only on farmland and confined within the forest. One particularly hot day, Alan had offered to help his mother with chores, but she had gently refused and told him to go and play. While she praised him for being such a kind child, Alan found himself reflecting on how he'd already grown used to being a child in this life. He knew he couldn't tell his family about his reincarnation. It was because he didn't want to bring any unease or confusion to the peaceful life they shared. Still, Alan hadn't forgotten his goal. As a summoner, he had the ability to use magic to create cards and summon monsters from them. These summoned beasts could assist him in combat or defend him in dangerous situations. He began by creating an insect-type monster. His first was named Denka, an H-rank creature. Alan knew he wasn't strong enough yet to fight demon beasts. What mattered most to him was collecting the divine protections granted by his summoned beasts. By carefully filling his card holder with monsters, with 20 cards already in his possession, he found that his personal stats had started to rise. His physical strength had reached that of an average adult. He believed that increasing one's stats early on meant gaining control over the game. And since grinding was something he had always been good at, he figured he was on the right path.
The afternoon bell started to ring, and his friend Krina called him to play some games together. Krina was his sparring partner, and she also couldn't go on hunting for magical beasts. They started to play, and it was too embarrassing for a former 35-year-old man. And it wasn't easy to play with Krina. She was faster than him, even though he had increased his agility. With Krina's attack, it seems that he was about to lose the 10th time. Krina seems to have so much fun with Alan more than her father. When she stated that, Alan warned her to not let Mr. Gerda, her father, hear that. Alan seemed frustrated to be crushed by a little girl. Since it was obvious from his face, his father came and told him not to feel bad about himself, because his opponent was a sword saint after all, and she will serve the royal family one day. Alan already knew that something was strange about Krina, and he finally understood why she was attending the appraisal ceremony. But Krina preferred to be a swordman rather than a sword saint. She said that something was written about Alan's talent too, and she heard that it was something special. When she asked, Alan's father explained that even though it was special, no one was able to read the letters. So the priest said that he had no talent. Alan knew that even if someone could read the letters, there would be no change because it was showing errors of garbled characters. He was praying to God to fix the talent system, and because of that, he missed the time to talk about being a summoner. His little brother wondered what was wrong with him as he didn't look happy. His father and mother comforted him by saying that even though he had no talent, he was still their proud son, and they believed that he would grow to be a strong man. The family he was in was so poor that they didn't even have a bath, but he was too glad to be reincarnated to that family. His father was 25 years old, and his mother was 23 years old, which means they were still younger than him. While they were talking, Krina's father came, and it was time to go. Today was the day that knights were coming to meet Krina the Sword Saint, and Alan was her companion. While they were walking, the people who saw Krina started to talk about her respectfully. The caste gap between commoners and serfs was big as always. Suddenly, Alan saw the freckled boy who had been bullying him. The boy didn't think he had anything to do with that, as Alan had no talent. Krina defended Alan, and her father stopped her. When Alan was asked if he was fine, he said that he didn't care what the other kids said. A man announced that the knight had arrived and told people to make way. The kids' eyes sparkled when they saw the leader of the swordsman knights. The leader asked if she was the sword saint, and Krina confirmed him. Unexpectedly, the man said that they had to have a duel to test her talent. False talent was a capital crime. When her father tried to object, the man stated that if she refused, he and his daughter would be sentenced to death. Alan was furious and found that unreasonable. Krina's father was still not pleasant with the idea of that, but she seemed to be fine with it and accepted to do it. Her opponent was a man named Reincarnated, and he was a spear user. Krina's father was worried, but it seemed like she was having fun with a grown man. She swung her sword like it had no weight, making everyone surprised except Alan because he knew that she had been playing knights since she was 3, and her swordsman hip skill surpassed his even in hell mode. He finds a chance to kick her to the wall and creates a huge damage. Krina's father couldn't bear watching that scene, but the soldiers were holding him. Alan wanted to do something, but his current status was too low to fight back. But he didn't want her and her family to die. Suddenly, Krina stood up. She jumped on him to counterattack, and she was successful. She was about to continue, but the leader stopped her. She thanked Reincarnated and called him an old man, offending him. People started to cheer up and praise her. Her father embraced her and asked if she was injured, but she seemed fine. Alan was amazed by her one more time. He admitted that the king would be happy to see that. When she asked if she could be a knight now, he said that she needed to wait until she was 12 and then enter the academic city for talented kids. The freckled boy asked if he could go to the academy, and the leader said that he was going to send an instructor for the entrance exam. Alan looked at everyone's stars, and Krina had more stars than the captain. He figured that the stars play a crucial role in status. It seemed that he was the only one living with hell mode in that world, and his 100 times effort in hell mode equals an effort in normal mode. Even though there were no growth limits, it was still null. If 3 stars hold such strength, he wondered how strong he could become. He opened his status and was bummed to see his level being stuck on 1 for the past 5 years. However, he knew that his life as a summoner was just getting started. After the Swordmaster was discovered, his nameless village was renamed Krina Village. Fall had come, and he was 6 now, but still at level 1. Starting at 3 years old, after practicing 1,000 times, his throwing skill had reached level 3, but he would need another 5 years to reach hell mode. After practicing his daily throwing exercise, he went home. At night, his father was late today, which was a strange thing. His dad was the leader of the beast hunter team in fall and winter. Farmers weren't allowed to do business, so they had to accept it in order to earn more income. When he checked outside, he saw a bunch of men, including Krina's father, carrying his dad. Teresia, Alan's mother, was sobbing her eyes out when she saw her husband Rodin's heavily injured body. Krina's father told her to calm down. Rodin's wound was already closed. Teresia asked where they found that expensive medicine. They found a mirage flower in the woods, and the knights gave them money to buy it. Alan was questioning what was happening because his dad could defeat over 3-meter-tall greed boars and fight 10 of those every year, and his level was always raised considerably. He eventually asked Krina's father, and he said that according to the directive of the village chief, this year, commoners could also participate, and they thought it was easy money, but then panicked and broke the team formation. Rodin did his best to protect them, but ended up getting the most damage. They spent all night waiting for Rodin to wake up, and when the sun rose, he opened his eyes. Teresia and Alan's little brother embraced Rodin while crying from happiness this time. Alan was the oldest there, but couldn't understand why he felt so strange seeing them all together. Between him and that family, he felt like there was an invisible wall. Gelda told Rodin to rest and reassured him that he would take care of everything until Rodin completely healed. Alan interrupted him, saying that it was fine and he was going to take care of his dad's business. He was not going to allow anyone to harm his family. His parents were shocked. It was time for him to quit pretending like a kid, and he made his decision. The next day arrived, and he had already started to work. Farmers had to give the landlord 60% of the harvested crops. To ensure that his family would get through that winter, he needed to store up enough food, so he worked hard. 2 days later, he seemed to have a lot more than he needed. It was time for the meat. And after a while, he was done with that either. The experience he had accumulated for so long was finally enough to open the new skill called Card Enhancement, and it was used to increase the summoned stats. He even got some new members. He summoned Bianta and ordered it to use its skill. With his Provoke, he could catch about 50 birds. Then they would be fine for the winter. But there weren't any birds around, even though Biantas were using their skill. Suddenly, an alba heron came. Alan's dad got inspired by that monster bird when he named Alan. He was huge, about at least 2 meters tall. He didn't expect that, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so he prepared himself to hunt his first demon beast. He threw a rock at him, and it seemed that his throwing skill was great, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat it with one hit. He summoned his dogs and ordered them to bite the bird. The dogs started biting the alba heron's body, but 15 dogs were not enough because the bird was a D rank. Alba Heron didn't seem to be affected by the dogs, and it crushed Alan's body with its one foot. Alan was trying to hold it back while thinking of a way to defeat the beast. Then he summoned Chu and ordered him to suck its blood. The pressure was lessened, so it was his chance to counterattack. He was right about using an energy drain in that situation. He used 3 insects and 10 dogs. The bonus stats from Blessing decreased. But most importantly, he tired out his opponent, so he had a winning chance now. He gathered all his strength and swung his sword. With one last move, Alba Heron was defeated, and he received 100 experience points. He shouted happily and was proud of himself. It felt even more awesome than he thought. Karina and the others were all shocked, especially his father. While they were waiting for the blood to dry, Gelda informed Alan that he had passed his words to the village chief, and if he defeated more Alba Herons in the future, then aside from the wings and the gall to refine magic stones, he could have the rest of them. Alan thanked Gelda. Now that he knew Biota's provoke works on demon beasts, he was going to fight an Alba Heron every 3 days. He remembered that he got 100 experience points, and when he checked his status, he saw that his stats increased by a lot, and he had finally leveled 2 after 6 years. That was a really long time, as expected of the Hell mode. His strength and magic were also significantly higher than they were at level 1. He knew that it would increase, but didn't expect that much. Since it had been a month now, his father's injuries were fine now, and he decided to talk with them about something. They sat face to face, and Alan started to explain what he had been hiding from them. When he was 1 year old, Alina once said that he needed to overcome many challenges that hundreds of people couldn't overcome, and he had been bestowed with enough special knowledge to do that. While he was explaining, he wondered about their expressions after he finished talking. They seemed quite shocked and didn't want to believe it was true. His father patted his head and said that since birth, he not only had a different hair color from them, but he was also an incredible child, which was why they didn't believe the result of the ceremony, and he believed everything he was saying. Alan apologized for hiding it from them. His father guessed that he had gone through his first challenge. Alan questioned how he knew that, and he said that the small scar on his face disappeared. This made him realize that after leveling up, his old injuries would be healed. Rodin said that he had been given impossible challenges by the ruler of the world, so whenever it gets too hard, he said that he should remember that he had his family with him always. Rodin then asked if Gelda knew about that, because that man was always so proud of his girl, so that was his payback. December came, and Alan and Gelda left the house for the last step. The final step to ensure Alan's family's survival through the winter was exchanging the meat for firewood and salt. While on their way, Alan wanted to ask something, but didn't want Gelda to tell his parents. He asked how a farmer could become a commoner. This made Gelda a bit nervous, but he answered anyway. He said that he needed 10 coins, and the landlord would promote him to a commoner, including the unborn baby inside Alan's mother. His family had 5 members, which meant they needed 50 coins. He decided that before he left Karina village, he was going to help his family become commoners. After a few days of scouting the market, he figured that he needed to kill 500 Alba Herons to earn 50 coins, which would take a few years. He wanted to buy a new weapon, but an iron rod was enough to take down 2 Alba Herons, and he needed to save up for the food and necessities. He heard someone's voice calling him, and when he looked up, that freckled guy was there, asking what he was doing in front of his dad's shop. He was the son of the weapon shop owner. The kid said that he would let him go if he could take a few hits. Alan hated that kind of useless fights that don't give any experience points in games. When he ignored him and turned to take off the things on his back, the kid thought he was running away, but he was just getting ready to fight. Alan said that he didn't need to ask because he would knock down whoever stood in his way. He told him to come at him in a competing manner. The kid seemed pretty mad and immediately went to attack, but Alan easily dodged him. He was nothing compared to Karina. He defeated him in a second and asked if he wanted to do it again. The kid was trembling and sweating in anger and said that he was going to beat him next time. He said that he would buy something next time and left the shop. 9 months passed and little Miura was born. While Tarisha was watching them with the baby in her arms, Alan and Dagora were fighting again, but it didn't seem like it was an actual fight as Alan was instructing him about his movements. Alan had been practicing with Mashu, his brother who was 3 years old, and Dagora. He couldn't wait for the assessment in 2 years. At night, Gelda and Rodin came and they seemed pretty exhausted. The village chief summoned them, and this year the target had increased by 5, so they needed to kill 15 boars in total. So that was why they were looking like that. Rodin added that there would be more civilians participating later just like the last year. They tried to object, but it was an order from the Lord. Tarisha was so anxious. They said that it may increase to 20 next year with no negotiation. Alan didn't know the circumstances, but it seemed like monster hunting was being promoted, and it was troubling some since they could not defy direct orders. Suddenly, he had an idea, and he said that the creator gave him wisdom, so he promised to figure something out soon and told them to leave that to him. In October, Rodan, Gelda, and Alan went back, and their subordinates seemed happy to see Rodan again. They then warned Alan to not get close to the fight, and he was just coming to watch them and learn. A rookie came and tried to say something, but Rodan didn't let him finish and told him to just stay focused. It was time to go now. Their target number increased, so they needed 20 people at that time. He spotted the two new guys, and his aim was to assist them with their hunting. He had lived as a farmhand for 7 years, and it was his first time going outside the village. They went outside, and after a while they arrived at the Great Boar hunting ground. The Hakurtu mountain was ahead of them, and great boars usually leave the mountains in autumn. Just as the name indicated, there was a white dragon living on top of the mountain, and he dreamed that one day it would become his quarry. One of the workers informed the others that it was coming. The boar appeared, and it was terrifyingly powerful, but Gelda and the others seemed pretty confident. The boar came at them, but they collectively worked and stopped it. Their tactic was to lure the prey to them, then hold it down and attack its key points. Alan informed the new guy that it was his turn now. Last year, as per the chief's order, civilians were tasked with holding the boars down because it seemed simple enough, but they weren't strong enough, so it caused trouble. As a result, Alan's dad was heavily injured. Right from the start, it was a mistake to let the newcomers charge ahead. They just needed to hide and wait for the opportunity. After the new guys went to help, it was Denka's turn. Denka used his skill, and Rodan defeated the boar with one move. The new ones were shocked and happy that their power was increasing, just as Alan thought their experience greatly increased, and if they kept that up, they were going to be at the front line in no time. They got a bit more combat experience now, so they should be able to kill 15 boars quickly. When he hopelessly checked his status, he saw that he also leveled up and gained 400 experience points. From now on, until he earned 50 coins, he decides to hunt more boars and albiharans for more experience. He believed that his life was going to change once his level was high enough. 5 months later in June, his level was at 4, and his summoning skill leveled up. He had been training his magic every day, and after 1 year and 10 months, he could finally become an E-rank animal. There were 2 notable changes. Infinite tools could be stored in a black hole of about 30 square centimeters, which was called storage. Moreover, to create or enhance E-rank animals, he needs magic stones found in the body of the beasts he kills. He wondered if the horned rabbit he hunted for food once had any stone. E-rank tones were useless, so he could pick up plenty in the forest. Gathering stones was going to be tiring, but there was that storage skill. 3 months later, he could summon E-ranking animals. He also learned the intention of the game maker. He had always wondered how a summoner was going to fight, and how they could make the most of their ability. The game maker was also the creator of that world, and he could finally see his path now. He examined the animals he summoned. Insects weaken the opponents, animals attack, birds transmit and collect information, and the grass heals. Thus, the classes of summons take on every role in a battle, so that was the true power of a summoner. The future suddenly flashed before his eyes, an army of summoned beasts that could defeat every enemy, flatten every battlefield, and the leader of that army was Alan. One day, the Lord Granbull came to their village for the first time. Since he was the one who ordered them to beat 20 boars, Alan didn't like him at all. He was only there to watch them hunt boars, yet he brought so many people with him. He thanked them to coming to greet him. He also said that the order of hunting 20 boar came directly from the king, so he couldn't refuse. Alan was surprised that the story was getting bigger and bigger. Granbull noticed Alan and asked if he was the man's son. When Alan was introduced as the hunter Rodan's child and their deputy guide, Granbull's daughter Cecil called Rodan a serf. Granbull got angry at her and said that the serfs were still his good people and warned her. She apologized, but still glared at Alan unfriendly, even though he didn't give a single care about her. Granbull requested Alan to lead the way. To fulfill the royal order this time, his strongest knights were going to be the hunters. Alan firmly stated that the quota of 20 boars that Baron gave them could be an achievable goal if Karina villagers worked together according to his father. Before he could answer him, the boar hunting group had returned, and they defeated 3 boars in just one trip, making him shocked. Their armors were noticed, and Alan explained that they were made from the boar skin that the Baron gave them last year. Moreover, they also recruited 20 more hunters this year. Granbull seemed pleasant with their performance. It was admirable that they could kill 3 boars in one day, which means there were 17 boars left. Alan corrected them that only 10 were left, but that was impossible as they just started half a month ago. He said that they had more people so they could kill more boars in one trip. To conclude, he said that they could handle it by themselves for the quota of this year. Granville understood that he didn't need to worry anymore. When he was about to go, Alan respectfully stated that for future hunts, his father requested to keep the boar skin. Granville didn't think there would be any problem with that and allowed them. His assistant suggested confirming it before accepting as he was just a child, but he didn't think it was necessary because he had no reason to lie. At the village chief's house, Gelda, Alan, and Rodan were sitting in front of the leader. He said that the territory reclamation order had been spread throughout their country for 15 years. While several villages had failed to fulfill it, Karina's success was wonderful. He told Gelda and Rhoda what he heard about them leading the hunts for 10 years, and praised them for working hard to contribute to the development of the village. He stated that they deserved to be rewarded for their bravery. Unexpectedly, he made both Gelda and Rodan's family commoners, and told them to continue to fulfill the duties of commoners. They were shocked by that reward. Alan was filled with happiness, because finally he achieved his goal. He had been aiming for this reward since he heard that the boar hunting trips were the Lord's order. He only earned 5 coins last year, so he was pretty depressed. He was so happy that he could leave the village to go hunting whenever he wanted. Granville continued, saying that all the other serfs who also been hunting for 10 years or more will be rewarded as well. Whether to pay taxes as a commoner or live as a serf, they can consider their choice carefully. He then wondered why they decided to hunt C-ranked great boars. Alan didn't know that either, as his father had never mentioned. Rodan didn't say anything, and Gelda wanted to explain. Apparently 13 years ago, they started exploring that land with other serfs. However, in the fall, many great boars attacked and stole the food they saved for winter. They originally participated in the exploration because they didn't have enough to eat, so they had no place to return to. Then Rodan announced that they were going to hunt and eat those boars. They were lucky enough to kill one, but they lost a friend in that fight. Gelda always wanted to tell Rodan to stop blaming himself for that. The leader trusted Gelda and wanted to reward Rodan's bravery in the past, and said that he could ask for anything. After thinking for a moment, he wanted him to allow his son Alan to work at his house. He was much smarter than his father, and Rodan was sure that he would be useful to him. Not only the leader, Alan was also shocked and tried to object, but his father didn't seem to be listening to him. The leader's assistants didn't have any objections, as there was no doubt that he was a smart child. Alan tried to find a way to oppose that, because his dream of monster hunting was right in front of him. If he worked at the Baron's house, it would be even more inconvenient than now. But the Baron said that he wouldn't hire him as an errand boy. He wanted Alan to be an official servant of the Granbiel house. His father seemed surprised and excited, but he didn't even know there was a difference between those 2 jobs, and the only thing he could think is to find a way to refuse that. However, when he looked at his father, he saw that his face was covered in tears of happiness, and there was no way he could refuse something like that after seeing his father's proud face. With that, he became a servant for the Baron's house and was going to leave the village with the Baron in a few days. His brother was crying, and Karina also didn't seem happy about that. He told her to take care, but she didn't answer him back, so he offered to play night again. Both Karina's and Alan's families were watching their goodbye night play. They started to fight, and they noticed that Alan was much faster now. He was literally pushing her back with his attack. Alan was dedicated to winning today, and he sure did. They were all shocked that Alan won the play for the first time, but he said that it was a draw and they hadn't settled it yet, so they should play again. Karina accepted and promised to be stronger next time. Alan noticed that she didn't use that move she used against the deputy commander of the Knights. She was going to go to the academy soon, and then serve the royal family, so their chance of meeting again was slim. He used all of his magic stones for that fight, but it was good to see her smiling face as a goodbye. Alan was leaving, so he hugged his mother and tried to stop himself from crying in front of his little brother. He told his brother that he had to be strong to protect their little sister. Dogora came and gave him a dagger from their family's shop and left. The carriage arrived, and his life was about to change the moment he stepped into that carriage. His father told him that his future will now end at being a servant forever, as if he read his mind and advised him to make use of that opportunity. After that, he got into the carriage and left Karina to begin his life in the Granbiel house. At the Granbiel city, we see Cecil being on Alan's shoulder to pick an apple from the tree. After leaving Karina and coming to the Baron's house, Alan became the personal servant of Cecil at his request. When she tasted the apple, it was so sour, so she wanted to eat Pawpaw to wash out the taste and told him to go to the market and buy some for her. Day by day, he was constantly ordered around by another 8-year-old girl and had no chance to go monster hunting. When he was about to go, they noticed an airship, and it looked like a flying city. Cecil corrected him that it was a magic ship. Her brother was going to return from the academy in spring, as she mentioned. She then told him to hurry up and go. After another day as a servant, he returned to the loft behind the mansion and had a good sleep. He smelled a poo, which ability was restore someone's energy in 5 to 6 hours for 24 hours after smelling its scent. His room was only about the size of one room in a net cafe, but since no one lived there other than him, he could practice magic as much as he wanted. He got ready and entered the mansion. Risco greeted him and asked if he was all right being Cecil's servant. In Baron Granbiel's house, there were 30 servants in total. In this world, a noble house also includes their servants. However, those who had only worked there for a short time wouldn't include it. After having breakfast with the servants, he went to Cecil's room. He had 2 main duties in that house. First, taking care of Cecil and serving meals. The servants' meals were simple, like bread and vegetable soup, but the family's meals weren't like that. He wondered if the Baron family was trying to be frugal. Lady Granbiel noticed that Alan was used to working here now. He said that everyone had been helping him a lot. She couldn't even tell he was a serf because of his looks and intelligence, but Granbiel knew that he didn't have any talent. It was understandable that he knew a lot of things about him, but Cecil seemed surprised that he didn't. She said that she was a sorcerer and her Mihai was a swordsman. Alan was impressed as sorcerer was a 2-star talent. Her father, Mr. Granbiel, warned Cecil to not carelessly reveal her talent like that. He then turned to Thomas, his other son. Thomas was crying because he didn't have any talent either, but wanted to study at the academy like his older brother and Cecil. Talents were more likely to appear among low-ranking commoners and serfs, so it wasn't surprising to Alan. 2 among 3 of their children had talents, which was the real point. He was surprised because it was a rare thing to happen. Lady Granbiel stated that Thomas didn't need to apologize, and Mr. Granbiel added by saying he was accepted into the House of Lords, and he would meet great people without talents there. Lady Granbiel mentioned that she and Mr. Granbiel met at a ball there. Cecil was going to be studying at the academy when she was 12, and start learning like Karina and Dagora. In the next scene, Alan has a day off, so he goes out to the city to collect information. There was no curfew for a servant, so he needed to come back before the next morning. The market was located at the north gate of the territory, and it was a 2-hour walk to the central square of the market. If he starts from the south gate, it would take 4 hours. While he was exploring the city, he realized that Karina Village was no match for that place. He then arrived at the Adventurer Guild. In this world, there was an organization of adventurers called the Adventurer Guild. Basically, adventurers earn a living by hunting monsters, and that was exactly the job Alan needed. He could earn both experience points and money. When he entered, the receptionist woman said that adventurers could only sign up when they were 12 years old, so he wasn't allowed to join. This devastated him, but even though he wanted to work as a servant for a few years to please his dad, he was not planning to give up on monster hunting. Before he left the Adventurers Guild, he noticed that there was a bulletin board for mission requests. There were a lot of species there like horned rabbits, ogres, armored ants, and so on. But strangely, there was no information on where they usually live. While he was checking the board, a man saw him and asked why there was a kid in there and told him that this was not a playground. Alan ignored his statement and asked where he could find that type of monster. The man didn't understand why he was asking him in an annoyed manner. Alan answered that he would go away if he answered. The man explained that it was usually difficult to get to those places, so it doesn't state where they live. They say the closer you get to the White Dragon Mountain, the more high-level monsters appear. Alan was surprised that he was telling him everything. The White Dragon Mountain was the place where the great boars were born. The man mentioned that he had never been there, but he heard that it would take 7 days to get there from here. Since he answered Alan's question, he should go away, but he asked if he was familiar with the roads around there, making him annoyed. Alan then noticed that there was one monster that had written its place, and it was Murugolsh. He realized that his father named Machu after those. The man said that those things were too fast for adventurers like him, so he left that to the knights. When Alan asked about the White Dragon, he said that he was hoping the knights would kill that one too. It was still a mystery of that place. Because of it, they were still unable to exploit anything from the mountain. Even if the reward was 1,000 copper pieces, the mission was still considered too dangerous. So no one wants to fight the White Dragon, even with such a huge reward. 2 women came and told Levin, apparently that was the man's name, to go to celebrate as their job was done there. They then noticed Alan and said that his hair was pretty rare. Alan thanked Revan for the information and left the Adventurer Guild. He had heard what he needed to know, and it was pretty clear what he was going to do next. In the middle of November, the weather was cold and it was going to snow soon. Alan arrived at the Granville's North Gate and the Guardian asked if he had a pass. When he showed the Baron's crest, the Guardian man apologized for asking as he didn't know he belonged to the Baron's house. Alan finds that crest pretty useful. The gate opened and the day he had been waiting finally arrived. He was outside. He had a whole day off, so he excitedly started to run to go hunting. The Guardian suggested having a guard with him since it was dangerous out there, but he was already gone. Alan knew that it would be troublesome to get too close to the mountain and encounter high-ranked monsters, so he aimed for the D-rank monsters. If they were like the Albaharan, he wouldn't lose. He had run 10 kilometers and stopped in the middle of the forest. He summoned a bird named Hook and told him to move to the right by 1 meter to test its intelligence, and it moved right away. He patted its head. It was much more intelligent now after enhancement, and it was the only one among his summons that could understand all his orders. He ordered them to use their Hawkeye to look for the monsters. They were pretty far from the city by now, but they didn't see any monsters. He had to wait about an hour for the Albaharan, so it looked like the random monster encounter rate was pretty low. He took off the dagger he got from Dagora. Hook came, and it looked like it was quicker to look from the sky. He continued to walk towards the area carefully. He needed to make it clearer to his summon, but he couldn't find anything. Then he encountered a bunch of goblins who were 1.5 meters tall. When he counted them, there were only 5 of them. He summoned Tama and counted on them. Within a diameter of 50 meters, he could summon his animal and block their retreat just to be safe. Now, Alan's first real battle started. There was a harsh fight between the Thomas and the goblins, but Alan believed that Tama could handle this. However, the goblins were using their swords, and with 1 hit, one of the Thomas disappeared. This wasn't going to be an easy win, so he decided to try Ageha, a poisonous butterfly. Ageha released something and the goblins fell asleep. This gave him the chance to throw them rocks. But just like Albaharan, he couldn't kill a D-rank monster with stones. He ordered Tama to go, and Tama finished. He received 200 experience points from 1 goblin. It had been less than 2 hours, but he already gained 1,000 experience points with 1 5 goblin. This hunt was much more efficient than he had expected, and those monsters gave the most experience points so far. He then looked at one of the goblin's bodies and used his dagger to take off the stone from its body. He didn't like doing that, but magic stones were a summoner's lifeline and he had to collect them. Some time passed and Hook found 5 goblins within 3 kilometers from there, and so far he had defeated 80 goblins and 5 horned rabbits. His level had also gone up by 2, and he was now level 9. He also learned more about Ageha's skills during his hunting experience. Its success rate was not 100%, and 1 summon could use its skill on multiple opponents. If the opponent was 2 or more ranks higher, he would need to use multiple summonses. He lost a few Tomas this time, so he had got to collect more E-rank stones to create new ones. But it was getting dark, so he needed to go. But hooks weren't moving. He asked what was wrong and noticed that they couldn't see well because it was getting too dark. He was shocked that they had normal bird's eyes. He tried to find his way home by himself, and with that, the first hunting experience was over. A month passed, and it became routine for him to go hunt every 6 days. It was his 4th time this month, and his level was now 12. As he got used to hunting, he started wanting more things. Although he still hadn't saved enough to buy good equipment and weapons, hunting monsters, earning experience points, and getting better equipment was so easy. But the problem was that he only earned 50 silver coins as a servant every month. While he was about to sneak out before the sun rose, one of the servants called him. They went to Mr. Granville's room, and he first praised his performance and said that the butler's reports only had praises for him. However, he tried to sneak out before sunrise again, so he wondered what he had been doing on his days off this month. Alan knew that he should be careful with his lies, but then decided to tell the truth that he was going to monster hunting outside the city. They were shocked by his honesty, and he continued saying that he was the son of the hunter Rodan, and it was his family's way of life to hunt monsters. He aimed to sound natural to make his situation understandable. It was normal for sons to want to follow in their father's footsteps. Mr. Granville seemed like he understood him as he was the child of a hero. The butler asked what did he do with the horned rabbits he killed. This surprised him at first, but he found it normal for them to think that he could only hunt E-rank monsters. The butler mentioned that if he was selling them to a butcher for pocket money, he must stop as it would cause rumors. Instead, they would pay him 1 silver coin for each of them. This cherished Alan a lot, as he could go hunting proudly now that the discarded meat could turn into money. 6 days passed and it was his another day off. He was eating his fruit while thinking about his goal for today. He aimed to kill 100 goblins today, and then 5 horned rabbits. Hook came and started to yell at him. He wanted a minute to finish eating, but the bird just didn't stop yelling. Hook then flew towards somewhere and he started to follow him. Hook was going too far because he instructed it to search within 3 kilometers. As he ran, he started to hear some people's voices, and it seemed like there was a fight. There were 4 goblins, and the people who were fighting with them were the guy named Levin and his team from the Adventurer Guild. Levin was heavily injured, so only the 2 of them were able to fight. Alan remembered them and immediately got 3 iron balls custom-made by a weapon shop. He aimed one of the goblins and shot it with the ball. The girl was shocked, but they didn't have time to chat, so Alan only said that he was there to help. With the number 2, he shot another goblin and there were only 2 goblins left, but they weren't dying or anything. He didn't want to use his summons in front of other people, so he was on his own this time. Before he ran towards the goblins, he informed the other girl that he would take of those on the right. Until now, he had been avoiding fighting the goblins directly just to keep his borrowed clothes clean. He already defeated one of them in a minute and then moved to the next. Meanwhile, the other girl named Marishi killed one of the goblins. But Levin didn't seem like he was going to make it, so she had to heal him because the other girl was almost out of mana. Marishi couldn't hold her tears back. While they were praying that Levin would be all right, Alan already killed 3 goblins and came for their help. The girls were shocked, but he didn't care, and said that he had some herbs on him and asked if they wanted to use them. The girls were desperate and were willing to pay as much as he wanted. He took off the recovery herb, thinking it was probably a health recovery herb. He didn't want to use Levin as a test subject, but there was no other choice. Fortunately, the herb worked, and his wound immediately healed. He even opened his eyes. The girls were so happy that Levin was okay, and Alan was glad that the herb worked. He then moved to Marishi and healed her arm. They were shocked that it healed her arm in a second, and he has the Marazi flower, which was a precious herb. Alan's father didn't heal so fast when he was injured like that. Marazi flower could recover one's maximum physical strength, and recovery herb could only heal to some extent. Levin then realized that the boy who saved his life was the boy that he met at the guild before and asked what was his talent. When Alan said that he wasn't given any talent, they were taken aback and found him pretty cool. They wanted to pay him back for saving them, but all he wanted was for them to not tell anyone about him. He just wanted to go back to the hunt. They didn't mind that, but asked if there was anything else. Alan wanted their magic stones from the goblins and 100 of their E-rank stones, and that was enough for him. When they gave him what he wanted, they headed to the city as they weren't lucky today. After they left, Alan wanted to check before going back to hunting and summoned Hook. He asked why it didn't follow his instructions about staying away from other people. Hook seemed pretty timid. When he noticed its face, he realized that Hook was just autonomous. Summons were supposed to follow the master's orders. Alan thought their stats and skills were for the summon to determine how to use them, but Hook ignored his instructions and prioritized its own will. So those were the type of summons created by the god of this world. He comforted Hook that he wasn't blaming him, and said that next time, he would think about his instructions in case he found someone who needed help again. This time, Hook warbled because of its happiness. A few days after parting with Levin's team, he now knew that the summons had minds of their own, and he had also managed to gather 100 E-rank magic stones. From now on, he didn't know how he was going to progress on his path to becoming a summoner, because hunting was really useful for him. In late December, while he was sweeping the floor, the Knight's commander came and Alan greeted him. The commander stated that he seemed much better after 2 months. He sometimes came to trade information with the Baron, so he was seeing him often. The Knight's job was to protect the Lord, catch criminals, and subjugate monsters. This was not an army created to fight with other people, and it seemed like this country didn't need to worry about being involved in the war, which was a relief. They sat at the dinner table, and while eating their meal, the commander asked if that meat was from the horn rabbits that Alan caught. Cecil said that he caught 5 rabbits in just 1 day. The commander seemed impressed. He informed Alan that Karina Village had successfully defeated 20 great boars. Cecil's big sister and others were amazed by Alan's father. Their brother then wondered why they didn't get to taste it. As he remembered, last winter they got to eat boar meat. That was also strange for Alan because the amount of boars they caught in October should have provided tons of meat. He wondered if it was taken straight to the royal capital because of the king's order. Mr. Granville warned his son to not say selfish things. It seemed like the Baron's kids got to eat even less meat than the serf in Karina. He then asked Alan to catch a white deer this time, but Cecil interrupted him by saying that if he wanted to order Alan around, he had to run it through her first. Her brother whispered something in her ear, and it seemed like she was convinced. Lady Granville told Tomes to not bother Alan like that. White deer was a C rank, just like the great boar. His father's team had hunted those before, so it was time for him to try it himself. When his day off arrived, he went straight into the forest and found a C-rank white deer. He cannot tell himself a summoner if he can't utilize his summons ability. With his brilliant plan, he successfully killed his first white deer and received 2,500 experience points. He had hunted 100 goblins, which gave him 20,000 experience points. He guessed that he would get praised for that, and went back to the Baron's mansion. When he arrived, Mr. Granville thought there was a monster that appeared in the mansion area, and ordered his butlers to pick up their weapons and hold out the monster until the knights came to his aid. However, behind the gigantic corpse of the white deer, Alan was there and informed him that he had captured a white deer. Mr. Granville was shocked, and the kids were so happy, especially Tomes. Tomes immediately informed Lady Granville that they didn't need to worry about the New Year party anymore, and Lady Granville was glad. They thanked Alan, and Mr. Granville was still questioning how Alan was truly a talentless kid. He single-handedly killed a C-rank monster at 8 years old, so he ordered his workers to recheck his background. Thanks to Alan's achievement that day, the Baron family no longer worries about the meat. Once a week, he was going to be entrusted with a new hunting day, which included hunting monsters to get edible meat and helping people who were in trouble with the monsters. His salary was also doubled to 100 silver coins. No matter how much he hunted, his salary was fixed. He was not dissatisfied, but it seemed like the Baron was in financial difficulty. He was glad that he could go hunting twice a week now. March came and the weather got warmer. Cecil woke Alan, who was sleeping in the carriage where they were meeting with her big brother. Alan apologized and wondered why she brought him along with her. Today, they came there to pick up Baron's eldest son, who lives in the dormitory of his school in the city. While Cecil was in a hurry to see her brother, Alan prayed that her brother wasn't similar to her. They then saw a magic ship, and it was so amazing up close. He wondered what was the principle with the fueling. In this world, the clocks were in the duodecimal system, which was quite developed. The people were coming out of the magic ship, and they saw Cecil's brother. He greeted Cecil, and she ran to hug him. He then noticed Alan and stated that he was pretty young and asked if he was a new servant. He confirmed him by saying that he had been a servant since last fall. Cecil said that her servant was a hunter, which the big brother found excellent. Alan was shocked that he was way calmer than Cecil. Cecil's brother then took off a package of gifts and said that he got it from the capital. Cecil thanked him and promised to take care of it. They seemed pretty close, which made Alan wonder how Mashu and Miura were doing. The next scene was the first hunting day since Mihai returned home for his spring break, and Cecil ordered Alan to hunt a lot. So he hunted 5 horned rabbits, big toad feet, and an abarred ori. He wondered if they were having a feast when he returned. His storage was limitless, but those things were too big to be put through the hole, so he had attracted a lot of attention walking like that on the streets. The guardian welcomed him and opened the door. When they went inside the mansion area, he saw that Mihai and the commander were practicing. From what he saw, he found Mihai's movements amazing, and it was his first time seeing the commander using his sword. The commander decided to stop for today and stated that Mihai improved a lot in the past year. Mihai thanked him, but then said that he was 13, so he didn't want him to call him young master. The whole family was watching them, and Cecil noticed that Alan was back. She said that the head chef would be happy for his hunted animals. Mihai approached Alan and asked if he had time to spare with him. Alan seemed surprised, and before he answered, the commander lent his sword to him. The sword was the miserable, as expected of the commander. It was Alan's first fight since that one against Karina. He checked his status, and his status was still in hunting mode, but he wanted to fight seriously. Cecil worried if Alan could use such a big sword, but Thomas wasn't worried as he could defeat a C-rank monster. They got ready, and the commander started their fight. Alan tried not to get hurt and be careful. With their first touch, Alan noticed that something was off as the attack wasn't really strong, and the strike didn't do anything to Mihai. He didn't realize until now that he was losing speed. He went back and made a powerful attack, but Mihai stopped him with one hand. While they were fighting, Lady Granville seemed worried so. The commander comforted her that Mihai had survived through a year in the academy, so there was no way he could lose to someone who had never gone to school. With that, Mihai made his last attack and caused Alan to lose the match. The duel ended there, and Mihai praised Alan's skill, saying that he was excellent for a young boy. Alan thanked him, but was still shocked at how strong he was. Cecil and Thomas came, and they praised how fast their brother was. He said that he had to be fast because he was going to fight in the dungeon during the summer vacation. They seemed pretty shocked. He said that they were going to fight monsters in the dungeon, and he was told to drop out if he can't get through it. His siblings were upset that he wouldn't be home this summer. He said that even though it could be tough, the holy sword Dobrig gave him his sword, so it was fun too. Alan was listening to him carefully and found it amazing. Exploring the dungeon and learning from the holy sword was indeed amazing. When Cecil asked when he was going to be at home again, Mihai said that the next spring break. Alan confidently wanted to fight with him again at that time. This surprised him for a moment, but accepted. He then told him to take care of his sister, and he said yes, like he was steadily establishing his position as a servant. He wanted to go hunting every day. At this rate, he was going to be Cecil's servant for the rest of his life, and he knew he needed to find a way to quit without bringing shame to his dad. A few days passed, and Mihai returned to the academy with the magic ship he came there with. Cecil's eyes teared up while all Alan could think about was the dungeon where Karina, Cecil, and Dagora were going to go. In the next scene, Baron Granbiel was hosting Viscount Clanel, who were one rank higher than Baron. Alan entered while they were talking, and Viscount found his hair pretty rare. Alan served them the boar meat, and Viscount Clanel seemed to like it. Alan was glaring at him with hostility because he was the one who ordered the unreasonable boar hunting. The Granbiel and Clanel territories lie beside each other across the White Dragon Mountain. Inside the mountain, there was a vein of mithril, but the White Dragon was in the Granbiel territory. Thus, only the Kalnal territory flourishes by mining mithril. However, 100 years ago, the White Dragon was in the Kalnal territory. The situation was the opposite of now. The two territories seem to have been on bad terms for generations because of the White Dragon and the mining of mithril. Whatever the reason behind Viscount Kalnal's bad personality was, it didn't matter when he told the king to order the boar hunting. Mr. Granbiel required to know what was the reason for him to come there. He said that a few days ago, his youngest daughter attended the appraisal ceremony, and he was there to tell him the result. His youngest was the same age as Mashu. Viscount happily announced that his daughter was talentless. He added that he was sorry for Lord Granbiel, as 2 out of his 3 children had talents. Granbiel seemed annoyed and prayed that he would have a child with talent someday, and he would have to fulfill the noble's duty just the same as him. Alan was confused as to why was it bad to have talent, because the airship was flying proudly in the sky. While the Viscount was leaving, Alan was thinking about how hassle being a noble was. By this autumn, he would have been working at the Granbiel house for a year, and he was now 9 years old. Back in Karina, everyone must have started a new boar hunting season by now. He looked at his status, and it seemed like he was slowly getting all the necessary equipment. No matter how many times he looked at his status already, it still felt good to see that he was improving. He may even be able to hunt 3 times the usual today, and maybe even 5 times if he is lucky. After killing 10,000 goblins, he finally leveled up. So today, he planned to fight some higher-ranked monsters. He sent Hook as always to find some monsters, and after running for a while, he encountered the monster Levin mentioned, an armored Annie. The ant was about 3 meters tall. He summoned Tamis, and they surrounded the ant. They started to attack the ant, but it seemed like the method he was using wasn't very effective. He had to change the strategy and summoned Ejahas to make it sleep. Their poison seemed to work on a C-rank monster like the ant, which made Alan pretty happy. It wasn't fully effective, but was good enough. He could still use this strategy on White Deer. He needed to kill it before it woke and started to look for the wound caused by Thomas. When he found it, he used his dagger to kill it, but wasn't sure if his offense stat would be enough. He aimed its neck, but it was still too hard. He needed a better dagger. The ant started to wake up. Alan was dedicated to not letting it escape, so he used all his strength. After using his last strength, the ant was dead, and he received 3,000 experience points. He seemed relieved and started to collect the magic stone. But no matter how hard he hit, its skin was so firm that he couldn't penetrate it. With the anger from not being able to collect the magic stones, he decided to look for orcs. After a while, Hook found one, and Alan started to watch it from a distance. It was pretty big, around 2 meters tall, but surprisingly, it was sleeping. Alan's summons were never exhausted, but it seemed like the monsters also needed to sleep. Since it was the right time, he summoned Thomas, and they started to bite the orc. It worked at first, but the orc woke up and took out 3 Thomas in one strike. But it wasn't that important. He ordered them to scratch, and they tore the orc in pieces. He received 1,500 points and successfully collected the magic stones. And it wasn't like the normal ones. It was a C-rank magic stone. He wondered if he would need a lot of this later. Alan was proud of himself because he killed a C-rank monster without needing to use traps, but then remembered that he was defeated by a 15-year-old kid from the academy, so he couldn't consider himself as strong. Furthermore, academy alumni like the Knight Commander or the Vice Commander must be much stronger than Mihai, although the Vice Commander lost against a 5-year-old Karina. In this world, academy graduates are overwhelmingly powerful people, and they account for less than 1% of the population. This made Alan more willing to become stronger in this hell mode. His next goal was to kill 2 orcs at once. At the end of the day, he killed 15 orcs and 1 ant, with 25,500 experience points. He happily returned to the mansion. He planned about killing 40 orcs a day, which was 60,000 experience points. Early November came, and Cecil's teacher came to the Baron's mansion. Cecil warned Alan to not say anything rude in front of his teacher. Today, he was allowed to attend classes with Cecil as a present for the first anniversary of servitude. The bearded old teacher asked if Alan had any questions for him. Alan asked if he could tell him the conditions for using magic. With his summoner talent, he made a hypothesis. The creator of the world set the growth rate of a summoner's intelligence at S. That's why when his level went up, it also became easier to learn things. Then he wondered if his intelligence could be used for learning magic. Cecil couldn't understand why he wanted to know that, as he didn't have any talent. The teacher agreed to explain it briefly. The teacher stated that he would need a talent that could use magic. Without it, he wouldn't be able to use any spell. Alan was disappointed. The teacher then mentioned that Cecil could not use magic yet, even though she said she was a sorcerer. She wanted the teacher to bring out his crystal ball to prove that she could use magic. She did prove it because the crystal lit up. Alan wanted to try it too, and the teacher allowed him. It was his chance to see if he could use magic. But no matter how hard he tried, the crystal ball didn't shine. He couldn't believe magic was impossible for him, because if that was the case, then what the heck was his high intelligence for? With his current status, he couldn't use magic, and he couldn't win with a sword either. Thus, the hypothesis was quietly denounced. December arrived, and it had been a year since he was officially allowed to hunt, and somehow he had gained many more acquaintances in the city. While he was in the town, he noticed some hustle between the villagers and Levin's team running towards somewhere. Alan approached them and asked what was happening. Levin said that Madagalshu appeared near the south gate. Alan asked if they were going to fight, but they were definitely not. Only the strongest person in the territory, the Knight Commander, would have a chance against that thing. But the Commander and the Vice Commander were absent right now. That's why they need to evacuate people before the monster kills everyone. Alan acknowledged that the situation was bad because most of the adventurers in the city were talentless, so they wouldn't be able to fight it. Helping those who were in trouble with monsters was the duty of the Granbiel family's hunter, so Alan thought Baron would forgive him for acting on his own this time, and decided to hunt Madagalshu down. People were hurrying to get out of the place while he was going ahead of them. The soldiers were trying to close the gate before it got close to the city. Alan arrived at the gate and saw the enormous presence of the B-rank monster, Madagalshu. He was taken aback by how big the monster was. It was about to eat the people in the carriage he was holding. The man was begging the soldiers to save his wife and daughter in the carriage, but they couldn't even move an inch. Alan took out a ball and threw it to catch its attention. The monster growled at him, and it seemed like his plan worked. He was yelling at him to make him drop the carriage so that the woman and her daughter could run away. The soldiers and Levin were shocked and tried to stop him from throwing himself into danger. Alan looked at his stats, and he needed to speed up because his mana still hasn't recovered yet. He started to run away from the monster, but the monster was too fast. Luckily, he got away from its fits. Alan realized that the monster was not rushing to kill him. It was literally having fun. He cursed at his father's naming skills. The Madagalshu was grinning gleefully while Alan was full of anger. He was about to make it regret not attacking him. He summoned bugs and birds that had the agility and endurance to dodge its attack and started to run away. Everyone was shocked that he used himself as bait. They were running towards the forest. Now that they were quite far from the city, he ordered a Gehas to put it to sleep. But the monster cut the butterflies like they were nothing. After some time passed, Alan was catching his breath while hiding behind a tree. He knew he lost it because all his debuffs didn't work. He had to get more experience points for now and take his revenge after. He was glad that at least he could lure it far enough from the city. However, while he was walking, the monster appeared behind him with its disgusting, mocking face. He started to run away from it, but then encountered the orcs and armored ants. 3 days passed, and Alan arrived at the gate looking miserable. Before he could say that he was back, he fainted. The soldiers carried him and contacted the Baron. They brought him to the mansion, and after 2 days, Alan woke up. When he woke up, Cecil was looking at him with a concerned face. Alan was surprised to see her this worried, but she said that he was his servant, so it was natural that she was worried. She asked if he was hungry or wanted something to eat, but he was just glad that he came back alive. Thomas and the butler came, and he expressed his happiness about him being okay. The butler said that once he felt better, he should come back and report to the Baron. Alan got anxious that Baron was mad at him for staying out without permission. When he entered his room, the first thing Baron said was to ask him what he was thinking. Alan bowed and apologized for acting on his own, but Baron couldn't figure out why he was apologizing. Protecting the people was the duty of the knights, and on behalf of the knights, he thanked her for fulfilling that duty in their absence. He stated that Alan didn't do anything wrong in this case, and thanks to him, the city only suffered minimal damage. His reward was 10 gold coins and another 10 gold coins from the family on the carriage that he saved. The Baron was so generous with this, he could buy better weapons than iron swords. He knew he was going straight to the weapon shop. Baron also warned him to not go too far from the city next time he hunts monsters. With the relief that it all went smoothly, he promised to be more careful and left the room. After buying his new sword, he went to the corpse of the armored ant he killed before to test if it could cut it easily. As expected of a mithril sword, it was very sharp. With this monster with hard armor shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, he made a happy discovery this time. The memories of a previously summoned beast will be carried to the newly summoned one. Hook still had memories from the previous fight, and it was watching out for Madagalshu. The summons walk with the summoner. Turned out they were entities that stored all hard-earned information and continued to grow. But in the meantime, that giant D-rank bird, those ferocious goblins, the C-rank monsters that an average adventurer can't take on alone, the B-rank monster that was overwhelmingly powerful for humans, were too strong for this world. Spring had come, and the eldest son of Gabriel returned home and rematched with Alan as promised. Alan's current level was much higher than last time, but his opponent was 100 times faster than him, so must be cautious. The duel began, and the whole family was watching. They started fighting, but Alan was much weaker now, and he lost within a minute. He was so mad at himself for losing because he had grown up so much more than last year, and his height also increased. Commander praised Mihai. Mihai then stated that Alan also improved a lot, and he was surprised. Now he could rest assured that he was taking care of Cecil. Cecil whispered to Alan's ear that he should practice more to defeat her brother. At the dinner, they mentioned that Aline fought against the Madagalshu. Cecil said that he was chased for 3 days, then got home and slept for 2 days in a row. Thomas asked if he could defeat it, but Cecil found it impossible for him to defeat a B-ranked beast all by himself, even though it was her brother. Suddenly, one of the soldiers came inside the dining room and informed Baron that the white dragon had awakened. The tension in the room increased as they heard the white dragon, the beast, had been sleeping in the mountain for 100 years. The soldier added that an adventure guild saw the white dragon fly towards the Kalnal's territory. Baron ordered to conduct an investigation on all of the miserable mines. Commander seemed pretty chill about the situation and informed Baron that they needed to investigate the 4 main mines first to know the new settlement of the White Dragon. The slopes and foothills of the White Dragon Mountain were full of high-ranked goblins and orcs, so it would probably take a few months. Thomas and Cecil were pretty excited about all that, as history was going to change after 100 years. Mihai was also excited that his return next year was going to be so much fun. Commander warned everyone to keep it a secret, as there was still a chance that the White Dragon would come back. Alan was also nervous. He didn't want to lose his chance to hunt the beast by himself because of a large-scale punishment. In the first week of July, Alan checked his stats, and it seemed like it was a fruitful day. The movement of the White Dragon towards Kalnal was indicated. He needed to check more things out there. It took 2 more years to go level 1 up in summoning skill. Rank D summoner seemed to be the lowest, but he wanted to see the comradeship skill first. He hoped that it was also useful like storage. He ordered Hook to comradeship, and suddenly something weird happened. This was his vision through Hook's eyes, so now he could also see what it sees. He figured that it was the ability of observation assimilation for both of them. When Hook flies, he notices that not just vision, but also hearing is shared as if he was riding it around. Combined with the Hawkeye skill, He could see miles ahead. He then noticed that Hook flew 50 meters above him, so he couldn't give orders when he was out of this range. It was the same as controlling several characters at the same time through the screens. Even though it was limited to the summons with intelligence above 100, there was no limit for quantities. For each summons, he needed 200 intelligence points for comradeship. So with 1,200 points, he can control 6 summons. He now understood that this was the reason why they had to keep increasing intelligence. After thinking a moment, he decided to see the new D-rank animals. He had 1,000 D-rank magic stones, so he could use them however he wanted. When he summoned them, there were even fish included in them. Apart from Jagabata, their intelligence was all above 100. That means he could control them from a distance using comradeship. But he was quite sad because he couldn't give orders from a distance to Tama. But now they had a team like Hook already. He then noticed something else. He just needed to use summons to hunt beasts. There was an armored ant over there, and he ordered Spider to shoot and Silk. The spider followed his orders, and then it was the bear's turn to come and beat it. It wasn't overwhelming, but only a few summons could defeat an armored ant already. He was proud of his summon team. Hiro and Hook were in charge of reconnaissance, and with Harami's ability, the team's ability to dodge attacks greatly increased. It was not possible to add more troops to the battle. He thought assistance would help. With those bears taking care of both attack and defense, they wouldn't have to worry about C-rank beasts anymore. The ability of comradeship was not interrupted while he was asleep, and the team only needed to be summoned once to be able to gain their experience continuously for 30 days. He ordered his team to not get too close to the strangers, and even when they were suddenly attacked, he told them to not fight back. While he was leaving the area, he thought about how useful this talent was. He didn't even feel uncomfortable controlling 8 summons at the same time remotely, and he felt like his strength increased greatly all of a sudden. Being able to observe such a large area must have many other applications, as he thought. He was still curious to see what was on the other side of the mountain range, where the white dragon was located. Then an interesting idea came up to his mind. In the Karena village, Dagora and Karena were practicing, and they called Mashu to join them. While they were joking around, Hook was watching them. Meanwhile, Rodin, Alan's father, was working in the field and noticed the strange-looking bird, Hook. Hook then checked the house to see what his mom and Miura were doing. His mother was doing Miura's hair, and they seemed to be in a good mood. When Hook left the house, he dropped 1 gold coin for them. Alan decided to visit them every day, and was actually glad that he had the comradeship skills. October was also the month he turned 10 years old. He had been working for the Baron's house for 2 years. While they were having their tea times, Baron asked what was the situation at the mines now that the investigation had been going on for half a year. Commander stated that just as they feared, after more than 100 years of absence, that place was now full of magic beasts. Not only around the 4 mines, but magic beasts even gathered near the Mithril refinery. Overall, they needed to clean up the magic beasts, recruit people to form a mining team, and build a transport route. Commander believed that it would take 3 years to restore the nearest coal mine to this city. 3 years was a lot for them. Baron knew it was overwhelming, but asked the commander to try to escalate it as fast as possible. He then asked about the situation in Kalnal. Commander informed him that they were too hasty to exploit the mines and angered the White Dragon, as Baron expected. Alan was glad that he didn't use the comradeship to observe the White Dragon after what he heard. It would be a big deal if all the summons ran back there in fear. Baron added that they wouldn't continue mining because that idiot Viscount didn't know what to do next. He ordered them to pay attention to him and, at the same time, promote the plan to mine Mithril. With that, the Night Order's punishment had officially begun. Alan checked the situation, and apparently his team defeated 2 orcs, gaining 3,000 experience points. Once Alan was 12 years old, he would leave this place and begin his adventure guild. There were only 2 years left, and meanwhile he decided to help with the reopening of the mines to repay them. At the foot of White Dragon Mountain was the territory of goblins and orcs, and the back of the mountain was the lair of the armored ants. The Goblin King rules over the goblins, the Orc King rules over the orcs, and the Ant Queen rules over the ants. There were also baby goblins, so seeing them made Alan hesitate. While looking with Hook's eyes, Alan noticed something. There were human skeletons in the area. The goblins ate humans and stole weapons. Before seeing that, he usually hesitated when he had to remove an exp supply, but this time he decided to kill all of them without leaving one. He summoned Harami and told it to swing away. The bears were the first ones to attack. Bears were fighting with the goblins, but the monsters were literally using the weapons they got from the humans they ate. They could attack from a distance, so it was troublesome to hide in the shadows and shoot stealthily. He ordered Hook to be careful of the arrows and told Spiders to take down the archer first. They cracked the gate, and there it was, a bunch of goblins. Alan ordered his Barris to go and destroy them all. The goblins were so scared that they attempted to run away, but it was useless as he already developed his troops that way. He already put 20 bears into the battle, so it was an easy win for him, as he thought. Suddenly, the Goblin King appeared. Alan wasn't intimidated at all, and looked like he was waiting for him. Those were the warriors who had defeated thousands of C-rank beasts already, so the King of the Goblins was no match for him. Not a long time later, they defeated Goblin King and received 4,200 experience points. He ordered one of his bears to bring all those goblins in one place as he needed to try to collect all the magic stones from inside their body. After collecting them all, it was time to dispose of their bodies. He took off the torch and his storage and put out the fire by itself. After firing up the bodies, the quest at the Goblin Village was complete. He prayed for the spirits and left the village with 48,800 experience points from defeating 223 goblins. In the next few months, he will continue to conquer goblin villages like that, and would probably level up enough to catch up to Madagalshu and at the same time challenge the Orc King. March arrived and Mihai was back from his duty. Cecil and Alan went there to greet him as always, and Cecil was so excited to see her brother. However, Mihai seemed pretty upset. Alan also sensed that there was something strange about him. Mihai patted Cecil's head and said that she was already 10. He seemed like he missed his sister and felt bad that he couldn't see her growing. He then told Alan to fight seriously again. Alan didn't need him to say it first, as he was already going to challenge him. But he was different this year. Back at Baron's mansion, the vibe was different from usual. Everyone seemed tense because of Mihai's strange mood. Alan checked the holder compete, and it was his best single status for the battle. Before they started the battle, Mihai thanked Alan. The fight began, and Alan was unexpectedly faster than ever. His agility reached 1483, and it was almost double compared to last year, which is why he was sure that he would defeat him. However, even though he was faster now, Mihai blocked his attack. From the attacks of both of them, it looked like Alan was faster than Mihai. Cecil and Thomas were shocked that their brother was losing against Alan, but Commander didn't think so. Alan was obviously faster than him, but Mihai still could block all of his attacks, but he was still dedicated to win this time. However, with Mihai's sudden attack, Alan lost the battle. Alan was feeling frustrated. Even speeding up couldn't give him an advantage, and he wondered if it was because he was not precise enough when swinging his sword or wasn't fast enough. While he was brainstorming the possible reasons why he lost, Commander praised Mihai. Something was definitely wrong with Mihai because he didn't shake Alan's hand this time and ignored him. Baron stated that it had been 3 years of training at the academy, and Mihai was so much stronger now. Mihai thanked his father with gratitude. Cecil approached Alan and praised him for how strong he'd become compared to before. She asked if he would like to be Mihai's disciple tomorrow, so that he could teach him the way of the sword, and Thomas would like to join them too. Alan would be honored if he approved. Mihai called for Cecil and Thomas and said that he had something to tell them. He said that he will have to do nobility's obligation for the next 3 years, so he can't go home during that time. Thomas and Cecil were shocked by this sudden news. Thomas asked what was the obligation, but Mihai wasn't allowed to reveal it yet. When Cecil asked when he was going to start, he stated that it would start tomorrow. Cecil turned to her father with expectations, but they couldn't say anything. Cecil said that she wanted to stay with her brother for a long time. Mihai promised to send her letters, and after 3 years he would be back. 3 years was too much for Cecil, and she started to cry. Alan remembered the conversation between the Viscount and Baron, so he understood why he was so mentally prepared, but still, he smelled something fishy. At the mansion, Alan asked Rickle what was the nobility's obligation, but he hadn't heard of that before. He was surprised that even someone working at the Baron's house for 12 years didn't know about it. Mihai appeared on top of the stairs wearing armor. Thomas told Cecil to come out and say bye to her brother. She hugged him while sobbing, and it was such a sad moment for them. Baron stated that Mihai was the pride of the Grabiel family, and Mr. Grabiel wished for him to do a good job and come back safely. The other butlers wished him a safe journey, but Mihai walked towards Alan and hugged him. Alan didn't know what to do or say and froze for a second. Mihai whispered to his ear. He admonished him to take good care of his sister and protect her. Alan agreed and noticed that he was shaking. Before getting into his carriage, Mihai stopped and wanted them to allow him to fulfill his obligation for the family. Cecil waved at him while crying. Alan thought about future. After 3 years, it was time for him to leave and Cecil was going to the academy. While being a servant, he would still be devoted to protecting her. In the next scene, it had been 2 months since Mihai left. Last year, Alan started fighting the Goblin Village in October, and he was already one step faster than the Night Order. 52 Goblin strongholds and over 10,000 goblins had been defeated by him, and there were almost no goblins left in this White Dragon Mountain. And also, his level had increased significantly. He was at the forest, and the Night Order was about to be there tomorrow, so he needed to hurry up. He was at the place where the one he had never been able to defeat reigns, the Orc King. Just as he expected, he didn't know how many enemies there were only by examining from above. Similar to the strategy in the Goblin's village, he had an ambush summoning team at the back and pincer tactics to destroy the enemy. But this time, there will be brawn to support ranged attacks. He ordered his brothers, the bears, to get started, and the hunt began. They arrived at the gate of the Orc village. The orcs immediately started to attack the bears and Thomas, but they were used to fighting, so when it's 1-to-1, his bears were too strong. For the archer orcs, he ordered bronze to protect, but there were so many of them, so one of the bears got injured. However, even though he had an arch on his body, the bear still fought. Alan was shocked and couldn't read the instant HP of the summons, so they would all fail if they keep going tirelessly and forget about their wounds. He ordered spiders to kill the archers. They successfully defeated the orcs and kept marching forward. When they entered the village, there were more than 200 orcs coming for them, which was the chance to gain more experience points. He ordered bears to attack them, while the ambush team from behind also launches an attack. Everything was going well so far, but it took longer than the goblins. He had already defeated about 100 of them, but wondered why the king hadn't appeared yet. Suddenly, a huge amount of magic power appeared, and they barely could defend themselves. Alan was taken aback by the orcs because there should only be one boss. Instead, there were 3 of them. It was a dangerous situation, but Alan seemed like he was glad to have his first magic attack from the beast. Alan couldn't understand if they were aiming at him or at Braun. The orcs sent another fireball. It was so hot, but at this rate he could still handle it. However, this time they sent 3 fireballs. Orcs knew how to aim where Braun wasn't covering. He took off a stone from the storage and threw it to the orcs. He managed to defeat one of the orcs and got 2,000 experience points. He had 2 iron balls left, so he must not miss the shot. When he was about to throw it, the king disappeared. They were out of his attack range, and it was hard to handle everything as his battle strength was being lessened. Plus, there were still hundreds of them waiting for him to attack. It was time to quit playing defense and become a bitter battle. He still had enough magic stones to call another 20,000 bears. Moreover, he had 100 magic balls made from 0 ranked beasts. Until his magic power was exhausted, those 30 warriors would be the defensive wall. While the battle was continuing, he heard the sound of the king orc, and when he looked at the top of the hill, there it was the B-rank orc king, who was the same level as Madagalshu. His bears were so small compared to it. He growled at the bears, and with his one swing, all the bears surrounding him were dead. He immediately summoned more, but the monster was not being affected. He lost his army faster than the speed of summoning animals for reinforcement. It was so big that the bears couldn't do anything. Another fireball came, and bronze weren't strong enough to protect themselves from that one. Since the bronze were dead, he couldn't protect himself from the other fireball, so he had to use the bears. His injuries were hurting him, so he ate Mamotoru's special fruit of life. Even though he was exhausted, he was dedicated to fighting till the end. He wondered if he could still dodge magic attacks in this position, and if there was any possibility of regaining the initiative against the enemy. Retreat was his other option, which he hated. Suddenly, the commander appeared in front of him, stating what a bitter battle is. Alan was taken aback because he thought they would come tomorrow. Apparently, the Knight Commander saw the smoke, so he came to check it out. He asked what he did, and Alan said that he was just trying to raid the orc village. The commander then noticed the bears, making Alan nervously tremble. The bears shouldn't be mixed with magic beasts, so he made them disappear and suggested the commander go back together. However, the commander ignored the summoned beasts and didn't seem to falter in front of the king orc. Alan heard before that he could defeat Madagalshu alone, and that he was the strongest man in Granville territory. The commander instructed the others that he was going to defeat the Orc King himself, and the rest was up to them. Alan was surprised to see the deputy team. He originally intended to secretly monopolize the experience, but this was still good. It was a chance to observe those two show their true power. The commander and the king orc were standing in front of each other without doing anything, making Alan wonder if it was safe to stand like that. The king orc made the first attack and swung its weapon on him, but the commander stopped it with only one hand. Lord Knight Commander fought for a long time with a fighting style that overwhelmed the opponent and earned the nickname, the Battle Demon Zenith. The fight was crazy. The king orc was not giving up on attacking him, but the commander was dodging its moves like it was nothing. Alan now understood why they called him the Knight Commander, because he didn't seem to be inferior to that giant opponent. Riffran was also ready to clear the other orcs. He noticed that the magic orc was the cause of the fire, so his first aim was them. He threw himself in the middle of orcs and aimed directly at the mage orc. The mage orc sent another fireball, but didn't affect him at all. Meanwhile, the Knight Commander sliced the king orc with one attack. His face was so firm that it seemed like he cut a leaf or something. Alan was amazed by the fact that the orc was nothing more than a fly in front of the Knight Commander. Not only him, but the Vice Captain Riffran was also strong. The current move seemed to be the same as Karina's previous extra skill, which meant that 1-star Spearman and 3-star Sword Saint both possessed that skill, all thanks to their talent. He then realized that the Knight Commander didn't even need extra skills to defeat the Orc King, because he was incredibly strong. The commander approached Alan and told him to stay with him, and after evening, the knights would arrive. Alan felt a little worried because he didn't ask anything else, so he asked if he could take the magic stones from the corpses. He allowed Alan to do that, and while Alan was collecting the stones, they looked at each other with concerned faces. The commander then said that if they left the barracks like this, the monsters would return, so they should burn them down. His thoughts were exactly the same as Alan's. The knight would take care of the rest tomorrow as it was getting dark, so they decided to go back to the barracks for a rest and talk to the Baron tomorrow. They put up some tents and set up a fire to cook dinner. While they were eating, the commander asked how many goblins he killed, and when he heard that he killed more than 52, he said that it was more than he guessed. The commander explained that 4 years ago, a large amount of Albaharan feathers from Karina village was found near the site where the holy sword was discovered. Moreover, that village exceeded the target of hunting pigs by 10 pigs every year, and then Alan was accepted as a servant of the Grabiel family as a reward. After Alan came to the mansion for a while, suddenly outside the city appeared a lot of demonic beast corpses, whose magic stones had been taken away. Most recently, they had found the bodies of several goblins that had lost their magic stones, as well as traces of a burned-out village. He guessed that Alan had been hunting alone and managed to defeat a C-rank monster. And another piece of evidence was the progress in the battles with young Master Mihai. The commander had always wondered why the appraisal showed he didn't have any talent, so he asked the officials there and they still confirmed the same, but he wondered how they remembered the result of such a normal person from 5 years ago like that. It was because, at that time, there was a very blinding light coming from the strange boy with black hair and eyes. Then, when information about his talent appeared, they couldn't read clearly, so they had to say no talent due to his low stats. He believed that Alan had his own talent, the ability to fight with animals, and Alan confirmed him. Alan decided to answer honestly, because if he confessed that he had been given special powers by this world's creator, he would get himself into a bunch of trouble. But the commander didn't say anything and continued to eat. He said that this was just the result of his small investigation, and the Baron had already known about his talent, making him shocked. That was the reason why he gave him hunting days. It was true that it was a bit generous for a kid like him. He wondered why he allowed him to be so carefree like that, but the commander said that he can't tell him now, but when the time comes, he will know the answer. The commander promised to not say anything to the Baron about today and to keep it a secret, but in return, he asked him to provide a detailed report on the demonic beasts' hunts. After all, they were having the same goal. Alan accepted his terms because he shouldn't avoid it anymore, as he needed to gain experience points. One of the soldiers came and informed the commander that the bath was ready. Alan felt guilty and offered to wash the commander's back to express his gratitude for saving his life. When he got ready, he entered the bath and encountered the scars on the commander's back. He couldn't believe he survived those deadly injuries. The commander asked what was wrong, and Alan asked if he was okay, and mentioned that he also brought some healing medicine. The commander stated that he was fine, and Alan started to clean his back. While he was washing the commander's back, He was thinking about hunting and how annoyed he was for not being able to defeat an orc king by himself. The commander asked if he felt happy while hunting, as if he read his mind. After considering for a moment, he said that it was definitely fun, the feeling he'd get when he keeps practicing and gets stronger. From what he saw from the commander's back, old wounds will heal as his level increases. He remembered there was a wound on his face when he met him 5 years ago. After the bath was over, Alan fell asleep pretty quickly. After a day and night, they returned to the mansion and reported destroying all the bases occupied by monsters. Cecil scolded Alan for leaving her. Baton came and he seemed glad that Alan was fine, even though he went out without permission and was not chastised for it. He didn't get mad at him. After 2 weeks since Alan was saved by the Knights, Alan started his 2 Dian orc subjugation and finally defeated the Orc King. At first, he let 40 bears attack from all sides because simultaneous attacks reduce the fastest number of enemies, preventing them from forming a formation, and it prioritizes hitting magical orcs first as well. He then continued summoning additional bears to make up for the number of bears that had been defeated, leading the Orc King's power to be fully depleted. He could keep increasing his forces till the opponent was depleted as long as he didn't get attacked, and the experience points he gained from the orc village were 7 times more than defeating the goblin village. Failure was the mother of success. Even in the game, Alan started to collect the magic stones, and from on top of it, the Orc King was really big. He got his first B-rank magic stone. This time he used over 120 D-rank magic stones. He should calculate more savings next time. October came and he turned 11 years old. Since May, he had destroyed 20 orc villages. He thoroughly reported to the Knight Commander as he promised. The time frame for reminding Mithril had been reduced from 3 to 2 years. Next spring was the time to remine Mithril as well as other necessary minerals. Everything was so advantageous, and at this rate he would eliminate all the orcs and would hunt for armor ants by next year. After turning 12, he would begin his life as an adventurer. The messenger of the king arrived at the Baron's mansion. Alan didn't like that man as he was simply there to scare them and then raise the tax. Baron greeted him and asked what was the reason for his visit this time. The man praised his loyalty toward the king. Alan found it strange that he was being sweet all of a sudden. The man took out a box and said that he had something he would want Baron to receive personally. It was a letter from Mihai. This made parents nervous while Thomas and Cecil seemed happy. When Baron opened and started to read the letter, he started to sweat and tremble. He couldn't believe what Mihai wrote in the letter. It had been 3 months since the man received his letter. Mrs. Granbiel took the letter and started crying the moment she started reading it. The man then informed them that Mihai Granbiel, their dearest son, passed away after doing his best for the nobility's obligation. Baron was mad as hell. He couldn't believe something like that could happen, as it had only been a half year since Mihai went, and there was no way a nobility family like his could be put in such a dangerous place. Mrs. Granbiel couldn't stand up and fell on her knees crying her eyes out. The man then left after saying that they would talk about the funeral money later. A huge silence filled the room. Alan was still shocked. He recalled the memory of Mihai telling him to protect his sister, and couldn't believe he had foreseen this coming. Cecil was still in shock, and asked her father what was going on, and what Mihai wrote in the letter. Baron told everyone to leave the room, including Thomas. Alan found this pretty weird. The door closed, and Alan was in the hall swiping the floor while all the maids were crying about Mihai's unexpected death. The entire Baron family was shocked after reading that letter, so Alan really wondered what was written in it. Cecil's angry voice was heard from the hall. It seemed like Baron was trying to explain to her that it was all for the nobility's obligation, but Cecil denied believing that their lives were this worthless that they were sacrificed like that. She stormed out while sobbing. Alan realized that Cecil would have to follow the same path as her brother in the future. The idea of that made him furious at the Baron, but when he saw his face, he realized that there was nothing else they could do, and this was the duty of all nobles. At night, when the dinner was ready, the butler and Alan brought her food to her room, but she wasn't answering. Baron told them to leave her alone and talk tomorrow. Cecil had already gone to bed, but Tomes was still panicking. After all, he was the next lord of the Granville family. The morning arrived, and neither Thomas nor Cecil ate breakfast. Rickle said that before coming there, he heard rumors that Gabriel's family had a short life. The Baron's parents and brother also passed away very early, even knowing that he was still so upset about the young master's sudden death. Suddenly, one of the butlers came and informed everyone that there was an emergency. The maids also informed Baron that Cecil was not in her room anymore. Everyone split up and started to look for her. Her room's window was open, so Alan wondered if she escaped that way. There was a possibility that she already left the mansion, so he went outside of the mansion and summoned hooks to look for her. She would have been seen if she had escaped by the main door, so she must have gone through the back door. While praying that she wouldn't do anything foolish, he continued running. In the city, Cecil felt super tired and sat on the floor to catch her breath. She was missing Mihai so much and continued crying. Then she heard Alan's footsteps. She asked if he came to force her back, but he denied, saying that his duty was to accompany her. After all, he was her most loyal servant. Cecil told him to leave her alone, and he didn't have to care about him. But her sentence was interrupted by her growling belly. She got embarrassed and said that it was because she hadn't eaten anything since last night. Alan took out some things and told her to eat them for now. She didn't object to anything and started eating in silence. She was still crying for her brother. Her brother was so strong, so she was sure that she would have to die too. Alan noticed that she knew something already. He previously learned that this kingdom had never been at odds with its neighbors, so it was probably not a military draft. At first, Alan needed to find a way to coax her, so he asked if she would like to get out of this town with him. She was taken aback for a moment, so Alan explained that it would be a trip to forget about all the negative things. She didn't believe they could do something like that. He said that for now, they should go home, and when he reached 12, he would sign up as an adventurer and go out to travel. That was the first time he mentioned this to her, and she was obviously surprised. She found it impossible because she would have to go to the academy. He asked if she was ready. He was talking about the right to choose how she lives, so he asked what kind of life she wanted to live. Cecil seemed scared at first, but after thinking a while, she seemed like she made up her mind and was ready to go home. Since she was tired, she told him to carry her. While Alan was walking towards the mansion, Cecil thanked him. They arrived at the mansion, and Cecil seemed scared of her father, but Baron hugged her tightly. They were just glad that she was still fine. Baron said to her that she didn't have anything to worry about now. Mithril mining had restarted, and when they were recognized by the royal family, the nobility's obligation would also be waived. Alan regretted that he didn't start collaborating with the knight earlier, as there would be a chance for Mihai to survive. Suddenly, Cecil said no. She said that she was Cecil Grabiel, and in the name of the family, she was going to fulfill his nobility's obligation. She was going to go on the same road that Mihai did, and will never go away. In the next scene, it had been half a year after young Master Mihai's funeral. The Grabiel family was now returning to normal. The orcs' barracks were all destroyed by the knights, even though he did most of the work. Therefore, they had complete control over the mithril mines. And after the summer, mining would begin. Alan was glad that the Baron could rest now. Now it was simply a matter of keeping an eye on Kalnal, who had just lost his mining rights. He was so quiet, making the commander suspicious. March arrived and we saw Alan climbing on a cliff. Before he went out hunting, Cecil wanted to come with him, but he was so clever and didn't let her go up with him when climbing like that. Everyone knew she wanted to be stronger, but she still needed the Baron's permission to do anything. However, mages could cast magic for ranged attacks. It was tempting to think about. Looked like he reached the right place. Another obstacle in mining next on his menu was the C-rank magic beast armor ant. There were possibly 1,000 in this cave, and a B-rank queen ant was the one who spawned them all. According to Levin's information, this time he had less information than usual. He also can't use scouting from above in this battle. The size of the entrance was just big enough for an ant monster. He wondered if they designed it on purpose because it was too narrow for them to just go in one by one. He wondered if it would be a clever move to reduce the number of enemies before the raid and summoned his monsters. He was going to arrange the backline similar to the one he used against the orcs and let 6 out first. In a world in which he had to master himself without any manuals, he dared to fight every opponent, and he ordered the bears to go ahead. As he estimated, there were about 1,000 of them, and he was going to use all his forces to beat them one by one. He had figured out all of the ants' weak areas from previous battles, so it was easier this time. In retrospect, it was still a waste of military resources somewhere because a full blow from a gigantic ant would force a bear to collapse. He must unite numerous bears against one ant, but the bear's intelligence was not high, so he could only do simple commands. They make a lot of mistakes when teaming up. He called Hook and made him inform every bear. The tactical effectiveness was going to considerably improve, but unfortunately, even though it had been a month, he still could not be able to wipe out the first ant cave. Twice a week, he kills more than 200 each time, so it should be 2,000 in a month. So he thought the lack of information was not a problem. Now that he thought about it, something weird happened. A few days more than 200 ants were killed. Their bodies disappeared. He wondered if the queen ate all of them and immediately gave birth to a new batch. Even though he got a lot of experience this time, they kept crawling out, making it difficult to gather all of the magical stones. He had to change his strategy before making another attack on the cave. In May, the Baron had agreed to change the service and hunting schedule. Now he could hunt 2 days in a row. He had been there watching all the time, and so far he killed more than 300. Suddenly, he and the bears heard something. Alan's plan worked because it stopped. It looked like they had stopped coming out of the cave. Except for the queen, there was probably a lot inside the cave, so the first goal was to send more summoned beasts to scout the area. He sent a bunch of hollows to examine the area. It was like a giant maze, and there were small rooms. After a while, the ants found them, so now he had to summon it again. He ordered bears to clean up the remaining ants. It was true that bears were bad at seeing in the dark, so he was going to direct them through Hero's night eye. He then found the room of the newborn ants. Alan was focused on controlling 8 summons at the same time. He was deciding which direction the bears were going to attack, and how heroes continued to scout the other way. He knew that he must give exact instructions because not a single one was allowed to live at this time, but unfortunately they got blocked again. He ordered Hero to go back to the cards. It felt like he was solving a mini-game in an RPG. It was also getting dark, so they had to get back to the mansion. But if they put this opportunity aside for now, he didn't know how he would get another chance like that. Then he found the queen ant without a doubt. He tried to calm down as his opponent was a B-rank monster. His current intelligence was only enough to control 8 beasts at the same time. The queen's room was about 5 kilometers west, and there were 10 other ants. He needed to change his tactics to balance his strength. He summoned another hero and started to run towards the queen's room. The bears were ready for his orders, and Alan had been waiting for this moment for 2 months. So he was not willing to let the queen. The queen was really long, about 3 times longer than the normal ants, but the head was still the same size. First, he needed to build a solid defense line, so he ordered the bears to take down the soldier ants. While the bears were killing the ants, he had to clean up the mess in the way first. But the queen ant was also attacking them, and apparently they know his strategy. But it was okay as they acted very slowly. He ordered the bears to take advantage of the enemy's slowness and aim for the abdomen to attack. While the battle continued, Alan felt like they were inviting him to attack. But at the end, the queen ant was defeated by only 20 bears, which made him confused because it was more than 100 when he defeated the orc king. Now he probably won't be able to return to the city in time, so he has to sleep outside again. He wondered if the master would get angry this time, and he cannot get any more help from the knights. He needs to bring back the spoils to provide the reason for his absence. The queen ant was so smelly, it took 2 months to conquer the first ant cave. He wondered if that meant while he killed 5,000, 4,000 new larvae were born, which was why the queen became weak. Even a magic beast still needs to eat and sleep to stay healthy, so this time the enemy wasn't in its best condition. He got the magic stone, but then noticed something on the floor. There was another weird-looking stone, but he couldn't understand what kind it was. But then he had an idea. The next day, the Baron seemed annoyed that Alan was gone out on his own for an entire day the second time. He had to order all the knights to find him, so he asked if he had any excuses. Alan asked for his forgiveness and stated that he carried out a mission on the slopes of the White Dragon Mountain, and yesterday he finished conquering the armor ant's lair and defeated the queen. He informed him that he was committed to completing this task because he knew it would assist the Granville family with an assertive tone. Baron was shocked, and Cecil didn't believe him and told him to come up with a better lie. Alan remembered that the news of his invasion of the monster territory hadn't reached the Baron's family yet, so he wanted them to allow him to show the proof. He took out the shell of the queen ant that he killed yesterday. They were all too stunned to speak. He thought they would be happy, but they didn't react at all. The Baron stated that it was a strange color, and it was very different from the normal ant's armor. He asked Zenith, the knight commander, if it really belonged to the queen ant, but Zenith had never seen a queen ant either. They had never thought that they could destroy the ants' lair before, because it was a bit too much for the knights. Alan was surprised to hear that while Cecil was sure he painted it on purpose to trick them, he immediately denied the accusations and said that the Knight Commander should be able to defeat the Queen too. The Commander Zenith stated that he had estimated that they would have to bring a team of thousands to destroy such a giant ant colony. Breaking in through the door was tiring enough. Not to mention it was a huge maze that was easy to get lost in. So they launched the campaign. The sacrifice would be huge, and no adventurers would even venture there either. He also mentioned that he had never heard of anyone successfully defeating them until now. The highest goal of the Knights' conquest was the orc and goblin villages. Cecil was still suspicious, and asked again if he really killed thousands of ants and explored the labyrinth. He confirmed exasperatedly. It was hard to say that he used summoned beasts to do that. He then wanted them to look at the stones he found in the Queen Ant's room, and asked if it was mithril. Not only the Baron, but even the emotionless commander seemed pretty surprised. The Baron couldn't believe that he could pick that up like something random. Now that he showed them the mithril, Alan was sure they believed him. Even Cecil seemed to believe him. The Baron told Alan to follow him and tell him all he needed to know. While they were leaving the area, Cecil was looking at Alan proudly. In the Baron's room, the commander asked Alan to show him the cave he conquered. The commenter stated to Baron that the knights would immediately be dispatched there. Alan interrupted and said that he also had a map of the cave, making them surprised again. The Baron stated that staying out all night was excused because his feat this time was remarkable. And with this recovery, he had added his name to the list of those who had discovered the nation's valuable mithril mines. According to the law, he was going to be entitled to 30% of the mining results according to the mining rights granted by the king. Alan seemed confused, so the butler explained that by default, half of the mithril would be given to the royal family, and the mining right was for those who were allowed to benefit from the rest. To be clear, 7 parts will be given to the king, and 3 parts will be Alan's, as the butler said. Alan did not expect this kind of big catch, but decided to enjoy it. Later on, Alan celebrated his 12th birthday in October. The Graviel family could mine mithril again after 100 years, and the mithril mine that he discovered would be exploited the following year. Amaranth's lair conquest had gone smoothly, and Alan no longer had to be concerned about money or threats from enemies. However, he still felt something was wrong. From the beginning, he just wanted to play like a plow to the top, and he didn't need peace. He decided that it was time to jump to the next level. He then was informed that the emissary of the royal family was here. He was definitely not happy to see Viscount Kellner again. The Baron asked what he was doing here, and he said that he brought an offer today. Graviel's and Kellner's clans had taken turns competing on both sides of the White Dragon Mountain up and down again and again for many years. He stated that the royal family wanted to solve this problem. When the Baron looked at the paper he gave to him, he saw that it was in order to manage the territory back in Long Mountain together. Viscount Kellner explained that the two families would manage this area, and the benefits were divided equally between them, so the conflicts and struggles over the years would gradually be removed. That contract was personally drawn up by the deputy judicial officer. The other guy informed him the only one who hadn't signed was him. The Baron politely refused the offer, but this caused him to have a tantrum in front of him. When he stormed out, the Baron asked if the Knight Commander was on White Dragon Mountain. If he got back in time, he ordered to tell him to come with him to the capital immediately. Cecil was concerned, but her father reassured her, promising that he wouldn't let anyone touch Graviel's territory. Alan thought about putting aside his resignation as a servant here for now. He overheard from the maids that if power were divided with that clan, the migration back to Long Mountain would be abolished. The idea of living in peace and managing together sounded good, but if the partner was that Kellner, there must be something weird. But if the Baron refused this time, he would be called greedy by everyone. Suddenly, they heard someone calling for Cecil, which made Alan go immediately to the source. There seemed to be a fight, and he noticed that they broke in through the window. He took out his sword and started attacking the big guy, but he was too strong. He had to use supplementary cards like Magic Fruit and Leaves of Life. While he was fighting with the guy, the Baron was informed about the intruder. Alan was fighting with his full power, but the poison was something that he could not escape from. Thank God Cecil was still breathing. He felt ashamed that they even kidnapped a servant like him. He found himself too impulsive. He tried to find a way to grasp the situation. A summoner could fight as long as he could see, so he used Chiapi to see. They were in some kind of warehouse. Someone named Dagraha came and asked if there were 2 kids in there. The other man confirmed him, and Dagraha warned him to not be arbitrary, as he wouldn't forgive him next time. He ordered them to kill the black-haired kid, Alan, to save space. Now it was clear that Dagraha was more dangerous than the other three combined. He came back from the battlefield, and he was just a fugitive who had been on the run for over a year. He overheard that they were planning to beat Zenith, the Knight Commander. One of them mentioned that Zenith had always fulfilled his duty for the past 10 years, so he wasn't sure if he could beat him. Also, Zenith's soldiers were actually almost all dead, which made them giggle. Alan didn't understand what they were saying, but was sure there was a war somewhere. The situation was that there were at least 4 enemies. He was tied, and these guys seemed to have been hired by someone who targeted Cecil. It was always better to save yourself than wait for someone to save you, so he started to think about a way to escape. But he remembered that he lost his mithril sword and only had 2 iron balls and 1 short sword. One of them went to the bathroom, so it was a chance for Chiapi to explore the escape route. The man was confused that there was a bird on the ship, which meant they were on a ship, but there was no sea near the Grabiel territory. He was in a great ship. It was getting darker. The boat suddenly started wobbling. Someone started to thank for trusting Bahona's service and informed the people on the ship that the airflow was unstable right now. And even if the movement wasn't affected, it would be good to pay attention if the magic airship was shaken. Alan was shocked. He was in a magic airship, and there was no escape in the sky. He decided to stay calm and explore more. He went somewhere too crowded, and it was a luxury restaurant. Looked like a lot of people were noticing him, so he wondered if he should ask them for help, but then noticed someone laughing vehemently, and it was no one other than Viscount Kulner. While looking at him hostile, he questioned if he was the one behind Cecil's kidnapping. The Viscount stated that he thinks the new deputy minister was the one to sit on the ministerial chair. The nomination for the deputy minister meant they needed to mobilize and allocate money in many places, and Backlong Mountain was also among them. He was really impressed by his dedication. He seemed like he couldn't wait to see the Baron's bitter face. The Viscount then asked if everything was going well, because if the Baron tried to make a fuss, it would be troublesome for them. But he said that he already had his daughter as a hostage. His daughter was his biggest weakness since he just lost his eldest son. They had sent a warning letter, and if he still refused to sign the contract, he was going to cut one of Cecil's arms. But if he crosses the territory to save his daughter, they could sue him for sedition. They also still had the cards to deal with Xenoph. He promised to thank him profusely once he received the mithril mining rights. The Baron was in a difficult position. Alan had to quickly figure out a way to rescue Cecil. While he was thinking about a way to save her, she woke up and tried to scream. The big guy noticed that she couldn't use magic yet, so he said that they were about to reach Kalnal City, so she should give up. But she didn't, and she kicked Alan to wake him up. The big guy stood up. Alan noticed that he was going to do something to her, so he needed to act now. The plan to protect the holder had already been prepared, so he started to strike back. When they saw the magic beast, everyone was shocked. The beast attacked one of them only, and meanwhile Alan got rid of the rope he was tied and was ready to strike back. But they were comfortable, as he didn't seem to carry any weapon. Alan summoned the bears and ordered them to bite and scratch. While they were all in shock, Alan took down one of them. The big guy seemed pissed off by him. He was dedicated to cleaning up before their allies came, so he didn't mind killing him this time. He summoned the brawn and used his shield. He couldn't beat Bear in one hit, so they could buy time this way. He summoned a bunch of beasts, and meanwhile he was going to be on guard if he was aiming for Cecil. He ordered Chu to weaken him and Spider to tie him up. The big guy was indeed taken aback by his ability to manipulate the magic beasts. Alan aimed at his neck, but it was so hard and his sword couldn't penetrate. He then used his fist to knock him out, and it looked like it worked. Then it was announced that the ship was about to land, so he immediately went to Cecil to untie her. At that moment, Dagraha came and stated his surprise about Alan. He kicked Alan in the stomach so fast that he couldn't even see. He attacked him as soon as he turned around, and it was as if he disappeared. Dagraha was surprised that he was a kid who hadn't learned a skill, but Alan tried to focus on saving Cecil first. Dagraha noticed that he was using Marazzi flowers, which seemed useless. Someone called for him, and it seemed like he knew that. However, that voice was actually Chiapi's special skill called Fake Voice, and it can imitate a voice that Alan used to hear. When Dagraha was distracted by the voice, he used a spider to grab Cecil and started to run. He had been frozen for a few seconds because of adrenaline, but then ordered Braun to stop him while he was running. Alan noticed that he ripped spider silk so easily, so Braun must be down. He noticed a parking lot, and it was about 100 meters above the ground. He told Cecil to jump. He had increased their defense first. so their endurance had been raised to safety. After counting down, he jumped with Cecil. When he landed on the ground, it hurt so much, even though he increased his endurance. Cecil was too shocked to say anything, but Alan seemed like he was satisfied and happy, and he was dedicated to going home together back to Grabiel. Alan checked Cecil's health and then started to run at full speed after warning her to hold on tight. He ordered Harrow to find a way out, and while running, he saw the Viscount walking with Dagraha. They were pretty sure that Cecil and Alan were dead because it was impossible to survive after jumping from such height. Cecil was very important in Calnal's plan, and if he knew that she was on the run, he would go after her with all his might. When the Guardian learned that they were from the Grabiel family, he let them out. Although he still didn't know exactly where this was, he remembered that the border gate between the two territories was in the north of the mountain range. If they follow that path, they will avoid a sudden encounter with the White Dragon. He didn't even know how many days it would take. It was so dark that Cecil couldn't see anything, but luckily Alan activated his night vision, so there was nothing to worry about. After some time, they took a break. He took out some food and drinks, and while they were eating, Cecil wanted to confirm that he could talk to magic beasts. He said that all his summoned beasts were very docile. He asked if she was afraid of him, but they had known each other for 4 years, so it was no surprise. Meanwhile, Alan was checking them. Dagraha knew that they were still alive, and shockingly, he was heading straight to the cave where they were resting. He suspected that he had a tracing skill, so he told Cecil that they needed to get out of there. He had to raise the speed stat to lose them quickly. He started to run in a different style to see what his tracing style was. Dagraha probably follows in the exact footsteps he left behind. Thus, his talent may be reconnaissance, the type that was good at tracing the enemy. So he decided to go beyond the trees to not leave obvious footprints. It seemed like his plan worked. Cecil wondered if he was going to fight with him, but he was the leader of the group that forced them to the spaceship, so the chance of winning was very low. The view here was quite good, and the other direction was to the White Dragon Mountain. He ordered Braun to raise his shield and started to jump from one shield to another to not leave any footprints. They were already several kilometers ahead of them, and his speed had slowed down. They found a safe place to spend the night. It would take 3 days for them to arrive at their home, so it would be good to take advantage of the chance to rest. While she was lying down, she wondered why Alan was hiding his talent. He explained that it was not a good thing to say. Cecil fell asleep not so later, but he was still waiting for Dagraha to give up and go home. The sun rose, and apparently he found the footprints on the tree trunk, but the last footprint was a few kilometers away from him now. Dagraha figured that Alan noticed his skill and started to spiral run. Alan had to erase his footprints again. The morning of the second day after running away from Council City, at the northern border gate of the White Dragon Mountain, the soldiers saw Cecil and Alan. They seemed miserable, so until the carriage was prepared, they were going to rest. They were going to give them a horse, but Alan sensed something and told them to leave them like this. He started to run again, so Cecil wondered why he looked so tense. He said that the summoned beast he sent had lost sight of Dagraha. Just like when they were in the rain, he suddenly disappeared. So there were 2 possibilities. He was fast enough to get past Hook's eagle eye, or he noticed Hook's tracking. Cecil suggested staying with the Night Order, but they would cause trouble for them too, as he was hired to deal with even that night captain. Cecil thought he would be fine if he left her, but he reassured her by saying that he was faster than him anyway, and he had a promise with young Master Mihai that he was going to protect Cecil at all costs. While they were running, he sent 2 more Hook to scout Dagraha. The morning of the 3rd day after leaving Calnal, he was still running with the hope that they would arrive tomorrow. He told Cecil to eat the medicinal herbs. Suddenly, Madagalshu appeared, and it was the one whose eyes he broke 3 years ago. It was dangerous to be chased by 2 enemies at the same time, so he decided to take down the monster first, but Cecil was worried. He comforted her, saying that it was different from that one because it wasn't targeting her. He confidently stood up against the Madagalshu. It had been 3 years since he last fought with him, so he seemed excited. Cecil was worried about Alan, but couldn't make a noise because he warned her to always keep quiet to not let it detect her. He needed to defeat this beast before Dagraha caught them. His strategy was simple. He was going to take full advantage of his army, but he can't just waste them either. So he first ordered Braun to use their shield to besiege it. He was doubting that it would work, but it did. The bears took advantage of this opportunity and started to chew. He decided to use the attack that took one of his eyes, but this time he was dedicated to taking both his eyes. Cecil was amazed by how he fought. He was strong enough to defeat the Ogre King, and Madagalshu was just a B-rank superior monster. However, he was shocked to see that it could jump very high. Alan could manage to use Bronze Shield to defend his attack in the last second. He was shocked by what happened, and Madagalshu got him. When she saw Alan being captured, Cecil couldn't stop herself from calling his name, but he told her to stay away. Madagalshu was enjoying the feeling of killing Alan slowly. He used 2 glasses of life. Madagalshu then held his head and was about to chew him to death. He bit him, but before it could continue, Alan took out his short sword and stabbed his other eye, but he was still trying to eat him. Luckily, Alan changed cards as soon as he was caught by him. Although he didn't know its status, when he hit the bronze without defeating them, it proved that its strength was less than 2,000. He had already created 100 tons of Grass of Life in case he had to fight a death battle with Degraha, so he was going to keep using them until Madagalshu was exhausted. He had a nostalgic feeling while using healing continuously when facing a powerful boss in the game. Madagalshu eventually got tired and died. Alan was proud of himself. Cecil immediately went to him. She was so scared when she saw him in the mouth of the monster and started to cry. He apologized for scaring her, but it wasn't over yet, because Degraha was there, standing in front of them. Degraha was furious and wanted to kill him right there. He didn't expect Alan to defeat a Madagalshu. Alan ran out of iron balls and his sword was still stuck in the eye of the monster. None of his summoned beasts could stop him. He only had a few choices, so it was easy to decide. He told Cecil to step back and that he was going to defeat him no matter what. Before he knew it, Degraha kicked him in the stomach. He didn't even have time to see his movements and he was already kicked away. Also, Degraha seemed to figure out Alan's skills, and the fact that he ran out of magic power now. It seemed like everything was about to end when a small explosion happened right next to Degraha. Cecil somehow managed to use magic skills. Alan didn't have a weapon and his magic power was exhausted, so she felt obligated to save him, even though her father warned her to not use it until she entered the academy. She tried to use Fireball, but missed it. Degraha hit Cecil and teased Alan. Alan reminded him that he escaped from the battlefield after only 1 year, and now he was making a living by kidnapping children. This triggered him, and he kicked Alan once again. Even though he was being kicked, Alan wanted him to get more angry. This idiot. Degraha says everything, and he consumes mana when using skills. Now he understood more about the skill structure of the others. Skills were divided into 3 types. The first type was the type that requires the subject's magic power. Next was the type formed by training from a young age, and the kind of extra skills that he didn't have. Before reincarnating, he was that the people here were originally from normal mode, so almost all of them possess extra skills. He had the inherent skill of a summoner. The talent here was an inherent skill bestowed on each person. So scouts like Degraha would already have scouting skills, and his extra skill was tracking. Even though it hurt so much, he still could block the sword combo this time. Even though he was this strong, his rarity was only 1 star. Meanwhile, he was an 8-star summoner. Degraha couldn't stop himself when he saw Alan grinning and using his sword once again. Alan used another Grass of Life and asked if he was exhausted. Degraha seemed confused. Alan said that from the moment he hit Cecil, he received a death sentence. The Knight Commander was on his way with a little bird on his shoulder. As soon as they arrived at the border gate, he sent 2 of his birds back to the mansion. But Alan was in so much pain. Degraha and Zenith were now faced. Zenith looked at Alan, who was too exhausted to fight, so he told them to let him handle the rest. With a strict voice, he told Degraha that he was going to cut him into pieces in the name of the Knight Commander. Degraha called him a dirty noble for living in peace for 10 years. He said that he always enjoyed trampling on bugs that parasitized nobles like him, and made his first attack. But using Scout didn't seem to impress Zenith. He appeared in front of him and attacked with his sword, but Zenith was dodging him without moving a finger. Eventually, he managed to stab him, but he was unharmed even though the guy pierced the armor. Zenith, with the scariest voice and the glare, asked if he thought he was the only one who lost all his comrades sacrificed for him to live. Degraha thought he was running away from his destiny. With Aura Blade, Zenith sliced him in 2. He was a man of his word. Alan and Cecil were amazed by him. After that, they safely returned to their home and the Baron welcomed them. With that, the chase between them and Degraha ended after 4 days. In the next scene, Alan is taking his first bath in this world. The last quest was hard for him, but he also learned a lot. Now he needs to have a plan to resist poison and prepare clothes to change during the mission. And when the Knight Commander killed Degraha, if it was like a demonic beast, the increased experience would have already shown through the grimoire, but he didn't see any notifications. The bath was over, and it was time to report everything to the Baron. He wore his clothes and went to the Baron's office and told him about everything that happened. He explained that to win the position of Justice Minister, a lot of money needed to be raised, so the Royal Messenger and Kalnal colluded. The proposed case of jointly managed mithril mining was also part of their plan. The Baron was furious after hearing those information, and he decided to report all this to the palace. Alan didn't think reporting would change anything. This case involved even the royal emissary, and it would most likely be handled smoothly by placing all the blame on Kalnal. He stood up and stated that he had an idea. He said that he was going to give his mining privileges and hand it over to the Baron. With that privilege, he would have more weight on the negotiating table to handle this case thoroughly, which means that he secretly bribed the royal insider. Alan mentioned that he was also taken advantage of by them in the first place through the noble's obligations. The Baron was the kind of guy who didn't want to go through the back door, but then there would be a second and third Kalnal to harm him. Alan stated that he and his father Rodin always worked hard with spears and farming tools, but that was all to protect their farmer family. And yet the nobles don't want to fight. He went across the line and asked what was wrong with doing bad things to protect their family. The servant wanted to stop Alan from saying disrespectful things, but the Baron said that it was fine. When the Baron was Alan's age, his father was stripped of his title and passed away, and not long after that, her mother died. Then the successor of the family at that time, his brother, also died after a few years. When he was 16 years old, he had to take over the family with the principles of purity and transparency taught to him since childhood. But as a child who was taught to do so. He apologized to Alan and agreed to take advantage of his mining privilege. Alan was more than glad, but there was one thing he wanted the Baron to explain. He wanted to know about the nobility's obligation. Cecil also wanted to know that too. The Baron promised to have her teacher explain it. He had to prepare to head to the royal capital, and while he was away, they were going to take good care of the mansion. A few days after the Baron went to the capital, the teacher came and stated that it was good to know that Cecil was safe. Cecil didn't want to be an ignorant child and wanted to know about the nobility's obligation. The teacher said that he received a request from the Baron and wanted Alan and Cecil to keep what he was going to say as a secret. It was a long story, so he wanted them to take a look at a map of the world first. The largest land in the middle was the territory of the Zhongying Empire. Their Radashu kingdom was located there at the Yato. The north lies the Jiamut empires. In the past, the kingdom was invaded by the empire. It was peacetime now, the war was over. It was the history of the kingdom, and more of the people had been educated, but a nobility's obligation had been erased from the history. The truth of this world was still in another historical system. He pointed out the history of the Demon King, the history that comes from the forgotten continent where the Demon King was born. They got goosebumps even hearing his name. Alan had seen it before reincarnating, but he didn't know this world also had a Demon King. 112 years ago, there was a man who called himself the Demon Kind of the End, who wanted to make all kings surrender to him. But of course, the kings were not easily subdued. And 62 years ago, an event called the Great Disaster happened. All of a sudden, the demonic beast became ferocious and inexplicably violent. Because of the mysterious leveling up of the magical beasts, countless people died. Alan asked if the Demon King did it, but it was rumored to be the last move of the Demon King. Not long after that, the Demon King's claws also reached southward. A large army of demonic beasts of all B rank and above invited the Zhongying continent. Who was the Demon King, and how could he manipulate magic beasts? No one knew. The demon army didn't stop until there were no more people left standing. Additionally, the demon army also invaded 2 other continents. In the Vukis continent, they fought back with giant golems, a result of their superior technology. Next was the elves' residence, Roseheim. They also fought bravely thanks to the elemental magic given to them by the Elemental King. Both Cecil and Alan were shocked by every new information they heard. To stop the expansion of the Demon King, the Alliance of 5 Continents was formed. Under the agreement, the countries would share their forces and resources. However, the situation did not improve. The lack of talent, the too many warriors on the front lines were sacrificed, and the Baron's father was also caught up in the war. At that time, the system of 1 academy per country was born. The system gathered all the talented people in the country to train warriors to support the front lines. Even so, it still couldn't slow down the Demon King's invasion, and a quarter of the Gamut Empire completely fell into his hands. At that time, the teacher also fought to protect the world. Most of his comrades were dead, and the situation had gotten worse and worse. However, the world creator Alemia did not abandon humans, and the hope of humans was born. And Helios, the world's first person with heroic talent, appeared. He graduated from the academy and entered the battlefield at the age of 15. He defeated the invasions of the demon army one by one. He took back the territories that were occupied for more than 5 years, and now he was 22 years old and was still fighting. Alan suddenly felt like an RPG game. Their rarity was all 5 stars, so he wondered if those were talent's big influencers on the whole world. Their kingdom had never been invaded, so to protect themselves, they must obey the covenants of tribute. Thus, the territory exploration decree was issued, and all resources were prioritized to be sent to the battlefield. Alan realized that all farming areas, like the one where he was born, were to serve the war. It was clear why the Baron accepted the order to increase the tribute, and his family didn't eat wild boar. That was the whole story. The teacher mentioned that it was also a rule in the treaty between the 5 continents. A 3-year battle obligation was imposed on any noble or young royal talent. No matter how noble his position is, he cannot escape. All must go to the battlefield. There was also a place as good as the place where the hero commands, but more than 50% of the people who went to the front lines did not return. And if Cecil was ordered to leave the army, she would probably be sent there too. The teacher didn't want to scare them, but there were still benefits to performing obligations. After 3 years, if you return, you will enjoy leisurely positions with a good salary like him. Just like Cecil, he was a magician, and that was the reason why he was chosen to be her teacher. He promised to teach her everything he could before she joined the academy. Alan had a question. The Demon King had appeared. The world in normal mode had been destroyed. 10 years after the hero appeared, Alan decided to choose Hell mode when coming to this world. There was a possibility that this place was waiting for someone to choose to enter Hell mode. Now the combat power was in balance as the Demon Lord and hero coexist, and he was the one who tipped the scales. The Baron returned to the mansion in November. Having spent a month in the royal capital, he assured everyone that everything was fine now that the matter with Calnal had been resolved, and he would no longer be able to harm them. The Baron summoned Alan and thanked him for rescuing Cecil from Calnal's grasp. He gave him 200 coins for defeating Madagalshu, and another 200 for rescuing his daughter. Alan politely thanked and wondered about the 3rd bag. The Baron explained that there was one more thing. He discussed Cecil's obligations with the king, but given her talent as a mage, she couldn't hide, and the king was completely powerless. Alan realized Cecil's talent was greatly appreciated, and the battlefield was now lacking combat power. The Baron then stated that he wanted to ask him one more favor. He already knew that Alan's lack of talent was just a cover, and for the past 4 years he had considered him as someone he could completely rely on. He handed Alan the last bag and asked him to protect Cecil both at the academy and on the battlefield. Alan didn't expect to have 600 silver coins as a poor noble who even abstained from eating meat. He wondered if he allowed his hunts because of this request. Alan stated that his talent was a summoner, and he indeed hid this thanks to the church's mistaken judgment, and he was going to devote himself to protecting Cecil. The Baron was glad that he accepted it. However, instead of 400 coins, he wanted him to exempt his family and the family of the Holy Sword Karina from tax. The Baron promised to do his request, and he was now ready to go to the academy with peace of mind. He also got the courage to want him to let him stop his service duties so that he could focus on protecting duties. The Baron accepted all his requests. Alan then wondered about the beautiful sword he was holding. The Baron explained that it was a gift from Viscount Granbiel to the family's main guest. Alan was puzzled when he heard that. The Baron stated that thanks to him, the Granbiel family had been promoted to Viscount. It was more like he bought the position. But the servant stopped him and stated that thanks to the full power to mine minerals, he could manually regulate many things, but it was better to not talk about it too much. Alan congratulated him and accepted the sword. In January, at the Karina village Pippi, the main bird came, but it looked like there was no mail today. Suddenly, Alan showed up and corrected them that that bird's name was actually Chiapi. They were all shocked, and his mother couldn't stop tearing up. However, his little sister couldn't remember him, as the last time she saw him was when she was 1 year old. Alan felt horrible that his family didn't recognize him. They invited him inside, and Alan noticed that their house shrunk. While he was drinking soup, his brother mentioned that he read all of his letters, and his father wondered if he was going to the same school as Karina and Dogora. Her mother thanked him for sending them money, but was concerned that he could afford to live well. He told them to not worry about him, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to send money anymore. He said that he was taking a break from serving the Baron's house and would be going to the academy instead. Everyone was taken aback by this news. He shows them the sword he got as an award for saving Cecil. His mother was still in shock. His father asked what happened in the last 4 years. Instead of answering their questions, he took out 100 silver coins and gave them. His parents didn't want to accept it and told him to keep it and spend it in the academy, but he already had 600 silver coins left when he sold the armor ants. They were flabbergasted. He mentioned that it was a C-ranked monster that nests on the slopes of White Dragon Mountain, and he even hunted orcs and goblins. His little brother was amazed by him. When it was time to go, he said goodbye to everyone and promised to send Chiapi whenever he needed to contact them. When his little brother told him that he was going to attend the academy when he was 12 too, Miura came and wanted to join him, but she had no talent. She was holding the letter Alan sent and hugged him tightly, making him cry. March came and Alan was swiping the floor when Cecil came and said that he hadn't discussed anything with her, and he was daring to quit serving on his own. Alan explained that he was going to continue serving her until he got to the academy. Even though he was still her bodyguard, she still seemed angry. Cecil then asked him if he really wanted to go to the academy when he could choose to return to the village to live freely. Alan said that he really wanted to go, and this made her even angrier. She said that he had no obligation to go to the battlefield. Cecil then noticed that the holy sword Karina was right behind him. Alan introduced the Axe Master Dagora too, and with that, they reunited after 4 years. When Cecil's brother appeared, Karina was scolding Alan for not returning to the village earlier. He defended himself by saying that he couldn't stop studying for the exam and wondered if they were ready. They both seemed pretty confident about this exam. When Karina mentioned that she could even take down a giant wild boar, Cecil seemed intimidated by them. Alan reminded them that the exam had an academic test, but Karina ignored his question and asked him if he was taking the exam too. Since it was decided 3 months ago, he has been studying too. When Dagora remembered that he had a talent too, Alan apologized to them for lying. Dagora tried to make it seem like he already knew it, but Karina reminded him that he lost to Alan too. Alan introduced Cecil to Karina and Dagora. Cecil politely stated that it was nice to meet them, and then her brother Thomas introduced himself and hoped that they would become good friends with his sister. Karina immediately held her hand, wishing to help each other in the future while Dagora was stuttering. Karina wouldn't care if the other person was a noble, so it wasn't so surprising to Alan. The Baron came and asked if they were done with the introduction. He then thanked Karina for coming. Karina's friendly demeanor made everyone shocked. After greeting Dagora too, the Baron told them to relax at the Granville mansion for the next 3 days, and if there was anything they needed, they could just call his servant. They entered the mansion, and Karina was amazed at how big it was. They ate lots of delicious food and then jumped on their bed while Alan was swearing to Cecil that she was the Swordmaster. As expected of the Swordmaster who only appears once every 10 years, she was no different from the treasure of the whole kingdom. When Karina and Dagora were expressing their excitement about the academy and the dungeons, Cecil and Alan were concerned. Cecil asked if it was okay to tell them the truth. It was not okay, but they should wait for the right time to tell those two everything, because it was serious, life-threatening news. After graduation, Karina would also become a baron, and then the nobility's obligation would be activated, and they were going to have to go to the battle together with Cecil. Dagora could join them later. They were all going to be living at the academy together, so Alan hoped they would get closer during this time. 3 days later, they were already in pact. Thomas came and asked Alan to help Cecil learn to fight on her own. Cecil's mother studied the history of the Demon King at the Nobles Institute, but at the academy, the Baron wanted Alan to not reveal this to the other students and just study hard. The Baron was glad that Alan had great friends that he could rely on. The reunion of the magician and swordmaster in the same generation must not be just a coincidence, and Alan wondered if this was the beginning of his quest in this world. Aaron got the guts to tell the Baron that he would definitely defeat the Demon Lord together with Cecil. The Baron was flabbergasted and told him that this wasn't what he asked, but it was time to go so they couldn't discuss this. Every employee and family member was there to see them off. With that, their journey to the Academy City started. At the north of Zhongying continent Jamut Empire's territory, the hero was informed that the magic train had arrived, but the Elemental King this time had a prediction that was difficult to understand. To him, the hero, the hope of humanity, has another forecast of hope. The hero smiled and wanted to go see for himself. Meanwhile, Alan was looking at the Radishaw Kingdom, the Academy City. They were all amazed by how big the city was. When they landed, they noticed that there were a lot of people also flying just like how they got there. Cecil wondered if those flying boats were made by dwarves. So Alan explained that all the magic tools in this kingdom were made by them too, especially since they share currency and technology with this place. They then, for the first time in their life, saw a train. Alan went to get the tickets like he always used the train, and they went inside. While the others were shocked that it was moving, Alan was appreciating the civilization in this place. They arrived at the academy, and it was pretty crowded. Alan heard that there were about 20,000 applicants every year. Cecil didn't expect there to be so many talented people around her age. To go to the battlefield 3 years later, they had to pass all the tests first, raise their level, and get that thing in this city. They got in line and were welcomed by a woman. She informed them that before they start the exam, they need to re-examine their talent. The first one to try was Dagora. He had a great talent, and the woman told him to proceed to the Academy C test. But Dagora was disappointed as it was exactly the same as when he first did it. Next was Cecil. Her talent and stats were both excellent. The next one was Karina, and she was welcomed by the woman too. When it was finally Alan's turn, he had a bad feeling. He touched the crystal, and the crystal shone so much that people closed their eyes. But unfortunately, all his stats were E, so he failed. The messed up talent text had been fixed, but because of Hell Mode, his growth rate was all E. Cecil was sure that there was a mistake. Alan tries to comfort Cecil by saying he would still be there to protect her even though he can't attend the same school, which makes them angry. The principal came and asked what was that fuss about. While Alan was looking at him, the principal wondered why was it all E when the aura was so intense just now. He also wondered if his servant knew anything about this summoner talent, but unfortunately, he had never heard of this talent. While they were discussing if it was the inspection device faulty, Alan realized that Helmios was the hero who carried the hope of humanity. Furthermore, the school's principal is an elf who rules over the academy. Cecil and Alan got so nervous. The hero looked at Alan and stated that his offensive power was 570, and both intelligence and magic power were around 1630. The stats were close to that of a great mage. However, he didn't see any magical abilities. Alan was shocked that he could see his status. When he said it was his talent that he didn't understand, Alan seemed annoyed. He apologized to Alan and stated that it was the appraisal machine's fault, but he really wanted to see that summoner ability first. Cecil was about to tell him to summon something, but he stopped her and wanted him to introduce himself first. He said that he was Helmios, often referred to as Hero. He then wanted him to use the appraisal machine to show him his ability so that everything would be fair. When Helmios touched the machine, everyone saw that he was even stronger than the Swordmaster. It was Alan's turn, so he summoned Kurosuke. They were pretty surprised to see it. Alan found it amazing that he had the skill to assess other people's stats, but he couldn't see the bonus stats from his beast summoning and grimoire, and he was pretty annoyed by him. He proved that he had the ability, so he excused himself, and they moved to the next exam. Usually 1 out of 3 people fail the exam. Only by coming here would he know if he really has the strength to enter the school. Academic assessment exams include math, national language, and history. There were also tests of magic beast knowledge and judgment. The results were out not so long later, and Dagora grade B, Cecil A, Karina C, and Alan was S. They were informed that the uniforms would be distributed soon, so they had to line up in an orderly fashion. Cecil wondered where they were going to stay. Alan said that instead of staying in a dorm, he suggested renting a house and living together. They all agreed with that idea. Before entering the school, they needed to register for the Adventurer certification. After that, they would be considered accommodations. They went to the Adventurers Guild, and the receptionist told them to wait a moment while they did the certification. Alan wanted to buy more D-rank magic stones. Cecil explained to Dagora that every time Alan has a chance, he orders 10,000 stones. Alan wanted to buy 100 gold coins worth, but the receptionist stated that she could only accept 10 gold coins with the amount available. There was a dungeon in the city, so she suggested he earn more. After 3 years, he had a total of 2 million stones. Magic stones were an important resource to run grimoires. They were essential in this war, so he had to always stock enough even if he had to buy it at a high price. Their certificate was ready, and they all got it. The woman asked if they were going to explore dungeons together, and then offered them to register as a party. Alan asked Cecil to name their party, but Cecil wanted him to choose it. After thinking for a while, he comes up with the name Game Junkies. They were pretty confused, so he explained that Game Junkies means those who bet everything to reach the top. In his previous life, due to being busy with work, he hadn't reached the level of a true try-hard gamer. Now he had an 8-star talent, even cooler than a hero, so he must live a solid and majestic life. His main goal was to become the strongest. After getting answers to all his questions, they started to look for a house, and a state agent showed them the house that met their requirements. It was comfortable enough to accommodate 20 people, very suitable for dungeon explorers, and the location was very close to the dungeon and food court. The rent per month was 10 gold coins, so Alan didn't think twice. In the dining room, while they were having lunch, Alan and Cecil told Karina and Dagora to feel free to eat while listening to their story, and started to tell them about the nobility's obligation. After finishing their story, Alan stated that he was going to defeat the Demon King and all of the demon army together with Cecil. Karina was already with Alan in this goal. Alan told Dagora that the chances of surviving were only half, so he should think about it slowly. But defeating the Demon King and becoming a hero forever known sounded cool to Dagora, so he was in. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of them, and on the cover, it was written that Karina, Cecil, and Dagora had become a teammate. Alan was more surprised that the others could see it. He wondered if that was because they were a team now. Karina asked what they needed to prepare to fight the Demon King. He explained that there were 3 crucial things: practice through dungeons and become fully equipped. There also must be a teammate with the recovery talent. The next one was a personal matter, but since he was born, his growth rate had been equivalent to that of 100 people put together. That's why he always needs a huge amount of magic power and magic stones to surpass normal training. And a solution might be in this city, Magic Recovery Ring. That's why he always collects magic stones. Everyone would be very busy from now on, so it was time to rest for them. The first day of school arrived, and they were heading to their first class. There were 100 classes with 30 students per class, so 300 passed this year's exam. It felt like he was in high school again. Their homeroom teacher, Karlova, came and introduced himself to the class. Normally, he was the guild master of the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital, and his talent was swordmaster. He was transferred here because a sword saint was enrolled this year. Not Karina got the class's attention. Meanwhile, Alan was thinking about the Adventurers Guild cooperating with the 5-Continent Alliance. The teacher explained that this class included serfs, commoners, and a few nobles, but that didn't matter. He strictly told them to drop the formal speech when talking with each other, because they were now students of the academy. Alan teased Cecil and called her by her name for the first time, and she was so pissed off that she immediately choked him. The school had classes 4 out of 6 days a week. General education in the morning and afternoon classes was based on each student's talent. Naturally, there was no summoner class, so Alan had been given the liberty to join any class. On their first holiday since attending the academy, they were going to a rank C dungeon. Cecil was not happy with Alan and Karina's excitement. Someone told them to go to room 205, so they started to look for that room. Thanks to Alan, they were all ready to go, and all their gear cost 150 gold. They arrived at room 205. When they went inside, they saw a huge cube, and it was talking. It was the manager of the dungeon operating system, C205, and it would transport them to the dungeon in another dimension. The dimension they were sent to changes, and other adventurers would be unable to access their room. Alan got too excited about them being sent to a separate server. Cecil asked what was with him, and he said that everyone was playing on different servers, so he could use summons freely without worry. After answering all their questions, the cube sent them to the dungeon. The entrance of the dungeon appeared in front of them. There were no lights or windows, but it was quite bright. Alan was mapping the area with his summons, so he knew where to go. He told them to take the next left. Since there were only low-ranked monsters here, they were going to take the shortest route, and he told them to ignore the treasure chest, which could be a trap. He then took a look at the statuses of their new teammates. He felt so excited when he was checking the status of their party members. He told Cecil to take the first slime. She used a fireball to kill it in one attack. That was her first time killing a monster. Alan then reminded Karina and Dagora that they could use their skills, but they didn't seem to have enough knowledge. 2 monsters came, so Karina and Dagora took them easily. Cecil leveled up for the first time, so she felt quite energetic. With that, they cleared the first floor in 1 day. In the dungeon, no matter where in the middle you stop, you can continue from there the next day. So he found a way to take advantage of this convenience. He left the hunting on that floor to the summoned beast. He just arranged to summon beasts all over the dungeon and go to school with peace of mind. Sweeping one floor per day would yield about 200 magic stones each day, and the deeper you got in the dungeon, the higher amount of magic stones and experience gained. On their 5th day of studying while exploring the dungeon, they reached the 6th floor and encountered the bottom floor where the boss of the dungeon was located. Cecil found this as an opportunity for everyone to learn more about Alan's talent, so they leave this boss to him. He had used 35,000 D-rank magic stones and then 7,000 magic balls to upgrade the power. By only using his bears, he easily took down the boss, and they won in one attack. They also got a steel sword as a reward. Alan offered to take it to the weapon shop and see how much they could get. The sword cost 1 gold coin, which helped with the cost of living. Dungeon bosses only appear once a day, so they were going to go at the end of the school day. Come to think of it, the dungeons were pretty convenient, but its most convenient part was the space teleport feature. Cecil felt tired, but it was fun to practice non-stop, and she felt happy to see her level keep increasing. In May, teacher Karlova came and informed the class that in 3 months after the summer break, there would be a dungeon exploration test, and those who failed was going to be expelled from the school. They will each explore one dungeon in groups no bigger than 8, and they can't ask anyone outside the school or any of the upperclassmen to join. Last year, 20 people died. The students were shocked when they heard this, but not Alan's team because they already knew about the Demon King. The students started to surround Karina asking for partnership, and since she couldn't say no to anyone, she looked at Alan helplessly. He told his team to stand up and turn to class. He stated that their team needed a member with expertise in support and recovery, and added that they already cleared 2 sea-level dungeons. The students were surprised. Alan continued by stating that they currently run 2 expeditions per week, and the condition was that they must be able to attend at least one of the 2 sessions. He warned them that dungeons were dangerous, so they needed to have faith in their teammates' abilities. He added that rewards would be shared equally, and by limiting the number of members, each person would get more. One of the classmates seemed concerned, so he said that they could feel free to bring them their concern. Alan was awesome, but no one had applied yet as no one in this class was good at healing. While they were having lunch in the dining hall, one of the classmates came and introduced himself as the classmate with the cleric talent, and wanted him to be more specific. Alan wanted to discuss his while eating, but he said that he doesn't eat lunch. Alan figured out what was happening, so he gave him 2 silver coins after saying that it would be awkward if they were the only ones eating. The boy went and got himself some food, and Karina offered him more of her food. He asked if he could get a decent income from dungeons. When Alan said that each time they explored, they got about 20 to 40 silver coins, which seemed a lot for the boy. He asked if he could participate, and Alan accepted. The team was so happy that they had a new member, and they started giving him more food. They had to wait for such a long time to get a cleric, so they must give him a warm welcome. The first day of exploration after Kill joined the team came, and they were in a sea-level dungeon. Kill was wondering if the practice was effective as he didn't do anything. Alan stated that if they fought with their teammates to defeat demonic beasts, they would become strong together. Alan told them to take care of the front line, and he firmly covered the back. 2 weeks later, on their 3rd day of dungeon exploration, they arrived at the bottom floor, and this time Alan left those to Cecil, Karina, and Dagora. Kill seemed amazed by them. After defeating the boss, Kill healed Dagora's arm, and Alan asked if he studied magic at school. He said that he knew it before coming there, and he worked as a healer at the church. They envy him because he could use his skill. Suddenly the treasure came, and he was so fast that they couldn't even see him going there. The reward was a mithril hand shield, and it was worth 15 gold coins. He gave Kill his part of the award, and Kill asked if he could officially join their group. When they shook hands and made it official, the notification appeared, which startled Kill. While looking at Kill's status, Alan informed Kill that they had rented their own house as a base and asked if he wanted to move in. Kill strictly refused his offer and started to run. Cecil figured from his name that he wasn't a noble, so he didn't have to go to the battlefield. But his healing talent was needed to fight the demon army. He was always alone at school, so they wanted to get closer to him. In June, Alan woke everyone up in the middle of the night. He finally succeeded in unlocking that awakening skill, but wondered what was this skill doing, and if it was worth wasting a lot of magic stones. After 3 years, he finally had a new summons. He summoned his new beasts. There were various monsters, and one of them could even talk to him. It could also go through walls. Next, he decided to test out new skills and summon Denka, a bug. His stats didn't change, only an awakening stats was added at the end. He tried out the skill and was surrounded by bugs. It was a pretty terrifying technique, so he decided to see how the others would awaken. He went home and introduced them to their new comrade Maria. Cecil seemed annoyed, but Alan didn't bother. He was looking forward to using the new skill in the dungeon. 2 days later, the academy was welcoming a special guest. This was a yearly event to raise the morale of the students, and the guests were Swordmaster Doberg, Hero Helmios, and Swordmaster Sylvia. The first question was from Karina. She asked Doberg how she could use her skills. Their teacher explained to Doberg who Karina was. Doberg asked her why she wanted to use skills so much, and she said that she wanted to get stronger, and Alan could use his skills, so she wanted to use it too. Hero Helmios mentioned Alan before. Doberg told Karina to come over there, and she followed him without any worry. Doberg told her to come at him and be conscious of her skills. Alan and Cecil seemed concerned. Karina attacked Doberg, but of course she didn't damage him. He reminded her to try using her skills. Karina attacked Doberg over and over until she got so tired. Doberg triggered her by saying that she would be able to use her skill maybe in 1 more year. She continues attacking her. They continued to fight until it got dark outside. Hero Helmios offered to have a friendly match, but was rejected immediately by Alan. It had been 8 hours, and Karina would probably reach her limit very soon. Doberg asked once again if she had given up, but she refused. Since long ago, she always noticed that Alan was always thinking about something. Since Alan had a big dream, she was dedicated to being stronger. Doberg told her to focus on how to use the skill and charge for the last time. One last slash and Karina succeeded in using her skill. Everyone was speechless. Doberg told her to not forget that feeling. Karina was too tired to say anything, and she just passed out. Alan held her and gave her his healing potion. Helmios asked Doberg why he didn't use the skill and taught her how to do it. He said that it was useless that way for someone like her. Hero Helmios then wondered what Alan's big dream was, but Alan politely stated that he was going to tell him when he could completely trust him. At the start of the next chapter, they were at the sea-level dungeon 3rd floor. Alan said he had been waiting for exploration day. He told them he would show off the new beast summons today. Then he ordered huge birds to come out, and then a couple of huge birds appeared. Everyone was in shock. They asked Alan if they were birds, and he said yes, and told them that they could ride them. Each of them got on a different bird and set off. The birds were quite fast. As they advanced, an enemy appeared in front of them. As soon as Alan said there was an enemy on the left, Karina stood ready to test her new skill. As soon as she approached the enemy, she swung her sword and cut it in half with a single blow with his flying sword skill. After that, she said she could do anything with her skills. Dagora told her in a jealous tone that she was the best. Maria appeared on the shoulder of Alan and told him that the magic stone had fallen out. He thanked Maria and said rather than the horse cavalry, they were the beast cavalry now, which seemed cool. On the last floor, Cecil said it was not even noon yet, but they had already passed the last 2 floors and defeated the boss. Meanwhile, Karina had formed such an emotional bond with her bird that she even gave it a name, which was Fran. She said Fran was fast. Alan was looking at Kill and thinking that despite steadily increasing his income, he skipped lunch. He thought he had only seen him cheered up when he saw the treasure chest. And with that, they had finished conquering 3 C-rank dungeons. Karina wanted to celebrate Kill becoming an official member of the group and wanted to give a feast. However, Kill said he would feel bad for the rest of his household. Alan asked him if his family was from that city. He said no. The 8 of them moved there together when he got into the school. Kill said his family also couldn't find a job, so they couldn't earn anything. So if it was just him enjoying things, it didn't feel right. Cecil told Alan that it looked like the right time. Then Alan told Kill that they were actually looking for someone to take care of the housework at their place, and asked him if he and his family would be willing to move into their house together. He said there was plenty of room left, and of course, he would still pay them. He told him that they were a team so he wouldn't let anyone suffer. Cecil also wanted to convince him, so she told Kill that they would divide the treasures found into 6 parts. She said 1/6 of the salary for the Kill family to take care of the house, and instead the magic stones would all go to Alan. Karina said Alan needed a lot of magic stones to level up. They all gave theirs up to him. She asked Kill if that was fair. He apologized and also thanked all of them. Then Alan wanted to hurry up and prepare a welcome party for everyone, so he pointed somewhere on the map and ordered them to gather at that station. The party started, and when Kill and his family arrived, it was a bit late, so Kill apologized for being late. Alan said that wouldn't be a problem. Alan asked Kill where his family was because they all looked so young. Kill's sister was the one who introduced herself. She said her name was Nina and she was his younger sister. She said it was an honor to meet everyone. Kill told Alan that he knew he was wondering about his family, and he said he would tell him later. Alan said okay, then they all went home. Cecil said there was a lot of food, so she wanted everyone to eat to their heart's content. Kill again wanted to thank them and told them that helped him a lot. Besides, Kill told Alan that he didn't need to be so formal with him. He just wanted to talk casually like with the other three. Alan was okay with that request. Cecil asked Kill if he must have been a noble. Kill said it was all in the past because his title had been removed. So now he was living with the servants who also didn't have a place anymore. Cecil said it was a pity. He said it was okay because he was used to civilian life. But when he was thinking about Nina, things were changing. Nina told her brother that she would try her best to help. Cecil told Nina that she and Alan both had a sister about the same age as Nina. Alan said speaking of their backgrounds, they were both peasants who were recently promoted to commoners. Kill said Alan didn't look like he was from that kind of background at all. Dagora said people used to say that in the past. Kill said at first he thought Alan and Cecil were both nobles. Cecil asked him if he knew that she was a noble. Karina said they were all from the same territory. Kill said he was a little jealous seeing them who had known each other since childhood, so asked them where they four came from. Alan said Granbiel territory. Kill asked Cecil if she was the young miss of the Granbiel family, and there was something strange in his eyes. Kill's family held Nina and told her to step back. Suddenly, Kill's eyes filled with anger and told Cecil that it was her who defeated House Calnal. Kill said his father's name was Cabroni Calnal. Dagora asked Alan what was going on, and Alan said it was about the dispute with the Calnals late last year. Kill was a bag of nerves and asked Alan if it was all that he was going to say. Kill said he heard from a royal emissary that it was all a trap from the Granbiel family. He asked in anger what they even did to them. Alan told Kill that he didn't expect to meet Calnal's son. Alan said the royal emissary said before that he was glad to have a child without talent, and said it must have been Nina. Then Kill was the child with talent, so he became a viscount because he brought down the Calnals. Cecil said she understood and wanted to explain everything. However, Cecil said first she needed to talk to Kill privately. She asked others to exit. Cecil and Kill were in the same room alone. Kill told him now that he was the only one. He asked her to tell him everything. Mr. Calnal was the only one who hired a group of assassins in a plot to take the right to her mithril from the Granbiel family. She said they kidnapped her and her servant Alan. She said thanks to Alan she escaped safely. Her father brought the whole matter before the royal court, and the Calnals received the appropriate punishment. She said she heard that Mr. Calnal and his wife were under house arrest at the Forbidden Palace. She said her father was indeed the one who brought down the Calnals, but she had nothing to be ashamed of. She told him if he didn't believe it, then he must have gone to the capital and asked about it himself. She said there would be a lot of evidence. Alan asked Kill what kind of person his father was in his eyes. Kill said until he was 5, he cared for him, and that kind of feeling was really good. He said things changed since the talent appraisal ceremony. He said that was all the memories he had left of his parents. From then on, he said, they let him live alone in another town with a few personal servants, so he didn't live like a noble ever since he was a kid. He had been used to an ordinary life. When he was 10, a tutor was sent to him. His father said it was to prepare for the academy, so he was happy. After all, he had an obligation to the Clanal family, but last October, suddenly a bunch of servants were fired. The cost of living stipend was cut, and he was also evicted from his own house. Nina also came after his palance went missing. He said that from then on, he started working at the church, and then a royal emissary came and told him the Clanal family was ruined like that because of the Granville family. As punishment, the noble's duty, that is, fighting magic beasts, would be raised from 3 years to 5 years. He said His Royal Highness told him to take pride in his achievements to resurrect his family. He apologized in the name of his father and told them he was going to leave the team. However, he said his family and he still needed a place to return to. He said he would definitely resurrect the Clanal family in 5 years. Alan asked Kill if he also had a duty of his own, and if it was the case, he suggested to go together because they had the same destination. Alan said they needed you, and they were a team because their talents complement each other. He said behind the evil demon army was the mighty demon lord. They must have been strong together to defeat him. Even though Clay said he would use them for his own purposes, everyone wanted to continue regardless of their goals. The next day, Kill's family apologized for all the things that happened yesterday and told them from now on they were in their care. Suddenly, Maria again appeared and welcomed them. They were surprised, and Nina held and hugged her. Karina said it was from Alan's talent. Alan told them that living together had become more exciting. Alan did not doubt Kill's wish to return to being a noble, but he wasn't sure about the words from that royal emissary. He thought he had to do some research to find out what Kalnal would do about Kill's future actions. Nina came to her brother Kill and asked him if he was going on an adventure that day. Kill told Nina not to worry because her teammates were strong. Alan said today they would enter the B-level dungeon. In the next scene, they were at the B-level dungeon. Dagora said it felt like a C-level dungeon, but Alan said the time it took to clear was twice that. That dungeon had 12 floors, and Alan hoped they could finish it within a month. Alan warned them there would be many traps along the way from now on, so he wanted them to move carefully. He wanted them to take the antidote first, which was valid for 1 day and priced at 3 silver coins. The scouting team was back and started to explore the B-level dungeon. When they arrived at the 4th floor, they found the treasure. Cecil warned Kill while he was trying to open the treasure box because there would be a disguised monster. Then Alan wanted Maria to check out for himself. When Maria opened the box, a mimic appeared. Then Maria destroyed it with the help of psycho skill and acquired 20,000 experience points. The treasure was a mithril spear, which sold for about 50 gold coins. Alan warned Dagora because the beast was approaching again. Then Dagora tried to use his full body armor skill and took down the monster. He was happy that he could use his skill. It was July and they were at the B-level dungeon bottom floor. Kill told them that was the boss of that dungeon. Karina said it made the great boars look small. It was a huge B-rank boar. It was about 5 meters tall. Alan wanted not to be complacent at this time. Looking at the stats, it was true that they could not lose. They all worked together and did their best. Alan was in command and they defeated one huge boar and acquired 24,000 experience. They were all happy that they defeated a B-rank monster. Meanwhile, Kill dramatically restored health to allies within a 10-meter radius, including summoned beasts. Then they found a silver box, and there was a scarletite knuckles, which was made of flaming metal ore, more precious than mithril. Kill said no one used it as equipment, so wanted to sell it and make a lot of money. He thought it would probably be worth about 100 gold coins. Alan said he thought Kill was trying to make money for his family, but maybe he just really liked money. He thought Kill would be a money maniac or Elkia money addict. Alan thought it was the first B-level dungeon with this growth rate. They would fail on the battlefield again and again, so the demon army must be extremely strong. He thought he had to raise everyone's levels even more and his own too. Each floor in a B-level dungeon yielded about 200 magic stones, so Alan thought if he divided the summoning team into 3 groups, he would get 600 magic stones per day. A month had passed, and the amount of magic stones accumulated was quite significant. Using C-rank magic stones as capital, he wanted to add 310,000 D-rank magic stones to the guild. With the bonus, he built more stables, 50 gold coins, and bought a magic watch to use in the dungeon. August had arrived, and they had a 2-month summer vacation. Alan used his Papo's skill, which could transmit Alan's voice to targets and others, except the target would not be able to hear it, to contact his father. He sent Papo to Karena village, and Mr. Gelda was also there. Alan told his father that he was going to talk with him through Papo. There were letters from Alan, Karena, and Dagora. Miura, Alan's sister, had no talent like their palants. Alan's father said his village was assigned mining, so he was chosen to be the new village head, and mining would start in April next year. Alan congratulated his father and said that he had also been the leader of the team for nearly 10 years, of course. He would be elected. Dagora's father and Gelda were also going to help. Alan thought his palants were both over 30 years old. They had been working very hard to raise them. Alan asked his father if once he had become village head, he would learn how to read. His father smiled and Papo came to Granbiel. Alan also talked with Cecil's father and said regardless of Cecil and Kill, he would be counting on him. He asked if the Kalnal family would revive the subject after completing the 5-year service. The Baron said if the king said so, there would be a possibility. However, he said, that could be a conspiracy since Kill had the cleric talent. When Kill successfully returned from the battlefield, he would be used by the king. More than half of the nobles thought this was a way to advance their children, and the Baron was also glad to have a healer next to his daughter. The Baron said most of the people who could heal were farmers or commoners, mostly working within the country. So on the battlefield, the elves became the healers, but elves wouldn't move for personal reasons. He said that was why he wanted to take advantage of having that healing noble as a protection amulet for his child. it was possible that even if they completed their duties after 3 years, they wouldn't be allowed to return. He said Clanel kicked Kill out of the house because he considered his son only as a pawn who didn't need education or love. Alan told the Baron, so the royal emissary tricked Kill into doing his duty even though he was a commoner. The Baron approved that and said Kill loved his family very much and always tried to save and earn money to take care of them. If he wanted to give up his job and return to being a noble, he said, he had a way to help. Alan told him there was still a way to go until the battlefield and requested him to wait patiently for news. Alan told everyone that everything he talked about was with Cecil's father. Dagora thought that the royal messenger must have been the enemy. Alan told him that was not, and the story of the family revival was still possible. Cecil wanted to wait and see how her father's report went in the royal capital. Kill thanked everyone and said no matter what the outcome, he still needed money to rebuild his family, so he wanted to try to explore more dungeons. In the next scene, they were at the A-level dungeon, and it saw September. They were finally challenging an A-level dungeon. Karina was wondering why the dungeon looked so deserted. The man at the entrance of the dungeon told them that it was because fewer than 10 teams could reach that level, and was shocked that only 5 people were there for that level. He said it was said that they were monstrously strong compared to other young adventurers, but it was still better to be careful. Alan was thinking that the bottom floor was an A-rank boss that he had never seen before, so he would have to prepare a new strategy. Besides, he realized that ever since Kill learned the truth about the Imperial emissary, he had been sad, but he continued to join their party. He was a good big brother. This dungeon had a lot of branching and complicated paths. Even though Alan sent a scout team to scope things out, he still couldn't find the end point. Moreover, there were a lot of traps. Fortunately, they allowed sleeping in the dungeon while exploring, so Alan had already summoned beasts to guard them, so he could sleep in peace. The deeper they went, the more B-rank monsters they met. There were 2 Orc Kings and 1 Cyclops ahead. Karina took down hers and went to Dagora's help. 2 Orc Kings were defeated and 20,000 experience received. Now only the Cyclops remained. Kill realized a trap and immediately warned Dagora and Cecil. It was a teleport trap that forcibly teleported them to any location in the dungeon. Alan left the Cyclops to Karina and left to carefully prepare healing potions and magic fruit in case of any accidents. But there was a limit to how much he could prepare, so they had to find them quickly. The first was to recall all the summoned beasts planted in B-level dungeons. Alan wanted Maria to take those 2 awakening-skilled mana seeds and a leaf of life. 30 minutes later, Alan saw Dagora and Cecil while they were under attack by 2 dragon-like monsters. Alan ordered Maria to head over to them and then wanted Kill and Karina to hold on tight to their fans. When Alan arrived just in time, they were safe. Cecil told everyone to be more careful now, and Alan wanted to focus on how to avoid traps. When the end of September came, they said that day would be the day they conquered the last floor. When they arrived at the bottom floor, they faced the Great Warrior who was about 10 meters away. Alan told them if they thought about it the other way around, it was lucky their first encounter was an armor type with strong physical resistance. He told them if they could defeat it, then it would prove that other A-rank monsters wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, if they succeed that time, their level would also increase significantly. Alan was thinking that they were getting farther and farther ahead of him, so he thought maybe he should have changed his cards to use a new formation. There were 3 options. The first one was Shark Oil, which increased the critical damage rate and was effective for 24 hours. The second one was the Substitute, which took the target's direct damage within a 50-meter radius range. The last one was the Flicker, which cancelled physical or magic attacks to a certain extent. Its effect lasted for 1 hour, and cooldown time was 1 day. Alan first summoned Team Cabello and then activated the maximum firepower. He defeated 10 Orc Kings and received 200,000 experience. He said now that was what a spell should have looked like. The boss was still there, and it was his time to be defeated. They all went together to kill him. Karina was stuck under the fist of the Great Warrior, but she said she was fine. After attacking him one by one and tiring and exploding some parts of him, Alan told them that they should take advantage of the situation and fully attack. They defeated 1 Great Warrior and received 480,000 experience. Everyone was so happy. The A-rank magic stone was really big. Then they saw the wooden treasure chest. They opened it and found a scarletite axe, which suited Dagora better than Mithril axe. Dagora thanked everyone for getting him that far. Alan thought it wasn't even a real battlefield, but it was already tense, so he had to level up and upgrade his equipment even more. When they proceeded, they came across a huge flying magic cube. The The magic cube said hello to members of Game Junkies. It gave them an A-level dungeon clearing certificate. There was a mark on it. It said after obtaining 5 marks from clearing an A-level dungeon, that card would convert to a certificate of eligibility to explore S-level dungeons. They all seemed so overwhelmed to hear about the S-level dungeon. They wondered how big that level's monster would be. Kill was thinking about the treasure because he thought the treasure also would be worth a lot. Thus, the summer of exciting adventures had come to an end. In October, Alan turned 13 years old and went back to school after summer vacation. His other classmates were thanking him for giving them advice. They were shocked to hear that Alan's team cleared the A-rank dungeon, but it was expected from the swordmaster, Karina. Cecil asked what he was going to do after class, and he said that he was going to go around and find a way to practice more sword skills. Karina wanted to join him, but he refused as he couldn't stack cards to increase his combat power, because he was letting the summoners hunt in the A-rank dungeon. Their teacher came and grabbed Karina, saying that she would practice with him. One of their classmates, Leifo, came and wanted Alan to practice with him. While practicing with him, Alan recalled the previous practices he made with Mihai. 3 hours later, Karina and the teacher were still practicing. He expressed his thoughts about them being able to clear the A-rank dungeon, so Karina thanked him. This made him remember the time Alan said about Karina. He then remembered that the principal called for Alan and Karina to meet him. Karina looked suspiciously at Alan, but he was sure they didn't do anything. He only met with the principal during the entrance exam, so he was curious. The teacher asked what happened after they got the A-rank dungeon completion certificate. Alan said that before they graduated, they were going to finish S-rank. There were 4 ranks in the Academy City, and there was another one in the Kingdom. Alan wondered if the teacher explored anything yet. He said that he had only cleared 3 A ranks, but his abilities stopped there. In the last few decades since Mr. Doberg completed an S rank, no one else had ever done it, so the teacher believed that he would be in the history books. They then arrived at the principal's office. He thanked them for coming and told them to sit. Karina asked if he was an elf. He confirmed her and stated that even though he looked like this, he was 1,000 years old, and he had been running the academy since 43 years ago. Alan figured that was the reason why he couldn't read his mind even a little. He said that he had something to tell them since they created an A-rank dungeon. He wanted them to join the School Martial Arts Festival convention next week. Karina seemed pretty excited, but Alan seemed nonchalant. He had never heard of it. So the teacher explained that it was only announced from their second year onwards, and 16 people excluding magicians would participate in one tournament. The principal added that many distinguished guests, including the King Radishu, would be there. Alan thought Dogora would be more suitable than him, but the axe user wasn't a candidate. The principal recommended him for his skills. Alan figured he wanted to see the summoner's full potential, but refused. He said that his summoning skills cannot be shown to the world, and even if he forced him to participate, he would intentionally lose the first match. The principal didn't insist on Alan and mentioned that the champion would be able to challenge Swordsmaster Doberg, so Karina was excited. He decided to finish the registration for Karina only. One day before the festival, 3 guests came to their house. Kill and Nina seemed pretty nervous. The Baron noticed that there was some resemblance to the Viscount Kalnal. He stated that he had already asked His Majesty about the revival of the Kalnal family, and apparently he said that he had never promised it. He then showed something. It was a contract that allowed them to revive their family. The condition was to dedicate 5 years to the battlefield, and if they make significant achievements, the time limit will be shortened. The Baron then swore on the honor of the Granbeels and the Hamiltons. Leifo approached and introduced himself. He was going to testify on behalf of his father, Earl Hamilton, who was the Lord Patron to both Granbeels and Kalnals. A Lord Patron was someone who took care of subjects that were lower-class nobles. Leifo mentioned that while Kill was on duty, the rest of the Kalnal family would be taken care of by the Hamiltons, which made them pretty happy. But Kill couldn't understand why the Baron was doing so much for him. The Baron stated that if he was a noble, he had to take responsibility for his actions, and what needed to be done must be done. He had one more thing to say. He stated that the royal messenger who used to hang out with Kalnal, and the one who met him, never revealed whose orders they received, but they served the same royal personage. That was Crown Prince Inbel von Radishu. The current king's grandson is expected to be his successor. Since he didn't have enough evidence, the king couldn't do anything. This means that the guy who tricked Kill and kidnapped Cecil is still out there. The Baron added that His Majesty was already old and would probably only reign for about 5 more years before ceding the throne, and it was hard to predict what the new king would do with this contract. Kill said that thanks to everyone, his hope was no longer at zero, so he was determined to finish what he needed to do. The martial arts festival was tomorrow, and the Baron mentioned that he was looking forward to Karina's performance. The next day, many people came to the martial arts festival to see and judge the warriors who would fight the demon army. The Baron showed Alan the crown prince. Alan glared at the prince for a while. Meanwhile, Karina was beating everyone up. It was unbelievable that a first-year swordman defeated a third-year participant. Her next match was against Doberg. Doberg always took down the champions of the tournament, so everyone was excited for the results. They took their places, and the match started with Karina's flying sword and King of Thunder. However, Doberg was a man hard to defeat. He was dodging all the attacks Karina was making and also kicked her in the stomach. Doberg was triggering Karina by asking her if she wanted to give up. Karina got even more ambitious, and their battle was so fast that it was hard to follow their attacks. Eventually, Karina's power was gone, and she fell to the ground. The match ended with Doberg's win, and they got Karina to be treated as she was badly injured. Alan personally went and healed her. Karina was crying her eyes out as she lost against Doberg, even though she did her best. Alan comforted her by saying that she shouldn't be disappointed because she had proven herself a lot stronger, and the next year she would be able to defeat him easily. The Baron came and applauded Karina. He stated that it had been 10 years since he had seen two swordsmen compete. Suddenly, the prince came and wanted to talk to the Viscount. The Baron agreed to speak to the crown prince. The prince thought the royal family should reward the lord of a land that produced champions. One of his soldiers told his servant to wait outside as they were already there for protection. The crown told the Baron to sit, but Alan interrupted and offered him a seat. It was a successful entry. Cecil and the others could rely on the knight's captain, but Alan wondered what this prince was up to. The prince mentioned how well the Granbiel territory was developing, and it produced a swordmaster and had a mithril being mined again. Moreover, they even destroyed the Kalnals, and this event was called the Granbiel Incident by the world. He added that the Gamut Empire was asking for more elites to be sent to the battlefield. He told him to let his daughter, the Swordmaster, and the Kalnal boy go this time, and added that there was also the alternative of joining the clergy. The Baron was shocked. Before the Baron could say anything and mess up, Alan stated that he was the captain of the members he just mentioned, and he had to protect Cecil no matter how dangerous the situation was. The prince seemed to be pleasant. The Baron understood the situation and decided to not object. He should be grateful to Alan for stopping him from messing up just because he loves his daughter. It had been 3 months, and since then, Alan's enhancement skill had reached level 7. They cleared their second A-level dungeon and obtained many treasures, including weapons and armor made of scarletite and adamantite, and a newly introduced stat boots ring. Today was the day they challenged the boss of the dungeon. It was Heavy Dragon, the strongest boss they had ever encountered. Luckily, it didn't have any other monsters next to it. Cecil asked Alan what was his plan when the people at the guild warned them to not fight it, but they didn't even consider something like that. That was what he looked forward to the most when exploring dungeons. He placed his cards to optimize attack power. He decided to take the first shot and told them to be careful with the dragon's breath attack. As expected, Cecil's preemptive attack was the most suitable. He used Cabio Bomb Rain as his first attack. Something unexpected happened and the dragon spoke. While they were shocked, it called them ignorant. Alan sent another Cabio Bomb Rain. With that, they had somewhat reduced its power, but they made him mad. It was time to fight. Karina made an attack, and Alan noticed that Karina's attack was useless, but couldn't figure out if it was because of the hardness of its skin or if it had physical resistance properties. The dragon seemed pretty mad, so Alan noticed that he was about to fire, so he warned everyone. He used Teku to protect them. Successfully, Alan blocked the Git, but it wasn't over. Karina, Cecil, and Maria attacked all at once, but this time the dragon was taking his time to blow that fire. Alan realized that he was going to put more energy into this attack, so he told everyone to step back. The dragon's one hit killed all 4 Teku. He was sure Cecil and Kill would be dead if they got hit by that, but he didn't have time to summon more, so he had to only protect Kill and Cecil. Kill immediately started healing everyone, but there was another attack coming. Alan told everyone that they still had a chance, and this was going to be a tug of war. He told them to stand in a line behind him, but Karina didn't seem to listening to him. She wasn't answering anything, and she suddenly started running towards the dragon while it was preparing for another blow. Karina didn't seem to be in herself, and she took the whole blow, but it didn't stop her. She sliced the dragon with one attack, awakening her extra skill. Everyone was puzzled by Karina's unexpected strength. Dagora and Alan saw this extra skill when they were 5 years old. Alan noticed that all the stats went up to 3,000, and there was also a super recovery of physical strength. She was recovering 1% every second. The dragon was furious and made another attack, but Karina was faster. She defeated the dragon with her sword. Everyone was once again in shock. She returned to her friends smiling like nothing happened. Everyone started to praise her. Cecil wondered how she could use it all of a sudden, but she couldn't give a proper answer. Kill noticed the golden chest and told them. There was a ring inside of the chest. They hoped that it was the magic healing ring he had been looking for, but unfortunately, it was just a stamina cover ring. It was a bit sad, but they still had hope. Cecil wondered if they could defeat the White Dragon, the legendary creature rumored to be in the Granbiel territory. Karina and Dagora seemed excited, but Alan was sure that they couldn't take it down yet. This time, Karina accidentally awakened her extra skill to win. Moreover, if they defeated the dragon, it would be hard for Kill to return as a lord. Kalnal was now under the royal family, and it was just an ordinary territory that had lost the right to mind Mithril for 100 years. If the White Dragon was also defeated, the royal family would not hand over the land to Kill. But after Kill becomes lord, they are going to defeat the White Dragon. Their next aim was to defeat the heavy dragon with their strength. 3 months later, they had cleared the 3rd A-rank dungeon. Karina leveled up, and from now on it stopped, unexpectedly even though they were only 13 years old. Everyone except Alan had reached the level limit. Dagora was anxious that they couldn't get stronger if they had reached the level limit. Alan told him that they still had a lot of work to do. Firstly, they needed to master the extra skills themselves, and then collect as many support rings and powerful weapons as possible. They got 1 gold chest since then, but they felt empty now that they couldn't level up anymore. Alan remembered that some games set a threshold to break the level limit. If so, it could be expected that this world would also have the conditions to continue to level up even more. But the hero and Doberg were both level 60, so Alan needed to find another way to make the whole team stronger, because they had 2 years left until they went to the war. In April, end of the spring break, 2,600 outstanding students had passed the tests to enter Year 2. The teacher informed them that the former class members remained unchanged after class, and at the same time, they were going to welcome new students into each class. There were 3 new students. Those 3 were from the kingdoms in the northwest and northeast of the Zhongying Empire. They started to introduce themselves. The first girl was Sophia Roni from the Kingdom of Elves Rosenheim. The other one was Fomal, the guardian of Princess Sophia Roni, next line to be queen. The class was so excited to have Sophie as their new classmate. Meanwhile, Sophie and Alan made eye contact, and she seemed a little surprised and blushed, so Alan thought she found his black hair weird. He found her a troublemaker and was sure the guy next to her wasn't 13 years old. The next girl was Maruru, and she was from Vukis Kingdom. She was a dwarf, and she was 13 old too. Since Alan's team was the only team that didn't have 8 members, the teacher sent those 3 to his group. He told them that they would talk more during a lunch break, but was pretty nervous in his head because adding 3 people to the group at once wasn't great for sharing experiences. He wondered how much the 3 of them knew about the Demon King. At the canteen, Alan decided to introduce his group. He introduced himself as the captain of the Game Junkies team and stated that they camp within the dungeon every day. Sophia still wanted to join their team and stated that she had cleared all the C-ranked dungeons in Roseheim and that she was an elemental spirit mage. Formal was an archer. Maruru's talent was magic statue. Elemental spirit mage and magic statue were the talents that Alan had never heard of before. Cecil wondered if elemental spirits were the same as Alan's ability. Sophia got excited that they had the same skills. Malulu said that she wanted to go to the group too, but she had some personal problems so she couldn't help right away. But she still wanted to be stronger. They all seemed to know all about the war with the Demon King. The rest of the group members were enthusiastic about them, and this made Alan relieved. Suddenly, the principal appeared and told Alan that he was a bit worried about Princess Sophia. The principal was a high elf of the royal family, but Princess Sophia's position was much more than that. Not only was Formal tasked to protect her, but now Alan was too. He wanted him to keep an eye on her, and Alan took this job. 4 days later, there seemed to be a fest in the house. They were growing so fast, so Alan was glad that he rented this big house. He told Sophia to forgive him if he was being rude, as they would be living together now. When it was time to eat, our base team started to eat while elves were praying. Elves were a religious race, and they were praying the elemental king. They always privately thanked the one who bestowed elemental spirit magic on the whole race. Sophia explained that elemental spirits would grow according to sincere prayers, so they always pray for the elemental spirit king to become a god. Cecil asked Maruru why she wasn't praying, and she said that Mr. Degrani said it wasn't necessary. He was the god known as the dungeon master that the dwarves worship. Moreover, he also made a ton of magical devices, and they made magic props based on that. Sophia wondered if Alan worshipped anyone, but he wasn't. Kill worships the creator god Elmia. Dagora mentioned that the three of them would try the B-class dungeon soon and wondered if they should go back to the B rank too. The new members were shocked that they reached A-rank dungeons and felt like they would be obstacles to them, but Karina told them to not worry. Alan still thought they should keep the progress of exploring the A-rank dungeon until July, but they would stop by and re-explore the B level. Cecil is concerned about the time, so Alan explains that their team would split up into 2 groups to explore the dungeon. After the sudden increase in members, splitting the group was the best for them. A level exploration group included Karina, Kill, and Cecil, while B level included Alan, Dagora, and the 3 new members. Alan and Dagora will be in Group B for half a day, then for the rest of the day, they will move to Group A. Multiple summoned beasts could work independently, so this distribution was very feasible. With the transfer student team with Alan, all newcomers to the Game Junkies team had become teammates. Dagora was shocked that Sophia was 48, and Formal was 67 years old. Alan informed them that they were going to ride Fran into the dungeon. They found his ability amazing. Now it was time to go. Alan reminded Maruru that she didn't have to work hard and she could just stay behind them. Sophia used her spirit magic and healed Maruru. Though not as good as a magician or a healer, spirit magic was quite good at assisting like that. Formal was also pretty good at archery. Sophia stated to Alan that they would cover their backs to be safe so they could trust them. Maruru felt useless, but Alan told her that there were no golems there, so it was okay. Maruru could use magic to control golems. If there were golems, they could easily duel with dragons. Sophia mentioned that Vaucus was a military powerhouse due to possessing golems, and they could block the attacks of the demon army. Thus, it made it very hard to bring golems abroad. Sophia stated that Dagora and Alan were also very strong. Standing on the battlefield with them would be quite reassuring. Alan wondered why she was calling him Sir. Sophia explained that it was because he was the person mentioned in the forecast of Elemental King Rosen. The Elemental King usually sleeps year after year, and he never talks to anyone. 10 years ago, he suddenly said, "The black-haired boy was born, under the Zhongying Empire, all the bare minimum talents." He also said that the great black-haired boy, dancing in the sky filled with light, would dispel the darkness from this world. And Sophia was now convinced that the forecast was true. Alan seemed confused. It was true that he wanted to defeat the Demon King, but it didn't sound very specific, so he wasn't sure a forecast would be any help. But now he sees why, when they found him at the academy gate, both the principal and the hero know about that prediction. He wondered if that was the reason why they allowed him to act freely. He decided to move on and finish the B-rank dungeon exploration as soon as possible. In mid-April, at the Grand Biel territory, Alan came. Maria also came and introduced herself as Alan's summoned beast, and informed them that from now on they were going to help them as head of the mining village there. Alan's siblings seemed pretty interested in the summoned beasts, while his father wondered what was the baggage. He said that it was weapons and tools that his friends and he bought it. Karina's father was amazed by the weapons they sent, while his father was concerned about Alan's financial situation. Alan explained that they earned 2,000 gold coins every month from the dungeons, and they had about 20,000 as capital. Alan then told Maria to help them, and if they caught board, they could eat it freely. At the end of July, they were once again at the dungeon, and Sophia used her extra skills, Great Spirit Manifestation, and defeated the monster. They were pretty impressed by her. She had gotten a lot stronger, and the summon didn't fail. Dagora found her once-a-day skill pretty strong, and Formal had it too. Those who can't use their extra skills seemed pretty jealous. Tomorrow was the beginning of summer vacation, and the principal called Alan and Karina over. The principal told them that someone wanted to see them today. Hermios came and asked Alan and Karina to join the Academy's martial arts conference this October. Karina accepted it while Alan refused. The principal wanted to know the reason why he didn't accept it, so he explained that there was no need to know his ability. The principal stated that although the content of the prophecy was vague, there was a high possibility that he was the one who could defeat the Demon King, and all of them wanted to know more about summoner abilities. Alan noticed that the way he spoke had changed, and he no longer seemed to be hiding things about the Demon King. If the principal was straightforward, then he needed to return the favor as well. He said that if he revealed his identity to the demon army, then they could plan to get rid of him. He was still maturing, and the participation in the conference was pointless. The principal let his breath out. Hermios then dropped his rare magic healing ring accidentally to show Alan. He stated that it was a gift from the Elemental King to thank him for saving elves from danger. He asked Alan if he needed any advice as he was looking for that in the dungeons, but Alan refused. Regardless, Hermios mentioned that mana regeneration rings cannot be found in dungeons, not even in S-rank ones. This information was actually a secret and shouldn't be revealed. Alan was staring right at him. He wanted Alan to stop glaring at him as he was only doing this because he was a kind person. He said that the dungeon master can't make magical recovery items because he met him and asked him directly, but he mentioned that it was possible to obtain orichalcum weapons in S-rank dungeons, but he advised him not to go. He knew everything Alan was looking for. Alan asked why he shouldn't go there. Hermios comfortably stated that some members of his group would die. Alan thanked him firmly for giving him such important information and asked what he wanted in the end. He said that this year's runner-up would have a chance to fight the swordsmaster Doberg, and the champion would be fighting with him, hero Hermios. If he won, he promised him that he would give a magic healing ring to him. Alan wanted to take a look at the ring, and it was amazing. He really wanted this ring. Hermios then asked if that was enough to make him join the conference. Alan thought about his priorities. He questioned which one was more important and decided that both were necessary, so he decided to join the conference. He asked if he could use items in combat, and Hermios confirmed him. He told him to prepare well as it was only 2 more months left. Alan was dedicated to crushing Hermios in front of the entire royal family and audience, then getting the ring. After that, Alan and Karina went home and gave everyone the news. They surely weren't expecting this. Sophia found it as an opportunity to show his abilities, but he was actually wanted to avoid that. But he must get the magic healing ring as soon as possible. Kill wondered if Alan had a way to defeat the strongest hero. With Alan's current ability, it was obviously impossible, so he was going to practice alone for the next month. To become stronger within 2 months, he'd need new summoned beasts, and would need to use many skills and accumulate as much experience as possible. Cecil stated that for summoners, using skills required a lot of magic stones, but the amount of magic stones obtained from guilds and cities and dungeons was not enough, so he planned to go to other big cities and buy more magic stones and also buy good items. He told everyone to focus on clearing the 5th level dungeon. He would still leave a group of summoned beasts to support them so they don't need to worry. They need to meet the conditions to enter the S-level dungeon. This will be Sophia's first A-level dungeon. Karina asked if Alan was going to give up on exploring the dungeons, and he said that if he had time, he would follow them. He told Karina to pay attention and master the extra skills for the upcoming Congress. Karina seemed pretty dedicated to become strong enough to defeat the hero. Dagora realized that before fighting the hero, she had to defeat Alan. They then said goodbye and promised to see each other after the summer break. 2 months later, Alan kept going to big and small guilds in this country to buy magic stones. In some places, the price of magic stones transactions increased significantly, but he had to accept it. 2 8,000 gold coins he earned from the dungeon were quite abundant. Finally, he got 1 million D and E-level magic stones. Clavel magic stones were quite expensive, so he only bought 100,000 of them. And with that, the summer vacation was over. His summoning skill reached level 2, and with his new powers, he was also able to summon some B-level beasts. When the summer vacation was over, he turned 14 years old. His teammates seemed like they missed him. Alan and his teammates were growing, and Sophia was once again amazed by him. In the second year, there were new subjects, and that was the Demon King's history. It was the history which was not told to the people of the kingdom. The existence of the Demon King, the hero, and the fierce battle with the demon army in the northern part of the central continent. His class had 3 nobles and the holy sword, Kurena. Those 4 would definitely go to the battlefield to fulfill their noble duty. There was a meeting to decide if they would go to the battlefield with their group. Some people wanted to stay in the country as adventurers or soldiers, and didn't want to go to the battlefield, and the ones wanted to increase their achievements by fighting for 3 years. Against foreign parties' domestic talent management policies, the academy itself also has its own program for those who didn't have to do noble duties and still wanted to join the battlefield. Mihai also went to the battlefield with such friends. After everything was revealed, the teacher also announced the academy's martial arts congress. Their class had Alan and Kurena who would join, and this year there was also participation of heroes. A few days later, everyone came to see who would win the congress: the Baron, elves, and even the Crown Prince. Alan won against a third-year student who was called the Sword King. It had been a while since Cecil saw him use that sword. He was indeed pretty strong, but he must have something very strong to use against the hero. Hermione also noticed that he was hiding his true talent as usual, but a status like that can't be hidden forever. Now it was time for the dramatic final, Kurena versus Alan. Both were members of the famous Young Adventurers Guild game Junkies, which had successfully cleared all 5 A-level dungeons. Kurena told Alan that she would not hold back this time. Alan felt nostalgic as it was 6 years from their last battle like this. The battle started with Kurena's flying sword. Alan managed to protect himself, but Kurena told him to summon the beast to protect him. However, Alan was still avoiding this option. Kurena still hasn't unleashed the extra skill, but was attacking him non-stop. The audience was sure she would win. In terms of smash power and durability when attacking, Kurena was better, but Alan's offense and speed were superior. Kurena's still laughing and playing while hitting Alan, and he was doing his best to defend. She told him to use the summoned beasts, and even if he summoned them, they would be taken down immediately. Kurena then used the executing strike, but Alan was too slow. She then used red flame breaking, and Alan was on fire. The other team members were worried. Kurena also seemed worried, but Alan was fine. Since she dropped her guard down, the winner of this congress was Summoner Alan. The team members were trying to figure out if he was unharmed, or if he had a summoned beast with a hidden protection skill. Alan told Kurena to not be sad because there was a match against Doberg, and she had to pay off last year's debt. According to the information obtained, he was also at level 60 and possessed the adamantite sword. Kurena's direct attacks would be read by him, so the extra skill that she didn't use just now would be the whole card this time. Kurena seemed upset that she would stop at level 60, just like Doberg. Alan suddenly headbutted Kurena and told her that he would find a way to solve the level problem, and told her to focus on the wall in front of her. They looked at Hermione and Doberg with pretty stubborn glances, and the senior's responsibility was to teach those stubborn juniors, as Hermione said. The special battle between the Holy Sword Doberg and the runner-up, Kurena. The Baron wondered if it was too challenging for Kurena because no student had even won such a special match like this. But Alan had hope because her speed had improved thanks to the auxiliary ring. Kurena remembered what Alan said to her about the special skills before starting the battle. The match started with Kurena's Thunderbolt. Doberg's speed seemed to overwhelm Kurena, so Alan wondered if he had any here that he didn't know about. Doberg also noticed that Kurena got a lot stronger, but that wasn't enough. He was starting to read her, which wasn't a good sign. Doberg made another attack that made her fall to the ground and told her to get up. Alan noticed that Kurena was breaking her limits and awakened her extra. Doberg was shocked. She was attacking him over and over, and he seemed like he was about to lose. Doberg was on the ground and people thought the winner was Kurena, but the battle wasn't over. Doberg was furious. Alan noticed that he was going to go all in and worried if Kurena could hold out. With Doberg's last attack, Kurena's sword broke and Hermione came and stopped Doberg from killing her. He was shocked. Hermeos explained that just now his skill had him under its control while the opponent was just a teenager. Doberg realized what had happened and got on his knees, accepting Karena's win. He then handed his own sword to Karena and apologized for breaking her sword. The people knew that Doberg had an obvious chance to win, but still, a 13-year-old student was able to drive him to the limit. Her performance was a treat for the eye, but Karena still seemed off. Hermeos noticed Alan's worried face. Alan thanked him for protecting Karena. Hermeos always kept an eye on Doberg because he was very competitive. Alan noticed that Hermeos was wearing the golden armor, which was the most powerful gear in the world. In this world, the existence of heroes was incredibly special. While millions of people were being slaughtered by the army and every kingdom fell to its destruction, heroes were the saviors sent by the gods. Hermeos went to war at the age of 15, and now he was 24 years old. He was the hope of mankind. But this didn't matter now, because Alan was surely wiping that winning smile off his face and taking back the recovery ring. Hermeos was sure that he would be famous after the tournament. That would be annoying for Alan for sure. Alan stated that he hates being dragged into those unnecessary fights, and if he takes a loss now, he wouldn't have to suffer any pain. This made Hermeos laugh, and he told Alan that no matter how hard he trained or what kind of tricks he hid, he shouldn't ever think of beating him. The match started, and Hermeos came at him with a burst of speed. Unexpectedly, Alan blocked his attack, but Hermeos was holding back because killing wasn't allowed there. Alan knew that if he was any slower, he would be dead now. Hermeos was incredibly strong, even without using any skills. Hermeos was also surprised because he thought Alan wasn't supposed to be able to deflect his attack. Although he had not yet activated the extra skill since they met, he had a wide range of skills. He wondered the reason behind that, which made Alan realize that he couldn't read through the summoner's blessing with his assessing ability. Hermeos made another attack. He made fun of Alan for looking miserable. Alan had caught up with his pace, but usual counterattacks wouldn't work for the hero, so it was time to use a new skill. He summoned Doradora, his dragon, to attack Hermeos. The hero was so surprised that Alan managed to hit him. The crowd had gone wild, and now it was Alan's turn to be the cool one. Surely Alan surpassed everyone's expectations by summoning a dragon. He wondered if he hurt Hermeos, but according to his response, the dragon might not be sufficient enough. While some of his supporters were amazed by him, the other ones were just trying to figure out what he was trying to do. The Crown Prince seemed pretty nervous. Alan wanted him to use his skill, so he tried to force him by using Doradora's Awaken skill. The fire of rage burned Hermeos, but unexpectedly he started flying. He then used his healing magic to heal himself. Alan seemed to understand his status now. There would be 6 skills in the normal mode, and the other one must be the attacking skill. Meanwhile, Hermeos couldn't read the summoner's status. Meanwhile, he could read the magic beasts. He told Alan that he couldn't hit him anymore because he flew faster than the dragon. But Alan was laughing. He used Team Kebio to surround him and explode. Hermeos thought he could get away with it, but Alan once again surrounded him. The audience was freaking out because they thought Alan was about to kill him. Alan noticed that his 7th skill, the high-speed summons, worked. Up until now, it took him 10 seconds to summon an individual. He could now call back a team in less than a second thanks to this new skill. As long as he focused his imagination, he could summon anything regardless of the number and type. All 70 cards of summoned beasts in the holder could now receive his call instantly. It still depended on the number of magic stones and power, but the fact that they can be summoned before the opponent takes notice was an advantage. Hermeos realized that the situation wasn't good, so he attacked Alan from above, but he easily dodged him. Alan then summoned Korin, his 3-headed dog. Hermeos felt like he was fighting an army of beasts. He cut the dog, but it didn't bleed. Hermeos managed to hurt Alan even with the constant attack of the beasts. While they were healing themselves, Hermeos decided to not hold back and warned Alan that he should surrender if he didn't want to die. But this was what he had been waiting for, the hero's attacking skill. Hermeos used his Red Sparrow skill while the beasts were running towards him. He managed to cut the beasts and was about to hit Alan. The moment before he was about to get sliced by Hermeos, Alan summoned Mira and defended himself. Its shield was so hard that even Hermios couldn't cut. Now it was time to counterattack. Mira attacked Hermios so hard that he was lying there motionless. Alan figured that only an attack from the hero could bring down the hero. In terms of status, that was pretty much a bet. He wondered if he had succeeded in defeating him. Hermios opened his eyes, and it seemed like he realized what Alan was planning all along. Alan asked if he admitted defeat, because even if he kept attacking, he couldn't get through the counterattack skill. Hermios admitted that the prophecy of the Spirit King was true, and that humanity did have hope. In the next scene, we see Hermios being puzzled. He wanted this battle against the Demon King to be over, going up against him without even knowing who he really was, and even with the best equipment he had and overcoming all of the divine trials, he still couldn't defend himself. His comrades died, and despite it all, new soldiers always get sent to the front line without fail. And it was all because he was a hero who mustn't resign himself to desperation. The countless lives they lost continued to fuel that fragile hope he had. And one day, when he was entrusted with the ring, the king wanted him to unveil the hope he had always pondered about. Alan was confused because Hermios was supposed to be humanity's hope. Hermios asked him if he should teach him some more advanced fighting knowledge, but all Alan wanted was just the ring, so he refused by saying that he already knew heroes were really strong. He didn't want to waste a bunch of magic stones, but Hermios wanted one last strike. Hermios activated his extra skill, making everyone shocked. Alan realized that he was just as competitive as Doberg, and he must find a way to deflect his extra skill. He summoned Teku, but wasn't sure if its awakening skill could hold out for long enough. Without hesitation, Hermios used his holy sword to attack Alan. He tried to defend himself, but both his arms were gone because of how powerful this attack was. But he was still alive and was furious. Even if all of his bones break, he wanted to have that ring. He used Momoko's awakening skill, Heaven's Blessing, and regrew his arms. He then grabbed another sword and started to walk toward Hermios. Hermios asked him to give up, as the gap in ability was already apparent, but Alan wasn't going to do that. Since he just cut off his arm, they need to fight to the death. Besides, the stronger the opponents get, the more they should stand out ground because the enemy is so strong that the rewards become so much greater. Hermios told him to just succumb to desperation before achieving all that. But Alan was confused. He realized that a hero also feels the same way as Karina does. Even if they were prodigies only born every 100 years, the pressure of shouldering the world's hope was still too much. This world was too extreme for those in normal mode, but even so, he knew that they couldn't let go. While hope is lost, all he needs to do is stand up and push through. He already decided that when he first set foot in this world. He firmly told Hermios that if they were once again faced with hopelessness, then they just had to try and overcome it. This made him laugh, and he asked who he was. Alan started to think about it. Demon King called himself the demonic king of the end. So in this case, he was Alan's summoner of the beginning. Hermios seemed impressed and surprised while Alan only came up with this at that moment. Hermios approached him and gave the ring just like that. Alan was shocked. Hermios explained that the Elemental King himself asked him to give it to the summoner of the beginning, which meant that all he had to do was just come up with a nickname. He wondered what he was going to do without the ring, and Hermios said that he still had another one. Hermios wanted to continue the fight, but Alan forfeited and admitted his defeat because there was no reason for him to fight. The audience wasn't expecting something like that, nor Hermios. With that, the special battle had ended and the winner was hero Hermios. His teammates immediately came beside Alan and supported him. Alan did much better than everyone expected. 1 week later, a celebratory banquet was held at a hotel. They were greeted by lots of people and people were talking about Alan and his skill a lot. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince seemed pretty scared and told him to stop. His guardian informed him to be more careful because security here wasn't entirely guaranteed. Alan noticed that he was being extra cautious because he was now seen as a danger. The Crown Prince started his speech by stating that they all had amazing fights and told them to use the strength they had displayed in support of the nation. But the strong wouldn't neglect, so they must show patriotism. Alan was glad that he kept his speech short. The prince then told Alan that his battle against the hero was eye-opening, and he could say it was the pinnacle of all duels throughout the Academy's history. The Crown then laughed and stated that Sir Granville should have been promoting him long ago. Before the Baron was about to say something, Alan took a weapon out of nowhere and stated that he was a main guest of the Granville family. The tension in the room increased with the existence of the weapon. Alan continued, stating that he had gotten countless opportunities to grow thanks to the Granvilles, and no words could describe how grateful he was to them. The smile on his face was erased, and he stated that whenever necessary, he would become the guardian of the Granvilles, ready to destroy whatever harm there may be. The prince was startled by Alan's words and allowed him to leave. At the Guillemette Kingdom, Helmios returned. His friend asked him about the E-rank boy he mentioned, and he stated that he somehow gave him hope. December arrived, and the game junkies were in the final stage of A-level dungeons. They had defeated the heavy dragon without using Karina's skill, even though it took a bit of time. Now that they had B-grade summons, A-level dungeons became so much easier to explore. Merle was at level 58 while Alan was 55. Sophia and Formal were already 60. The treasure appeared and it was a ring again. But it wasn't made from auriculum, which means it was true that they could only find them in S-level dungeons. A voice congratulated them and granted them the passes for S-level dungeons. Alan asked where were S-level dungeons, and the voice stated that they were at the Janpani Monastery of the Bacchus Empire. They thought Merle could know something about it. She said that she had never gone before, but she knew they worshipped God de Grigny, the one who created dungeons in the credence of the dwarfs. They need to wait before they can challenge S-level dungeons, Kill suggested, waiting until summer. Alan was wondering if they could transfer to the Bacchus Academy in year 3. Sophia suggested asking the principal. The voice stated that after clearing S-level dungeons, they could challenge the dungeon master. Kill wondered if the dungeon master was God de Grigny. Alan was more interested in the grand prize. It was decided that their goal next year was to defeat S-level dungeons. A few days later, the king of Latashi passed. A kingdom-wide funeral was organized. Civilians were to dress in mourning clothes for a few days. In January, the crown prince came to the throne. Alan had always been mindful of the troubles that may come his way if people found out he was a summoner. 2 months went by uneventfully and without any mishaps. Now that he had a magic ring, spellcasting had become much more comfortable, so he actively chose to use skills requiring more mana to practice. While they were in the class, the teacher came in a hurry and stated that the principal called the game Junkies. When they went to the principal's office, he told them to listen carefully to what he had to say. Apparently, almost all of them had received a decree to enter battle from the new king of Latashi, even though they were still in their second year. As for Princess Sophia, Former, and Merle, they had received return orders from their homelands. Both Rosenheim and Bacchus had sent their official dispatches. According to the letter of decree, they had been summoned to Rosenheim. Alan was sure that something serious was going on, so he asked for more details. With an exhausted face, the principal informed them that a total of 10 million demons were heading for Rosenheim, Bacchus, and the whole Zhongying continent. That number was 10 times the number last time. The principal mentioned that in the past, demons would only gather in places with the weakest force, which was the Zhongying continent. Rosenheim received the blessings of the elemental king, and Bacchus had an army of golems under its command, but that had not been the case ever since the hero appeared. Right now, Rosenheim was the weakest link. Just a month ago, 3 million demons attacked Rosenheim and the northern bastion was destroyed. The elven army only came to 6 million. Not to mention they had to support the other 2 empires as well. 3 million demons have already surrounded the capital, and currently, 70% of Rosenheim's territory is under the Demon King's control. Sophia couldn't believe what she was hearing. She asked if the queen was safe, but the principal couldn't establish communication through magic objects, so they had no idea how she was. Sophia was speechless. The principal stated that there was a bloodbath in the south, and Rosenheim's fall was looming. Alan wondered if the war had already gone on for a whole month, and if there was any trouble communicating. The principal stated that elves had never liked tribes stepping foot upon their motherland, but he could never have thought this stubbornness would lead to such tragedies. Merle asked about the Baokis and the Zhongying continent. He said that both were fine as of now. There were 2 million enemies in Zhongying, and 1 million were in Bacchus waiting to strike. The numbers were inconceivable. Alan was questioned about their aim. He asked about those elves helping with the healing over in Zhongying. The principal said that they also received orders to return to Rosenheim. There were about 1,000 in the team. Alan figured that the demons must be waiting in Zhongying for everyone to leave to make an attack. Cecil also wondered if Zhongying could hold up against 2 million demons without elves. But the answer was obvious. However, they had the hero with them. But no one was tricking anyone because the hero couldn't protect all of those alone. Alan noticed that the principal only mentioned about 6 million demons while there were 10 million. The principal explained that the rest was back up. 4 million were lying in ambush at sea. The team was debating where to go, and they figured that it would be better for them to go to Guillemot instead. Alan listened to them very carefully and stated that their only option was to save Rosenheim. Even the principal seemed surprised. He stated that the magic high-speed vessel would be prepared immediately for tomorrow's dispatch. Cecil required to know the reason behind his decision. Taking into account their number and strategies, this must be an army the Demon King had spent much more time preparing, but it was still not enough to completely overwhelm them. Therefore, they were going to attack in order of priority. That would be Rosengeen, Zhongying Continent, and Bacchus. They tried to spread out and wait so that the plan could work. Cecil then asked where those 4 million demons stationed at sea attacked first. He said that there was a high possibility that they would arrive right away if the Rosenheim battlefield saw a bad turn of events. Furthermore, he thought the Demon King had planned for this to happen. Withdrawing the whole support team from Zhongying would be a violation of the alliance of 5 continents. Alan was aware that this could lead to the failure of the alliance. Their operation also aims to completely sever the tight bonds they had always shared. Because of that, now was not the time to care about whether they were humans, elves, or dwarfs. Alan told them that they had to set their sights on saving Rosenheim, and this would help Latosh too. The members were still hopeless because 7 people versus 3 million demons wasn't something to be excited for. But Sophia told them that they had reasons to stay positive. Alan was the chosen one in the prophecy of the Elemental King, and the hero himself confirmed that he was the hope of humanity. Alan could see the expectation growing, and everything was going too fast. Both weapons and gear were still not perfected, but he does inherently have the breakthrough talent. With a big smile and confidence on his face, he reminded them of their biggest goal, which was defeating the Demon King. The group seemed to pull it together, and they were dedicated to saving Sophie's mother and Former's homeland. Sophia and the other elves were both shocked and grateful. She felt so lucky to become their friend. Merle felt sorry for being summoned back to Bacchus, but Sophia hugged her to comfort. Megora asked how the Zhongying continent fought off 2 million demons without support from elves. Alan had a plan for that. They were going to send a large number of recovery leaves to Zhongying. The principal and the teacher seemed confused. Alan explained that it was a magical herb that could restore strength for 1,000 soldiers at the same time if they were within the restricted parameter. That was much more effective than the healing charm, as Kill said. Alan was going to send 600,000 of those to the front line. The principal wondered if that was also an ability of the summoner, but from Rosenheim, Elf's recovery lead. Sophia confirmed him. She added that this was going to be their apology gift for the withdrawal of forces from Zhongying without any negotiation. Alan continued explaining that after that, they were going to send this to the rest of the 5 continents, and the Alliance would prioritize saving Rosenheim, and if they succeed, they could consider the Demon King's plan spoiled. Alan was going to give 1,000 recovery leaves to Merle. It also took a lot of mana to control high-grade golems, so he decided to give her 1,000 mana seeds as well. He promised Merle that they would be in Bacchus by April, and they were going to defeat the Demon King. Merle told them that she was going to wait for them at Bacchus, and would definitely show them her golem-controlling ability. The teacher was surprised by Alan's talent in settling things, but it was thanks to him. The principal still had a mission to fulfill, and stated that he trusted that he would save both the Queen and Rosenheim. While Alan and the principal were shaking hands, the teacher asked Dagora if he was the vanguard of the team. He said that as their homeroom teacher, he didn't want to let them go into a deadly place, but all they could do now was pray for a miracle. They all got a lot stronger in those 2 years, and the teacher reminded them that the battlefield wasn't like dungeons. They had to survive and return safely. Their classmates were surprised that they were going to Rosenheim. They started to say their goodbyes and thanked Alan for his help. Alan noticed that they didn't know about the attack of the Demon King. Alan wanted to talk to Refuel, however, as expected from the general's son. He already knew what he needed to do and promised to look after Kiel's family. While they were walking outside the academy, Sissel realized that they were leaving for Bacchus in April, so this was their goodbye to the academy where they had spent the last 2 years. They were going to fight hard so that everyone at school wouldn't be dragged into this war. They were leaving tomorrow, so Alan had to put their belongings into his grimoire and then dispatch them home, and Sissel and the others were going to prepare rations as well. At home, Kiel told his family what happened. They were so upset about him leaving, but there was nothing else to do. Sissel gave a letter to one of them and told him to keep it for her. She said that Mihai also wrote one before going to the battlefield. It was only to inform her father at home if anything happened to her. At that moment, Alan felt guilty and apologized to them because it was all because the new king hated him and they received the letter of decree. But they got pissed off and scolded him for even saying something like that. The next day, at the outskirts of the academy city, Maria and a bunch of other beasts were going to Zhongying to collect intel about the demon army and kill them off if they ran into them. Alan told them to avoid being seen by commoners and incinerate them. Sissel came and informed him that the preparations over there at the high-speed magic vessel were also completed. After saying goodbye to everyone, they were ready to go. While on their way to the Rosenheim, Karina and Sissel were concerned about the place, and Sophia explained that they should disguise themselves when they get there, just to be safe. It was a land that had closed itself off from the outside world for a long time. There, everyone was loved by spirits. All was at peace, and there was never any disagreement. They were currently heading to the seaport nest. It was the most tranquil place in the entire continent. Dagora asked if it would have been better if their families could take refuge there. Sophia said that her mother had by her side a lot of elite men, so there shouldn't be a problem. 4 days later, at the seaport nest, they arrived. Fortunately, the city hadn't been attacked yet. While they were walking around in the city, one of the soldiers recognized Sophia and informed her that she should go to the meeting of the elders. While they were going there, they saw suffering people everywhere. There weren't enough healers, and they didn't look like they could face the final battle. Sophia got permission from Alan to use the healing grasses for them. Alan wanted to know what was happening in this country as soon as possible. They split into 2 groups, and Alan informed the other group that he was going to summon the communication beast after the meeting was over. They arrived, and the first thing Sophia asked was the queen. The old man in front of her explained that she was currently in the city of Tiamo near the front line, and they didn't have enough magic stones to cast the communication spell now. Sophia asked if she was okay, but the man stated that tomorrow, the demon army was going to surround Tiamo and Nest was next. But Alan stated that things might still work out if that was the case. The elves weren't happy to see a human, but then they noticed that he had black hair. Sophia confirmed to them that he was the savior in the prophets of the elemental king, Alan. A man named Lucidral did seem to believe a little boy could save Rosenheim, but first, Alan wanted to heal him. He seemed to have given up on his wound, but still let him do his thing. Alan used Heaven's blessings to treat his wound, and his arm regrew again. But they thought Alan had an elf magic harp. Alan asked how many casualties were in the citadel, and it was about 10,000. He explained that the elf's magic herbs could heal as well as restore both mana and strength. He gave them to Lucidral to give it all to the wounded within a small area. He informed him that they were going to save the queen in Tiamo. Lucidral mentioned that the citadel had run out of magic stones, so they couldn't run the magic vessel. It would take 1 entire month to travel there, but Alan was thinking about that. He summoned Era and Papo and explained that he would have a lot of things he needed to ask them about. So he was going to leave them there. The people in the room were shocked to see the spirits. Era introduced themselves as the beasts summoned by Alan. Alan explained that he was going to talk to them through this bird even when he wasn't there. Sophia told everyone to follow Alan's commands, and she was going with him. When they went outside, the citizens were worried something would happen to her, but she told them to not give up and reminded them that they were still living there. And they were the proof that hope had not yet abandoned this country. But those people had no home, food, or water. One of the women cried her eyes out while saying how her husband and her child were devoured by those monsters. Sophia couldn't say anything to that woman. Alan noticed the situation and grabbed Sophia. He summoned Glyph, and after she got in, Sophia turned to her people and stated that she came back to save Rosenheim. After they left, Lucidril told the soldier to order soldiers to take posts and wait for commands. Alan was going as fast as he could. If it takes 1 month by horse, it must be about 1,000 kilometers away, so it should be fine if they keep flying like that the entire time. 2 hours later, they saw Tiamo Citadel. Horo used the awakening skill to observe what was there. He saw that the demon army had already surrounded the citadel, but they had not attacked yet. It seemed the battle had been halted, so they still had time. At the entrance, the princess was greeted by the soldiers, and they brought her to the queen. Everyone, including the queen, was shocked to see her this soon. The queen informed them that Sophia's father and Fulmul's family had taken refuge at the nest. Alan noticed that something was hanging on the queen's shoulder. The queen then asked about the others, so Sophia introduced her team, Game Junkies. Alan stated that he was there as a backup. The other people in the room were glaring at Alan. It seemed not everyone completely believed in those prophets. Apparently, the queen heard about his battle with the hero and sincerely thanked Alan for coming. A mysterious man informed the queen that Tiamo wouldn't be able to hold against tomorrow's attack, and if the summoner was here, he urged her to take refuge in Nest. But the queen strongly disagreed, because 70,000 civilians were hiding out in the citadel, and if she persisted there, she could stay beside them and make it through this together. Before the soldiers could object to her, Alan interrupted and wanted to know the number of casualties and the remaining soldiers who could still fight there. There were about 14,000 casualties and 6,000 who could fight. Alan believed that things may still work out. He took out the elf's herb and stated that they were going to heal the elves and break through the enemy's blockade together. He added that they would make surprise attacks when they were resting. During the fight, they need to heal as many people as possible. Sophia left healing in Fulmul's hands. Phil asked how many Heaven's Blessings Alan brought, and he was planning to use 2,000 this time. Their team was enough to mess up the enemy's formation. When they left, the soldiers were questioning if they could raid the demon army, while the queen was just hoping that her daughter would succeed. According to intel, 30,000 enemies were surrounding the citadel, so they were going to assault the 13,000 troops. It was so dark, so Alan first summoned Doradora and Korin. He told Doradora to light up the entire area while Korin was going to try to defeat the A-grade beasts in one strike. He then summoned Harami, Fukuhir, and Genbu to use both their normal and awakening skills to aid the attack. All the summoned beasts were ready to follow Alan's order. His other teammates were also preparing themselves to fight, and now their first battle against the demons started. Alan told others that Cecil and him would come in from above, and the others would ambush them while they were initiating the attack. He said it had been a while since he last fought an entire horde of monsters outside of a dungeon. It had been 1 month since 3 million demons advanced on Rosenheim. The number of elves sacrificed also came to about 3 million. Alan thought those monsters also needed to eat and rest, meaning they had devoured all those elves that lost in the fight. He wanted to make them regret all that they had done. While Cecil and Alan were still flying through the air, Cecil cast a small meteor spell and it worked. They defeated 1 gargoyle, 1 orc king, and 1 wyvern and gained 76,000 experience with just 1 shot. Now it was the others' turn. They started to attack, and Alan was thinking so that was what a sorcerer was capable of doing. The dungeons were always cramped before, so they didn't have the chance to witness such overwhelming power. Some beasts could heal, so Alan with Cecil decided to kill them first. Alan thought the last attack, along with the dragon's onslaught, had thrown the enemy into disarray, so he had to make use of nighttime to reduce their number as much as possible. About 3 million enemies were already heading that way, so they all needed to hurry and meet up. Cecil wondered if the ambush succeeded, but it wasn't yet. It seemed the healing for the elves was still underway. Alan said they would redirect and make a surprise attack from the south as everyone could continue.
Then they defeated more than 40,000 enemies in just 1 night. The queen appreciated them and said they had also established the elven army thanks to the restoration that left them gifted. Alan told the queen that those demons were currently in quite a frenzy, so they wouldn't be attacking for some time. The queen said they had worked hard, so wanted them to rest and make themselves comfortable. They thanked the queen and she left. After the fall of the capital, the elven army split into 4 to hold ground at 4 different cities to hide the queen's whereabouts. 120,000 demons also divided their forces, so defensive efforts had been made in all 4 cities at the same time. This was the elves' last struggle in the face of 3 million demons. Alan was so sleepy, yet was thinking of the fact that every city got an equal share of 500 restoration leaves each. Summoned beasts were also distributed accordingly. Now they could take control of the situation. Besides the cities, 30,000 soldiers had also made a complete recovery. Alan thought he had to use up all of his heaven's blessings and an additional 2,500 B-grade magic stones. There were still 26,000 enemies surrounding the citadel, excluding the amount that the elves defeated. There would still be at least 2.8 million demons all over Rosenheim. However, for Queen, at least their attack had been delayed for a day. Alan and his team had helped them see the light of tomorrow. The queen said she really could not think of a good way to thank him. Alan said all he wanted to do was to go straight to sleep, but before that, he had 2 things to ask the queen. Firstly, Alan said he needed more magic stones, so asked her if he could take all the stones from the beasts they took down. The queen was okay with that, and told them they were the ones who defeated them. Secondly, Alan told the queen that he wanted to meet the elemental king. Sophia intervened and told Alan to excuse them. They still hadn't told him, but speaking directly with Sir Rosen was almost impossible. Suddenly, Sir Rosen appeared and asked Alan what he wanted to ask, and called him Summoner of the Beginning. Sir Rosen was a flying squirrel, which wasn't expected. Alan thanked him for making the magic ring, and Sir Rosen said it was already a long time ago, so there was no need to talk about it. He asked Alan what his plan was for this time. Alan said he wished for him to grant him a special gift for getting Rosenheim out of danger. He said it wasn't about material, he just wanted Sir Rosen to bring his whole group into Hell mode. He said all of his friends had reached their maximum level, so wanted to switch them all to Hell mode so that their levels weren't restricted anymore. Sir Rosen wanted him to wait while he confirmed some things. Sir Rosen said he had just asked creation god Elmia and that it seemed not possible to switch modes. He said a half-god like him could not convince them even if he tried. He said a half-god was still quite insignificant in the world of gods. Then Alan asked him if he could let his friends have higher-ranked roles from swordsman to master, for instance. Sir Rosen said now he was changing the roles, but that was bothering god Elmia too much. Sir Rosen told Alan that it was all because he suddenly wanted to become the Demon King that they created such a higher-ranked summoner role. Originally, 6 stars was already the highest, but the god gave him 8 stars because he wanted to change his mind. Alan thought it turned out the god just arbitrarily made the 8-star summoner as an exception. Then he asked Sir Rosen to help them switch roles if it was possible because elves could do that. Sir Rosen also didn't accept that. He said the blessing of the Elemental King could grant people powers even from birth anyway. However, he thought Alan was asking too much of him. He said Alan had to pay a heavy price not only for the safety of the elves, but maybe even for his lifespan. Sir Rosen said instead of lifespan, they were willing to trade in all the experience points they had gotten until now. Sir Rosen couldn't believe what he heard, so asked Alan if he knew that losing all that would bring him back to level 1. He said if they could get better roles, then that was not a problem. They could still keep things like sword skill. Sir Rosen said, however, they were moving up only 1 rank, so he was not making them all 5 stars, and those who weren't there wouldn't get to switch. Alan was thinking and saying in his head, "Damn it, Mururu can't then?" Sir Rosen said he could read his thoughts, so Alan pardoned his rudeness. Sir Rosen said he already knew what he was thinking, so he gave her sister Mururu a 1-star talent. Alan thanked him and told him that his sister would be very happy. It was settled. Alan said he would also put his heart and soul into rescuing Rosenheim. Sir Rosen said he had to succeed. Then Alan said his sleep deprivation had reached its limit, so he went to rest. The next morning, the others were prepared to interrogate Alan as soon as he woke up. Cecil told Alan that it must have been nice being able to sleep so early yesterday, and Alan asked him what was that talk with the Elemental King all about. Alan told them right from the start that he had always pretended to be a mere farmhand child with strange abilities. However, now he said, he thought he shouldn't have hidden anymore. He said he was from another world and was chosen to become a summoner when arriving there. God Elmia helped reincarnate him into their world. Yesterday, he was talking with the Elemental King about some things from his past life. Sophia said God Elmia picked out the savior of this world. Kill said they were so lucky that Alan didn't choose to become the Demon King. Cecil asked Alan how old he was in his world. He said 35. Dagora said when they were 5, they were playing with a 35-year-old uncle. Alan told him not to call him uncle, and he was only telling this because they were all teammates now. He said even their parents didn't know about that yet. Alan said that it was great that until they defeated all the demons, Dagora would switch roles 3 times. Cecil said God would only allow them to ascend 1 rank anyway. Alan said yes, but he didn't say how many times. Every time they max out their levels, they would go up to a better role. When Alan wanted them to get ready for battle, they must have completed this ascension quest. He said they had the blessings of the Elemental King. They must have protected the Queen when they started to battle against dragons. One of the soldiers took down a dragon so easily, so it was all thanks to the blessings of the Elemental King. Now Alan was thinking it was time for Alapon to shine, which was an ant whose status levels were half of the current Alapon. Alan ordered Alapon to show them what he had gotten. The next chapter starts with the war between Alan's team and demons. Alan thought the distribution of the elf's magic herb was complete. Arranging that defense was eating up his B-grade magic stones. From now on, Alan had to make sure to collect those stones while fighting. While they were fighting, they agreed to follow Karina. They all were doing their best, casting spell after spell. Sophia yelled that she was the princess of the elves, so those who dared to taint Rosenheim should have burned to ashes. Then Sophia's Highness's element appeared. He said his name was Ifrit, and their low lives would perish in flames. The giant insects and the dragons were all their allies, so the commander ordered not to let Sophia roam down. There was no S-grade there. If the enemy kept things up like that, surely they would win soon. Alan thought Arapon was the true trump card in that fight, and he would let them breed more tomorrow. With just 1 Arapon, they would have an entire army of 3,000 antlings after 30 days. At the West Gate, soldiers realized that the beasts were running off to the north, so they were meeting up with the main force, which means they won the fight. Today, all 4 defensive battles were victorious, though they must have not forgotten the sacrifice of more than 3,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, Kill witnessed a little elf was about to die in her father's arms, so he healed her. Kill was happy that it worked out. Alan told him that was an amazing skill, but Kill said all he could do was revive 1 person. Alan told him that was already a lot. When they returned to the Queen, they reported to her the outcome of today's battle. They said about 10,000 demons were defeated, and 7,000 were completely taken down at the South Gate alone. Someone with his hood over his head told the Queen to return to Nest City as the dangers at the South Gate were no more. However, the Queen said she would stick to the decision she had made. The boy got angry, and the Queen said his name as if in warning Gertruga. They wanted Gertruga to stop giving Her Majesty a hard time. Gertruga said it was not his intention. Alan said it was the first time he had ever seen a formal so straightforward. Sophia said the person was his relative after all. He was the strongest man of Rosenheim, the only spirit mage ever chosen to become Her Majesty's guardsman. Cecil said he must have been as excellent as a swordmaster in Ratachu. Alan said no wonder he didn't come out on the battlefield to help. If he showed up, he would have risked revealing the location of the Queen. As the soldiers promised, they had gone through 7,000 monster corpses. Currently, they were collecting the first 3,000 magic stones. Cecil said it was up to 7,000. There was also the lot we defeated at the South Gate during the ambush last night. The summoned beasts were also helping collect them. The Guardians said they had almost got enough for the magic vessel. Armies that were recovering at the nest would also be stationed back at the front line. The Queen said the defensive lines were being revitalized and stabilized continuously. It had only been 2 days, but the battle situation had improved so much. She asked Alan if there was still enough Heaven's blessing. Alan said he was currently preparing more. He said that just counting today, the entire Citadel had used up 400 of them. He said if she wanted them replenished from there on out, and wanted her to provide more magic stones. Cecil said that was putting profit on the table for negotiation. The Guardians said they would try to have that arranged. Alan wanted to say one more thing. He said he had received intel from his summons outside the Citadel, and the demon army had retreated from all 4 bastions and were meeting up north. From now on, the game junkies would chase after the enemy to scout as well as use that opportunity and take out 1 fleet at a time. The Guardian said it was true that only they could do that. As for others, the Guardian wanted Alan to order forces from nests to return. Alan said at the right time, they would meet up and charge towards the north. The main goal was to reclaim the capital. The queen asked if he wanted to go from defense to an all-out counterattack. Alan said he wanted to destroy the remaining 250,000 demons. The next day, they were on their way to go after the demon army. Taking down a fleet of 3,000 demons went quite well, and magic stones were quickly collected. If this went on, it would have only taken nearly 100 days. Even if there were up to on the third day after leaving Tiamo, Alan thought if they kept moving towards the north, there would probably be a bastion. Cecil asked Alan if there was something wrong, and if he realized something. Alan realized their true intention and the Guardian, and he decided to return to the city for now, as they wouldn't be able to take them on. The Queen was shocked that 1 million enemies were heading towards Tiamo. Alan said they planned to retreat from the 4 bastions at the same time and gather together at the north with the support fleet. Then Alan said they would charge there and pull an all-out attack on Tiamo, and it would probably take 2 days for them to arrive at Tiamo. He thought and told the Queen that maybe they had deduced Her Majesty's location from previous fights. When they analyzed retreating, gathering, and charging, it was quite a speedy army control. One of the elves said it was what he was also fearing. He said the enemy's commander was much more skillful than what they had thought. Alan said now they had to make extensive preparations for that fight, and Tiamo must have been ready to go up against the grand army of the Demon King. He wanted dear all elven soldiers to lend him their strength. One of the elves said it was impossible to evacuate 70,000 refugees in 2 days. He said all of them would fight alongside Alan to the best of their ability. Alan asked him to prepare a scouting team for him. The elf said there were 3,000 people in that citadel who could do that, so he said he would make arrangements to gather them. Alan appreciated that and told him that after relaying their operational plan to them, they would be on their way to holding back 1 million enemies. Alan wanted him to try to reinforce defenses as best as they could. The Guardian Elf said if the troop movement back to Nest went well, they would have 30,000 soldiers protecting the citadel. Then, Alan and his team left. Alan and his team are fighting against a mega army. Alan wanted Karina, Cecil, and Sophie to use their extra skills and take down the enemies. All of them used their extra skills, and when the enemies kept going, their troops were getting exhausted. However, the Demon King still had about 400,000 demons, and Alan only had 9,000 magic stones. He said he was using up 290 stones every minute, so he would be out in less than 30 minutes. Karina was injured, and Keel was trying to heal her. Karina said she was feeling fine, and she continued to fight. Alina saw the fact that delegating all those A-rank beasts to Karina and Dogora was taking a toll on them, and he thought that plan would soon prove effective. At the close of Northgate, a 1-star scout appeared. He was carrying a huge bag and put the magic stones in a well, and then Alan's magic stones were getting refilled. The reason why Alan wanted to work with the elves this time was so that after they took down the first 400,000 demons, a fleet of 3,000 scouts would collect the magic stones from the enemy's corpses. Now Alan had 300,000 magic stones. They kept up the attack and destroyed them with flames of rage. The demon army was getting pushed back. It was the power of humans. Some hours later, the demon army had temporarily retreated from the front of the Tiamo citadel. The Elemental King hadn't abandoned the elves, so they thanked and appreciated Sir Rosen also. Alan arrived at Citadel, and Alan said even if they let 200,000 escape unscathed, they still took down 800,000 enemies. Everyone had worked hard. The Queen appreciated them for saving their homeland. She said, as the Elemental King had predicted, Alan was their savior. Alan wanted to send his thanks to the scouting team, as they had contributed a lot to today's victory. One of the Guardians asked Alan if he had thought about the next steps. Alan said there were still 1.7 million demons left in Rosenheim. He said they could not let their guard down, and the demons might have been planning to meet up with the reserve fleet and attack together. The Guardian Elf said 400,000 demons were waiting near the Zhongying continent. Alan said they needed a stronger fortress to continue that resource-consuming strategy. The Guardian Elf said they were trying to get the Rapulka fortress back. Alan said the fortress north of Tiamo was a vital base. The elves' commander said the demon army had only just taken it over, so they probably hadn't installed a defense mechanism. Alan said if they only stayed in Tiamo, they wouldn't have any chance to win. He said once they met up with those 1 million reserves. The elves' commander said he would quickly arrange for half of the army, consisting of 300,000 elves, to retrieve the fortress. One of the elves said reorganizing the army as well as preparing a magic vessel would take about 5 days. He said it would be another 5 days to get Rapulka. Alan said this was a battle against time, and in the next 5 days, they would hunt down the remaining enemies who had escaped. Their plan was ready, and they wanted Alan to rest now. The next day, they were at the Rapulka fortress, which was surrounded by mountains. Alan said it would be difficult to attack, and he said he could see the shadow of the World Tree from over there. Alan's summoner called Eri had never gone out in a fight. Since both the outside and the inside were brimming with monsters, it was time to bring Eri to fight. Alan disguised as Eri asked what the matter was, and the pig-looking servant said Sir Grasta was asking for him. He told Alan to bring that tea in for Sir Grasta. Alan wondered if Grasta was their leader or Rosenheim's boss. He took the tea, and while he was going in, the servant told him he would kill him if he kept up the straggling, and ordered him to hurry and move his feet. It was so annoying. Its intelligence was quite high for a pig. Alan went in, and there were 3 demons in human forms. He wondered which one was Grasta. They were arguing about how they lost the fight. Grasta didn't understand why they lost the fight. Another one said it might be that the elemental King Rosen evolved into a god and boosted the elves' power. The one with the long hair said the elves were prideful creatures. They could not be asking for help from the outside, but he questioned if there could be an exception this time. They all had something to say, but one of the demons said among the elves' army, there was even one who could control a dragon. The demon with long hair asked them how that was possible. He asked if they had such an incredible spirit mage, then asked why they would let them get the upper hunt until now. Besides, he said, up until now, no one had been able to manipulate such a big number of high-grade beasts. Alan thought it was so cool getting to hear the enemy's generals planning directly like this and still didn't know about him. It meant they didn't have much insight into the elven army. Grasta was so angry that they still had so little information, and he said he had already sent a request for reinforcement to the devil. Alan thought those guys were only demons, and was shocked that the devil was still in the capital. Grasta said this time they would be using the pincer movement, and along with their reinforcements, they planned to wipe out the elves. Somewhere 10 kilometers north of Tiamo, Alan and his team were still fighting. Alan felt bad as he had to rely on the elf army because they didn't have much time. When Cecil asked what was wrong, he told them about what he saw. He was almost sure that Grasta was the boss that took over Rosenheim. As far as Sophia knew, the devil had never appeared in this country. Dagora wondered the reason why the demon's army taking a detour and attacking from the south. Sophia and Alan realized that southern Nests seemed like they intended to attack the city food supply from Tiamo. Nests was also where the 2 million refugees were located. Karina was panicked. Alan informed Karina and Dagora that he wanted to give them a task. He wanted to use their extra skills. Karina said that she could use other skills while she was in limit break. Kill wasn't sure if that was even possible. Karina wasn't either, as her mind just got filled with nonsense ideas when she was using it. Suddenly, Alan squinted her face and gave her a speech to encourage her, and it seemed like it worked. Cecil confirmed Alan, stating that when she used her limit break, her stats could match him. When fighting against strong enemies, they are going to need a strong power move, so even if it's unreasonable, they need to be going through lots of training to master it. Alan's next step was his problems. He had gotten a lot of experience points from the battle and was now level 63, and yet there was still a skill he couldn't use. He thought level 60 would be enough to unlock it, so he wondered when he would be able to use it. Either way, he could only fight with the cards he currently had on hand, and he started to consider preparing something that could cross the ocean. Meanwhile, Eri, who had infiltrated the demon's army, had confirmed their activities. The demon's army in Rosenheim totals 4 million, and all preparations were completed. They held an emergency meeting to decide on a change of strategy to siege Rapulka. He was told it would be a 10-day siege with 300,000 troops. 3 days after Tiamo, the commander Rukadural came and greeted Alan. He informed him that 50,000 elven troops had been prepared, and he was going to participate with Gatlog. When Alan asked Queen, he stated that she was staying in Tiamo for now. This time, he was dedicated to defeating the one who took his arm during the battle in the northern fortress. They were strong, so he was hoping that Alan prepared monsters a rank or above. Alan was comfortable with them. He then told him to follow him. Alan told Fomel to aim for the eyeball bat that was at the front right. The commander could hit it in one shot. Fomel was the best at super long distance attacks. Even though Alan had known him for 10 months, he still hadn't seen his extra skill. It would likely be his trump card used to protect Sophie, so it was unreasonable to ask him to show him. Fummel asked what Alan wanted after recovering Rosenheim. This question was unexpected. He stated that he was thankful that Alan was lending them his power in those desperate times. But since they were relying on him, he wanted to give him something he wished Alan, with a pretty strange impression, stated that he wanted the Elemental King to change everyone's job. Fummel seemed like he regretted his question and continued to hit the enemies. As Sophia seemed pretty concerned, Cecil tried to comfort her by saying Alan had a plan, and he wouldn't give up unless he was dead. They just need to believe in him and keep following him. They arrived at the Rapolka fortress with a gate at the north and south. They were going to start walking towards the south gate. The beast got ready. The Elven army had 50,000 troops, meanwhile Demon's army had 300,000. Karina noticed that the Demon's army wasn't moving, which meant they were going to defend themselves. Grasta was watching them, and he didn't seem to be threatened. He was sure that there was no way they could win with 50,000 troops, even when they had new spirits. The elves noticed that the demons were using their weapons. Thankfully, Alan's beast defended the troops. With full reflection, all damage received was reflected in a frontier cone with triple damage. This is still Alan learned during the martial arts tournaments. The commander called Gatlog, and he started to use his ability. For 1 hour, Gatlog could strengthen all elves within 1 kilometer of himself. He ordered his soldiers to eliminate all the demons that took the fortress from them. The team wanted to fight too, but they still needed to hide their existence until tomorrow. Now it was time to seize this opportunity with the demon army's positioning. He warned them to not use any extra skills. They left there and found a proper place. Now it was Molar's turn. Alan told Formal and Dagora to keep an eye out on the surroundings. The preparations were ready when it got dark outside. Alan was pleasant about the sturdy fortress. It was unfazed by all their attacks, as it was constructed by greater spirit mages. Alan wondered why they constructed this fortress, because it didn't feel like it was made to fight against demons. Sophia stated that it was actually as he said. A few thousand years ago, their continent was ruled by elves, and dark elves both had their kingdoms. The World Tree was in the Elven Kingdom. The World Tree was cherished, and spirits were born from it. The Dark Elves wanted the World Tree for themselves and decided to wage war against the Elves. Not willing to surrender, the Elves proposed coexistence, but the Dark Elves rejected that proposal. The Dark Elves tried to slaughter the Elves to obtain the World Tree. It was around this time that the replica fortress was built. Those two species continued to battle it out for thousands of years, but the Elves were gradually losing ground. While the Elves were praying to the World Tree and asking for help, a girl discovered a spirit. She named the spirit Rosen and formed a contract with it. The girl's hair turned silver, and witnesses who saw her called her the Praying Witch. The Praying Witch turned the tides of the battle against the Dark Elves, so the Elves asked to coexist again. If not, they would be banished from this continent. And once again, the Dark Elves rejected the proposal to coexist. From that moment forward, the continent was known as the Elven Kingdom Rosenheim. Now the elves were living in peace, but that was their dark history. Alan wondered if the Praying Witch was the queen, but Sophia's hair, just like Mother's, was the proof that they were the descendants of the Praying Witch. The elves could exist because this country had a contract with Rosen. Alan thanked everyone for their work and apologized for leaving the battle to them, but he was able to prepare what he needed. They were going to be taking back Rupa tomorrow. The demon's army was quick on their feet. In 3 days, their reinforcements would arrive there. Depending on how the 4 million troops move, he would be changing plans accordingly. It would be a tough battle, but if they were to be defeated here, Rosenheim wouldn't have a future. They were going to follow Alan's plan and fight together. The time check was completed, and now it was time to take back the Rapolka fortress. They were going to split up. Alan's team arrived at a tunnel that Alan made it. He made this tunnel under the fortress yesterday, and from there, game junkies and 5,000 elves of the detached unit would infiltrate the fortress. Once they got inside, they would focus on opening the gates for the main elven army to enter the fortress. Based on their analysis, the chances of success were very high, even though it looked pretty scary. They entered the tunnel and walked until noon. When it was almost noon, Karina opened the gate. The demons were shocked when they saw them. There were a lot of them, so Alan told Sophia to use her extra skills. Alan summoned the necessary beast to protect the elven army. The fierce battle started between them and the demons. Thanks to Sophia's wind defensive magic, they were getting minimum damage. Alan didn't have anything to compare this skill to before, but it was as expected of the descendant of the praying witch. Now it was midnight, and everyone started to use their extra skills. While they were surpassing the south gate, Alan warned everyone to stay close to the wall. The soldiers opened the gate, and the elven army started to regroup with the vanguard. Now it was time to clean up the rest and maintain their formation. Alan congratulated the general for succeeding. The aim was to clean up this battle while being mindful of not damaging the fortress. Alan noticed that the west side was also going well, so they would move to the east outer walls. He got 5 Syandelves and moved on. It was finally moving, so he apologized to everyone else and stated that they were going to leave the area now. The soldiers understood him and continued fighting. In front of the south gate, the general and the others encountered 3 demons, including Grasta. He seemed to recognize the commander. The other demon wondered if elves could use recovery Manga. They assumed they used elves as magic herb, but they were still confident that elves wouldn't win with this. However, the general stated that they weren't their opponents, and at that moment, Alan and his team entered the area with the beasts. Grasta still didn't seem to be intimidated by anything and petty them. Alan laughed and called him stupid. Now he seemed pretty annoyed, and he ordered Neftera and Yogolf to kill them. Dagora noticed that the biggest one was 3 meters tall, so they probably needed to get off the griffs to fight them. Alan stated that Karina was going to take care of Grasta. The Beastman was Dagora's, and they were going to let Fomel handle the long hair. It was their first time fighting with 3 demons at once, so just in case, Alan decided to reorganize his cards. He had the highest battle power up front. Karina took a look at Grasta, and he looked like a human even though he had purple skin and horns. But he was a part of the Demon Lord army that killed elves, so she knew she had to defeat him. Grasta couldn't believe his opponent was a kid, and he got annoyed that they were underestimating him. They all started their battle, and Karina seemed like she was struggling, so Alan told him to keep him occupied for a bit. He wanted to defeat that mage first, but they guard him well, so they were going to attack the Beastman first. Dagora was attacking it, but it wasn't enough. Sophia continued after Dagora and then Alan with his Dora Dora and Kororin. The long-haired mage wasn't expecting a dragon and figured that they had a spirit user amongst them. Yegolf seemed struggling with Alan's team. The other demons told him that it was enough and he should open the extra door. Suddenly, Yegolf turned into a beast monster, and apparently, it was his extra skill. He was attacking them with all his might, but he was still defeated by them. Alan got experience points from the demon, which surprised him because originally, only dragons gave more than 8 million experience points. Grasta realized that the black-haired boy, Alan, was the one. He was the one who changed the tides of the battle. Grasta knew that humans don't possess that kind of talent, so he wondered if Alan was a liberator. Alan seemed pretty confused by that term, and Grasta noticed. He stated that they had to change plans because of him, but Neftera firmly objected that they could do this. But Grasta stated that he was going to buy him some time, and he should go tell the Demon King about them. Alan realized that they were using their extra skills, so he told Karina to use hers as well. With Karina, he ordered Kararon to use his awakening skill too. Both sides were giving their best to defeat their opponent, but Alan knew that it wasn't working. Gatlick pointed at the long hair, but Alan didn't seem to have given up on him. But Dora Dora wasn't enough to stop him. Sophia told Fomel to use his extra skills. Dagora came to Karina to protect her. Karina's extra skill had been cancelled, and it didn't seem like they had the advantage. He told everyone to focus on their attacks and defeat the old man. Suddenly, Grasta kneeled. He considered this as their win because Neftera already managed to escape. While disappearing, he told them to not ever think about winning against the Demon King. When he died, Alan noticed that he was a high demon and worth 32 million experience points. And finally, Alan could use the commanding skill. A few hours later, the monsters had been defeated and Rapulka Fortress had successfully been recaptured. Normally, in offensive siege warfare, it requires triple the number of troops than the defense. Yet they managed to succeed in recapturing the fortress occupied with 300,000 enemies with just their 50,000. Sophia apologized for letting Neftera escape, but Alan understood the situation, and he stated that it plays into his next move. Harry had successfully accompanied the escaping Neftera, and this was a good chance for him to take them to the Demon King. Alan then asked Sophia and Fomel if they knew what a liberator was, but they had never heard of it. The next day, they informed the Queen and the other elves what happened the other day. They also found a communication device that the Demon Lord's army was using, and it seemed like they used this to communicate with their forces from far away. As of yesterday, the enemy troops from the north had landed. If they were to join with the southern troops, the arrival of the Demon Lord's army would be delayed by a few days. The king asked if he had some kind of plan for them. Alan had two things planned. First, they were going to defeat all of the Demon Lord's army that was south of the Rapolka fortress. Second, they were going to fortify Rapolka's defenses with 300,000 soldiers. The queen seemed worried about the 1 million troops heading towards the nest. Alan was thinking that the game junkies would defeat them before they arrived there. He wanted to verify this and then discuss the plan. The game junkies seemed pretty confused and mostly annoyed that he was planning this because it took them 3 days to barely repel their 1 million troops when they were defeating Tiamo. The queen stated that it was time, and suddenly, the elemental king was floating. Rosen stated that thanks to everyone, the prayer time had been filled. The queen asked if it was time for him to become the elemental king, but he fell asleep in mid-air while grumbling that he needed a little more time. Alan didn't seem interested in what he said, as he didn't get any answer for the definition of a liberator. He wondered what the Demon Lord's next move was going to be, and hoped that Eri was doing well. A few hours later, Neftera arrived at the capital Fortenia. Alan was amazed by how huge the World Tree was. This was where all the elves were slaughtered, but there were no monsters or demonic beasts there now. Neftera entered the Demon King's room and stated that he had returned. That was the first time Alan saw Liesel, the Demon King. He looked somewhat like a demon, but something looked different. Neftera stated that he had come back to provide a report to him. He gave the news about the fortress, but suddenly Liesel stopped him and told him that he could see the World Tree. Alan and Neftera felt the pressure, and he immediately got out of his way. Liesel asked him if he had considered the reasons why they lost, and before he answered, he pointed right at Eri and said that the reason was him. Neftera couldn't see him, but Liesel could. He figured that he wasn't a monster, a demon, or a spirit, so he asked what he was. Eri removed her mask and stated that she operates under the one who rules the world. This made Liesel giggle. Eri didn't seem so pleasant by his reaction and wanted to purge him. While gathering his power to his fingers, he told Eri to tell her master to come and then made her disappear. Eri came back and she seemed pissed off by him. Alan related to her anger, but mentioned that they got valuable information. He was inviting Alan, so this could mean he wasn't going to move. Sophia asked how Fortenia and the World Tree were doing, and he said that the devil was obsessed with the World Tree, so it was safe. He also mentioned that the devil wasn't planning to leave Fortenia, so they had more time. He wasn't moving from the castle, it was just like a boss character from video games. Considering their military strength, that was convenient for them. Alan decided what he was going to do next. The problem was the remaining 4 million enemy troops. He decided to continue with verifying how the commanding skill worked, and hoped that it was a skill that could be used more than high-speed summoning. It had been 3 days since they rescued Rapolka, and Alan wanted the king to help with retrieving all the magic stones. The elves understood him, and the king stated that they were going to advance their army quickly. Nest will have 100,000 stationed troops, and the elf king asked Alan if he was still planning for game junkies to eliminate the remaining 1 million enemies. Alan's plans had changed. His companions and summoned beasts were going to stop the million enemy forces at Rapolka, and he planned to take on the 1 million coming through the ocean alone thanks to the commanding skill. The queen and the king were taken aback by his plan. Eri stated that the summoned beasts were going to be with Alan, and they should not get close to Nest. The king decided to believe in him. Even though the devil wouldn't leave the capital, he still wanted to get information about him. He noticed that the elven names had a special commonality, and the devil's name was Lysol. He looked like a demon, but he had long ears and the same silver hair as Sophie. Alan asked the king if the name Lysol sounded familiar. The king didn't know about that name, so Alan mentioned the possibility of him being a dark elf, and the queen knew them. While the team was arguing about what was going on, the queen nervously stated that she didn't know anyone by the name of Lysol. She stated that this was supposed to be a war for elves, and they all were human and had nothing to do with this. She asked if they were still willing to fight for them. Without any hesitation, all team members confirmed that they were going to help them. In the end, Alan couldn't get any information on the devil. He wondered if Rosen was still in his evolutionary slumber to become the elemental god. Alan then informed them that he was going to depart early in the morning and wanted Elf King to take care of his party. The next day at the Rapolka fortress, Alan was leaving. He then turned to Dagora and stated that his extra skill was their part's trump card. And from its name, his skill was about using all his magic to blow the enemy apart. It's the most powerful skill within the party, and even stronger than Cecile's little meteor. Alan couldn't use any extra skill to get stronger, so he was relying on him. This made Dagora confused, as Alan was the one who fought with the hero. Alan showed him their status. His normal attack was stronger than Alan's, and when he used all his magic with their skill onto their axe, he would become the strongest. It was time for Alan to leave. There was still one person he wanted to talk to before he fought the enemy's 1 million strong army. At the Guillemets, the hero arrived, but he wasn't alone, even though he was asked to. He introduced the girl to him as someone at his party. He thought it would be faster if they listened to this together. Alan had seen her before, when she came to the school with Dobard. He was the Sword Saint. The hero was always taking it easy, which makes it easier to communicate. When Hermeos noticed that Alan could also hear their conversation, he mentioned the fact that his team took out 2 million enemies within 20 days in Rosenheim. The Sword Saint couldn't believe this. The enemy's 4 million soldiers were moving towards Rosenheim, so he asked what Alan was planning to fight with the 5 million strong Demon King army. Ares stated that Alan was going to do something about it, which made him laugh. On Hermeos' side, they defeated 1.6 million enemies out of 2 million. They had more causalities than expected, and this battle was going to drag on. He then mentioned that for the past few days, his stamina and mana had suddenly recovered. Aerie explained that that was because Alan had been using Elven Miracle. It could fully recover 5,000 people within a specific radius. The hero and the Sword Saint didn't expect something like that for sure. Hermeos now understood that the Elven recovery plant helped him out. He thought both were part of Alan's power, but Aerie corrected that those were secret recovery from Rosenheim's treasury, but Hermeos didn't believe her. The Giamot Empire was about to give him the title of a duke. Aerie mentioned that the summoned beasts would be focusing their fight in Rosenheim, so they were going to retreat from the Giamot Empire. Another summoned beast was coming tonight to deliver an additional 1,000 Elven miracles to eliminate the remaining Demon King's army. 10 days from now, if Rosenheim still stands, she's going to deliver another 1,000. She also mentioned that those were a token of gratitude from the Elven Queen. Hermeos was glad that she was doing this. He told Sylvia, the Sword Saint, to take the miracles and explain them to the generals. Before they left, Aerie wanted to ask something. She wondered if the devil appeared on his battlefield, but Hermeos hasn't heard of such reports. Aerie then asked if he knew it had any weaknesses. The hero figured that he was planning to fight with him. He knew that he couldn't beat him with his current strength because devils were stronger than the hero. He had beaten 2 of them in the past. His extra skill was bestowed upon him by Elmia to defeat devils, but his victory came at the cost of losing many of his old friends. Aerie then asked if the devil might have been an elf. The devil Hermeos saw didn't have characteristics like that, so he couldn't help them with that. 3 hours later, above the Sea of Rosenheim, Alan arrived. It was time to take on those 1 million enemies from the sea. He summoned dozens of B-ranked monsters, and he could still summon 26 more units. He was dedicated to wiping them out here without letting a single one get through. Aerie informed him that they had entered the attack range, and Alan immediately used the commander skill on Aerie. Aerie was ready to show them the power of the command skill. This skill essentially allowed him to create his own summoned beast army, so Alan was thrilled. He ordered Aerie to target the monster and crush its head. Aerie listened to Alan's order and used gravity. Under the commanding skill, he could defeat an A-ranked monster in one shot, even without using awakening skills. With the biggest courage, Alan was ready to take them all down. Alan told Aerie that there was no need to hide anymore. They weren't holding anything back. The demons were attacking directly at Alan, aiming to kill him. Now that they had noticed him, he ordered Doradora to protect him. Doradora used its boiling fire skill to boil them. Now it was time to use summoned beasts to make elf magic herb, but the flying ones were coming. Alan told Aerie to take care of them with the awakening skill. With the skill called Black Hole, Aerie generated a black sphere to suck and crush them. That was very helpful. The entire Demon King's army had stopped attacking, which only means they wanted to destroy them before going any further. Alan had 300,000 magic stones, and he planned to sink them into the sea with those magic stones. Suddenly, Alan noticed that the Demon King's army should sleep at night as they get tired, unlike the summoned beasts. But they were continuing to attack. The army wasn't targeting nests, but rather game junkies who had separated from the elf army. The opponent was 1 million strong, and the Demon King forces behind were alternating resting and attacking to weaken their physical strength. He was almost positive that the demon god changed his strategy after discovering their existence. Aerie told Alan to rest, but he wanted to keep fighting. From the beginning, all he wanted was to destroy them as quickly as possible, so he was not planning on giving up just because he got tired. At the Lapolka fortress, Eri informed the others about Alan's situation. Even though they were worried, they knew there was nothing they could do. Cecil didn't think he would have a problem for a few days, but the opponent's force was 1 million. Dagora suggested reducing the number of summoned beasts there, but everyone needs those summoned beasts. Tomorrow, 4 million of the Demon King's army was going to arrive there, and that corps will be divided into 3 branches. This might be the strategy to surround Lapolka Fortress, but surrounding a castle with steep mountains around it was impossible. Eri stated that they had already begun to climb, and it seemed they had many insects and flying beasts. It was possible that the demon god learned a lesson from Tiamo and dispersed his forces, and there may be a night attack on Lapolka Fortress. The elves were able to gather 1,000 elf troops in time, but they must consider reorganizing the army. But luckily, Alan already had a plan. He stated that no matter how fast he goes, it will take 5 days to get back to Lapolka Fortress. They need to defend the base for 5 days without adding additional summoned beasts. Eri showed them the layout of the Demon King's army, and it seemed like they were surrounded, and then showed them the summoned beasts they had now. As expected, they were going to be very useful there. Eri then mentioned that the summoned beasts would bring wood and 2,000 bottles of elf magic herb. The next day arrived, and just as Alan predicted, they were surrounded by 4 million troops. On the east coast, Dora was ordered to clean up the magic beasts flying in the sky. After boiling them all with its fire, Dora seemed to enjoying its situation. The soldiers had to defend the base as Alan wasn't there. Dora told them to use every skill possible. On the west side, 2,000 child elipons were increased through laying eggs. First, they were going to reduce the enemy's defensive power by using formic acid, while soldiers were protecting the beasts. Alan turned on buffs and didn't let the number of child elipons decrease. B-class magic beasts had about 1,000 attack powers, so even without buffs, there was still a 6-fold difference compared to a mirror. Even magic can be countered, but Horo's reflection can only be used 10 times a day, so he was hoping the south and north would be suitable for a defensive battle. At night, Alan was once again right, and they were continuously attacked by the demons. It was time for Karina and Cecil. Everyone continued to attack at night to deal with the Demon King's army. 100,000 soldiers fighting, 100,000 soldiers were in preparation, and 100,000 soldiers were resting. They applied a system of 3 rotating shifts of 8 hours each. The role of soldiers in preparation was to react when the fighting position of soldiers was broken. This was a strategy made possible by the combination of abundant elf magic herb, unchanged command in the presence of powerful summoned beasts, and a strong fortress to hold onto in a defensive war. With all this, he was hoping that everyone could survive until he returned to the fortress. Eri checked the soldiers, and it looked like everyone got enough sleep. The first day went well. They defeated 150,000 of them, and tomorrow, the goal was to achieve 200,000. Day 5 of the battle against 4 million Demon King troops at Rapulke Fortress, and the use of Elf's magic herb had surpassed 2,000 per day. On the east and west walls, 250,000 demon beasts were slain. The defense went smoothly thanks to the cooperation from the army of 300,000 elves. Even with that, the all-out day and night attacks weakened the defenses, and the number of casualties kept rising. Kill seemed pretty exhausted, and he was failing. Dagora tried to comfort him, but he was still upset. He wondered how long they were going to keep doing this, and at that moment, Alan came and thanked Kill for his efforts. Everyone was relieved when they saw him. The soldiers considered him as their living miracle. His team members were also so happy to see him, and Sophia told him to get some rest first. But he stated that he slept a bit while flying. Alan checked the records, and apparently the battle wouldn't end anytime soon, so they have to speed things up. 8 days later, the Demon King's army had been completely wiped out. 13 days had passed since the Demon King's army attacked Rapulka Fortress, and everyone was exhausted. 2 days later at Tiamo, the queen congratulated Alan while the Elemental King was sleeping like a cute child. The elves have also gotten a hold of the battlefield situation of the Bacchus Empire. They pushed back the Demon King's army with superior power. Rosenheim's only purpose was to take the capital back from the devil. Even after defeat at Rapulka, they still wouldn't leave the capital. Thanks to the queen's investment, they got everything done quickly. She didn't think using elf magic herb could lead to this, and wondered if they did a bad thing to Emperor Giamut. Alan mentioned that he had asked the queen to borrow some support to defeat the devil. The hero Hermias appeared, looking like a whole mess. The team members were shocked to see him like that. The thing Alan borrowed was the hero. After 10 days of borrowing, he promised to give him 1,000 elf's magic herb. The devil asked Hermias if the central continent be fine when the hero was gone. So he comforted him that the tides of battle were well for them thanks to elf's magic herb. Without the presence of the devil, they had managed to defeat commanders of the demon army, and they were on the way to clean up any leftover troops from the Demon King's army. So even when Hermias wasn't there, they still wouldn't lose. Alan jokingly told them to not be afraid to do anything for the win. He then asked to use the boardroom to review the plan. The Elf King asked if Alan and the hero were good friends. He was hoping those two could regain the capital from the devil for them. After reviewing their plan, they had a great meal. The last time Hermias got a feast like that was the time he saved elves on the battlefield. If they are not invited, humans actually aren't invited into this country. Hermias was worried when he heard that everyone was getting sent to Rosenheim. The important thing was, they didn't lose anyone. Alan asked what kind of party Hermias wanted. He explained that it was usually around 10 people, including a saintess, a great mage, and a swordmaster, were a basic team. Sophia thought he would want a larger team, but for him the quality was more important, and it was easier to operate. Cecil asked if that meant he was going to be away from his team to help them, and he said that if it were the whole team, the Emperor wouldn't allow it. It was also because humanity's hope, Alan, was on their side, and he wanted to know what his summoned beast could do. Alan seemed fine with that as he was trusting him now. He invited him outside and explained his skill. Hermias seemed disappointed that he didn't use his all-power when they fought. Alan explained that it was because he wanted to avoid information getting to the Demon King's army, but in the end, they didn't even know what a summoner was, so it was a waste. Before Alan continued with his plan, Hermias wanted to say something. He stated that there would be only Alan and him while fighting the demon god, but the team immediately objected to him. Hermias explained his request that it was because everyone would be a weight. Alan could summon beasts stronger than them and could heal. He looked at the team and they all seemed to pass the god's challenge. If they were talking about achievements in Rosenheim, then it was spectacular, but that was mostly thanks to Alan. The exception was the swordmaster with her limited break skill. Hero was sure that was the best for them. Everyone looked at Alan, and Alan stated that as a result of the last battle with the devil, Hermias had lost many valuable teammates. That was the truth hidden under the title of humanity's hope. He reminded them that even the heroes could fail. Even so, Alan wanted them to decide for themselves on facing the devil. His summoning ability was not the absolute force. He also mentioned that the chances of them finning was 50%. This calculation was made on the assumption that Liesel was a normal devil, but if he was a high devil, they would be defeated, which means everyone would die. Alan saw their hopeless faces and comforted them by saying they would flee before death. If that happens, regaining the capital would have to wait a few more years. The hero wondered why he said a few years. Alan explained that if they can't defeat the first time, they could always train and come back for a rematch. The way he thinks wasn't normal, but this may be because he was in his adolescent years. The game junkies made their decision, and every one of them was coming to fight with the devil god. Hermias didn't plan to die either, so he hoped that everyone would have a good chance with their extra skill. Fomel appeared and asked to join them with his extra skill. Alan gladly accepted him, so now it was only Dagora who couldn't use his extra skill. The hero found him amazing in that, even though he couldn't use his extra skill, he was in the front line all the time. He didn't know anything about any of their capabilities besides Alan, so he wanted to spar. Cecil wasn't sure if they could work with Hermias, but they wouldn't want those two to die either. They had 10 days to borrow the hero. For the next few days, they could do nothing more but plan and observe. 3 days later, on February 26th, Hermias kept practicing with Karina and Dagora and was teasing him. However, Dagora wasn't planning on quitting even though his attacks were ineffective. He wanted to fight at the front. The others seemed impressed by his deduction. The hero then explained that in the case of swordmaster or axe users, there were known stories of people not using their heads, or simply put, they were idiots, yet they were faster to learn their extra skills compared to normal people. Dagora was surprisingly an understanding and serious man, as Syl said. The hero asked Alan if he still wanted them to fight, but there was no need to analyze their powers, so they were done for now. The attack plan was finally here. Tomorrow, they were going to Fortania. In the morning, Gthurba asked Alan if he needed to fly too, but he responded that there was no need, but he needed to be ready in case something happened. The queen told Sophia to be careful with a worried face. She then asked where Hermeos was, and Alan stated that he sent him on the night express. He then mentioned that there was a chance that there wouldn't be a stone left under, turned after they stormed the capital. The queen understood the situation and stated that the most important thing was to save their country and their people. She blessed them with the spirits, and they were all ready to go. After a while, they arrived at the city. Syl found the city so beautiful that he felt bad for destroying it. Alan noticed that Fomel wasn't acting formally today. He wanted Alan to take care of Sophia. The silence in the city was annoying. Alan thought they would be greeted by the remnants of the unkilled monsters, but there were none. They entered the Devil God's room, and the Devil God was waiting for them on his throne. He asked if Alan was the Messiage of men, and Alan responded by saying he had come to kill him and take Fortania from him. The Devil God didn't seem to be triggered by him, so he decided to provoke him a little. He stated that he came here because he enjoyed killing the demons. When that didn't work, he told him that he knew he was a dark elf. This seemed like a trigger to the devil. Alan continued stating that he was going to take back the world tree and return it to the elves. The Devil God said it never belonged to elves, and the world tree had always been theirs. This made Sophia even more angry, and she seemed on the loose. Before they get into a historical debate, Alan stated that the Devil God was the one who brought in hordes of demonic creatures and wiped out 1 million elves. Devil God laughed and teased them more as if they weren't angry enough. Alan made the first move, and he summoned lots of beasts at the same time. The first blow was Doradora's Hellfire of Wrath. Neither tried to use his cure ability, but the flame was too strong and he died there. However, the Great Temple didn't survive after this attack. The Devil God was standing there unharmed, but he was surprised that Alan killed him just like that. Alan noticed that even with the command skill, there was no visible damage to the devil. Hermeos said even he couldn't estimate the archdemon's status, but it looked like his stamina was over 30,000, which means the hero's extra class attack wouldn't help either. However, the game goes on. He ordered Clenidogoras to finish him off, so Karina and Doradora attacked simultaneously. But the Devil God was so strong that with one move he injured Karina badly and broke Doradora's bones. His attack was impossible to survive. Ellie and Doradora attacked at the same time to gain some time. Alan knew that he was just wasting rocks, but while he was having fun, they had a chance. Karina used her ulta and started to exceed her limits. It was time to formalize. Fomel heard him and used his ability called Arrow of Light. When he sent his arrow, Karina attacked the Devil God with all her might. The Devil God got injured on his head and neck. He indeed wasn't expecting something like that, but was still confident enough to keep his calm. Karina didn't stop and continued to attack him, but even that didn't hurt him. The difference between them was becoming more and more obvious. Cecil told Karina to stop it, but she didn't, and the Devil God crushed Karina's head with his one hand. Before killing her, Doradora managed to save her. Alan noticed that the Devil God was about to use magic. He wondered what changed his mind. Sophia's wind magic was the only thing protecting Karina. She seemed crushed by the fact that her extra skill did not affect him. The Devil God noticed that their gate was closed. He called Alan a messiah again, and Alan seemed puzzled. He thought he was calling a demonic extra and wondered if this was something about their messiah. There was a possibility that the Devil God thought Alan was a messiah, and this had something to do with the extra mode that was available at the beginning of the game. He had a lot of questions like the reason why extra mode and extra skill are called the same thing, and why he can't use extra skills. He thought about the possibility of him being able to use extra mode skills temporarily in normal mode. And in extra mode, extra skills were normal skills. Also, those skills he got after level 60 were additional skills. He then realized that this dark elf in front of him also plays in extra mode, but he didn't choose it the same way he did, so that was the point he got confused, because he didn't know how to go from normal mode to extra mode. The team members were worried that they might lose because this dark elf demon didn't even lose any health points. They asked what they were going to do, and Alan stated that they were going to change their strategy and show the enemy the ass. Alan announced that they were going to escape, which surprised everyone, including the Devil God. He asked if he ran out of clever strategies and questioned if he wasn't the Messiah, but he was sure of himself that even though he built up a huge army and tried again, the World Tree would remain in his hands, and that was the key to winning this war. He told Alan that he dared to challenge him, but it wasn't time yet. Alan made a surprise attack, but it still wasn't effective. The Devil God noticed that Alan used all his cards. Suddenly, the hero appeared out of nowhere and made a surprise attack. With his smiley face, he killed the Devil God in one hit. The others seemed pretty relieved and happy that he got killed. Hermeos stated that even though their group is weak, letting their guard down and strike unexpectedly strategy worked, and it was a good thing they implemented it before he started fighting for real. Alan thanked Hermeos on behalf of all of them. They were still a weak group and didn't have the punch to take on an archdemon. He could prolong the fight, but eventually, he would get tired of playing with them, and Alan was afraid to predict how it would end. He didn't notice Alan secretly activating a hero. The game was played out like a score, but something was weird. They still haven't gotten any experience points for him. He told Hermeos that he was still alive and he should kill him, but Hermeos was sure that he stabbed him through the heart. However, shockingly, the Devil God stood up like nothing happened. He congratulated him for striking one of his heart, which made everyone shocked once again. Alan was brainstorming to find a way to kill him, but Hermeos had 24 hours to roll back the skill. The Devil God asked if he was just planning to stay there, and then awakened his real form. They needed a new strategy as soon as possible, but all Alan could think was to run away. The Devil God attacked Hermeos, and Alan used the reflection. However, it didn't work, and they got injured badly. Kill immediately started curing them. The Devil God once again stated that no matter how strong they could be, they could not defeat him, and at this point, he decided to not let anyone escape and kill everyone. Alan tried to think of a way to stop him. He used as many beasts as possible, but it only delayed it for a few seconds. Hermeos asked if there was room for one more opponent. He then used his Finista sword to attack, but unfortunately, the new form of the Devil God wasn't something they could handle. Formal grabbed Sophia to protect her, while Alan told her to call the Great Spirit immediately. However, even though Sophia tried, no one was answering. Alan told her to keep calling while thinking of another way to escape. He thought he would just expose the spirit and run away, but this didn't seem so likely to happen. The fact that the demon defends itself against the hero's attacks and ignores the other tells him that Hermeos is the one who's been getting rid of the demon. He suddenly called the demon and started yelling at him. He told him to come here and settle this on one like true messiahs. The others were both shocked and puzzled, and they questioned what he was thinking. Cecil tried to convince him to stop, but Alan didn't seem to be listening to her. He kept calling the demon and telling him to come to him. He wanted him to use his magic on him, to give their friends the time to escape. His beasts promised him that they were going to deflect his mirror this time. However, the Devil God figured out what he was trying to do and jumped right in front of him instead of using his magic. He started to punch Alan non-stop, while Ari explained to Hermeos that Alan was going to buy some time and that he should take everyone and run, but there was no way Hermeos could let the new hope he had finally found die like that. The beasts were trying to take them away, but Dagora and Karina wanted to help. Dagora was so mad at Alan that he was trying to protect them like that. He always felt like he was behind him as Alan was too talented and seemed to know everything like a 35-year-old man. Dagora found him inside the mess and helped him to get up. He asked what they were going to do now, but Alan couldn't even see because of the blood on his face. He told Dagora to tell his parents that he was sorry. The Devil God decided that it was time for Alan, the black hair kid, to die and started running towards them to kill him. Dagora ignored Alan's calls and started running too, and the most unexpected thing happened. He unlocked his extra skill and injured the Devil God. The whole crew was so happy to see him finally using his extra skill. However, the devil was not so badly injured, so he was about to hit him. Alan tried to warn Dagora to dodge his attack, but it was too late. He passed through Dagora with just one finger, mortally wounding him. Alan caught Dagora, who was falling to the ground, and started healing him with Ari. Even though he stopped the bleeding, he still had a huge hole in the middle of his body, but this wasn't a big problem for Alan. Seeing her childhood friend fatally damaged, Karina looked like she didn't know what to say because she was crying. Alan called Kill and told him to do what he had to do. Kill understood the message and used his divine intervention to heal the hole. Alan and Karina left them alone to get their revenge. Seeing the devil alive made him question once again how many hearts he had. Hermeos told Karina that her blows may pass him as he was weakened by Dagora. Meanwhile, Ari and Doradora were attacking him simultaneously. Alan regretted his decision not to come there alone. He then noticed that Kill's ability was not working. Sophia finally managed to get an answer from the Great Spirit, but she was shocked when she saw Great Rosen in front of her. He asked what she wanted. She was too stunned to speak, and Rosen said that all the depressed gamers were here. He then used the blessings of the Spirit King, and suddenly everyone was surrounded by midichlorians. Alan noticed that their stats were up 30%. Karina didn't know who the midichlorians were, but she could feel the power flowing through her. The devil god didn't seem so happy to see the Spirit King and told him that he was breaking the laws of this world, but the king said that he was the one who broke them by his existence. The devil god got angrier and asked how long this was going to continue. The king said that he wouldn't stop until he stopped hurting his elves. He decided to give Alan a little guidance. He said that for the hour that the blessing lasts, the world of doors would be a world without doors. Alan's eyes popped out. He told everyone to get their ultras and go. He told Kill to do that too, but he was still planning on bringing Dagora back to life. Alan told Karina to chase the devil god all over the field with every skill she had. Once again, Karina used his divine power, and she was dedicated to using it over and over again if it didn't work. She attacked the devil god with her sword and finally started giving proper damage. Alan tried to provoke her to use her extra skill again, and she started to give herself enough confidence to do it. After Fulmo's extra skill, she used her thunderbolt and injured the devil god. Alan was satisfied, as it seemed like she was doing a lot more damage than before. Everyone was praying for her success. Karina did not stop until she finally cut one of his hearts. Hermeos told her to leave the rest to him, and he was going to finish him with one blow. The devil god knew he was in a weak position, but stated that he wouldn't give the world tree to them. Alan tried to understand what he was aiming for, but no matter what he was planning, he wasn't going to let him go for nothing. Soul of Darkness was his last chance. Alan knew there was no mirror to reflect that, so he told Cecil to use her ultra. Cecil wasn't sure about that, as it would cause everyone to get hurt. But Alan stated that they weren't going to get hurt because her magic would compensate for his magic, and everything would explode from the inside out. Cecil accepted to use her ultra and created a huge asteroid that was bigger than the devil gods. The two of them crushed, and Alan told Hermeos to get out of there, but he didn't want to give Cecil all the glory and threw his sword towards the devil god, hoping it would hit his heart. The crush of the two asteroids created a huge mess, and the devil god was defeated. The team was happy and relieved this time. Kill also informed Alan that he managed to cure Dagora, but he somehow didn't wake up. Alan was still doubting about the death of the devil, as he still didn't get any experience points. He tried to wake Dagora up by saying they were going to leave the EMS team waiting under the rubble. Hermeos and Karina came and asked Kill how did it go. He said that he succeeded, but his armor was damaged. Dagora was still not waking up. Alan stated that Hill's intelligence was over 10,000 after the buff, which should mean 100% probability, but with those randoms, he can't be sure of anything. He told Dagora to not play dumb and not to make this a big deal. He tried to trigger him by saying that even Drogo could use his extras and that Karina was smarter than him. This made him open his eyes and started scolding Karina. However, Karina hugged him so tight that she hurt him. While Kill was beating Dagora for faking it, Cecil was glaring at Alan. They then thanked Great Rosen for his help. Cecil wondered if that half-body hole was completely healed, but Dagora's guts were still hanging out and he was about to die, but he said he was okay. He was still looking forward to hitting someone again. Now it was time to avenge their comrade's death. They looked at the city, and a third of the city has been demolished, and on the other side of the globe, tsunamis and volcanic eruptions were happening. He didn't know what was going on with the demon, so he decided to proceed with caution. The demon was lying on the ground with Hermeos' sword on his heart. He asked if Alan was there to admire him, and then stated that he couldn't see a world tree. His body started to disintegrate, and it looked like the outcome of the battle was a done deal. The devil god said that it may not be that bad to die in the promised land, and he wished he could show it to his people. Before he disappeared completely, he told them that even if he died, there would be a second and then a third, and the cycle would never end. Alan noticed that they tried to give this boss some kind of backstory, which was as bad as ever. His stats changed and his level was up, but there were no experience points. He wondered if the reward for defeating him was just a one-level increase. After all, they never had an opponent like that before. Suddenly, the Great Rosen's form changed and he advanced to God. He ignored everyone and said something to show himself. A voice talked and told him to stop looking at him like that. Hermione explained to Alan that the thing was a high-class archdemon. He was the one who slaughtered the hero's entire party. The demon started teasing Hermione, and when he saw his furious face, he stated that he surrendered. Hermione asked him what was his purpose in coming there if he didn't want to fight. He was trying to figure out why his armies had been defeated 5 times. Alan realized that he was the one who planned and executed this Barbarossa. The demon asked for Alan, but no one said anything. Alan stood up and stated that Alan wasn't there, and he died to protect them. He seemed pretty surprised at first, but then didn't believe him as he had black hair. The demon didn't seem too intimidating, but he knew he had killed so many elves, so Alan didn't want to be nice to him. The demon said that he looked at him, and now he was going to leave with a promise that he would be back. Not only Alan, but everyone was confused. Alan decided to think about this later and told everyone that they should go back to Tiamo and get a good sleep. Thus ended their battle at Rosenheim. It lasted 43 days from the day they arrived at the nest. The glad tidings were spread to all elven cities and refugee camps, and the silent night was filled with joy. In the morning, the queen thanked Alan and his team for defeating the demon army in him. Alan wanted Hermione to take all the credit. He noticed his teammates' weird looks and explained that it was hard to be a hero and he needed freedom and movement. It was still hard to process that the devil god was a black elf. They made a truce with their king 500 years ago. Although they had no diplomatic relations involving the exchange of envoys, it was an unpleasant surprise. Alan was surprised. When it came to members of the royal family fighting in the Demon Lord's army, it can't be ignored. They would send a diplomatic mission to them and demand an explanation. So it was the one quell for Renegade or the whole nation of traitors, but they had only just finished this war, so they had to be careful. However, that was up to Rosen's men. Rosen woke up and asked Alan if he could have his attention. He said that it was time to honor the loyal defenders of his elves. They're, I can't pronounce, gamers. Alan asked if that was about the first phase of nurturing his comrades into 4-star talent. As Rosen recalled, it was just about changing everyone's class. And Alan reminded him that he also said that the maximum he could get was 4 stars. Thanks to Alan, he became a spirit god, so he was in a good mood. Alan smiled and wondered how much more can he be grateful to them, as if he was trying to get on his nerves. Rosen said that he was not changing any regimes, so Alan responded by saying they could do it without him. He said that Elmia would reduce him to atoms if he did that, but as the god of spirits, he could promote any of them to 5 starts, but only 1. Alan was so happy to hear that, and chose Karina without any doubt. She already got 3 stars, and without it, she would change professions once, so it was only fair to give her the achievement. The other teammates didn't seem to agree with him. Karina thanked Alan and promised to not let him down. Now it was time to change their classes. Alan was thrilled with the new classes. Even half of the characteristics had been transferred and they got extra skills. Sophia was now priestess, Formal was marksman, Karina was queen of swords, Dagora was berserk, Cecil was archmage, and Kill was bishop. They all seemed pretty satisfied with their classes. Sophia then wondered what familiar meant. Hermione was watching them from a distance, admiring them. Rosen stated that he wasn't done handing out awards yet, and then stated that he was the creator god Elmai, and thanked Hermione for protecting his children. Everyone was taken aback by this news. Elmi then told Hermione that he was going to give him a class change too. From now on, Hermione wasn't a hero. He was the king of heroes. Hermione checked his stats and noticed that things had changed. He turned to Alan and said there was a way to move beyond despair. Alan laughed and told him that he always enjoyed the process of playing the game and exploring the world. Alan thanked him for coming to help him and told others to cheer up. They had a dungeon race coming up, but before it hit, they would have to prepare. Karina was a little worried about Merlin. Alan said that she had got enough stars to worry about as it was. Alan was sure she and her golem were instrumental in repelling the aggression on her continent. The important thing was that she was safe. Now, their next target was the Bacchus Empire to see how their Merle was doing. A few days later, after the big war, the Elves Queen announced to the world that their country had ended this battle, and the game junkies returned to the capital and shared their joy with everyone. Not only the people, but even the spirits were happy that the battle ended. Alan noticed that fruits grow in the blink of an eye. Sophie explained that they were the fruit of the world tree, the spirit's favorite food, and it was used to make a true elvish potion. Alan knew that it would be hard for elves to rebuild the country, considering how poorly elves reproduce. Losing Sophie, the heir to the throne in the war, would be the final blow. The Elf Queen told Alan that she heard from Sophie that his goal was to defeat the Demon Lord and stated that they believe in Rosen's prophecy. She told Sophie and Formal to follow Alan wherever he goes and fight for peace without end. They agreed to do this without hesitation. The Queen then gave Sophie a bag of jewels worth 1,000 gold coins in here as a small thanks from them. When Alan said they didn't need it, she jokingly offered to marry her daughter. Alan wanted them to just keep using the elf elixir in their diplomacy, and he had a few other requests. He asked if they could give him some sort of nominal position equivalent to a title of nobility in the Kingdom of Latosha. Sophia asked if he wanted to be Alan of Rosenham, and he explained that he had little idea how to take advantage of that. Hermeos then stated that his contract was up, so he was going back to the Central Continent. He was thinking about going to the dungeon for the Divine Trials. While others were worrying if they would be able to see him again, Alan asked for tips on capturing him, but Hermeos wanted to keep those to himself and advised him to keep trying. When he left, Alan told others that it was time to get some goodies from the king. Cecil claimed that Karina could be made a baroness, nominal. Dogora wanted to be a knight, and Karina joined him. Alan told them that they were going to consult Viscount Granville first. When Sophia asked about Cecil, she said that she was already in the privileged class and exempt from all taxes. But Alan mentioned that he already knew what to demand from their golden saint with an evil smile. At the end of March, the Central Continent declared victory in the war, and they had to get back as they needed to finish the academy. 10 days later, they had an audience with the king at the capital of Latasha. Alan found the city pretty simple, while Kill denied it as more convenient. Kill was worried that the king would be angry at this insolent demand, but the others comforted him, saying that they should be demanding twice as much and get what they deserve. They entered the king's palace, and firstly, the king thanked Elf Princess. God of Spirits also spoke and thanked them for their wise decision to save his sweet elves. Everyone was shocked that this little creature was the god of Rosenheim. The old elf explained that if the arrival of the hardcore gamers had been delayed even a day, they wouldn't be standing here in front of the king. The king said that this was because of their priority of saving Rosenheim. Sophia stated that they would repay his service. The old man passed on the words of the queen. The letter started with thanking Alan, and then it stated that as a token of gratitude and appreciation of the entire elven people for his outstanding services in the war, Alan was given the honorary position of Elven NGH. Lysidral informed them that NGH was the second most important position in the army, and he advised the Secretary of Defense and Command, the generals and marshals. The people, including the king, were all shocked that they would give this title to a kid. To become a nobleman, you must have the king's approval along with all that goes with it, vassal oaths and loyal service. And now he could do nothing without waiting for a decree of noblesse oblige, which is why he wanted a non-binding position. It was worth helping Rosenheim. The old elf also mentioned that they wanted their countries to exchange embassies. He, Elder Philomel, would gladly serve as Rosenheim's ambassador. The king stated that they could use the help of elven healers. Philomel was happy that they had reached an understanding and then stated that they had a favor to ask. From now on, they intend to fight against the Demon Lord with triple their strength. For this process, Sophia Luna and her companions intend to conquer a dungeon in the Bacchus Empire. The king couldn't help but show his surprise. Their holy Mecca was priceless and they can't risk this. Philomel said that if that was true, diplomatic agreements were out of the question. The king stated that they would let the whole company go to the Bacchus Empire. When he added that they were going to establish good friendships with the people of this country, which includes their audience, they were all shocked to hear this. Alan reminded the king of the promise the previous king made. It was a promise to revive the Carnelian family of 5 years of honorable service on the battlefield or other high military achievements. When he was told that it was the king who would consider this or not, he stated that he was speaking to them as the NHS of all of Rosenheim, and it was up to him to decide how much help the elven healers would provide. Chancellor was shocked that he dared to say this, but Alan did not step back and requested him to consider their petitions carefully. He showed the official record of Gia Carnell's exploits on the battlefield. After reading it, Chancellor stated that he had a very distinguished merit. But what Keel's father did was unforgivable, and in front of other nobles, he could not show how easily forgiven a crime was. So he was going to be returned to half of the original Carnelian estate with the title of Baron. Afterward, balls and other events were held for several days to mark the beginning of diplomatic relations with Rosenheim. Kill wanted to get his title and estate back, so his family had a place to come back to. But when the White Dragon came, he heard there were a lot of people who were homeless and foodless now, so he knew he needed more gold to help them all. Cecil stated that this is why he was their golden saint, and Alan comforted him. 4 days later, it was the second year of Hedman Rodan's pioneer settlement fields were being sown and houses were being built. At the Hedman's house, Alan saw his family. His siblings greeted him and they said that they had been hunting hogs since last year. Formal was shocked that Alan had an actual family, as he always seemed out of this world to him. Alan then introduced them to his team. His father was getting used to all this, even though he was still nervous. Karina and Drogo also met with their families, and they had a huge feast together. This place was Alan's favorite place for sure. He was talking to his siblings while eating to catch up with their lives. He asked Miura what her favorite talent was and suggested monks so she could heal others, and she agreed. Spirit God was also there eating. He blessed Alan's sister, and now she had a talent. His father was confused and asked if she really had a talent while she was thanking him. That was how Alan accomplished everything they had achieved, thanks to Viscount Granville. And now they had assembled a junior band. Karina and Drogo went to their own house, and the rest of them stayed at their parents' house. In the morning, Alan asked if his father was happy that Drogo was a knight, and Drogo said that he spent the night cleaning his axe. Hill wondered what Alan received as a reward from the kingdom. He said that he was satisfied with Rosenheim's reward, and he refused all attempts to bribe him. Cecil wondered if it was okay to kill him without telling anyone. They were at the White Dragon Mountains, Baron Carnell's domain. They saw the White Dragon, and it was so huge, twice the size of any dragon they had ever seen, but the design was as peppers as ever. Now it was time to defeat the creature that had been plaguing their land for hundreds of years. The plan was to defeat the White Dragon and have a feast in honor of the new Baron Carnell. When the White Dragon saw them, he questioned the creatures they were riding and who they were. Alan suggested Cecil and Kill announce themselves as they were lifelong enemies. When they did, the dragon was surprised that Granville and Kleiner were working together to take him down. Apparently, he had been waiting for this battle for hundreds of years. Alan told everyone to stay on their ground and reminded them that they had the levels to win. The first attack was from Drogo and Karina. Drogo was having a hard time adjusting to his shield. Alan noticed that he was using the breath attack, so Cecil received it with an ice ball. However, the White Dragon was so strong that her magic got pushed back. Alan then ordered Fomel to use his extra skill on its mouth while it was open. While he was doing that, Karina and Drogo attacked simultaneously. When the dragon said their tricks wouldn't work, Sophia asked if they should ask for the spirit's god power, and Alan agreed. The plan was to restrict his movement and then defeat him with Karina and Dagora's extra skills. Sophia called the Great Spirits, while Alan was grateful that they had Rosen on their side. White Dragon wasn't expecting this move. Alan acted and used Dora and the other beasts to restrict its movements. Now that he was confused, it was Dagora's turn. Dagora used full body, full soul, but it did not work. Alan told Dagora to get back and told Karina to use her extra skill. Following the limit break, she used Heavy Slash, and this time it worked perfectly. They were all relieved and even started to observe it chopped off. Alan noticed that he could see through his intentions. When he died, they received the same amount of experience points as a high demon. Karina and Dagora leveled up quickly. Kill thought they couldn't defeat it, but the White Dragon seemed easy now that they were stronger. Cecil agreed and wondered how happy the people would be when they told them this news. At the capital city, Kellner, the people who saw them coming with a dragon panicked, but Earl Hamilton, an acquaintance of the Granville and Kleiner families, told everyone to calm down and expressed his surprise. Alan said that it was slain with minimal destruction. Now they were going to dissect its body while putting their head on display in the town square. Alan told Dagora and Kill to get dressed. The people were surprised that a young boy like Kill was the one leading their new lord. They admired them a lot. Alan noticed that no one was saying anything negative about Kill's father, and from Granville's standpoint, he was an enemy. But that wouldn't mean he was a tyrant of a lord. At Kellner's house, Alan and Cecil were impressed by how big their house was. Kill's sister was glad to see her brother okay. Alan noticed that the royal messenger was there. The royal messenger congratulated Kill for restoring the Kellner family and killing the White Dragon. He mentioned that the Majesty would be very happy and he must dedicate this to the royal family. The atmosphere changed after this statement. They were all shocked. The messenger claimed that it was their duty to offer their profits as a noble. Alan called Earl Hamilton and said that they should be repairing the mining site and start hiring laborers, and profits should be what they earn after deducting the necessary funds to maintain their land. If there was any profit, they would gladly offer it up. Though he mentioned that His Majesty just got thrown, so he understood why he would want something to show for his authority. He then questioned why he wouldn't just buy the dragon's head in that case. On top of that cost, when they got annexed into the royal territory, the royal family sent a conquest task, and he stated that he would be glad to claim the prize. After Lord Messenger left, Lethal could not stop but laugh because Alan made the royal family pay for the head while also receiving the task's payout. Kill thanked him for watching over the kids for him and hoped that he would continue doing that. He gave him 1,000 gold coins and a bunch of elf's magic herbs as a thank you gift. They were honored to do that for the hero who defeated the White Dragon. Lethal mentioned that they had already picked a good judge to be the lord in his place, so there was nothing to worry about. He then expressed his surprise that Dagora became a knight for Hamilton. Earl Hamilton heard from Viscount Granville that he was aiming for a larger fish, so he would be glad to send him away. Dagora blushed and thanked him. Kill called everyone and thanked them for allowing him to return home. Later that day, they stayed overnight at the Culners before getting approval to leave the country for the Bacchus Empire. They gave the dragon meat to the pioneer village and got the greetings from the Granvilles, and they were finally off to the Bacchus Empire. They were now on their magic ships towards the Bacchus Empire. While they were eating dinner, they were talking about the number of dwarves in there. Suddenly, Alan said that his summons that he left in the mountains to kill the remaining monsters found another white dragon, a baby one. Cecil remembered that dragons lay eggs. Alan wondered if that was what they called retaliation repop in his previous life. When Karina asked what he was planning to do with the baby dragon, Alan decided to raise it and named him Haku. He didn't think killing it would help if one more was going to pop up. Also, they could learn something about the Demon King's power. He said that the Demon King increased the rank of every demon beast in the army, so they should take this opportunity to learn if it was born immediately or if it would turn aggressive after a certain period. There was another and quicker option that somebody could just tell them, which was the spirit god, but he told Alan to not rely on him and he wouldn't answer anything. He gave up on him and noticed that they had arrived at the Bacchus Empire. The Bacchus Empire used to be a normal kingdom on the continent. They produced great techniques of magic tools that couldn't even compare to other dwarven countries. But around 50 years ago, the Demon King's army attacked, and the kingdom held them back using magical tools and golems. To fight the army, the kingdom consumed every neighboring country and became a great empire with a population of more than 200 million and the world's strongest military force. Alan and his team arrived at the capital Danbao and were amazed by the hugeness of the palace. Visiting another country was so exciting for them, as this sensation was the best part of an adventure. They decided to stay there for today and look for Mururu tomorrow. The next day arrived and they were back at the lounge. Alan was surprised that they had elevators. A man named Nuka Kai, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of this country, greeted Sophia and wished her a good day and informed them that they had prepared a breakfast. Alan wondered the reason behind a minister being there. They sit at the table, and while Karina is being charmed by the food, Alan is almost sure that they are showing off their riches. The minister thanked them for supplying the elf's recovery potion. Thanks to that, the casualties were kept at a minimum, even when facing one of the largest invasions ever. Alan was not looking at the minister friendly while Sophia was talking. To express their gratitude, the minister stated that they were planning to supply the elves with the necessary magic tools to restore Rosenheim for free, although the maintenance afterward would be charged. Alan knew that they were trying to scrape the maintenance fees like merchants. Sophia was sure Her Majesty would be pleased with this. The minister then said that he heard they were here to challenge the S-rank dungeon, called the Tower of Trials. He wanted to remind them that it was a dangerous place where half the challengers would lose their lives. Karina seemed bored of those warnings. Sophia stated that they understood this, and they were planning to take Mururu with them. The minister said that she had contributed actively to the war and had graduated from Bacchus's academy so she could join them. However, the emperor would be worried sick for her, so their country would wish for something of equal value in return. Sophia said that money would be a problem because she can't afford Mururu, but the minister said that it was much simpler than that. They had learned that there was a stronger healing called Elf's Magic Herb and wanted that. Sophia didn't say she would not consider, but the amount was quite limited. They wanted to have what was available. She said that she would try to prepare some for the benefit of their friendship. Their conversation ended there, and the minister told them to wait in this room while he went to get confirmation about Maruru. Dogora and Karina were worried. Cecil also had a bad feeling about this. Sophia heard that the Bukus Empire was infamous for always seeking profits and national benefits, but from a tradesfold standpoint, that was a good negotiation. They then heard the door opening slowly, and there it was, Maruru. She was so happy to see everyone that she teared up. Alan embraced her with happiness. Maruru was shocked by the news, but was so happy that everyone was okay. Dagora mentioned that they were looking forward to seeing her riding a golem. Alan wanted to borrow her golems, but she was told that it was impossible, but they could acquire the golem slab in the S-rank dungeon. Alan decided to talk about this on the move, and they started to head for the S-rank dungeon. Maruru was an honorable baron now, and she even participated in the triumphal parade. Alan noticed that she got more confidence after the academy. Her status also confirmed that Maruru was a 3-3-star talent. She got stronger, but her attack didn't change much. Perforation Fist means like a punch that drilled through walls. Alan was excited about the golem slab. They saw the Tower of Trials, which was much bigger than the World Tree. They landed, and it was crowded. Karina pointed at the Beastman. He seemed like an adventurer. Dagora had never seen one on the central continent. There were a lot of beastmen there. Alan assumed that they probably came from the beast country to the south. They were all taken aback by the fact that there was a whole city inside, even bigger than the capital. It was even strange that there was light without any windows. Alan saw the Degrini's temple, which was also the entrance to the S-rank dungeon. He said that they wouldn't be taking on the dungeon today, but they should hear the story at the temple. While walking among the people, they were looking at them with curiosity as they were all kids, and Alan had black hair. Alan found it amazing that this many people had conquered 5 A-rank dungeons. They went to the receptionist and stated that they wanted to conquer the S-rank dungeon. The receptionist asked if they had a magic disc, and if they didn't, they could rent one there. She gave one to Maruru, and she explained that they were going to insert the slab there. Then they would be able to create a golem. The slabs would be available in the S-rank dungeon. She then asked what Maruru's talent was, and she said that it was Magic Earth General. The others who heard her talent were shocked by that. Alan guessed that it might be because it was only 1 in 10 million people. The receptionist then asked if she participated in the last battle, and she confirmed her. The receptionist woman explained that if she had that talent, she could move a mithril-level golem with copper or silver. With the magic disc, if she was an iron rank, then she would need an iron slab. There were 10 holes, so gathering that much would be a problem for them. Alan asked if he could buy the disc instead of renting it, but as they were national properties, it would cost them 10,000 gold coins. Alan figured that they gathered the slabs and then retrieved the finished discs, making their country hold the strongest golem army ever. Alan made his decision and gave her 10,000 gold coins. Not only the receptionist, but also the other members were shocked. After leaving the temple, they rented a nearby house and made it their base while in the Tower of Trials. Karina wanted to be the first person to conquer the S-rank dungeon. Alan agreed, but it was also to help them defeat the Demon King army, so it would still be very difficult to fight demon generals after that. Cecil was confused because they had changed their class, and Karina was a 5-star like the hero. Besides, Dagora's extra skill could defeat the demon general in a slash. Alan explained that the demon general didn't know who they were in their fight, so even if they upgraded their gear to orichalcum, he expected their chance of winning to only be around 50%. It would also be a different story if it was a high general. Even so, Sophia wondered if taking on the S-rank dungeon would still be valuable. She then asked Maruru if she was okay. She said that she was fine, but did not seem like she was. She also mentioned that Tam Tam was so strong. When they gave her the confused looks, she explained that the golem user would name the golem they control. Her dad was growing a Tam Tam tree in his garden, and her 4 brothers say it tasted bad, so it was a very familiar name for her. Alan asked if she told her family she was going to be there, and she said that she didn't tell them because they would be worried sick. She wanted to be stronger for her friends and family, and she realized this the hard way. Alan's priority was getting his hands on a golem. He suggested trying to upgrade their talents as soon as possible because he suspected they would need a year to finish the S-rank dungeon. Karina realized that the best case was that Demon King's army didn't arrive until then. Alan was pretty sure that they wouldn't call for another attack because they caused a bit of damage to their army. The next thing was going to be Alan's mission. He had to improve his summoning skills and get the newly summoned beast by all means. If he kept this up, then his summons attacks wouldn't do anything against the generals. Cecil asked why he didn't stop evenly splitting the dungeon loot, as they all knew he needed crystals and gold coins the most. She wasn't the only one who thought like that. Alan was grateful for that. The next day arrived, and it was time to go. What they were looking for? Collect the golem's slab or a calcum weapon, and items to increase stats over 1,000 points convenient magic tools. The game junkies make their entrance to the S-ranked dungeon. They noticed that other parties had more than 20 people. The usual cube that manages the dungeon's floor greeted them and asked if they wished to go to the second floor. It had been a while since Alan had seen a cube. If the next floor was the second, that would mean they were on the first floor. Kill responded that there were only 5 floors to the S-ranked dungeon, and it felt kind of insignificant compared to the 20 floors of the A-ranked dungeon. This was everything the first floor offered to them, so they requested to be led to the second floor. The cube understood their request and summoned them to the second floor. The second floor was so huge that they could see the scheme. The design was so different from other dungeons. Kill assumed that the other parties were on the same floor too. Cecil noticed that there were at least 500 people there, including the cube. An admiral named Garara appeared, and Maruru seemed surprised to see him. There was also a boy named Pepeku next to him. Garara questioned why she was in a place like this with humans. Maruru introduced Admiral Garara, the supreme leader of the Bacchus Empire's army, to the team, and Pepeku, a friend who helped her a lot on the battlefield. Pepeku greeted them and introduced Sophie to the admiral. Garara stated that the potions she sent them helped them a lot on the battlefield. He was also surprised to see an elf coming to the dungeon. She responded that he was right, because they were the only elves in this dungeon right now. When Garara asked if there were only 8 of them, Alan responded by saying that quality over quantity. Suddenly, Garara told Maruru to leave this party and come with them. She was a great talent, and her extra skill would need to be activated anyway. Maruru strongly stated that she was going to conquer the dungeon with Alan's team, but Garara didn't take her seriously and told Pepeku to bring her back even if by force. Now that he crossed the line, Dagora stepped up and dared him to try it. Garara asked if they were planning to fight them, and Maruru told him to stop it. She said that she wouldn't forgive him if he hurt her friends. Garara seemed to obey Maruru's words, but didn't forget to warn them that if they dared to run away while using Maruru as their shield, no matter where they were in any realm, he would find them and kill them. Pepeku apologized on behalf of Garara, and they took him to the 3rd floor. Maruru apologized and explained that he was usually friendly, but his words inspired Alan. He realized that Maruru could actually be a tank. A tank means someone who would protect their entire team as a shield while blocking enemies' attack. To make it clearer, he told them to imagine if they had a golem that could block the demon general's strongest attack, and asked if they would agree that the tide of the battle would have been better for them. Kill said if that was the case, then they could focus on attacking, but Cecil mentioned that they would use her as a shield just like the Admiral said, but Alan was comfortable because that wasn't the case. He asked if they would ever leave Maruru and run for their lives to prove his point. Everyone refused immediately, proving that the Admiral had nothing to be worried about. Maruru felt safe and told them to leave it to her and Tam Tam to protect everyone. Alan was really looking forward to fighting a golem. They could get a copper golem on the 2nd floor. To advance to the 3rd floor, they have to defeat the 2nd floor boss and acquire 3 copper medals. There were 5 types of floor bosses. The monster's rank varies from B to S. Alan got the Griffs ready and they started to look for the boss. An adventurer group thought Griffs were monsters, but when they noticed Sophie, they realized that those were spirits. Maruru was a bit nervous about making a big scene, but Alan said she would get used to it. It seemed like most monsters were B rank. Dagora said they can't really level up with them. Alan noticed a monster with a compatible size to an A rank boss, but the beastmen also noticed and started chasing it. They were moving really fast and will probably be on it soon. Cecil asked if they should dive in and defeat it first, but it was actually more polite not to intervene. Alan said this would be a rave for the floor boss. There were 5 types of them, so he asked Hook to find them for him. When he got one, he told the others that it was huge and was on the other mountain. There were some beastmen nearby, so they had to be fast before they got caught. He told Griff to use dash, and they started moving faster than ever. But with this much distance, Alan didn't think they would make it in time. He noticed that beastmen were running away. Karina felt like this was odd. It seemed also dangerous to Alan, so they had to hurry. What they encountered was a lot bigger than Alan thought. Alan had to leave it to Karina and Dogora for this one. He told the Beastmen to make a run for it, and they would take it from there. Their leader questioned if he knew what that monster was. It was a BB, which meant Blood Blast Beetle. It was an S-rank monster. Alan did not expect it to be an S-rank. He thanked them for the information and told them that they would focus on fighting it, so they should evacuate. The man listened to him, but mentioned that if they could make it out alive, then they would repay him. Before he ran away, he told them that magic wouldn't work on a BB. This monster was quite tough, and Dogora informed Alan that their attacks did nothing to it. This was their first encounter with an S-rank monster. He told Sophie to get Rosen's help with her extra skill. Rosen used his Spirit King's blessing and increased the status of all party members by 30%. Alan was going to strike first, then everyone could come in with their extra skills. He told Cecil and Sophie to use their magic for defensive purposes. To defeat the bug, they were going to use fire. He used Cabo's awakened skills, and hundreds of them exploded on the bug. After that, it was Doradora's turn. While Doradora was using soldrification, Sophia and Cecil used their magic. Doradora was getting bigger, but it was still quite small compared to an S-rank monster. It seemed like the fire didn't work, so he used Teku and a mirror to fully deflect its attack. This tactic worked on the bug, and it finally hurt. Karina and Dogora were the next ones. Karina's attack penetrates its shell, while Dogora can't use his extra skill as usual. Dogora seemed like he was having a hard time attacking, so Formal used his Arrow of Light and helped him. Alan asked Dogora if he could still fight, and he said that he wouldn't be caught again. He backed him up and they continued attacking, but suddenly they noticed something weird. The energy was being sucked out by the monster. Alan immediately told Doradora to return, but it was already too late because the monster used Doradora's energy to heal. Alan realized that this was too strong for a second-floor monster and told everyone to run away. After escaping from the S-rank monster nicknamed BB, they spend the next 6 hours defeating other floor bosses and acquiring 3 copper medals. There was so much competition around that it was like a brand new hunting ground. The next day, Alan cannot wait to get off this floor. Karina was pretty excited to be on the 3rd floor today, but they seemed upset that they couldn't find any chests or any golem tablets. Alan mentioned that if it was behind some kind of obstacle, then they would never be able to get one. He apologized to Maruru and wished to get one on the next floor. As their medals were confirmed, the cube preceded them to the 3rd floor. Just like the 2nd, the 3rd floor also surprised the team because it was a desert. The ground felt really weird as they weren't used to it. It was going to be hard traversing like this. Kill noticed something. There were huge golems. They were at least 10 meters tall. Maruru said that the pilot would be inside the golem's chest crystal to move it. When it suddenly transformed, the whole team was taken aback by the golems. Maruru explained that on the tablet, there was a body tablet which was necessary to create a golem, and several other tablets for a variety of functions and configurations, like movement, enhancement, and special tablets. When she mentioned that the other day they had a naval battle, and Tam Tam became a battleship to fight, Alan was even more impressed by the golems. He really wanted to get tablets, but he didn't know the conditions to enter the 4th floor. He decided to ask the cube, and the cube said they needed 4 iron and 4 more copper medals. The problem was that this floor only gave iron medals, and they needed to go back to the 2nd floor. But the cube mentioned that they could only move between the 4th and the 1st floors, so they needed 7 copper medals in total for the 4th floor. Karina wondered how many it would be for the 5th floor. Sophie mentioned that they also needed golem tablets. That was a lot to gather for one dungeon. Dagora responded that they had planned for this dungeon to take a year, so they would surely find all they needed by then. Alan said if they returned to the base, it would be quite difficult to collect the medals. Cecil worriedly asked if they could possibly conquer this while occasionally resting at their base. Kill mentioned that he also needed to go to the church and learn more healing magic as well. Considering their needs, Alan suggested spending 3 nights in the dungeon, then returning to the base for one. He had to gather some crystals for the Adventurer Guild too. They agreed on this plan, and now it was time to go. While flying, Alan noticed that there was quite a large amount of golem users here on the 3rd floor, though he couldn't see Admiral Garara. He thought 30% of the adventurers were on the 2nd floor, but this was troubling. He couldn't see any monsters aside from ones crawling in the sand. He assumed that there wouldn't be any aerial monsters. He then noticed a party between dwarves and beasts. The monsters of this floor were either in the sand or in caves. He informed the others that he had got this floor figured out. He called Eri and told her to investigate the caves, but when she did, nothing was there. Maruru mentioned that it wasn't guaranteed that there were monsters in these caves. There were almost 100 caves, so they would better check every one of them. Dagora realized that they would have so much free time with no fighting to do on this floor. Moving on to the next cave, Eri thought there was nothing in there too, but then noticed a magic circle. In a second, the cave was full of monsters. Karina was excited to have an action eventually. Alan informed the team that Griff would be on standby if they had trouble moving. He was going to keep the summons to a minimum so that they could use their skills without worries. As usual, Dagora and Karina were the first ones to attack. Alan told everyone that those were B-rank monsters, so they should be quick. They understood him and attacked simultaneously. While attacking with their skills, Alan warned Dagora that a big one was coming at him. There were 2 of them, so it was hard for Dagora to pick the floor boss. But Alan told him that they were A-rank. While they fought the A-rank ones, the rest of them were going to focus on the small ones. Another big one had just emerged, and it was clear that this one was the boss. It was only the start of the first day, so he told them to try and reserve their extra skills. Except for Dagora, an A-rank monster was still too tough for someone not using extra skills, so Alan decided to hold the first floor's boss with a mirror, and they would finish the small fries later after taking down 2 A-ranks. Cecil used her ice needles and confirmed that those things were vulnerable to ice magic. Alan told Cecil to help Karina, and he would head to Dagora's side. Dagora was doing well with the A-rank. It didn't take any longer for them to take down both of them and focus on the boss. When they looked at the boss, they were shocked to see it messed up like that. Alan explained that he spammed a total deflect 3 times. Using this opportunity, the team took down the floor boss and gained 4 million experience points. There was a crystal and a medal. These could be sold for 200 gold coins, which was probably the reason why people came to this dungeon without trying to conquer it. Kill was pretty exhausted from doing all the healing, so Sophie offered to help, but Alan said all they needed to do was train. They should plan and save as much of God's blessing as possible. Instead, he suggested using as much magic fruit as they wanted. Moving on to the next cave, Alan informed them that this one was only for 1 monster. They spent the entire morning going around to different caves in search of monsters. To find the ones hidden in the sand, 50 Genbu were created and enhanced to swim in the sand. In the end, they defeated 3 floor bosses, acquiring 3 iron medals, 2 treasure chests, and also weapons and armor made with Hihiro cane. Alan was sure they could level up with the 3rd floor. Cecil asked if he thought they would still be here when they changed their class the next time, and he responded that they could reach max level within a month, and they would go search for more monsters and a tablet in the evening. Maruru apologized and said it was her fault in a very silent tone. Karina asked if she wasn't feeling well, and she tried to prove the opposite. Alan already noticed that she was filled with excitement when they met. He wondered if she was worried because her friends had all changed their classes and got way stronger. But he didn't want to mention it and make her feel worse, so he said that they had found 2 treasure chests within half a day, so gathering crystals would only be a matter of time now. Maruru smiled and stated that she would watch and try to learn from everyone. Suddenly, Alan saw something and stuttered. Something was happening far away from them. As they were trying to figure out what it was, Alan told everyone to move on if everyone finished eating. In this dungeon, besides the treasure chest, holding golem tablets or weapons and armor, those hidden cubes were floating around. The hidden cubes had unique roles such as trading metals and tablets, while some could give them to you for free. In some cases, they could send you to a bonus stage with a treasure chest or even a death stage. In the death stage, the moment you engage in a conversation with it, you would be teleported to a different space. This is a dangerous place where you'll be surrounded by many A-rank monsters and killed. Not engaging with a hidden cube, even if it has no ability, was common sense among adventurers. This S-rank dungeon had so much endgame potential that Alan thought Degrani might be closer to a god. Alan told the others to not get blown away, and he would do the talking. The cube greeted the game junkies and stated that it was the reward trading system in Dungeon S302. It asked if they wished to trade their tablets and medals. Dagora seemed relieved that it wasn't a trap, and Alan responded that they would like to trade. The tradable tablets and medals must be iron, and they could trade with either of the 2. But they could only trade once with 3 medals or 1 tablet, and they would be given a random body tablet in exchange. Alan decided to trade his medals for a tablet. Trade confirmed, and the cube told him to retrieve the tablet. They got the head part, and only 4 left to go now. Maruru was so happy. Since they already got one on the second day, Dagora assumed that the rest should be a walk in the park. The cube disappeared after finishing the task. While informing the team about the next cave, Alan noticed that something was wrong in his view. He asked if Genbu was flying right now, but Kill didn't even know that Genbu was supposed to be swimming in the sand. Cecil was worried that it might be a monster attack, but a size like this could indicate that it might have been the S-rank boss that people talked about. The tension in the cave increased after hearing the S-rank boss. Alan said it was close by and he wanted to see what kind of monster it was. They left the cave and encountered the boss. It was red, just like the BB they defeated. Its name was Scarlet Sandworm. Seeing Alan's confidence, Maruru wondered if it was really safe to be fighting something this big. It was most definitely not, but he said they were going to try their best. The other members seemed influenced by his confidence. First things first, Alan told them that they would be dead if they got caught in that mouth. He told Karina and Dagora to try aiming for its body with their extra skill. The backline team would aim for its head, so he warned them to not get in its range. After settling the plan, they started attacking. When Karina attacked the boss, it surprisingly got a lot of damage, but without letting them figure out the reason, it started regenerating. Cecil was shocked and confused because their combined magic did a lot of damage. Alan figured that it probably had low defense, yet high natural regeneration, which was pretty rare. Now, even a minute later, the monster was fully healed. Cecil asked Alan if he had any plans for this. He said that they'd just have to outdamage its regeneration. They told them to forget reserving magic and go all out. The magic spells were flying in the air, and no one held anything back. When he decided that it was enough damage, Alan told Cecil to blast it with her extra skill. Using small meteor, she crushed its head, but it wasn't over. Alan told Sophie to cast the Spirit King's blessing. Before they knew it, the crushed head was back in the monster's body again. They were going to try again, and this time he wanted them to launch a full attack with a 30% status boost. 30 minutes later, they decided that they didn't have enough firepower for that thing. Everyone was exhausted, and it was time for them to flee again. A few days following, after searching for treasure chests and hidden cubes, while also leveling up on the 3rd floor, they returned to the base to organize their stuff. They traded at the Adventure Guild while also getting some rest. Their objective to secure golem tablets went smoothly. Though they were still missing the right arm, it had only been a few days. 20 days later, they were still on the 3rd floor, and were praying that this time the cube would give them the right arm. Kill asked if he should do it as he was quite lucky. Even though he didn't believe him, he let him do it. Right before Kill did it, he tried to stop him because he might succeed this time as he failed his pulls. But to his surprise, Kill got the right arm on his first try. Even though he was freaking out on the inside, he tried to smile and act like he was so happy for Maruru. Maruru couldn't help but tear up a bit. Karina asked if she was okay and would like something to eat and worry. Alan poked Karina's cheek and told Maruru that she could show them the power of a magic earth general now. They left the cave, and Maruru calmly summoned Tam Tam. She said that Tam Tam's ability should be shown behind the magic disc. While checking the disc, Alan noticed that the golem's health and magic got increased by her alloy skill, so it was like increasing the pilot's stats. Next, Maruru tried and added the enhanced tablet that she got. This should be the tablet that enhances the golem's attacks. When she added the tablet, it increased by 2,000, confirming that it could change quite significantly based on the tablet. Though she can't use her extra skills, Tam Tam could use her other skills. Alan asked if she could try out Flying Arm. They did not expect her to extend her arm like that. Alan was shocked because it was a freaking megaton punch. He was sure they must consider a name change for that skill because it was a lot scarier than it sounded. Kill reminded Alan that it was noon, which was the time to return to the 1st floor. Dagora mentioned that Hermios would come to the Tower of Trials today. Alan suggested clearing their stuff and then going to see him. The girls wondered if they would see the heroes' party. At the base, Hermios and his team welcomed them. The team was confused as to see them in their base with their luggage, while Alan swore he locked the door. Rosetta apologized for unlocking her skill, while Hermios' team realized that they weren't supposed to be there. A good-looking woman apologized for sneaking into the house and introduced the team. They took a look at the heroes' party, Sacred, and noticed that there were a lot of powerful people. While Karina was surprised that Doberg was also there, Alan noticed that Hermios had a whole harem with 8 women adventurers and only 2 male members. He told them that they had some spare rooms, so they didn't mind them staying there. though they would like their share of the rent. The women members thanked Sophie for her supply of Elf's magic herb for their last fight. Hermeos suggested leaving the luggage and heading out to eat something. He left their stuff to the servants and maids, and they all left. Hermeos took them to a warm restaurant, and even Admiral Garada was there. He informed Alan that he regularly met the Admiral there. He asked why he was hanging out with those kids, and he responded that they were the ones who helped him defeat the demon general in Rosenheim. Garara asked if he was going to the dungeon right after the fight because of the strategy. He explained that they were going to train on the 4th floor. He assumed that the Admiral also came without any rest. He confirmed him and stated that the Emperor's command asked him to conquer the dungeon after all, and being under a greedy narcissist was truly a pain for him. Pepeku stopped Garada from swearing at his superiors. When they sat at their tables, Hermeos shocked the game junkies by mentioning that all 19 members of the Admiral's part were Magic Earth generals. That would mean every Magic Earth general in the country was here, which also means that they just met the strongest party in the capital. Hermeos also informed them that Admiral Garada, the party leader, was the only Magic Earth king in the Bacchus Empire. Alan realized that the Empire was seriously aiming towards conquering this dungeon. Hermeos wanted to strive for their long-pursued goal. They were going to live together, and he wished to get along with his roommates. While everyone was cheering for that, Alan wondered if he could get some information on the strategy. Rosen was also there, and Doberg stated that he would like to request a class change. Hermeos wondered about the reason for the request, while Alan already found it reasonable because he would want to do that too if it would make him stronger. Doberg explained that he had been told he could do it if he paid something in correspondence, and that was the reason why he was here with Hermeos. He wanted to take it even if he only left him with 1 year left to live. He was comfortable giving him his life and asked if that was enough of a price. As Karina objected to this request immediately, Rosen responded that he had heard about his life from the creation god, Elmia, and he was grateful that he had come all this way, but he kind of changed the Game Junkies' classes without clearance, so everything was still a mess. The God's Realm put some weight on the everyone is equal, so he would have to wait. Doberg calmly stated that he understood him and thanked him for hearing him out. Alan found it amazing that everyone could have their class changed, though if he only had 1 year left, he would use it all just to level up. So he wondered why he was so hasty. Someone entered the restaurant and was informed that the black hair boy was in this room. It was a big beast man, and the boy Alan and his team saved was right next to him. After confirming that it was this kid, the man introduced himself. His name was Zuven Albahar, the second prince of the Beast Kingdom of Albahar. Alan recalled that Beast Kingdom Albahar was an ally in the 5 Continents Alliance, but he was curious to know what the prince from the largest country was doing here. Zuvan stated that on behalf of his people, he was here to express his gratitude and asked if he wished for anything. Alan had nothing in mind yet and asked if a debt would be okay. Zuvan asked the reason, and he responded that he wanted him to help them if they got in trouble while they were conquering the dungeon. He then asked if the Jemut Empire was considering taking on this dungeon, but Hermeos told him to not worry because they were not related to Jemut. He repeated that they weren't aiming to conquer the dungeon, but he couldn't be sure of that. He said that if he came up with something, he should come to him because he was going to stay here for a while. Alan thanked him. Hermeos would also be operating here so Van could call them if he needed anything, because they were together. But Van responded that he didn't need any of their help. When they left, Kill warned Alan that he couldn't be talking evenly to a noble like that. Alan asked Hermeos if he was going to help the prince. He said that there was something he had to tell him. He didn't like walking on the eggshells here. There were a lot of children in the Radishu kingdom, and another member of Hermeos' team suggested telling Alan about that. Hermeos explained that if the first prince of the best kingdom, Beku, inherited the throne, the Beast Kingdom would launch an attack on the central continent. Everyone was shocked. Alan asked if that meant they would destroy the 5 Continents Alliance. Cecil questioned the reason for that, because this was the time to come together to defeat the Demon King's army, not each other. Hermeos said it was normal for them not to know, because history was buried for an alliance. The Jemut Empire once dominated the Beastkins. The Beastkins were subjected to horrible racist discrimination in the Empire. Hatred burned for many years against humans, and still burns even after their independence 1,000 years ago. And that hatred was shown clearly by the beast Prince Beku. Alan figured that this was the reason why he told them about the Radishu Kingdom. If it was him, he would break the alliance right when the Demon King's army was attacking the Empire. That way the central continent would be attacked from both sides, and the southern half of the central continent would have to fight the Beastkins as if they were a defensive wall for the Empire. Not everyone was expecting an evil plan like this to come out of Alan's mouth. When he wondered about that whole thing about siding with the Beast Prince Zu, Hermios explained that the Guillemot Empire believed that if Zu became the next Beast King, then he wouldn't break the alliance. Some were also supporting the warrior princess, but any option was better than the Beast Prince Beku. Alan didn't know about the warrior princess. Hermios stated that she was the youngest child of the Beast King, but was rumored to be a princess with excellence in both personality and fighting, though he hadn't met her yet. So there were 3 candidates for the throne. He asked why Prince Zu was here, and he said that he had been there for a couple of years for unknown reasons. He wanted to find out too, but as someone who was from the Empire, he couldn't just simply ask him that. Cecil started worrying because she didn't know how they would even fight the Demon King's army if the central continents got destroyed. Not only Cecil, but the others were also equally worried. Alan firmly stated that if that was the case, and the Beast Kingdom were to attack, they would just have to eradicate them along with the Demon King's army. To lighten the mood, Hermios laughed and stated that they would try to not let that happen. After all, they had a great relationship with the allied countries anyway. When they left the restaurant, Cecil was clueless as to why she was so frustrated. Kil was in the same situation, questioning why their country was getting attacked if it was someone else's fault. Karina asked Alan if they could even do anything, and he said that this was a matter between the Empire and the Beast Kingdom, so it was best to leave the involved parties to sort this out themselves. Mururu and Sophie wanted to express their support so that they could at least not feel alone in this situation. Alan changed the subject by reminding them that their target now was dungeon conquering. They were going to aim to reach the max for the next class change. 1 month later at the base, Rosetta was playing with Alan's face while he was uncomfortable about this. Suddenly, Cecil spawned to right in the middle of them and told Alan that everyone was gathered. Rosetta couldn't help but laugh and tease Cecil for being jealous. She told her not to worry as her eyes were on Hermios. Now that everyone was gathered, Rosen confirmed that everyone had gotten their level and stats up. Hermios asked if saying level meant they overcame the trials of the gods, and Alan confirmed him. Even though the kids got a class change the same day as Hermios, it was probably a difference in the number of monsters defeated, they assumed. Rosetta asked if Alan was not at the max level. Alan stated that he was a bit of a slow grower, so he can't change his class yet. Rosen started the process and upgraded them all. They all seemed to like their growth. Karina was a sword emperor, Dogora could remember his magic skills again, and Cecil was a barbarian general. This meant that Karina and Cecil finished their class changes. Rosetta was confused as to what they were looking at, so Hermios explained that it was different from his appraisal skill and that they could look at levels too. They got excited that they would get their class change someday too. Alan stated that the first was Sophie. As a spirit user, she had to remember to form contracts with small spirits. They started their trip to Rosenheim the next day using the super speed magic ship. Kil had a bad feeling about how they were spending their money, but Alan was comfortable because they could always make more in dungeons. At the capital city Fortania, they noticed that rebuilding the city was going well. Sophie asked Rosen to lead the way for them, and he was happy to do it. Under Rosen's guidance, contract forming went smoothly. They made a contract with the small fire spirit Salamander, a small wind spirit Ear, and then the small water spirit Kelpie. There was one spirit left, so they came to a place that looked abandoned. Rosen explained that this was where the Dark Elves used to live. He pointed at a kid and told Sophie to get over there. Sophie did what he asked and introduced herself to Corpacor. She asked if he could form a contract with her, but he didn't answer. She sat next to him and asked if he was alone. He said that they all left after arguing with the elves and didn't return. He had been there for more than 1,000 years. She asked if she could help him in any way, and he asked if she could be at peace with the Dark Elves. She said that she knew a Dark Elf, and that person had their view of justice. They loved the World Tree and wanted to come back to their hometown. In the name of the Elven Princess, she promised to never give up on talking to them. She seemed to convince him to make a contract. Just like that, she finished forming contracts with all the small spirits. Thinking about elves and dark elves and humans and beastkin, Alan realized that it was not as simple as just beating the Demon King to achieve world peace. He wasn't even sure if he needed to think about something else other than just defeating the marching enemies. Now it was time to return to the dungeon and level up. Their goal was to conquer the 4th floor in the next month. In July, it was the day they tried themselves against the 4th floor. Sophie was trying to make the Corpacor stay still. While playing with him, Dagora asked her if she was really going to ask him to cast magic when it was, but he got his answer when he burned his head. Alan couldn't believe a spirit user had to babysit a spirit too. Though he was a bit worried they got their trusty Maruru here, so they were moving up to the 4th floor as planned. After showing the medals, the cube sends them to the 4th floor. The first thing that got Alan's attention was the ground. It felt like they were standing on water. He used Hook to see, and Hook confirmed that they were on the water, which meant the monsters should be underwater. The hero said he found orichalcum on this floor, so everyone was curious to see what they would encounter. They had a lot to do, so they started the conquer plan. First things first, to reach the 5th floor, they must defeat all the bosses of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor, while collecting 5 copper medals, 5 iron medals, and 5 mithril medals. The team didn't expect this requirement. Alan realized that this is why Hermeos didn't want to conquer this dungeon. The hero had the whole Demon King army to worry about, so risking his life would be meaningless. S-rank monsters would be their next challenge while leveling up. Alan mentioned that there were only 1/3 of the adventurers here compared to the 3rd floor. They saw the Admiral's team operating, and the hero's team was also on the move. Thanks to Maruru's golem, they had a ship now. It would be a chore if they had to walk, so this was a very good idea. It was all thanks to the summoned beasts that they didn't have to. They spotted a monster, and it was a group of A-rank ones. Alan wouldn't be using his summons, so he warned everyone to be careful. He also wanted to see what would happen when everyone got their level up to 50. Maruru joined them with Tam Tam. Tam Tam was much larger than an A-rank monster, and her stats could still be improved. First Maruru and Tam Tam, then Cecil, and then Karina and Dagora attacked. There was only one left after a while. Sophie seemed like she was in trouble, and Alan didn't have time to save her. But seeing her in panic, Korpiker flamed his fire and destroyed everything, including Daroga's pants. Alan found this pretty odd. Kill thought the lower half was always indestructible, and asked where he got that from. Alan gave Daroga new pants, while Sophie apologized to everyone. Dagora said he was good, and just wanted her to stay over there until he put the pants on. Alan noticed that all of Sophie's magic was gone, along with half of her health. He gave her heaven's blessings to recover all health and magic. Karina mentioned that the spirit was extremely strong, but Cecil noticed that normal skills only use a bit of magic, just like her small meteor. While petting the spirit, Rosen told Sophie that she shouldn't be hasty with it because it could sense that she was uneasy. Alan believed that they should keep a close eye on Sophie on their next class change. Even with having spirits as her companion, she could still lose her life. He had borrowed a magic recovery ring from the hero, so she could be next to the small spirit all day with no problem. She thanked her, and this made her giggle as they were wearing the same rings. She then wondered about Maruru. She said that she could fix Tam Tam if it was only this much and it didn't do her any harm. There were 2 ways of repairing a golem's broken parts. Either you change the broken body parts tablet to a new one, or you could use a skilled repair. This could repair the golem by using a bit of Maruru's magic. Repair wouldn't actually fix Tam Tam immediately, so she would just change her arm to another tablet if they were in a rush. It was such a pity that healing magic and buffs didn't affect golems. Dagora noticed a treasure chest and a knowledge ring was inside it. It was a high-level ring after just entering the 4th floor. So according to the plan, this would be kills, but they were actually going to improve Cecil's overall attacking power, so it was hers. At this pace, they would get Auriculum in no time. August came and they were at their base. Dagora was waiting for his turn to train with Doberg. Meanwhile, Alan was inside and taking care of daily stuff. Sophie seemed to have a problem with the water spirit. Sophie named it Kelpie, which made her remember Alan's past life because it was like his name in the past life. Once again, Rosetta poked Alan's cheek and teased him. Cecil sensed her and asked Hermeos how someone like her ended up at the hero's party. Rosetta overheard her question and responded that they met 3 years ago. She was still in the bandit crew when Hermeos told her to be his teammate. Hermeos continued to explain that with Elmira's trust, Rosetta was said to be the person who held the future. Cecil was taken aback. Rosetta leaned on her and stated that that was the reason why she was Hermeos's one and only special person. Hermeos mentioned that if she were fine with it, she would like for her to trust them more. Alan had a question. He asked if they could even find Auriculum on the 4th floor. He responded that they found some inside a shell on the ocean floor. Rosetta found it with her skill. Alan asked if her skill was something that detects the treasure within a certain range. She seemed uneasy about him knowing this much. Hermeos said it was only once, but thanks to her he did manage to acquire an orichalcum sword. As Rosetta continued to praise herself, Cecil seemed even more sick of her. To eat dinner, they went to the same restaurant they always go to. Uru was also there and he greeted Alan. He asked if he would like to dine with them. He told the beastkin next to him that even if he was a human, he was still his savior. Alan didn't turn down his offer and sat at their table. Uru was shocked that he was on the 4th floor already. Alan mentioned that they were planning to spend another half a year on the 4th floor. Meanwhile, he was wondering if he could get some information from them. He was quite curious about the motives of the Beast Kingdom. Uru said they had to enter the S-rank dungeon for 1 year under the order of the Beast Prince. They would be jailed for treason if they refused, so they had to finish it. Alan wondered if they were preparing for the way, but just commented that this was practically forced. Uru agreed, but also stated that death was everywhere here, so they were mentally prepared to never return. But when they arrived in town, there was Zu right in the front. Even if he was aiming to conquer the dungeon, he also took good care of them. Alan concluded that he also wanted to conquer this dungeon, and he confirmed him. He also said that he was doing this to become the Beast King. Alan commented that this would be quite tough. He agreed and added that with a task like this, you would need a strong party with you. Zu wanted to be the king, but Prince Beku was not letting him. So it was kind of tough for him not being able to be with a team. Uzu then realized that he went on a ramble there and asked if he was also aiming to finish this dungeon. He responded that he was hungry for the conquer reward. They could find orichalcum in this dungeon, so there must be a lot more treasures up ahead. The next day on the 4th floor, they aimed to search for orichalcum in the ocean. He used Jembus for this duty, but even if they spent their half-day searching and destroying 1,000 shells, they got nothing. Karina suggested asking Rosetta, but Cecil didn't want to owe someone like her. Alan wondered if he should be changing his approach now, but then noticed a big, strange shell. Genbu couldn't destroy it, so he sent the Eri team. When Eri left, they spotted enemies coming at them. It was an S-rank floor boss. The red body that was approaching them was nothing other than a Crimson Kaiser sea serpent. The Eri team got destroyed quickly by the little ones. Alan didn't plan to face an S-ranks today, but he wanted that shell. So he decided to hold off the Crimson with his summons. He told everyone to save their extra skills and clear out the smaller ones first. While Doradors were buying them time, the game junkies were ready to take down the little ones. Everyone worked together until they defeated a Kaiser sea serpent. Now it was time to take the shell, but the boss growled and called its friends. They were back at square one within a minute. Alan decided to just leave because they were even stronger. He told everyone to turn back and get Maruru. The water spirit Kelpie seemed stubborn and didn't seem to like Sophie looking so nervous and unhappy, so it went into the water and captured every monster, including the boss, with water. Alan was taken aback by how strong this spirit was. Rosen explained that even being small spirits, they were still the gods' descendants. The price to pay was huge, so he wouldn't recommend fighting like this for long, but they started escaping, so he told Eri to secure it while they could. When they were finally safe, they tried to open the shell. When they succeeded, Alan saw a lump of orichalcum, so now they would have to work the orichalcum. Alan had already decided on the first thing, which was to use this to make a great sword for Coriana. Coriana was amazed. 3 days later at the base, Hermeos was shocked to see the orichalcum. Alan said they only got one for now. Rosetta seemed annoyed that he was so comfortable with talking like it was easy. Meanwhile, Coriana was just happy that she would have a sword from that. Because of its name, or of the gods, orichalcum couldn't be forged by any normal blacksmiths, so Hermeos promised to get them in contact with the one who made his sword. The next day, Hermeos brought them to a place that used to be called the Land of Fire. It had been 3 days, and they arrived at Gouverne. He took them to the workshop where he went to make his sword, but then noticed that there was no smoke coming out of it. He saw the owner Habarak and greeted him. He didn't have a dominating aura like Alan imagined. Hermeos introduced Alan to him, and Alan stated that he was there to ask him for a sword crafted out of the orichalcum they found in a dungeon. Hearing the word dungeon, Habarak started attacking him because he was blaming them for not being able to forge orichalcum anymore. Alan was confused, but didn't do anything back. The man started crying out of his eyes because of desperation. He started apologizing and seemed genuinely upset. His coworker helped him calm down and get inside. Karina was confused and asked what happened. One of the workers informed them that Habarak had calmed down, and they could speak to him now. They went inside and sat together. Habarak apologized for their trouble coming all the way here, but he could not work orichalcum anymore. Not long ago, the fire in his furnace went out, and now he cannot feel the blessings of Freya anymore. Alan asked if that was because of Degrani, the dungeon master. According to Haberek, that was the only explanation. Ever since this continent merged, the Empire had pushed worshipping him to sell magic tools. He asked Karina if she was a follower of his, and she had to tell the trust. While he was blaming himself, Rosen interrupted and told him that there was no way that was the case. He couldn't stay quiet like that because Freya wouldn't ever give up on the dwarves. He decided to go to the gods' realm and ask her himself. Haberek was shocked and curious about who he was. Sophie explained that he was Rosen, the elemental spirit king who protects the elves. When Rosen came back, he told Sophie informal that they knew his whole existence was for the elves. While they were fighting with the Demon King's 10 million troop army, the main army, including demon generals made from S-rank demon beasts and high general demons, launched an attack on the gods' realm. That's why they didn't see any S-rank monsters on the battlefield. The fight on the ground was to direct the gods' attention to humanity, so the Demon King's army was more interested in the gods' realm. Alan asked how the gods' realm was now, and he responded that a bit of damage was done, but destroying what the creation god Elma created was not a simple task. They planned to attack the Temple of Freya, one of the 4 great elemental gods. She did manage to hold them back, but not without taking a few hits. But an important sacred treasure was stolen. A god without his or her sacred treasure was no longer a god, so Freya would turn into stone in the next 3 years. If that happens, then not even Mithril could be forged. Humanity would have to fight the demons with iron. Dagora mentioned the one they got in the dungeon, but Hermes explained that it wouldn't be enough for all the soldiers. Alan was still thinking about why they chose the god of fire. When he asked if it could be about the fact that the dwarves no longer believe in the god of fire, Rosen could not answer. He said that she might have gotten weakened due to the prayers being lessened before the Demon King's attack, and that's why she got targeted. They seemed shocked and guilty, but if that was true, then Alan knew the true intention of the Demon King's army. The Demon King wanted to destroy this world along with God's realm. Because of Elmia, they can't just destroy the God's realm that easily. That's why he was waiting for the gods to be weakened. If that were the case, Elmia could just defeat the Demon King. But Alan stated that they probably got the case of class change because she couldn't do that. He didn't know why, but he thought humanity had to do something. Eradicating humanity would be a breeze for the Demon King's army. Someone, or something, had predicted the gods' intent and moved on it. It was about time they made their move. And Hermione was agreeing with Alan this time. In the next scene, the game junkies were in the Tower of Trials. The team was pretty upset about the fact that they might not be able to cook again, and even imagining the winter without heat was scary, and not everyone could own magic tools to help themselves. The Demon King's army's biggest challenge would be taking down Elmia. They hadn't made their move yet, so Alan couldn't predict what they were going to do. Hermione came and told Alan that he had gone to the temple and negotiated with Degrani. He sounded like a true hero now. Hermione said that Degrani would grant them whatever they wanted as the first conquering reward. Alan was excited about this special reward from the Dungeon Master. That was more than enough for them to strive for. He then wondered if Degrani mentioned anything about the sacred treasures. Apparently, he said that he was really happy when he received it from Elmia. That sounded kind of lighthearted to Alan. He assumed that every god would have one, and asked if he had ever seen a sacred treasure before. Hermione didn't even know about them. He said that if the gods had anything similar, he would notice it. A hero was a great warrior that the whole empire loved, but he was not a god. Alan concluded that a sacred treasure was simply a vessel that gathered faith. The creation god Elmia would grant a sacred treasure to anyone worthy of becoming a god. The receiver would gather faith in his or her vessel and become a god. Without faith, you could not be a god, and this was how the world worked. Cecil stated that this would mean without her sacred treasure, worshipping Freya wouldn't even do anything. Kill worriedly asked Alan if that also meant they should prioritize retrieving the sacred treasure over conquering the dungeon. Alan responded that retrieving it from the Demon King's army with high general demons and S-ranked monsters was impossible because they were too weak for that. If they couldn't even conquer an S-ranked dungeon, then they would surely be stomped on trying to fight the Demon King's army. Aside from conquering the dungeon, the only thing they could reasonably do was craft weapons and armor without the use of fire. For example, they could process the monsters' corpses in Rosenheim, like how in the Kalner and Granbiel's territories, they would process armor. Hermeos agreed to Alan and decided to request that the Jin Empire take action. Zhu came and said he must have some guts to ask to meet him somewhere full of the Empire's people. Alan calmly stated that he had something important to tell him. Alan told him about the Demon King's army attacking the god's realm, but Uru wasn't sure if they were reliable. But there was no choice but to tell the truth, as the spirit god was right there. He didn't know if the people of the Beast Kingdom would believe his words, but Xia, the third beast princess, might. He said that after capturing the leader of the evil god cult that was secretly operating under the Beast Kingdom challenge, Xia went to a different country. Alan had heard of the evil god before. Zhu stated that a few days ago, he received letters that she finished her duty, so she had proved worthy enough for the throne. Zhu, with a proud expression on his face, stated that his sister was outstanding. Alan asked what he was going to do and if he was returning home. He responded that he wasn't, and his goal was still the same: to conquer the dungeon. He thanked him for sharing that information and mentioned that if there was anything he could do, he would be glad to help. Alan happily thanked him. When Zhu left, he told Hermeos that he wanted to tell Admiral Garara about this too. If they were also conquering this dungeon, then they would easily meet him there. 2 months later, Stinger, the strongest party of the Empire, faces the bosses at the highest floor. Before the temple were dwarves, awaiting the moment that the dungeon finally gets conquered. The Game Junkies team seemed a bit upset about this because they wanted to be the first ones to conquer the dungeon, when Dagora said they should have conquered this thing by now as they beat an S-rank monster. If that was the case, they would be the ones to get the first-time conquering reward. Hermeos greeted them, and they congratulated Alan's 15th birthday. Rosetta offered a drink now that he was legal, but he refused firmly. A true gamer doesn't drink, he thought. Alan mentioned to Maruru that the Admiral team took their time. She agreed and stated that it had been half a day and wondered what they were doing. When the Admiral appeared, he was heavily injured but still wanted to go inside as Pepeku and Bobogai were still in there. Maruru and Alan immediately went to help, and he gave Garara the heavenly gift. His arm healed in a second, leaving him in shock. He wondered if he had more of that, but his other team members didn't want to let him go in there again. He said that it was pointless because it was a place where once you leave, you can never enter again, so even reinforcements or Kill's revival skill wouldn't work. But Garara insisted that he would be able to save them. But once again, the members had to stop him with tears in their eyes because no one in this country could replace him. When it comes to them, everyone was willing to give up their lives, but he needed to not let their sacrifice be in vain. Realizing that he must stay for the sake of the others, Garara couldn't stand straight and fell to the ground in anger. Ju wanted to have a chat somewhere with Garara. When they finally calmed down and sat together, Garara told them what happened. 6 people lost their lives, and Pepeku was one of them. Garara said he had made it through so many battles, but this one was the hardest. His comrade asked what they were going to do next. Garara stated that the party had disbanded. They could ignore the Emperor's orders. Now they had the chance to return home and do what they really wanted, and he would take full responsibility. He told them to not worry because they would fight the Demon King's army, and he told the others to forget about challenging the last floor because he assumed they didn't need to risk their lives there. Hermeos and Ju kept their silence, but Alan stated that they needed to conquer it. A few days later, Admiral Garara didn't return to his BIE and stayed at theirs and drank his brains out. Rosen informed everyone that today was the final class change for Formal, Dagora, and Kill. When the class changing process was over, Kill became the Saint King, Dagora was the Berserker King, and Formal was the Archer King. Sophie was estimated to change her class in a month. Seeing them all being 4 stars, Sacred Party members admitted that they were no longer the strongest party alive. Ju was also there, and he was pretty impressed that they could change to a higher class. They reminded him of the 10 great beasts in his country. They were strong beast warriors that he wanted to invite to his party. Alan figured that the Beast Prince must have stopped him. Hermeos told Alan that the Albahar royal family was very strong. If they actually form a team, they might actually conquer this dungeon. Alan was surprised that he knew the royal family. Hermeos comfortably stated that he spared the current Beast King and lost. Meanwhile, drunk Garara was telling them to forget their plans, because whatever they did, there was no way anyone could defeat the boss on the top floor. Even though the team was shocked, Dagora responded that they wouldn't know until they tried. Garara insisted that even if every one of them tried, they would still die in vain. He also told them to leave Maruru out of it if they wanted that ending. The next day on the 4th floor, they were still thinking about the cold words that came out of Garara's mouth. Admiral Garara was the pioneer now, so they shouldn't underestimate his words. When Alan was an office worker, the information on forum boards helped him a lot. Just like Garara helped them like that, Maruru joined the conversation and stated that she was going to fight. Alan thanked her, and then they found a hidden cube. Karina wanted to be the one interacting with Today. Because they had 3 levels, Maruru and Karina were going to lead the way. When Karina interacted with the cube, she successfully summoned everyone to the death zone. Maruru chose Tam Tam and started attacking the A-rank monsters with ease. By using the giant tablet and enhanced tablet, Tam Tam's size was increased by 2.5 times and 3 times the stats. And she also increased her stats by 3,000. Maruru easily defeated 2 of them. Now it was time for the others to join, because there were a lot of them. The team was pretty confident and dedicated to defeating all those monsters, and Alan was excited to do the one thing he needed to. 4 days later, they returned to their base from the death stage. Hermeos and his team were shocked that they went there. Alan mentioned that they got 3 people to max level thanks to that, and kind of massacred 1,000 A rank monsters. Rosetta commented that the hidden cube didn't sound that appealing after all. The others came and brought a bunch of stuff. Alan asked if they could borrow his name for a bit. Hermeos was puzzled, but still let them use his name. The team went to the Adventurer Guild, and the receptionist girl asked if they were there to buy weapons and crystals. Alan confirmed her and mentioned that they also had something for them from the hero himself. Seeing what they brought, the girl was shocked and wanted them to wait a little. When she returned, she brought the head of the guild. The head of the guild asked if that was really from Hermeos, and Alan said yes. That was information about the S-rank dungeon, and there was also a map layout of where the treasure chests and hidden cubes were on each and every floor. The woman also showed that there was a map of the death stage. They couldn't believe their eyes, but it was real because everyone worked for 2 months for those. Alan explained that Hermeos was providing that for free so he could share it with everyone. He mentioned that he also wanted to decrease the mortality rate of the S-rank dungeon to below 10%. The head of the guild wondered about the reason behind this. Alan responded that it was because he didn't want to lose any more great adventurers. Alan actually didn't want his fighting power to stagnate, so he wanted more weapons and armor to be collected. The price of that information was humanity's survival. The head of the guild stated that they were grateful for him and that he would get this to the adventurers. Alan mentioned that Hermeos would provide them with more information. He realized that using the hero's name made it quite easier to converse. When they left, the head of the guild was sure that Alan was the elves' advisor. The next day, the intel was made public under Hermeos' name. The other adventurers thanked him wherever they saw him. They started buying meals and drinks for him. Alan and Maruru saw him later on the floor, saying that he should be the one getting all the thanks. Before Alan could respond, Zu and Uru came and greeted them. Zu said he was the intel, and the Beastman's mission to conquer the S-rank dungeon was still on, so it would help them a lot in bringing his soldiers back to their homes. Zu and Uru thanked Hermeos, but he seemed sick of the compliments. In November, they all got their new gear and weapons, and it was time to take down S-rank monsters. They went to the second floor and tried to take on Bibi again without using their extra skills immediately. Maruru was the first one to attack. After her, Alan sent the Arapon. Arapon had a special skill that lowered the enemy's defense and resistance. Alan said he was going to keep the pressure on it and warned everyone to not get caught by it because it could drain their energy. With Doradora's boiling fire and Formal's flaming dragon arrow, they created quite a lot of damage to the Bibi. And then it was Dagra and Karina's turn. They used their skills and did enough damage to let Sophie finish it off. The Blood Blast Beetle was worth 120 million experience points, so they wondered if Alan leveled up. But he said that nothing happened ever since the fight with the Demon General. To reach level 77, he needed a total of 400 billion experience points. Everyone was shocked at how hard it was for him to level up. But Alan tried to hold it together and thought he should just beat a Demon General and level up that way. Dagora found a copper medal with a crystal. The next one was Scarlet. They moved to the 3rd floor and started battling with the Scarlet Sandworm. This one had a regenerative ability, so they must attack it non-stop. Cecil was pretty excited to be able to fight with a monster, but it only took her 3 hours to lose that enthusiasm because that thing wouldn't die. They were back to square one. A few days later, after bonding with some small spirits, Sophie got her final class change and she formed some new contracts with the spirits. The new ones were Air Spirit Gale, Tree Spirit Dryad, Earth Spirit Pigment, and Water Spirit Nymph. In December, they tried to defeat the Sandworm Scarlet one more time. This time, Alan was dedicated to defeating this thing, and he wasn't alone. Dagora maxed out his attack power for today. Alan told Kill that recovery would be slowed for a moment, so he should be careful. Cecil started with her small meteor. Next was Maruru with Tam Tam. She was going to show them Tam Tam's newfound strength. With a beam sword, Tam Tam started slashing the worm. Alan noticed that when Tam Tam sliced its tail off, it stopped regenerating. Alan was relieved, but now it was trying to burrow to escape. He told Sophie to use her extra skill to stop it. She called Gnome Spirit and pinned the monster to the ground. Now that it couldn't regenerate anymore, he told everyone to attack. Together as a team, they all attacked it and successfully defeated it. The whole team was relieved and happy that they finally did it. The feeling of challenging a strong opponent and finally defeating them was great. It was all thanks to Maruru cutting it in half. While they were praising Maruru, Alan was wondering what happened to Admiral Garara's team on the upper floor. The Fire God's power was weakening, and the class change system would be in effect by April. Information, like the God's realm being attacked or the sacred treasure being stolen, was kept secret to avoid disorder in the world. Alan was unpleased by the "we will figure it out ourselves" policy. It was true that they couldn't let the world burn in chaos, but it was also difficult to get to work together. He couldn't wait until April for the class change. They had to conquer the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible. A few days later at the base, Alan was screaming in happiness because the synthesis skill leveled up. He now had 80 slots for his cards. His summoning skill was finally at level 8, which meant he could finally summon A-rank monsters. The first thing he did was to check out equivalent exchange. He was shocked to see that he could create summoned beasts by exchanging magic crystals of different ranks. The required numbers were the same as the selling price rate of the magic crystals. For example, normally he could use a D-rank crystal to create a D-rank monster, but with equivalent exchange, he could make different ranks of monsters with different ranks of crystals. With crystals being limited on the battlefield, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of a certain type anymore. He wanted to test his new skills, so he decided to go to the dungeon. Everyone wanted to come with him, as they were curious to see his new summons. He agreed to bring them too, with the condition of only looking. On the second floor of the dungeon, Alan picked the perfect names for his summons and called his A-rank monsters. There were so many different types of monsters, such as a spirit, a bird, a grass, a fish, a rock, and a beast. And there was even a giant bug that amazed everyone. He also had a 3-headed dragon named Orochi. This dragon wasn't just a giant monster. It could also reach its stats to 10,000 without any enhancements. They all had blessings and 2 special skills. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if he made them commanders, but then noticed that he couldn't use that skill. It was only for B-rank monsters, so he needed kingship skills for the A-rank. The seal for commander skill was taken off when he reached level 65, and he was 76 now. He had no idea when he would get this kingship seal. Cecil noticed that there was one he hadn't summoned yet. He responded that this one seemed to be special, so he held back. It's had its name since the start, and he couldn't change it either. Its name was Maris, and when he summoned it, an angel appeared. Every stat of Maurice was 2,000, which was insane. Maris opened his eyes and realized that Elmia listened to his prayers. He then mentioned killing someone named Kubel. Alan remembered that it was the demon he met at Rosenheim. Rosen wondered what even that was. He then bowed at Maris. The team realized that this was the first angel. Alan had never heard of it, so he was puzzled. Kill explained that this was the angel that served Elmia. This world had many gods, and on top of all was the creation god Elmia. Every god had an angel that served them, and the most famous one was Maris. Among the angels, he was the closest to the creation god and was called the first angel. Alan asked why he was summoned. Maris explained that when the Demon King's army attacked the god's realm, he was defeated by the High General, Demon Kubel. With his last breath, he requested to return as a summoned beast. Sophie mentioned that they met Kubel after the fight with the Demon General, and probably that was after he already attacked the god's realm. He didn't seem like he was in the mood to fight back then. Maris asked Rosen to tell him what happened after his death. When he learned that the sacred treasure was stolen, Hermios' team members told him that he had been summoned to help humanity. He said that that was the plan if he were to lose the Demon King's army. He was the one who created the summoner class, so he thought there should be a spot for him to become a summoner. Alan was taken aback and asked if he designed these things. He responded that they were created by a group. Elmia allowed no compromise, both in power and scaling design. Ever since Alan's birth, a detailed test was made and the unending days of work started for them. But now he had no more burdens, and he was truly free. He turned to Alan and said he would be in his care from now on. Alan realized that he just wanted to be free from corporate labor exploitation. Maris wanted to try out his strengths as a summoned beast, so Alan suggested jumping an S-rank monster. A few hours later, on the 4th floor, Maris defeated a sea serpent by himself without having any difficulties. While the team and Alan were feeling a bit down that he could defeat one all by himself, when they spent so much time and effort to defeat one, Alan noticed that he couldn't create more than one Maris. He would be the strongest thing ever if he had 80 Maris. Maruru comforted him by saying that one was cool enough. He beat BB and Crimson. Maris mentioned that he cannot deal with Crimson because he can't cut that thing. When he said he only had half his fighting power right now, Alan was shocked that he lost to Kubel with double this power. He responded that the game junkies were getting stronger, but if he were to face him now, he would be decimated before he even gets serious. Cecil was frustrated by the fact that no matter how much they got stronger, it wasn't enough. Alan asked if he knew anything about the boss on the last floor. He said that even an angel didn't know everything on Earth. If he did, then they wouldn't have been attacked by the Demon King's army. He was going to help him to the best of his abilities as a summons, but there were things that he couldn't answer for him. After saying that, he said goodbye to him and disappeared. Alan realized that he couldn't have him as his guidebook to the world. Sophie tried to be the optimistic one by saying that they had so many trustworthy teammates. Karina wondered if they would get along, while Kill said they gathered enough. Alan agreed with Kill and stated that they had finished gathering the medals, which meant they could head to the highest floor. 10 days later, everyone was at the base. Today was the day they challenged the 5th floor. Just in case, they were going to keep an eye out for the boss on the last floor and retreat if they needed to. Guerrero was still grumpy. He said that at their current level, they shouldn't even try their luck with the boss. Dagora had enough of him and told him to shut up. Hermeos looked at the team and stated that they would be fine escaping. Gathering every medal from every floor, they were ready to go. To comfort the team a bit, Cecil mentioned that Alan had gotten much stronger, and it would be all right. But on the inside, Alan wasn't sure. He must stay focused because there was no knowing what enemies would show up. The cube confirmed their medals and moved them to the 5th floor immediately. The 5th floor was a pitch-dark place which no one expected. Suddenly, a path lit up and there was a light, just like the Admiral said they wouldn't be facing the boss quite yet. Alan decided to explore the 5th floor first. The 5th floor had 6 rooms with 6 cubes, a copper room, an iron room, an escape teleporting system, a tablet inserting system, a top floor boss teleporting system, and lastly, the mithril room. That would mean they would need a copper, iron, and mithril metal to challenge the floor boss. The S502 teleporting system came and asked if they wanted to be transferred to the copper room. When they transferred to the copper room, they encountered a golem that was at least Orochi's size. Alan figured that there were mid-bosses in an S-ranked dungeon. Ignoring the 21 summons he stationed in other countries, his collection would look like that. He summoned his beasts, and he told Maris that he left making an opening to him. When they started attacking, the golem transformed. It pushed away Maris, who was enhanced, so it must have a good amount of attack power. Maris seemed pissed off, so he used his angel's halo power and summoned Orochi. Everyone was shocked that Maris could summon other monsters, but Alan already knew that. It was like having 2 summoners, which was a great special skill. He watched Maris and Orochi curiously. Maris and Orochi proved that they were a strong duo, but Alan realized that even the awakening skill didn't do any damage to the golem. He told Kill that he didn't need to heal Orochi because his recovering health was at a rate of 1% per second. Alan told them that that was just a test run, and now it was time to create a defense line. Everyone understood their role and started attacking the way Alan ordered. They did everything Alan said, but their attacks weren't doing anything. Karina asked if she should use her extra skill, but he told her to hold on. He asked Maris if they were ready, and Maris responded that they should wait a bit, as it wouldn't be 100% effective. He used his attribute granting. This special skill grants an attribute corresponding to the enemy's weakness, and may also grant an attribute to Ali's weapons. Apparently, this golem's weakness was lightning. Hearing that, Cecil used Thunderbolt and did actual damage this time. Everyone used their suitable skills and successfully made it work this time. Now it was Maris's time. He told everyone to move aside and used his Thunder of Judgment. It was a very powerful attack, but it was still not dead. The extra skill restriction was lifted so they could start kicking its ass. It didn't take them so long to defeat it. A treasure chest and an S-rank crystal appeared when it was dead. Kill was disappointed when the chest had only a copper golem medal and a mithril tablet. Alan pointed out that this was just a wooden chest, so that was the reward for conquering the dungeon's boss. That meant there would be a silver chest and a gold chest, but Cecil knew there was only a 10% chance of a silver chest happening. Sophie noticed that there was a cube at the end of the path, which was probably an exit. They decided to call it a day and get some S-rank medals. 3 days later at the base, they report what happened to Hermios. There were 3 more bosses aside from the floor boss. Even the copper golem was only a bit weaker than the demon General Liesel. This was a bit intimidating to know. Guerrero was still talking bad about the game junkies, saying that they would only beat the copper one at the beast. Before he stormed out, he told them that there were 2 iron golems, and if they were that caught up defeating one, then they would all be damned to hell if they even tried to go further. More importantly, they were the ones who said the world was in danger, so he told them to stop playing in dungeons and drag their currently alive bodies back home already, including Hermios. Hermios could feel that they were getting tired, but realistically, they had been searching far and wide for the sacred treasure. But what came back was a mere nothing. Chances were it's on the lost continent, but they were most likely not equipped enough to try and go there. That was true. Alan called Maris and asked if he knew anything about Freya's sacred treasure. He said he saw it once, but that thing could change appearances. Even if he sees it now, he wouldn't recognize it. Dogara was unpleasant with their situation and said if the gods would cooperate with them, this would be over by now. Maurice responded that the gods put a great emphasis on balance. If he could bring balance by helping them, then he would, but humanity had strived from their strengths. The gods may guide their path, but would not intervene, though there were exceptions for each god. Dogara asked if he was saying that for the sake of the balance, it would be fine if they all got eradicated, and he confirmed that. He said that if there was a race aside from humans that could strive and prosper, then that would be very well in his book. He asked them if they thought that no race had ever been deleted. Alan had no idea. He said that a few in the last thousands of years were deleted. He then asked if he knew why the beastmen's names had 2 sounds. They were once subjected to a fate worse than cattle in the Jimut Empire, and they were named with only 2 sounds. Even after 1,000 years have passed, they still hold that grudge. Therefore, the Beast Kingdom ruled that all names must have 2 sounds. If they were to intervene, they should have passed judgment down on the humans, the racist race who mistreat other races. The tension in the room increased the more Maris talked. He said that those demons, humans, and the Demon King were all from the same world. If the scale of the balance does not tip, the gods would accept a certain degree of chaos. If Alan wasn't born in this world, then he would have reincarnated as the Demon King. Maris continued that, even if that was the case, the gods' realm had expected the demon race to destroy the balance of the world. About 50 years ago, the god of conciliation was sent, but the matter was not resolved. The god of conciliation was a god that judged those who upset the balance of the world and had the permission and power to judge, even if it was another god. Moreover, Alan's existence was of great concern to them. The team rooted for Alan. He thought that the number of summons he could use to fight had increased, so they must have edited it against the Demon King's army. There were things that not even Rosen could tell them. And this made him wonder if Maris being his summon had anything to do with God's will. Everyone had high hopes for Alan and Hermios, and were all gladly helped if they needed them. The next day on the 5th floor, they transferred to the Iron Room. The room was like the Copper Room, except there was a cube at the end of the path too. This room's monsters were 2 giant iron golems. They got ready to battle it out with them. In the Iron Room, Alan informed the game junkies that this will be their first battle against 2 S-rank monsters. Everyone, including the monster, was ready to battle. Alan figured that the monsters could transform too, so he told Maris to test it out. When he went to attack, the 2 monsters transformed, and now they had a spear and shield. Cecil asked which one they should take down first. Alan told them to split into 2 groups and focus on the spear golem first. He told Dagora and Maruru to stop the shield golem with Orochi, and the rest of them would isolate the spear golem. They were going to use the same strategy as they did with the copper golem. Orochi attacked the shield golem, and the golem was so strong that its attack could reach all the way over where the rest of the group was. Alan decided to increase their dodge change and call out tacos. He wanted to use its smoke bomb. Smoke bombs reduced the chance of being attacked and critically hit by half. Alan asked Maris if they should do it now, and he said they should. He used his attribute granting, and Melis, Sophie, Fermal, Cecil, and Karina all attacked at the same time. The spear golem couldn't stand against their power and was defeated. They gained over 1 billion experience points. But Alan was surprised because it wasn't even as strong as he thought it would be. Unfortunately, his surprise didn't last long because the spear golem repaired its energy and it was alive again. That was the first time he had seen something getting revived. He told everyone that they would take down the golem next and instructed Dagora and Mururu to switch sides. Maris changed the shield golem's attribute for him. Alan told everyone to beat their friend up. They did defeat the other one, but it also repaired its energy and was reborn. They could try taking both down at once, but that was beyond their capabilities. The best case was to try and prevent their revival process. Alan wondered if the trick was a usage limit or a range limit. He told everyone to head to the right-hand passage and told Orochi to halt the golem's advance. Karina asked if he was going to flee, and he said he wasn't. He told Sophie to ask Nomu to hold the spear back. Sophie called Nomu and asked him to aid them. The next room was exactly like the other room. Alan told everyone to defeat this one before the spear golem arrived. When they were defeated, the golem didn't revive again, so they confirmed that the way to prevent this was distance. Now that they knew they could easily defeat the spear golem, they went back to kill the golem and saw the golem stuck in there. After easily defeating it, they opened the fourth chest. The chest contained an iron medal, a mithril tablet, and a health ring. Alan was silent, so they were worried, but he said that those things produced infinite experience points, and he was so happy to find them. He excitedly told everyone to grind 100 of these things each day. 10 days later at the Radishaw Kingdom, the weather was lovely. Dagora asked Alan if they could hunt something aside from just golems because he was sick of them. Alan didn't seem so unhappy because he was leveling up. He said that was why he was going to grind alone, but Sophie couldn't let him do that. Doradora came, and he wasn't alone. He was with an angry dragon that roared them, but Doradora warned him. His name was Haku. Alan told Haku that he wasn't allowed to attack people as a whole. The girls seemed shocked that this was the white dragon's child. Kurena gave Haku meat to calm him down. Orochi came out, and Alan told Doradora that he could hand that over. He also told Tsubami to build a nest here. With its special skill nest building, Tsubami set up a best and assigned one nest for each summoned beast. Cecil asked if that meant wherever he was in this world, he could always come back here, and Alan confirmed her. If he brings his teammates, then he could only use it once per day. This would make traveling so convenient, so he was glad he had this skill. But he wondered what the flight blessing did. Sophie guessed that he might be able to fly with it. Apparently her guess was right. Alan started flying like a hero. Alan realized that this was totally a different thing when he could fly for himself, but Maris wasn't surprised as he thought Alan was just getting what he needed the most. Alan then asked Maris if he thought he could tame Haku. Maris believed it would be challenging. He said the Demon King had granted these things the power to be able to control them as he wished. The demons said they had the power to make monsters yield to them. He wasn't sure about the details, but he might be using a servitude skill. If he was using it on individuals, then Haku wouldn't be safe here. That meant they should keep Haku hidden and raise it as their own. Kill said Orochi would be fitting as its caretaker. The magic ship arrived, so Alan decided to head back to the village first. In Roden Village, Alan, Kurena, and Doradora were greeted by their parents and loved ones. They were so happy to finally see their parents. When Kurena pointed at the magic ship, Alan's father asked if he bought that for the Viscount. Alan explained that he helped them a lot, so he did buy it. The Baron was also there and thanked his father for inviting them today. After that, they went to see Mururu's family. Mururu's father apologized for starting the party without them, but they were just so happy that she was back. Her brothers mentioned that she told them a lot about Alan and thanked him. Kill said he wished to celebrate their coming-of-age ceremony with everyone here. They all raised their glass for the game junkies. While everyone was eating, Alan was grateful to have this big feast just for coming home. The Elf King thanked Alan for giving them such a valuable thing and informed him that the Queen was over the moon since they could focus on rebuilding. Alan was happy to hear that, and he gave them 2 beans. One was a special skill called Silver Beans, and the other was an awakening skill called Golden Beans. Silver ones would grow after planting and prevent B-rank monsters from entering a 1-kilometer radius, and the gold ones could prevent A-rank monsters. He gave them to Rosenheim because the Demon King's army was still scattered about. The elf reminded Alan that Rosenheim wouldn't forget his contributions and told him not to hesitate to call for the elves if he needed their help. Alan thanked him. After that, he started chatting with Mashu. He asked if he would be enrolling in April, and Mashu said he was. He was so excited and couldn't wait to face some dungeons. He was aiming to be a great adventurer just like Alan. Alan smiled at his brother. He didn't want to tell his family about the Demon King's army because he couldn't have them living in fear. He then showed the rings he found in the dungeons and mentioned to Mashu that there would be some quite dangerous missions, so he better take something. Mashu saw the rings and declined him because he wanted to get stronger all by himself. Alan was surprised that he turned it down, but he didn't give up and told him that there were lives out there he failed to protect, even when he fought with everything he had. He didn't care how he won or lost, he just wanted his Mashu to live, so he gave him the rings forcefully. He said he would have some teammates in the academy, and Lily would enroll next year. He told him to use the rings if he could do everything with his strength and be a man that could protect his loved ones when it comes to that. Mashu's eyes teared up and he thanked his big brother. Seeing Mashu cry, Lily worriedly went to him and asked if he was all right. Alan looked at everyone and realized that he wanted to protect everyone there. After 15 years here, everything about his past life was getting blurry except for gaming memories. What was important was all right there with him. He decided to make sure that nothing would get in the way of his happiness. In the next scene, they returned to their base, and they were going to try their luck with the Mithril Golem. Admiral Garara once again told them that long-range attacks would wipe them out before they even scratched the golem and left. Dagora was so annoyed by him, so Alan reminded him that Admiral Garara had always been like this. The layout of the Mithril room seemed to be the same, so they weren't really surprised by anything yet. Alan told everyone that they would try to attack from range first, and he would reinforce their defenses. They only needed to scout it for now, so he told everyone to stay cautious. The first abnormal thing about Mithril Golem was that it could fly and had cannons. Maruru and Doradora were the first ones to attack, but the golem was so powerful that Maruru's arms were broken. Dagora and Kirena decided that it was time for them to attack, and they simultaneously started attacking. Maris joined them, but the golem was so fast. That thing flees away if they approach it, so they can't keep up with it. The battlefield was so harsh. Everyone was doing their best to defeat the golem. Sophie and Kill were healing the other members while they fought. Cecil told Alan that magic attacks couldn't even hit it properly and questioned if this would be enough scouting for him. Alan agreed with Cecil. This was a new type of enemy, and that attack wave was enough. He told everyone to stay back and summoned Rokanel. Rokanel successfully stopped the attacks with his special skill called Absorption. It absorbed magical attacks. Alan was worried because recovery magic and items couldn't heal Rokanel. He started to realize that one wasn't enough, but then Rokanel healed himself. It seemed like another special skill of his activated. Alan told him to use his awakening skills. With Back from the Dead, the damage he had absorbed had doubled, which means the firepower of the awakening skill was doubled. His awakening skill was called Convergent Bombardment, and it was basically attacked with the absorbed magic power. With his amazing skill, the Mithril Golem was defeated, and everyone received 1.6 billion experience points. Alan was so glad that he finally had a cool attack skill of his own. This time, the monster dropped a silver chest, which shocked Kill. Unfortunately, even though the chest was silver, it contained only one attack ring. Everyone already had one like this, so they were kind of sick of seeing one. They finally had enough medals though, so they decided to see where it would lead them. The top floor boss teleported and told them that each medal would be placed on its relative station and asked them if they would like to challenge this with one party. They were confused, so the system told them that to challenge the boss on the top floor, they could have up to 4 parties with 50 members total. Each of the 4 parties would need all 4 medals to participate. Karina was happy that they could get help from other people. The system informed them that no matter how many parties participated, the rewards for conquering the top floor would be 4, one of which was the right to negotiate with the dungeon master as the first-time conquering reward. It then asked them to choose a leader for the challenge. Cecil realized that the Admiral must have challenged this alone. Dagora asked what Alan was thinking. Alan had a favor to ask of Sophie. Sophie was ready for anything he needed. 1 month later, the team hunted 100 golems and finally found themselves a gold chest. After many class changes, Sophie's skill experience finally reached the max. Alan had done everything he could. In February, they held a meeting about challenging the boss on the top floor. The other team leaders and some members were also there. Alan said they could have a 4-party alliance of up to 50 members join. That's why he wanted to team up with Sacred to conquer this thing. He said that he wouldn't be able to do anything on his own because with a 50-person limit, it must be a really rough challenge. The people were shocked that they had to fight with a boss with only 50 people. Hermeos asked game junkies if they were ready to challenge the top floor, and none of them seemed uneasy about this. From their confidence, the sacred party seemed very satisfied and got the courage they wanted. With that, Hermios accepted to join the game junkies. Alan then asked Hermios if he had leveled up, and he replied that he was at the max level now. Seeing his stats, Alan was shocked and thought 6 stars looked so cool. He wasn't the only one shocked, because Kirina's eyes were sparkling to see his stat board. Alan then noticed that he had 2 extra skills. Hermios explained to him that Elmia granted him that. He didn't even know that was a thing, so he was shocked. Elmia said the beast god also granted that to their family, but he had been unable to use the other skill. The gods called those who could use 2 or more extra skills awakened. Alan wondered how many one person could even have. The book said 3. One would be granted for them at the start of normal mode, but you could acquire 2 others later. Cecil asked Hermios if they should ask for permission from the Geomut Emperor before doing this, and he responded that he would want them to repay them. He then asked Alan if he was sure he only wanted to invite them. Alan said he also wanted to ask Garara's party Stinger to join. He thought he wanted to join because he had been here for 3 months. Alan told Garara that this was his time to rise again with them and with Sacred. Admiral Garara's reaction was not positive, of course. He said he would be joining but only on his own and not dragging his team into this. Alan asked the other members of his team, and his team started scolding Garara for being too hard on himself and told him not to take them for granted. They wanted him to admit that there was no way he wouldn't conquer this dungeon. After being insisted on by his members, Garara had to agree to join 14 members of his team. Mururu gave him a gift that she collected from the 5th floor. It was the High Heroicane tablet. He said he would give them some information on the boss's payment and wanted them to use it wisely. When Zu commented on how cool it was to have the strongest party in the Bacchus Empire join in, Alan asked Zu to join them too. Zu's reaction was exactly the same as Garara's. He said he promised his maiden that he would conquer the dungeon and become the new king, but he wasn't planning to do that using a handout. Alan corrected him that it wasn't a handout. It's a tough opponent that they can't defeat without help from the mighty beast Prince Zu. Zu's voice started shaking because the point was that he didn't have a party that could reach the top floor. Alan seemed to have a plan for that. 10 great beasts arrived in the room, and they all seemed pretty excited to see Beast Prince Zu. They were glad to see him safe and sound, but they weren't so happy to see humans. Zu was still in shock and asked how they were there. Alan explained that they were here to fulfill the roles of the Beast Prince Zu's party members. Zu couldn't believe what he was hearing. Alan said he would explain everything as the official advisor of Rosenheim. He said that to capture the remnants of the Demon King's army lingering around Rosenheim, he called for the aid of the 10 great beasts. In return, he offered 3,000 elf's magic herbs, and that's why they were here. It was true that those things were valuable, but Zu wondered how that could be enough to get the strongest force in the kingdom. Alan responded that they asked the Crown Prince Beku to help make that decision. In the case that the Beast Kingdom Albihar defeated the 5-continent alliance and attacked the central continent, Rosenheim had promised in secret to not do anything for a month. Zu questioned how they were fine with that. Alan said if someone like him becomes the next king, then that promise would harm no one. Zu started to sweat because there was no way he could return home in one piece after they lied to the crown prince. Alan asked if he was sure, because he had heard that the Beast Prince Zu had the wits to outsmart the king, while also having enough reputation to form a team consisting of people from many different kingdoms. And he was also the first leader in history to conquer an S-rank dungeon. Zu was shocked that he was saying he would be the leader because Alan was the one who planned all of this, but Alan told him that he was fine with whoever or whatever. Alan even went further and asked if he didn't want to be the king for his wife. Zu said Shia still had a chance to take the crown. Alan responded that it had been 5 months since the Beast Princess Shia captured the evil god's cult leader, yet she didn't seem to want to make a move on the crown yet. Her achievements do show that she had what it takes to be a general, but what he needed would be what it takes to become a king. If she gets frustrated that he schemed something up against her, then it would be like saying it was her fault for getting deceived. While Zu was processing the plan he made, the other beasts started laughing because they were quite satisfied with how shifty Alan was. Zu couldn't see one reason for Alan to go this far, so he wondered what his plan in all this was. Alan said that the party who made the plans wanted the first conquering rewards. He then smiled and told Zu to be patient and wait for his throne. The beasts were so happy about this because it was a perfect opportunity to show the world their military's might. It was time to do something about the king constantly calling Zu weak. Zu knew it was hard to join people from the Geomut Empire, but if it was for his own sake, he was willing to fight together as one. Alan was glad everything went smoothly after gathering all these people for a month. After settling that, Alan wanted to discuss the world's crisis. They carefully strategized, aiming for conquering, sharing personal abilities, and practicing to see if they could follow the plan accordingly. Garara promised Alan that even if they got defeated, he would stay until the end. Alan also had his responsibilities for forming the team. Garara knew that, and if that was Alan's determination, he said he wouldn't stop him and thanked him. And finally, the night before they attacked the last floor's boss, they gathered at the base to drink. Mururu noticed that Admiral Garara wasn't drinking. He said that he had enough. Zu told Alan that he had owed him a lot of time now. Alan said there was actually one thing he wanted to ask of him. He said that if the Beast Prince Zu ever had a child, he wanted him to name it with more than just 2 sounds. Zu asked if he was telling them to forget their history. Alan was sure it would be a good thing for the 5-5 Continent Alliance. It wasn't really easy, as Alan could say, so Zu was a bit anxious. But the beast astrologer Temi overheard their conversation and told him that they needed their future more than their past, and it would be a good thing to do that. Alan asked Temi if she could use fortune-telling to see if they could find the fire god's sacred treasure, and she said she would take a look. She took out her stones and then told him that she couldn't say anything. That was pretty rare. It was a vessel hidden by a god, so he asked how to activate Dagora's extra skill. This time, she could see something. She said that if he headed southeast, he might find his answer, but she warned him that there would be a challenge that may take his life there. After hearing this, Alan told Dagora not to use his extra skill tomorrow. The next day arrived, and people greeted the strongest team in existence. Everyone was so excited to see the S-rank dungeon being conquered today. They were sure about that because Stinger was making their turn, Hermeos and his sacred team were there, and the Beast Prince Zu would be the one who changed the world. Dagora wasn't so happy about the situation because he thought Alan should be the one who got credit for this. But they told him that you can't hide what makes him a hero. Based on states, game junkies were the strongest, so all hopes were on them. On the 5th floor, the system asked if the leader would be Zu van Albahar, confirmed it. After confirming the leader, the system moved them to the boss's room. Looking at the golems on the top floor, everyone knew this would be the toughest battle they would ever have. Admiral Garara's team was not backing up because this battle was the revenge for those who had fallen. Alan looked at everyone's stat boards and knew that everyone was stronger now. He told them to get the buff going first. Sophie, Kill, and the other team's healers started chanting to protect the members. This was Alan's first time fighting with a team of multiple different races. They all felt so energized. Now it was time to start. The golem's name was Gordino, the guardian of the Tower of Trials. Garara had been thinking about defeating Gordino, and now it was time. Garara went into Gararapa and started running towards Gordino. Gordino recognized him. Kill wondered if they could hold up against those things. Alan told everyone to move into the hallways as a tactical retreat. Gordino called them cowards for retreating. The golems started fighting. That was too much damage. So Alan wanted Admiral to use his extra skill, even if it was early. As the head, the Admiral told dwarves to assemble. 5 pieces of the golem assembled and transformed into a super fusion extreme union golem. The battle started between the dwarf golems and the bosses, and Alan sent Rockanel for help. 2 Rockanels were enough to defeat 1 mithril golem. Unlike the last time, Alan noticed that the golem was still there. The golems told them not to think they would win from just that and repaired their energy. This time, Alan observed that it was more of a healing skill than a reviving skill. This would be tough considering there were 2 golems who could use that. He figured it would just revive everything, even if he defeated Gordino. Alan told the Admiral that they must retreat and rally up. Gordino ordered the other golems to chase them. Gordino was having fun with them, but it seemed like Alan's group successfully lured them in. Alan asked Maris if they were ready, and Maris responded that attribute granting and the nest were ready. It was time for their attack now. He ordered Subamin to go, and everyone started attacking. By using human instinct skill, he captured the Gordino and the other golems. Hermeos told Gordino to prepare for a beatdown. Gordino found their tricks cheap, but was still unable to move. Alan told his team members that it was all theirs. Karina and Dagora were the first ones to attack. Zu and the 10 Beasts joined them, and everyone started attacking. Hermeos was there too, using his lightning destruction sword. The hero's second extra-skilled Emperor's talent turned other people's extra skills into his own. Using a variety of skills based on the situation was so neat. Gordino seemed sick of them and attacked Admiral Garara's golem, but they stopped him at the last second. Alan decided that it was time for the Admiral team's retreat. Even though the battle was so harsh, everyone noticed how Kill knew exactly when they needed to recover and realized the real power of the Saint King. That was a technique that could only be achieved because you memorized everyone's movements, so Kill had fully bloomed in Alan's eyes. Thanks to that, Sophie could now unleash her attacks. Now, because of everyone's efforts, the tides of the battle have turned. Alan cut off their revival users. He told Gordino that he wasn't bringing anything back on his watch. Gordino didn't realize that this was his goal. He ordered Iron Golem to come to him, but Alan used his homing instinct again. While they were attacking, the 10 beasts felt the need to show them what they were capable of. They used their best skills to prove that, and the Iron Golem was down thanks to them. Hermaeus was impressed. As the Admiral said, those things wouldn't revive again. Alan told everyone to take the other one down next. Sophie and Cecil attacked the other one and were defeated. There was only Gordino left. Dwarves started to think that they could actually win this, but this one was on a whole different level, so they needed to be cautious. Gordino said they had done something. He called 4 of his parts, and the golems they had defeated started assembling him. Everyone was shocked and realized why they didn't disappear. Gordino was now a lot bigger and stronger. He ordered them to tremble in fear and die in despair while laughing at them. Alan had to admit that this was a perfect villain monologue. Worried, Cecil asked what they were going to do next. Alan didn't seem like he was going to give up. He told the backline to prioritize defense and the Admiral team to constrict Gordino's movement. Hermaeus didn't seem so scared either and was dedicated to fighting this thing off. Gordino started to get mad and he attacked from both his front and back. The barrage was so powerful that Alan had to ask Maris to bring him more Rockinelle. He ordered them to focus on the cannons. Rockinelles used convergent bombardment, and it seemed like it was working a bit. But the problem was that Gordino healed himself immediately. Alan realized that this was the Iron Golem's power. That meant they would have to crush both their legs, and they would be here forever. He ordered the front line to prepare for their extra skills, and he was going to deal with the cannon rain. He told them to aim for its legs. They heard him and started attacking Gordino's legs. After attacking simultaneously, Hermaeus' team member told him to end this. Hermaeus used his holy sword power and attacked him with all his might, but it just fixed itself right up. People started to worry about their situation after Hero's attack. Alan said he would be up next. Cecil told him to be careful, because they can't leave if something happens to them. Zu stopped Alan and told him that this was his challenge, and that he wanted to open a path. Alan was confused because Zu didn't use his extra skill. Zu recalled the memories with Rena and started to pray for the whole beast god to grant him the power he needed to heed the promises he made to Rena. With that, he opened his Beast King mode. Alan was shocked, because that was the second extra skill that he said he couldn't use. The beasts were so happy because the beast god finally accepted Zu. Seeing him like that, everyone also transformed themselves into a better beast and started attacking. That was amazing. So Alan thought they would be able to destroy Gordino now, but suddenly Gordino appeared right in front of him and captured Alan with his hand. Kill started to heal Alan. Alan corrected Gordino that he wasn't the leader and he was just a supporter, but Gordino didn't believe him and started throwing him to the ground over and over again. Everyone panicked and tried to rescue Alan, but Gordino was just too powerful. Something happened and Alan appeared with a sword in his hand. He rescued himself and shocked everyone with this move. He told everyone to press the attack. Alan was glad that Gordino only stomped on him. He decided to leave defense for Admiral Garara's team and Maris, and he was going to come for Gordino. Furthermore, various buffs had been added because he gained the blessings from his summons. Alan started attacking Gordino continuously with his summoned monsters. Beastfolk and Hermaeus' team didn't stop there, and everyone attacked Gordino's legs to stop its healing. The Admiral's team was holding onto the defense, so Alan was counting on them. Fortunately, they managed to get its legs, and now it cannot recover itself. Alan told Cecil and Rat to finish it off. Cecil doubled her magic power and used Small Meteor to destroy Gordino. Even Dagora freaked out after seeing the meteor she created. With that, Gordino was finally defeated. Cecil asked if they were done here, but Alan told them to prepare for trouble because Gordino wasn't eliminated yet, so it meant it was still alive. Gordino could barely stand up, so Dagora said it was dead enough to him, but he told them not to dare think that this was over. And it split into two, revealing its true form. It was small, but it was definitely strong. He said that this was his true form, the real Gordino, and started coming at them. The light it created was so strong that they couldn't look at him directly. Everyone was confused, but Alan realized that this could be the game boss used. The buffs were gone, so he told them to reactivate. Admiral's team tried to block the front, but it was kind of useless. The members started to panic because they wouldn't be able to fight without buffs. They also started doubting they would win against something like this. Gordino's disabling ability must have an effect range, so Alan told Subamin to build a nest. He told the others that they were going to split into 3 groups, and told them to prepare for each one of the groups. With this plan, Gordino cannot disable all of them. The enemy can't heal anymore, so if they drain its health, then they would surely win. Even though they weren't sure about his plan, they went for it and started attacking. Alan tried to encourage them by telling them that it wasn't too early to give up, and they should hand in and fight with all they had alongside their comrades. His speech seemed to affect the leaders, so they were encouraged enough to attack Gordino again. Gordino was too fast for their attacks to keep up. This was dragging on longer than anticipated, but they had to hold on no matter what the cost. The Admiral team's super fusion was the only thing that could withstand it, but they were running low on time. The tablets can't run forever, and he already saw the summoned beast's attacks dodging them through. It was time for Alan to make a choice. Will he cast a Spirit King's Blessing and call for an all-out attack and then deal with the risks? Or will he prioritize safety and call for a retreat? The thief Rosetta suddenly decided to use her extra skill. She told Alan to watch and learn and reminded Hermos that this would be an expensive loan. Hermos was shocked, but couldn't stop her. Rosetta punched Gordino and learned how he nullified the buffs, and then said she would borrow this skill for a bit. Everyone was shocked that she could steal the boss's skill just like that. Gordino started chasing her, asking her to give his skill back. Dobberg appeared right behind Rosetta, and he used his extra skill, Guardbreaker. He managed to cut one of its hands. With that, his nullifying skill and shield were both gone. This was the perfect chance for them. Alan used his homing instinct again, and they were all in one place again. He told everyone to activate their buffs again and told Sophie to use Rosen's great spirit calling. With this, they would be able to use their extra skill for a second time. Gordino didn't seem like he would let them do something like that. Admiral told Stinger to block that thing and hold it until their very last breath. Gordino managed to get rid of two of them, but when he encountered Maruru, she used her Megaton Punch and stopped Gordino. Alan told Subamine that it was time. He thanked the Admiral and Maruru for buying them time. It was time for Cecil and Maris's attack now. Thunder of Judgment and Thunderbolt combined and drained Gordino enough to let Zu and his 10 great beasts destroy Gordino. Everyone jumped on Gordino, and it was almost confirmed that this was Gordino's end. The last attack was from Hermios and Karena. They defeated Gordino, and everyone received 4 billion experience points. In the next scene, the Stinger team was crying out of happiness because they finally got their revenge. Alan had 5 S-rank crystals in total and said they should split them evenly. Dagora seemed annoyed again, so Alan teased him by asking how his extra skill was coming along. Kill joined him and commented how unfortunate they couldn't see him at his maximum potential. Alan told him not to worry because he could not be more forgotten than Fulmul. Dagora yelled at them that he was going to show them what he could do as soon as they headed toward the southeast. The system appeared, and it congratulated them for conquering the S-rank dungeon. It gives them their certificate and then the rewards. There were 3 chests. One was gold, one was silver, and the other one was a rainbow chest that they hadn't seen before. The silver chest had a magic tool item storage, the gold chest had an adamantite tablet for the main body, and the rainbow chest had a necklace for an increase of 3,000 attacks. Everyone seemed satisfied with the rewards. Game junkies wanted the first-time conquering rewards, so as the team leader, Zu wanted to take the rainbow chest, Garara wanted the gold chest, and Haramis wanted the silver chest. Alan was so happy that everyone was happy with their rewards. Zu gave Alan a necklace as a thank you for saving his people. Admiral Garara gave his reward to Maruru and told her that she had to become stronger as a Game Junkie member. They thanked them for letting them participate while Rosetta was fighting for her life for the silver chest. The system suddenly introduced them to Degrainy. A huge golem appeared and introduced itself as the Dungeon Master Degrainy. He seemed so chill. He even greeted Rosen and called him his brother. Rosen told him not to call his name as he was a god now. Degrainy said they were all the same age here, so there was no problem. Rosen commented on how he manifested all the people's blessings into this little garden of his. He claimed that Rosen didn't understand anything about the beauty of dungeons. He said that he was currently creating a class-changing dungeon and was on a tight schedule here thanks to Elmia's ridiculous request of finishing this up next month. Alan wanted to talk about the first-time conquering reward. He actually wanted to change modes. But that wasn't something even the spirit god could do, so he wanted him to grant him his second extra skill. Degrainy told him that this was something only a god could do. Alan then asked Maruru to hold her magic disc for a bit. He then wanted Degrainy to change the backside of this magic disc so that it could hold 10 on each side for 20 tablets in total. Everyone was shocked, but Degrainy did what he asked without questioning. Game Junkie seemed so happy for Maruru, and Alan mentioned that she was an amazing part of the Tower of Trials. Maruru couldn't help but tear up after this beautiful jest and thanked everyone for their support. While the others examined the tablet excitedly, DeGraney mentioned that they wouldn't get bigger even with more tablet spaces. He told them to play around and see what they could and could not do. Maruru asked Alan and the others if they remembered what he told her. She also wanted to stand side by side with them against the Demon King's army and defeat the Demon King together. While Game Junkies were excited that she was as ambitious as they were, the others were frozen because of their big goal. Alan suddenly recalled what the system said about challenging the Dungeon Master and asked if they could challenge DeGraney. DeGraney confirmed him and added that he forgot to mention it because no one ever did that. And after that, Alan could receive his first-time conquering reward too. DeGraney found him pretty interesting and promised to answer anything he needed if he won. Alan said they would start the fight once he upgraded his team. He was sure the next time he saw DeGraney he would own him. DeGraney stated that he would have to report this. After they went out of the dungeon, there was a huge crowd waiting for them to celebrate the S-rank dungeon being conquered. Everyone cheered for DeGraney. Admiral Garara's team made DeGraney's cool pose. Hermeos and Zu greeted people and the Game Junkies joined them. That day became an anniversary, remembered as the first successful conquest in history. The whole town went all out with celebration. 10 days later, Kill and Karina noticed that Alan was so happy after he leveled up. At the Adventurer Guild, Alan complimented Maruru's weapon. She said she got a lot of new tablets after the battle, and they promised each other to check it out after they sold all those weapons. The receptionist woman said the guild wanted to have a word with him, and guided them to the meeting room. When he got inside, everyone was there waiting for him. Alan was surprised, so they explained that it was because they were summoned there. A bald-bearded man appeared and introduced himself. He was Macallan, chief of the Adventurers Guild. He was here to see them, the team that conquered the S-rank dungeon. Alan was a bit surprised that he had come all the way across the continent from Geomet headquarters to meet them. Macallan heard Beast Prince Zu was the team leader. He said that the Adventurer Guild would like to honor the commander for achieving this great feat. They had elected to appoint him to be an S-rank adventurer. Everyone was shocked because even Hermeos was still an A-rank. Zu said he was looking at the wrong person because the man who took the lead was actually Alan. Hermeos backed him up and said if he had to pick someone, then it was definitely Alan. One of the chief's men mentioned that he was the center of attention for everything that's happened in the Tower of Trials for the last half year. Drogo realized that just like what Doberg said, you can't hide what makes you a hero. However, Alan comfortably turned them down. Macallan asked the reason, and he said he was not keen on getting extra attention from unnecessary titles. Macallan then mentioned that this title would help with his goals. First off, there were only 2 S-rank adventurers in the world, one of whom was Macallan himself. Hermeos reminded Alan that Macallan's title was God of War, and apparently his party was quite legendary. Macallan said he was just an old retiree now. The other S-rank adventurer was Bask. He was chosen to be an S-rank 20 years ago, but he had been missing for the last 10 years. He was always a troubling child, so they weren't surprised. Macallan then explained that S-rank adventurers didn't have any responsibilities, yet they would be granted the same authority as the deputy chief of the Adventurers Guild. Alan started doubting his decision because this was practically being a country-level authority figure. Besides, he didn't think they would give him this much benefit without a catch. Macallan assured him the position was more beneficial than being Rosenheim's advisor, the country with a weaker diplomatic scene. This was simply a system to grant benefits and a title to those who held great power. If he truly wanted to operate at his own free will, Macallan suggested becoming an S-rank adventurer. The adventurers started to whine about how long this topic was going on and told him not to be so hesitant. Karina told him that it felt good to have their leader Alan as an S-rank adventurer. Alan finally agreed with them and stated that he wanted that rank. Macallan suggested that his title should be Summoner of the Beginning, and they were all okay with that. Macallan had something going on, so he was going to leave first. So he told Alan to give the guild advice and terminate monsters occasionally. After that, it was time to celebrate. The Beast noticed that Beast Prince Ju wasn't around. Meanwhile, Ju was furious to see someone. It was Reyna. She was here to scold his brother about why he wasn't home yet. Ju said he had a promise, but she knew he had already conquered the dungeon, and she hadn't seen him in literal years. She was actually more than upset about not seeing her brother for so long. Ju comforted her that he would be back after the audience with the Emperor and told him to wait for him at home. 10 days later, an audience with the Emperor of the Bacchus Kingdom begins in the capital, Dongbao. The royal palace was so shiny that everyone was amazed. Even the Admiral's team was in their uniforms. Alan asked the Admiral how the response from the Beast Kingdom was, and Ju responded that it was just as he predicted. Ju has some explanations to do about the 10 Great Beasts situation, but he could go back home with his head intact. He then invited Alan to the Beast Kingdom. Alan said he would get going after finishing the class change for Mururu. As they talked, the others noticed that they got along quite well. A while later, they were invited to the inside to see their great emperor of the Bacchus Empire. The emperor welcomed the heroes and introduced himself. His name was Pupin. He gave his praise for Admiral Garara's bravery to still conquer the S-rank dungeon despite the fallen comrades. Alan already started hating Pupin because the said fall was caused by his hasty strategy. Pupin then asked to see Alan, the S-rank adventurer. When Alan raised his hand, he seemed surprised. He asked if he was the Alan who alone holds greater firepower than that of a medium-sized country and the leader of the Game Junkies, who the world reported had military strength comparable to a major power. Alan confirmed him by showing his ID card. He thought this was a bit too much, but then decided to earn his trust to operate freely now. Sophia added that that wasn't the extent of Alan's power and told the king not to underestimate him. The king seemed pretty excited and wanted to see a summon because he had never seen one of them before. Alan summoned a bunch of adorable summons and showed him what they looked like. He then thanked him for allowing Mururu to enroll in Ratashu Kingdom's academy. Thanks to his decision, he got to meet an important teammate that he valued in his adventures. The king was so happy about Alan's politeness. Suddenly, a soldier came and informed the king that they had received distress signals from the Church of Elmia. The capital of the Hold Land, Teominia, was on fire. Everyone was shocked because that was where the headquarters of the Elmia religion was located. Zhu mentioned that Teominia is where Shia had stayed for the last 6 months since she caught the cult leader. The king asked what exactly he meant by Teominia was on fire. The soldier said, according to the testimony of a priest who fled from the capital, following the execution of Gushara Servalor, the leader of Gushara Holy Religion, that happened 2 days ago. During the execution, a flame pillar shot up into the sky. It was big enough to engulf the whole capital city. Yet, strangely, the residents started turning into beast-like monsters. The priest who fled the city asked for aid from the nearby city, Neil, and now that city's being surrounded by the monsters and can't hold on much longer. Everyone was speechless. They worried that this was a trick by the Demon King's army. Alan asked if the Demon King's army could have started using the fire god's sacred treasure. His theory should explain the distress signal the Church of Elmia didn't have the firepower to fight against the Demon King's army. Hermeos immediately said they must save them. The king was pleased by Hermeos' approach and asked Admiral Garara if he was going to. Admiral said he was. Alan was surprised that the emperor actually cared about saving other countries. There was another emergency from the Geomud Empire on the central continent. The Demon King's army was invading the Forgotten Continent. Their estimated number was 2 million. If it was like any other year, they should expect 100,000 of them to start invading their country. They can't just ignore the 2 million troops, and that was probably their intention to begin with. They wanted to keep them from going to Elmia. Alan started brainstorming ideas. He wondered if the Game Junkies could possibly save both continents at the same time. Subamin had set up more than one nest around, so if he utilized the mobility properly, it didn't seem so impossible. Ju asked Lepi the reason why they allowed him to leave the Beast Kingdom in the first place. He said that their job was to clean up the remnants of the Demon King's army in Rosenheim. Ju then told everyone that it was time to fulfill their promise and fight the Demon King's army. 10 of them were so excited to finally get to fight the actual Demon King's army. Karina seemed worried because she had heard that His Majesty was calling for his return. Ju responded that he was the one who would decide where he wanted to go, and he wouldn't be a pawn in the king's gambit. That was a relief for them. Ju didn't think Shia and her subordinates were dead, so he told Alan to save the Church of Elmia. After shaking hands, Alan told Pupin that they would like to depart as soon as possible. Pupin approved them, and Alan told Admiral Garara that they should go back to the Tower of Trials and pack up their stuff. However, the Admiral said they would stay here, because as long as those magic discs were still standing, they were standing. Alan said he would send support items here later, and left them there with his team. At their base, Hermeos informed the others that they planned to return here someday, and asked if they could extend the contract. Kil asked if he could send word to the city's church that he wouldn't be here. He had heard that the local adventurers were very grateful for them. Cecil mentioned that Kil hangs around there to practice his healing and embarrasses him. Alan told Hermeus that he would get him support items and 10 summoned beasts as soon as he could. After wishing them good luck on the central continent, Hermeus' team left. Game junkies decided that they should go too and went to Rosenheim. They went to see the Queen. The Queen thanked Zoo and the 10 Great Beasts for coming to Rosenheim's aid, even though they had deceived them. Zoo said a promise is a promise, and they planned to help them as best as they could. Alan told Dogora to stay here too. He reminded him of Temmie's fortune, so that was where he should go to use his extra skill. Alan reminded him that that was also where he would die. Karina was worried that Dogora might be in actual danger, and Cecil agreed. Dogora was annoyed, and he stated that he wasn't anyone's chess piece, and that he would decide for himself. He was dedicated to saving Elmia along with them. Alan said he also had things he valued, so if he was in critical danger, he would force him out of the battle. Dogora didn't seem like he would listen to him, though. Spirit God Rosen stopped Sophie before she left. As the descendant of the Praying Shrine Maiden, he finally got the green light to reward her for defeating the demon general. He gave her a Spirit Master praying robes, which was the same outfit that the Praying Shrine Maiden used to wear. It was as strong as orichalcum, according to the appraiser. Sophie thanked Rosen, and after that, they were ready to go. Alan left it to Maruru, and she used Tam Tam on her tablet. Opening the eagle mode, Tam Tam turned into a bird. Elves were all shocked, including the elves' queen. Maruru welcomed them inside, and they started to go to their destination, the church country of Elmar. At Tam Tam's cockpit, Alan asked Maruru if she knew where to go. She said that she got the map tablet right there, so it was easy to go. She said they were going to head straight south. With this speed, they would be on the continent by morning. Alan noticed that her magic was decreasing dramatically, so he advised her to equip a magic recovery drink. It would be nice if they could use autopilot, then Maruru could rest. Maruru said they had private rooms there, and she would sleep in the cockpit in case of an emergency. Alan suggested taking turns resting to make sure that there would always be someone in the cockpit with her. Tam Tam was so reliable now that she could hold 20 tablets. While they complimented Maruru, Dagora felt bad that everyone was so strong. That made him want to achieve full body, full soul even more. Alan asked Maruru if he could insert the map of Elmar Church Country that they got from Rosenheim. She said that would be great, and they could head straight to the destination then. The name Church Kingdom Elmia came up when he was researching about beastmen. It is a place south of Rosenheim, a country that is one of the allied powers that make up the continent, and is home to the headquarters of Elmia religion. Roughly 1,000 years ago, there were many races on the central continent. But under the reign of the Geomet Emperor, or as they called him, the Terror Emperor, a lot of races that were not humans were repressed. Dwarves and elves left the central continent. Their traces were destroyed, and the only things left were the useful dungeons and magic tools. Among the many races that stayed in the central continent, the Beastmen had it the worst. Those who stood up for them were the Adventurer Guild and the Church of Elmia. The Church of Elmia follows the doctrine of philanthropy, that all races are equal. They directly opposed the Terror Emperor. With no priest who could put up a fight, the struggle against the Empire led to massive bloodshed. Thus, they fled to the Geriat continent. After the death of the Terror Emperor, they still did not move back to the central continent. The Church of Elmia went on to prosper with the world's most faithful god. Even after the birth of the Demon King, the Geriat continent was never once attacked. After a while, they could finally see the continent. Cecil asked where they were heading first. Alan responded that they were going to Neil City, where the priests fled to. Kill seemed angry and asked why they would do that. Alan responded that 3 days have passed already, and Theomenia was beyond saving. To Kill, this didn't matter. Alan told him that he was going to send Maris to Theomenia. Their priority was the search for survivors, so he wanted him to understand his point here. Now they must move quickly to Neil City because they might still be holding on with their last breath. Alan asked Maris if he could rely on him, and he said he had been there a few times and there was a light beaming from the city. They didn't notice that, so Maruru zoomed in. As Maris said, there was something that looked like a fire pillar. Without waiting any longer, Maris took off. There was a neighboring town in the same direction, so he asked Maruru to speed up. In Neil City, people were trying to kill the monsters while holding the gate with all their might. The B-ranked trolls were upon them. The soldier told the others not to falter and protect the motherland. Someone made a holy cleansing spell with exceptional effect on undeads and zombies. A yellow light appeared from the sky, and it was the young man Kill and the Oracle. The purification magic should have only worked on the undead, but it was also affecting other demon beasts. Karina also noticed that demons were there too. Worried, she asked if all the citizens of the city had turned into demon beasts already. Alan told everyone not to hesitate, because their goal was to protect the city. People noticed that someone was riding on a demon beast, but they didn't seem like an enemy. The saint's purification light was used, so one of the men explained to others that they were the people from Elmia's oracle. Alan seemed surprised that they had made sense of his summons already. He ordered Kill, Karina, and Dagora to go all in. As they started fighting, Dagora noticed that one of the monsters disappeared just like monsters in a dungeon, and when they died they didn't drop any crystals. Those so-called incarnations of evil might be the people who turned into demon beasts. There were tens of thousands of them in this city alone. Worried, Alan wondered what was happening in this country. Cecil used golden and silver beans to keep the high-ranking monsters away. She didn't know if it was even possible to turn the townsfolk back to their normal self, but Alan said they had to try. However, it didn't work, so they had to change their priorities. They were going to take down the ones outside the city. He told Sophie, Folmul, and Maruru to turn clockwise. They all listened to him immediately, and the townsfolk noticed that they were mowing down the beasts to save them. Next up were Alan and Cecile, but first, he increased their firepower. He used Hatch because it could control the demon beasts and could probably control that incarnation of evil, but it didn't feel right doing this to them. Hatch used its awakening skill, and then Alan told everyone to use egg-laying. The monsters he summoned looked like a real army. This skill was best suited to the battlefield for a reason after all. People were very puzzled to see demon beasts fighting demon beasts. In 1 hour, they had managed to defeat all the ones outside the city wall. It wasn't as tough as Rosenheim's war zone, and they had gotten stronger since then. It was time for Hayate's return, so Alan told them to focus on rescuing nearby cities and villages. Sophie asked Alan how everything was in Theomania. He responded that it was filled to the brim with those incarnations of evil. It seemed hopeless even for those who might still be alive down there. The light beam was coming from the temple, and it seemed like it was going south. He told Maris to ignore the temple and continue searching for survivors. They decided to regroup with Karina's team in the meantime. When they arrived, Alan wondered what she was talking about over there. Karina was glad that they made it to there. In the next scene, Alan noticed that Kill was getting worshipped. There was a man behind him who respected Kill so much, and he introduced himself to Alan. His name was Krypton, and he was a cardinal of the Elmia Church. He was the man in charge of this city. Alan figured that he was essentially the number 2 in the religion. Krypton thanked him for coming to save them yesterday, and admitted that he thought rescue wouldn't come for another 5 days. Alan was surprised that he knew they would come. Krypton said before the execution, the Great Pope received an oracle. They couldn't understand it back then, and went on with the execution of the cult leader, Gushara. The square was filled with spectators, and also evil followers, who were trying to stop it. Then, right before it happened, the cult followers turned into monsters, as did those who got bitten. In the blink of an eye, the city was engulfed in hell. Krypton told the Pope that they must make an escape. The Pope responded that the raise your voice part in the oracle was intended to be a distress signal sent out to the world, instructing him to lead his people to safety. That was how he managed to evacuate 30,000 people. Along with the 600,000 citizens, there were also about 1 million cult followers gathered in the square. He could only imagine how many had fallen. The Great Pope stayed back in the manor to help them escape, and Krypton came to beg Kill to go help him. Kill was pretty uncomfortable with this situation and asked for Alan's help. Alan stated that he had already started the rescue by sending summoned beasts to nearby areas, including Theomania, if he was wondering. He said they were going to be on rescue missions, so he wanted him to prepare to shelter more refugees. It was faster talking to someone in command, so Alan was pretty relieved. Maruru was worried that her friends would turn into those monsters if they were bitten. Thinking about 1 million followers and a zombie-like infection, Alan realized that sending a distress signal was a good idea. He was glad that they managed to make it on time, or else this whole country would have been gone. He also remembers the Beast Princess Shia, who was also at the square. Krypton was surprised that he knew that much. He said it was true that the princess stayed in the city for half a year before leaving Gushara to them. But after hearing about the S-rank dungeon being conquered, she and 2,000 of her men headed to the Kriebel Kingdom west of here. Alan wondered if she was making her next move for the Beast Throne. Whatever the case, the Beastman squad was strong, so he reassured himself that they would be fine. Krypton added that when the fire pillar appeared, they saw Gushara holding a burning vessel. Alan said that might be the fire god's sacred treasure that was stolen by the Demon King's army. The evil cult and the Demon King's army had some kind of connection. Turning people into demon beasts was probably the work of a sacred treasure too. Alan turned to the people and asked if anyone among them was a follower of the old evil cult. They seemed nervous after Alan asked this, and one woman said the name was Gushara Holy Region to him, and he had been spouting nonsense for too long. Unlike the Elmia Church, which kept giving out challenges, he promised them salvation for free. She also asked if he couldn't realize that it was due to his being rude to Gushara that caused the wrath of the evil god. Karina thought he was supposed to be evil, and Krypton confirmed her. He said Gushara occasionally gifts his followers belongings that he stole from everyone else. On top of that, those who dared to defy him were offered as tribute to the evil god. They had a lot of proof of his wrongdoing, and he wasn't showing any remorse, so they execute him. The woman didn't believe any of the things he said and defended Gushara. Alan wondered why she wasn't affected. He asked if she was also a refugee from Theomania, and she said she lived here in this city. The cardinal, who was right next to the sacred treasure, and the people from this city weren't turned into monsters, so it could be something that was prepared for the followers. Alan asked the woman if she remembered performing a special ceremony in the Gushara Holy Teaching. The woman was shocked. Krypton said they had already investigated that. He believed they all drank some kind of holy water. Alan wondered if that was what made them different from people in the city. He had an idea and used his awakening skill that recovers all abnormal statuses on the woman. Something came out of the woman's body, and everyone started freaking out. Alan explained that the so-called holy water had been removed, and she wouldn't turn into a monster anytime soon. By executing the cult leader, he had managed to gather 1 million of his followers and turn them into demon beasts all at once. That was Gushara's plan. Everyone was shocked. The city people started blaming the woman for causing all of this. Kill told everyone to calm down. The followers weren't exactly at fault here, but that was an appropriate reaction for sure. Krypton asked what that was, and he explained that he used the precious fruit of demonic repellent from Rosenheim. Alan said they need to have everyone in the city use this fruit and asked for his help with handing it out. Krypton was more than willing to help. He told them that if someone had a shadow appear above their head, they should quarantine and keep an eye on it just to be safe. They were also victims of this, so they should be cautious. He also said the summoned beasts would help them with this. Meanwhile, they were going to be heading to Theomania after helping the nearby towns and cities. This was their chance to reclaim the sacred treasure. Alan searched for the Great Pope in Theomania, but it seemed that Maris had been defeated. Drogo was shocked and asked if Gushara had defeated it, but it wasn't. A beast man like a demon general was at the temple. Everyone was intimidated. They were shocked because it was the first one that had shown since Lysol, and this would be some of their first encounters. Some of them weren't even sure if they alone would be enough to defeat him. Alan realized that this was going to be tougher, so they needed a lot of planning. In the next scene, it had been 3 days since they arrived at Elmar Church Country. Before the event, this was just a small country with 8 million people, so the rescue operation was mostly over. He planted some seeds and used fragrant vegetables in towns and villages. Around 5,000 cult followers who haven't turned into monsters were identified and quarantined at Neil. While eating dinner, Alan said the demon general that the cult members worshipped was the one behind this, so Seal asked Kill if he knew about this. He said he hadn't heard anything about it. Maris stated that he was once a god, long banished from the god's realm. He didn't have a sacred treasure anymore, so worship was pointless. The god's realm knew about the shady activities of the evil god cult, but it was never considered an actual problem. Once again, Alan confirmed that those gods were still as unreliable as ever. Their only choice was to directly ask him what his goal was, so Alan told everyone that they would be off to Theomania tomorrow morning, and then they were going to fight with the demon general. Maris said the Pope was not found alive, and they also didn't find any sacred treasures normally found in the church capital. The demon general at the temple was not a high general, but still, Maris wasn't his opponent. Seal asked if they could ask for help from the hero, but Alan said they couldn't do that. They were already in a bloody fight against the Demon King's army. As expected, the Demon King's army had begun its march and started waging wars everywhere. Seal wondered if they could alone defeat a demon general. Drogo said he would join. He used his extra skill the last time they faced off against a demon general, and he was almost sure this time would be the same. Alan said he had prepared Subaman for a retreat plan, an extra skill or not. Drogo was still really valuable to them as a vanguard. He had a plan for victory. They had already made it through the fight against Gordino, who was surely stronger than the demon general, so he was confident that they wouldn't lose. They decided to spend the rest of the night reviewing their strategy, and they were going to be using Subamin's new skill. On March 22nd, the team was at the Timonia Church capital. Kale heard that the capital was a really beautiful city, but it was all destroyed now. There was a fire pillar coming over the temple. They entered the temple and were encountered by some people, and the one who looked the biggest greeted Alan. Apparently he knew Alan because of his black hair. Alan said he must be the demon general Lycaron. He was shocked that he knew his name. He then saw Maris and figured he had told him. He said Alan was hand in hand with an angel that supposedly died, which made a great report. Alan asked what that pillar was. He said he wouldn't give up that information so easily. Confirming that they were doing this the hard way, he told him that they would destroy the altar. Maris appeared behind him in the air, and Lycaron grabbed him before he was destroyed. He was surprised that Maris became a summoned beast, but was also interested in Alan. He attacked Alan and threw him to the wall to kill. Alan was fine and said he was fast, but his attack potency was not that impressive. He told everyone to press the attack, and the fight had begun. Cecil attacked the demon general with her fireball. Karina joined her with her sword, and the others kept attacking the general continuously. Sophie summoned Gale, and the most effective attack came from her. When talking about attack potency, Sophie was above the rest. The demon general was confused, trying to understand what was going on. He realized that they were stronger than what was reported in Rosenheim, and he couldn't believe they could change their classes already. He wondered what had happened in the span of 1 year. Alan informed everyone that they were doing scouting and gave Cecil and Sophie to do as they planned. Sophie summoned Nymph, and Cecil used Blizzard. With the combination of those techniques, the demon general was impressed, but not intimidated. He said he would show them that a little strengthening didn't mean anything. Alan noticed that he was definitely trying to protect the altar. He told Maruru that they were done over here. Maruru was glad that it was finally her turn. She used her golem that had a ranged attack tablet, 5 enhancement tablets. Targets were the light beam pillar and the demon general Lycaron. With the laser cannon firing, the team wasn't that sure if their shield would be enough to protect them. After the attack was over, the pillar disappeared. However, the temple was about to collapse, and they missed the kill on the demon general. Alan left it to Maris and Subamin. Looking at the ruins of the historical temple, the team once again realized how bad the demon general was. Among the ruins, the general came out. He was as mad as ever. He said he was going to make sure they were dead, and they had no chance of winning without the hero. His wounds were healing up, and he transformed. Alan noticed that Geishira's stats were even higher than a demon general's. The light pillar was pointing south, so he wondered if that place could be where Geishira was. Maris brought the demon general to Lepi and Temmie, and they were shocked to see him. Alan asked for their help. Even though it was way beyond common sense, they had no other choice but to help. Alan told everyone to use their extra skill. Dogora wanted to help, but Alan told him to stay back. Karina used the King of Swords technique, which made her look like she was stronger than the hero himself. After getting that hit from Karina, Maris and Formal attacked simultaneously and pissed him off more. Alan then told Subamin to use Homing Instinct. Using Subamin's skill, they managed to get him outside the city. The demon general had fallen into Alan's trap, and Alan left him there. Meanwhile, everyone started using their extra skill on him. Even though he used all his power to defend himself, the demon general was defeated. The difference in this success was the fact that they had zero help. Alan told Subamin that everything went well. He also made a new use of the homing instinct that he discovered. He could move an enemy that he made contact with to a nearby nest within a 1-kilometer radius. But knowing it worked against a demon general was another fantastic discovery. Cecil couldn't believe he risked his life just to test out a theory. Alan thanked Temmie and Lepi for their cooperation. They asked if he could return them to Rosenheim. Sophie asked if the Elven army was working with the guerrilla squad, and they said a defensive position wasn't a Beastman's strong suit. They are moving away from the fortresses and reducing the number of the Demon King's army. Temmie told Dogora not to let his guard down because the prophecy remained. With that, they were going to take care of the demon beasts in the city. He told everyone to spread out and try to finish in 1 day. Maruru thanked Alan for his hard work and left to report this to Neil City. Meanwhile, Dogora was hitting his head against the wall because he was upset that he was the only one who couldn't use his extra skill. Alan was worried, so he asked Maris if he could explain why. He said he couldn't say because there was no good that would come from that knowledge, but Alan and Dogora were desperate to know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Realizing he had no other choice, he said this was something even Rosen didn't know about. Like he mentioned before, the gods prioritize balance. However, maintaining that was easier said than done. If the gods give out abnormal blessings, then the scale of balance shall be tipped. Dogora was confused. Alan thought about how a game world would be littered with bug exploiters and cheaters. He asked if there wasn't already a balance before the Demon King's reign, and wondered if they couldn't fix the state of the world. He said there were limitations to fixing, and there would surely be people who would love to find loopholes. And in the case that the world was deemed to be engulfed in chaos, the representative of the gods, the angels, would destroy the world themselves. Everyone was shocked. Maris stated that he had been saving humanity for the better part of 100,000 years since he was created. It was well beyond the casualties left by the Demon King over the past decades. This world shall rebuild itself with the few mortals that were left. The cycle of destruction and recreation shall continue, he said. Sophie said this didn't make them any different from the Demon King's army. Maris said he didn't wish to destroy the world, and he could say that now that he had become a summoned beast. Alan realized that Maris's distancing himself from them might be because he had killed humans in the past. Karina started to freak out that both angels and gods were their enemies, but Alan told her that humanity wouldn't survive without the gods. Basically, their enemy was the Demon King. Kill said Alan explained quite a bit about the principles of the gods, and was surprised that they had realized this just now. Alan said the enemy was the Demon King who disrupted the balance, and they didn't have many options to choose from. Even if chaos occurs, it will only make them stronger, so they should continue the story. Maris wanted to talk about the necessary conditions first. It was established in the divine realm to correct the chaos caused by the Demon King's army. Alan was summoned to this world as one of the heroes. However, a mistake occurred at that moment. Hay asked if he meant the time when he almost chose the Demon King. He confirmed him and said a talent with even rarer potential than the Demon King had suddenly appeared. That was the 8-star summoner. Good thing Alan didn't become the Demon King because the gods' power was depleted and they could summon no more heroes. So, as an alternative solution, he granted talent to a child of the same age as Alan in a way that the Demon King's army wouldn't notice. Kill figured that the only sword saint in the whole country was Alan's childhood friend. Dogora asked if that was so. Karana could fight the Demon King. Maurice stated that who to fight and whom to team up with depended on each person. However, when Alan decided to defeat the Demon King, he thought that things were just going as he had hoped. Thinking about what happened with the Demon General, Alan realized that the Divine Realm also controlled their extra skills. Maris confirmed this and said the extra skill also had different levels. Except for Dogora, everyone was granted general class power. In Dogora's case, his talent alone was not enough to make a judgment. He was granted King class. After hearing that, Dogora was about to cry. Maris explained to him that while King class could be extremely powerful, it was very difficult to master. The fact that he was about to use it at that time was a miracle. There were cases where he couldn't use it even once in a whole year, so even Maris started to think that the extra skill was an unlucky item. He then said Elmia granted Hermios the power to capture the demon god, and he had the same kind of power. It was a strength worthy of being called that of a hero. His words put an ease on him, and he was a lot confident in his extra skill now. Alan thanked Maris for telling them. Maris hoped he wouldn't lead to chaos in this world. But still, the fact that Alan had an 8-star talent and that Hell mode requires 100 times more exp than normal people, those two things could never be allowed to be mentioned. Currently, the Demon King's army knows Alan as the Liberator at the level of a demon god. If they found out that he was granted more divine power than the Demon King, they didn't know what kind of tricks they might resort to. Karina told Maris that Alan was strong because he worked incredibly hard for it. Maris confirmed her and said he had gone far beyond their expectations and acted outside the bounds of the normal path. He even called him insane. He said he hoped they all would be the ones to defeat the Demon King and restore balance to the world. The team seemed touched after his words. With the Demon King's army, who were trying to destroy the world and the divine realm, and the gods who would reset the world if they believed that the balance had been broken, Alan once again realized that this world was high difficulty. The next day, they returned to Neil. Krypton said that if Kill and everyone hadn't come, the Elmore theocracy would have been destroyed. Not only that, but they also even took capital from the demon god. He was truly grateful to them. Alan said he would leave behind some summoned beasts because he hadn't given up on searching for the High Pope. After that, it was time to head south. The target this time was just ahead of the Pillar of Light. It seemed further south than the Elmore theocracy. Sophie said they believed the leader of the Dark God cult, Gushara, was there. If the Pillar of Light disappears, she wondered if they would still be able to find it. Dagora said it would be great if the divine fire weapon were there too. He seemed really fired up after Maris's big explanation. Half a day later, they were almost at the central continent. Alan suddenly noticed something. The island was floating in the air. Everyone was shocked because this had never happened before. Maruru said they should try getting closer first. It was gigantic, so Alan wondered how it was even flying. Karina noticed something that looked like a temple at the top. They got closer, and Maris said it was a shrine of the gods. Cecil asked if the pillar of light was rising from the island. There were 3 of them. In the east, west, and south, Alan said in the near future, there was a chance something like what happened in Theomania would happen again. Another country might get attacked by magic beasts. Cecil didn't want to believe it, because it had only been 7 days since the execution. Nervous, Alan couldn't believe he hadn't considered this possibility. He had no idea what to do about all 3 locations. He told Maruru to get them closer to the temple first. He tried to sneak into the temple, but he couldn't summon anything. Maris said this barrier might have become a blockade. They tried to break it, but it was completely unaffected. There was no sight of the enemy either. Alan wondered if the barrier would disappear if they destroyed the Pillar of Light. Dagora said they should split into 3 teams and destroy the altars, but they might run into a demon god, so it wasn't a good idea. Kill suggested prioritizing rescue for now because they didn't have to fight the demon codes, but there was still a chance they might attack. Kill told him to have some faith in them, and they could totally handle it. Alan decided to count on them and said they would form the teams. First, he organized their supplies and 80 summoned beasts. With 200 items per team and 10 summoned beasts per team, that should be good enough. First, Alan was going to head west and take Dagora and Cecil. Sophie wanted to go east. And even though he was confused, he said okay. He said Sophie, Formal, and Maruru would head east and Sophie would lead the team. The south would be Kill, Mel's, and Karina, and the team leader would be Kill. None of the 3 directions required help from the same continent. They were also not responding to the Elmar Theocracy's distress signals, so Alan couldn't predict what was going to happen. He said the summoned beasts would go with them all, and he would observe as an ally. Even so, the team leaders would make the judgments and take action. After that, on March 24th, they parted ways and started their mission. The East time had a bit more to go before they reached the base of the pillar, and Maruru said they should arrive at the eastern edge of the continent by tomorrow morning. Okiosan said she would take the night watch so they could rest. The next morning, they saw that the entire landscape had completely changed, and it was a desert. Formal said he could see the final destination point now. It looked exactly like Theomania. Okiosan said she would report to Alan about this. Maruru asked if they were going to head to that city. Sophie felt bad about it. Maruru wondered if there were any other cities in this desert, and Sophie said this place was called the Mujerino Desert, so there should be a few national urban zones here. They were spaced out over a day's walking distance. Formal asked if they should stop by the village first, and Sophie said he was right. Maruru assumed that she had a reason for choosing the east. She said they were going to be heading toward Fabulets from here, and that was the village where the Dark Elves live. Maruru recalled them as the ones who fought the elves over the World Tree. Over 2,000 years ago, after being exiled from the continent, they built a village in this desert, and it was said that they lived as an independent nation, blocking interference from other countries. Ever since the ceasefire agreement was signed 500 years ago, the diplomats had been traveling back and forth, monitoring each other, and that was how she knew the location of the village. But Maruru knew a dark elf had attacked the elf kingdom, and it was an enemy territory for her. She said that was a possibility, and even if it wasn't, an elf princess wouldn't be welcomed there. Regardless, she promised she would speak with them, so she must go there. Maruru said it was okay, and she and Tam Tam would protect her no matter what happened. Alan was listening to her in the meantime and seemed okay with her decision. He wanted to see what the elf princess was capable of. There was a war going on in the city of Dark Elves. The number kept increasing, and they were having a hard time keeping them out of the village. While fighting, the general was informed that there was a swarm of demonic beasts in the sky. There were over 1,000 of them, but one noticed that there was a dwarf's golem among them. Sophie reminded everyone to be careful with healing and attacking, because their team cannot summon any more beasts. With that, everyone started attacking the monsters to save the elves. The general was shocked and immediately told the soldiers to call the diplomat. After clearing the monsters, they landed at the gate of the village. The team was pretty sweaty from the heat. It was completely different from the desert in the S-ranked dungeon. She wondered if they had noticed they had arrived. She said she thinks so, and told her to stay on guard. The gate opened, and a man came thanking Sophie for her support. He asked if that was the summoned beast of the S-ranked adventurer at her party. Sophie was glad to see Ziamnir and said the monsters would protect the village. She asked if she could greet the king now, but he said she couldn't do that without prior notice. She said that wasn't good and took out Rosen. Ziamnir was shocked to see a spirit deity and decided that he would guide everyone. Rosen couldn't help but comment that Sophie had started to look a lot like Alan. Maruru told Subamin that she would count on her when the time came. When they entered the village, they were fascinated by the tree. The walls were all natural, and it was thanks to the blessing of the Spirit King, Faber. He said this tree was about to become a world tree as well. Alan recalled that dark elves also had spirits like Rosen. They arrived at the king's place, and the king wasn't expecting their village to have visitors. His name was Olbers. His kids seemed so excited to see a dwarf with them and asked if those were the ones with the magic discs and who used golems. Olbers told his kid to behave and notice Sophie's clothes. He had specially pardoned her for entering Fabula's, but seeing her wear something that belonged to the praying priestess who killed them was a bit too much. He said she would have been decapitated if she hadn't been standing before the spirit deity. Sophie, as comfortable as ever, said the outfit was given to her by the spirit deity, so she had no reason to hide it. The dark elves were mad that she was mocking them. Rosen showed himself and greeted Faber. Faber didn't seem happy to see Rosen, though. But when Rosen said there was a boy who wanted to meet him and send Corbicor, he was so happy. After hugging each other, Faber told the king to listen to what they had to say. Sophie stated that they had received a distress signal from the Elmar theocracy and had to come to this continent. She said she would tell him what she knew about what was happening on this continent. After that, she told them everything. The situation was much more serious than they thought. Until now, Sophie hasn't seen any connection between this village and the Demon King's army. She told them to stay away from the city with the lake to the north because they believed the demon general was there. From their reactions, Sophie asked if they had heard of it. They said about 20 years ago, followers of the Gushara Holy Order gathered, and by the time they realized it had grown into a massive city. Sophie said heretics wielding holy water and the Pillar of Light were all the conditions to turn humans into demonic beasts, and they had met. She feared the Demon King's army had been preparing this for decades. Olber said if all of that was true, then this continent was in crisis. She was the only one sending reinforcements to other continents because of the Demon King's army's advance. He asked what she wanted by telling him this. Sophie said she wanted to request two things. First was the Muharino desert map. She wanted to know the locations of cities and villages for rescue operations. And the second thing was that she wanted his permission to set up a refugee camp in this village. Olber said they had no obligation to do that. Sophie said they were going to do outside the walls. She wanted to make a temporary refuge with sturdy walls and summoned beasts. And while they considered her requests, she had a question about Liesel. Olber stated that he had already answered this question when Rosenheim asked. She wanted to confirm again, and said that when the 7 million Demon King's army invaded Rosenheim, the blood of about 3 million elves was spilled. She had confirmed that many of her classmates sacrificed themselves. She couldn't stop herself from crying. Alan realized that Sophie didn't say anything to them and just kept carrying that burden alone. Olbers heard that they defeated the Demon King's army. Sophie said the demon general, the supreme commander of the enemy, was a high dark elf named Liesel. She asked if Liesel was the father of King Olbers. This question was so disrespectful towards Olbers that the older member of the village had to step in. They even wanted to cancel the ceasefire agreement and attack Rosenheim. Olbers told everyone to be quiet for a moment. He told her that his father, Liesel, disappeared 1,000 years ago and requested her to choose her next words carefully. He asked if that was true. Sophie confirmed that it was and explained that he was defeated by the hero Hermeos and the game junkies led by Alan. Liesel was likely sealed within the World Tree due to becoming a demon general, but it seemed he regained consciousness before he died. He spoke while gazing at the World Tree. She repeated what he said and added that they all had no part in last year's invasion. They thought that they could cooperate to fight against the Demon King's army. She wanted everyone to consider this carefully. Olbers said he would have the preparations for her 2 requests started. The others wanted to at least verify the truth of their story first, but the king said if they were dissatisfied with his decisions, they should just strip him of the king's authority. They immediately backed off. Sophie thanked them, and the king told Zemnir to give them a map. After they left, Olber's son asked if he had joined the Demon King's army. Fabris still couldn't believe it was Liesel who sought power to destroy the elves. Olbers asked if it was true that he had become a demon general. He said it was possible. Olbers decided to cooperate with the elf princess to prove that they had no involvement with the Demon King's army, and they would also act for the future of this village. Meanwhile, on the South team, Karina just roasted a horned rabbit. Maris informed the team that Sophie's rescue mission with the Dark Elves was going smoothly. Meanwhile, they haven't been able to do anything for 2 days. Kill said they didn't move as fast as Tam Tam, so it was normal. Karina asked Maris if he hadn't seen the city with the Pillar of Light. He said he hasn't, but said they might reach the southernmost point tomorrow. Kill started to wonder if they were really sure he was an ally just because he became Alan's summoned beast. He wondered if he had given an order by the gods and would turn into their enemy. As if he read his thoughts, Maris told Kill that even if the opponent was a god, he would still protect them all. He had prepared himself ever since he decided to become a summoned beast. Also, he wanted him to drop the honorifics with him. Kill was a bit relieved. Maris told him to go to sleep. Alan told Maris that Kill followed the Elmia faith so he wouldn't be easily convinced. They would be facing enemies here tomorrow, so they were counting on those two. The next day, they finally saw the city. It seemed developed and safe. They entered the kingdom of Kalvarna, and farther south was the Republic of Karlinia, which became independent about 10 years ago. He remembers they built a fortress along the river to mark the border and to reinforce their defenses. They were already in a battle over there, and Kill hoped it wouldn't become a problem. They saw the fortress on the border on fire. Magical beasts were flooding in from the opposite direction. Stressed, Kill told them to prioritize rescuing the kingdom's side first. Maris agreed and said he would leave the middle part for them. It looked like there were 3 fortresses, so he would take care of the other 2 with the summoned beasts. Kill and Karina agreed with the plan, and they started fighting. The soldiers were in a difficult position because even if they destroyed the bridge, they could still cross the river. Suddenly, their wounds and lost parts started to heal. Kill had healed everyone and restored everyone's stamina and mana. He told them not to worry about turning into magical beasts anymore. Before they could freak out about Kill, they saw an A-rank beast. But Karina took care of the monster with 1 slash. She said she was the Sword Emperor Karina, and she was here to help everyone. They also noticed that Maris's team had already started fighting. He explained to the soldiers that this was an attack led by their comrades. The game junkies commended by ES rank adventurers were here to rescue them. The soldiers couldn't help but tear up at the fact that Elmia hadn't abandoned them. Kiel told Karina not to stray too far from the fortress, and as long as he could protect her, she could go as wild as she wanted. The army of the king got the courage they needed and started fighting too. After a while, the soldiers informed Kiel and Karina that they had confirmed the complete elimination of magical beasts at all 3 fortresses. The soldiers wondered if the beasts of the summoner didn't get tired. Kiel said even if new magical beasts appear, they would all be wiped out. Karina was starving and exhausted. Kiel noticed that Alan was adjusting Karina's stomach too now. The soldiers prepared a meal for them. Karina seemed to love the country's food. A man came and wanted to speak with her for a moment. He said he was grateful to all of them for saving them, and if they hadn't come, he didn't know what would have happened to them. He wondered why they arrived at this time. They explained the situation to them. Thanks to their strength, the distress signal from the Elmar theocracy was finally lifted, and that monster was a scheme by the Demon King's army. The general said the signal had also reached their kingdom about 10 days ago, but they couldn't send reinforcements because they were investigating the Pillar of Light that suddenly appeared. Kiel asked if they knew anything about the Gishara Hold Order. He said they were the vanguard during the Republic's independence from the kingdom. A massive shrine was currently being built in the Republic's capital, so now they had both conditions met: the cult followers and the Pillar of Light. There were millions of people living in the Republic, and it had been 10 days since they all arrived in their country. Kiel wanted to begin relief operations. He asked if they had a map of the Republic of Corleonea. He said he didn't have the authority to provide information about an enemy nation. The main force, led by the highest-ranking official in the military, would arrive in a few days, and he could ask them, but he thought that would be even harder after being attacked by them. Kiel thought that they had no reason to cooperate in saving an enemy nation, but they still needed that map. He started thinking of ways to get it. Meanwhile, Karina impressed people. Maris arrived and asked if he hadn't done yet. The people who saw him freaked out. Kiel asked Maris if they needed the map to carry out the rescue, and he asked if they weren't planning to hand it over. Karina was also upset that they wouldn't give them the map. They immediately changed their opinions and said they would prepare it immediately. Kiel said no one could refuse a request from the former First Angel. Now they had the foundation they needed to start the rescue, and he started believing that even without Alan, they could still do this. Meanwhile, Alan's team had entered the swamp area. Alan informed the others that Kiel's group didn't encounter enemies while camping. Dagora said movement was delayed due to having to stay alert on the ground. Alan then said Sophie's group had just finished the relief operation with the elite Dark Elf army. It seemed they were allowed to use the area in front of the village gate as a refuge. They were quite impressed by her. He also said King Olbers was a sharp person. They had changed for the future of the Dark Elves, but Sophie was so far away it would be nice if they could communicate with each other. Alan said she probably had her own ideas as the Princess of Elves with thousands of years of history. Cecil said if they kept going west like this, they would reach the kingdom of Crable, the land of mermaids. In the Elmar theocracy, Alan heard that the Kingdom of Crable was the gateway between the Prussia Empire beneath the sea and the surface of the mainland. Dagora recalled Princess Beast Shia heading west too. Alan said the condition to become the Beast King was to capture Gushara. It seemed they left about a month ago. She didn't return to the Beast Kingdom, but went off to do something else. It was clear to Cecil that she was aiming for the Tear of Macris. Dagora didn't know about it, so she said it was the Prince of the Mermaids. There was a famous love story about him. It was a gem that all women all over the world longed for, and she was sure the Beast Princess wanted it too. Alan said if she was heading to that kingdom, it was bad news. Worst case, she might encounter a demon general. They hoped that she was okay and went to sleep to get some rest. The next day, Alan's team arrived at the Kingdom of Cribel. That is the end of the recap at chapter 81.1. Please read the pinned comment about the next part. In the next scene, there are still a few more days till Shia's army reaches the fortress city. Everyone was tired and it was already late. Shia found it natural giving the stamina of merfolk. She was informed that 42 people died last night, and things would only get worse at this rate. Shia wanted to send them off properly because they died for her path to domination. They might re-encounter them in the form of monsters, and troublesome foes were already pursuing them. They told her that King Crabble was summoning her. Annoyed, she went to the kings. The king was relieved that she had finally arrived, and it seemed like it was quite a fierce battle last night. She had told him to leave the defense of the rear to them, but the king said it would be better to add some of their soldiers to the unit. Shia responded, asking her to let the merfolk soldiers focus on protecting the civilians. She informed him that the Beast Kingdom Albihar was also trying to send troops and supplies to its ally. The king was surprised that she used the word ally, and she explained that her soldiers were risking their lives to protect him because they were allies. The king said they couldn't form alliances without the permission of the Prostia Empire, but she said that was clearly stated in the treaty. The king wondered what exactly she was planning. She said it was simple. As an ally, she would be very pleased if he could serve as a bridge between them and the Prostia Empire. The king was confused because the empire wouldn't do business with any nation other than theirs. Princess Shia told him that there were exceptions to everything. Besides, she wondered if their relationship with the empire was still intact, because according to the rumors, the kingdom of Crabble was planning a rebellion against the empire. The king said those were false rumors spread by some antagonist, and that he would never betray the Prostia Empire. Shia said she knew, and added that an investigation into the Elmia sect revealed that the rumors were circulated by the heretic god cult, but she wasn't sure if the empire would believe that. The king said it was true that some people who were dissatisfied with the empire's ways later turned to the heretic god cult, but that was a separate matter. Shia said it had been 10 days since the Pillar of Light appeared and sent an emergency signal to the empire and asked what they had done since then. The king said they needed time to prepare, but Shia warned him to be more aware of his situation. What he needed was powerful backing. Suddenly, the soldiers announced that they were under attack by a horde of monsters approaching from the rear. They told the civilians not to panic and keep moving forward. Shia asked how many there were. There were about 20,000 approaching. They had 2,000 troops, but she told them not to get too confident. This wasn't a joke, so he suggested retreating. But Shia said she had established an alliance between the Beast Kingdom and this kingdom. If the royal family collapses, her future is finished too. She decided to use this situation as a stepping stone to form an alliance with the Prostea Empire. If she succeeds, it would be an achievement rivaling the conquest of an S-ranked dungeon. She told him to contact the Beast Kingdom. The plan was to buy some time until the Crable royal family was rescued by the fortress city. She reminded them that this would be a brutal battle and asked anyone unwilling to follow her path to domination to leave now. Most of the soldiers had been with her for 3 years, and they promised to give it everything they had to protect her. With that, they started attacking the monsters. Magic Unit erected the barrier wall. Archers took their positions, and the rest started rushing towards the monsters. They were fighting good, but there were still a lot of monsters. In addition to that, 2,000 enemies were approaching from both the left and the right sides of the fortress. Now Shia was panicking. The situation was bad, but if they retreated now, The path to becoming the Beast King would end. She was pretty distracted, so she didn't notice that she was under attack. One of the warriors saved her at the last second using a golden mountain needle. It was Vice Captain Raz. He told her to stand back and retreat from here. They were waiting for her to make a decision. As if the monsters on the surface weren't enough, they saw that lots of bee monsters were approaching from the sky and were sure this was their end. Alan informed the others that Princess Shia had been found, and the monsters had almost completely surrounded them. The moment Shia saw Alan's black hair, she was shocked. Alan approached Shia and introduced himself as the S-ranked adventurer. He asked if she was the princess beast, Shia. Shia knew him as the one who partnered with Zio. Alan didn't know she knew that. He assumed they exchanged letters and said Prince Beast Zio had asked him to assist her. She was boiling in anger, but she knew there was nothing to be done, and she was also injured. Alan said he would use a healing potion and healed their wounds immediately. He said this way no one would turn into monsters. And it worked for one day. Alan planned to hold them off so the merfolk could escape. He checked for the demon general, but he wasn't there. He told Cecil to make a big move first. Cecil used her small meteor to kill most of the monsters. Princess Shia was shocked, but how different her power was. After that, she continued with Flamelance, but it wasn't enough to defeat it. Dagora appeared, using his critical wave and chopped one of the monsters' necks. He wanted to continue killing the monsters, but Alan warned him to stay within their range so they could heal him. Alan then used Orochi to move. Orochi used its Flame of Wrath and cleared most of the monsters. They were shocked by how brave they were and realized that this was the power of the game junkies. Shia didn't want her soldiers to fall behind, so she told them to follow her and keep wiping out the enemies. 3 hours later, all enemies had been eliminated, and Alan informed Shia that Gushara was wielding the fire god's weapon. They faced strong resistance from his fellow believers when they captured him, and their troops suffered heavy losses as a result, yet he himself didn't resist. She blamed herself for not realizing he had ulterior motives, but Alan told her that they couldn't have predicted such a situation. Shia heard that Alan was the main figure in conquering the S-rank dungeon, and asked if he was planning to let Zu become the Beast King. Alan believed that either Prince Beast Zu or Princess Beast Shia would do just fine, and if she wanted to help the merfolk become the Beast King, he would assist her. Princess Shia said the trait matched what she read in the letters, and that she had no intention of giving up the Beast King throne to him. She asked him to lend her his power for her path to domination. When she left, Cecil said she thought they were close relatives, but now it was confirmed that they were not. She mentioned that forming an alliance with the Beast Princess was also about the Central Continent, and Ali said people with clear goals were easier to communicate with. But Dagora didn't agree with him. Alan approached Captain Raz and asked if he knew where the Pillar of Light was coming from. He said that was the Aqua Shrine, the water god worshipped by the merfolk, and it was next to the royal capital. While Gushara was being executed, the Pillar of Light rose, and then the capital was attacked by merfolk who had turned into monsters. They suspected it was connected to the water god. Alan wasn't sure why, but there must have been heretic cult followers inside the shrine. He figured that the demon general must be in that shrine, so he said they would let the merfolk and the beastmen refugees flee to the fortress city and take care of the rescue. Shia overheard what he said. Alan asked Raz if he could get the map of the Kriebel kingdom from the merfolk, and they would rescue the merfolk while eliminating monsters. Shia interrupted and revealed that they already had the map, and she wanted to join them in that rescue mission. Princess Beast Shia's army had established a joint front line of roughly 1,500 people. They were responsible for assisting the merfolk movement. 3 days later, they were finally able to extend the rescue range to the front of the royal capital. Alan could figure that the survivors in the royal capital must have felt hopeless. It was still a few more days until they got there, so he asked Shia if she wanted to go to the fortress city. He said he could use a summoned beast to travel. Shia said that worked, and 2 days later, they arrived at the fortress city. Cecil felt refreshed because it had been a long time since he had slept this well. Shia told Alan that he was late because she had already said they were going to say hello. Alan asked if they really had to join them too. She told him that it was necessary to reassure their allied nation. The king greeted them and thanked them for their hard work. They prepared a feast to celebrate their hard work. While everyone was eating, Shia told everyone to cheer up because there were 3 more days, and they would reclaim the royal capital. The king and the queen were shocked and asked if that was really possible. She said that if they had the power of the S-rank adventurer who offered to join forces with her, it was only natural. The king didn't even know S-rank was that strong. Alan said if they could defeat the demon general said to be in the Aqua Shrine, then they could completely wipe all heretics out of the country. The king couldn't stop himself from crying because they were finally going to retake the Aqua Shrine. The Prostea Empire had also contacted them and said they would support them. The princess wished there was something she could do to thank everyone, and they were waiting for them to say this. Shia mentioned how she already asked them all to form an alliance with her. Alan said they could postpone this until the country had fully recovered. Suddenly, Cecil noticed what she was wearing and couldn't hide her surprise. The girl explained that this was the Holy Gem of Macris. That was the official name of the Tears of Macris, and they were shocked that it really existed. She explained her excitement that in her country it was famous as a manga. Shia asked what kind of manga it was, and she said it was the story of the Prostea Empire. Macris, crown prince of the Prostea Empire, crossed social ranks and fell in love with Deirdre, a village girl. Just before their wedding, a vicious monster attacked the empire. Macris made a covenant with the water god to gain power and succeeded in sealing the monster. However, after seeing his changing appearance, Deirdre was terrified and fled. As Macris realized his love would never return, he cried, and his tears turned into gems. Even now, Macris continued to swim in loneliness to protect the empire. It was a story about an extremely faithful and pure love. The king decided to give the Holy Gem of Macris to Alan. He knew it was just a substitute, but he earnestly asked him to help the royal capital and the Aqua Shrine. Cecil whispered to Alan that this gem alone could buy a kingdom, and Shia told him not to worry as purple didn't suit her. Alan felt that something like this should be given after reclaiming the royal capital and finding them too naive. Still, he accepted the bracelet and wore it. When he wore it, he was notified that the effect of the bracelet was that his attack magic activation time was reduced by half with his cooldown, and it gave him 5,000 mana and 5,000 intelligence points. Alan realized that this was the best thing ever. The princess asked if he liked it, and he confirmed her, but then he gave it to Cecil. Cecil was shocked at first, but then thanked him while blushing. After that, they joined forces with the Beastmen group and eliminated all the monsters in the royal capital. Defeating the demon general was the only thing left, so he called his teammates. After 12 days, they were finally reunited. Thanks to the cooperation with the kingdom's army, Kill informed that the south had been largely cleared. Sophie said their desert was too cast, so they haven't finished clearing it yet. Karena noticed Cecil's bracelet and asked what was up with it. Excited, Cecil said Alan gave it to her. Karena said she wanted one too, but he told her that she already had a necklace and that it was equipment specialized for attack magic. Formal then asked if Sophie could have one too. Alan heard there were many holy gems of macros, and when he got another one, he promised to give it to Sophie. Alan then asked Muris what a holy gem was. Muris said those who accumulate good deeds and make a covenant with a god become holy beasts, and the holy beast gem was created by a holy beast, so one could make a covenant with a god and gain power. Muris told him to give up if that was the case. He said that there was a price to pay for having power. He heard what happened to the Prosty Crown Prince already. Alan said that it depended on the negotiations. In the end, that demon general stayed put in the shrine. The team went to Shia and apologized for keeping her waiting, but Shia was already in a good mood to see the game junkies. Some of them were quite shocked because they even brought the top angel. Shia greeted Sophie and introduced herself. She said they were both princesses, so they should call each other by their first names. After that, Sophie requested Alan to lead the way. With that, they started the meeting to defeat the demon general. Alan and Shia discussed the strategy to subjugate the demon general. Shia said that Alan's team even had a god in it, so she asked for the Spirit King's assistance. With only these few brave ones in the team, she wondered if they could really defeat the demon general. Alan responded that if it were a high-ranking demon general, it might be challenging. Destroying the altar was easy, but the important thing was to get information from the demon general. To do that, they need to approach them. If it were a demon general, he would need to borrow the power of the 10 brave beasts to defeat him. But this time, he couldn't get any assistance. Shia said that Zhu must be planning to get another medal in Rosenheim. If that were the case, then she would also defeat the demon general. Alan didn't want them to go first, but since this operation was related to the Beast King, they couldn't back down either. This was going to be a battle of only a few chosen ones. If they were just talking about talent, Captain Ludo was just as good as Dogora. The problem was Prince Beast Shia. Alan asked if Shia could use the Beast King transformation. She said it was impossible. If Zu could do it, then she would also ask the spirit beast for help. This time, they could also count on the debuff skill to weaken the enemy. It even had healing power, which was an interesting talent. Two people cannot use extra skills like Alan. Cecil responded that Alan had a situation, and Karina said Dogora was really strong. Plus, if they could use it, they could defeat the Demon General in a single strike. Shia responded that if they couldn't use it, then her Beast King transformation was meaningless. Alan said they would retreat if it felt too dangerous, and that their goal was to destroy the shrine along with the Demon General. If possible, Cecil wanted to avoid that. Shia's companion said Alan was like a seasoned strategist, and he was only 15, just like Shia. He was someone not well known yet, but a very reliable ally, so they were going to make good use of him. She told Vice Captain Raz that the rest was up to him. Alan went to the Temple of Water, and the Demon General was waiting for him. He said he was late, and he was getting lonely. The team was intimidated by his orichalcum sword. He noticed that Alan had an angel. This guy was a Demon General, a former human, so they were nervous. He told them not to ignore their senior, so Alan asked what senior he was exactly. He called Alan a disrespectful junior. Morris told Alan that he was an S-ranked adventurer who went missing 20 years ago, and his name was Ashura King Basque. They were shocked to see an S-ranked adventurer in the Demon King's army. He said he only became S-ranked because he wanted convenient privileges and also wanted to raid the world's treasure vault. Alan questioned why the chief gave him an S rank. Morris said they give titles to maintain social relations. However, his talent was 4-star Ashura. Desiring power and fighting to the point of defeating a rank S demon beast on his own, the connections of an adventurer couldn't control such a person. Basque said it felt amazing to become a demon general and said Alan would gain a power that humanity cannot reach. The Demon King's army had technology to easily create demon generals. Even so, this guy also loved to brag. He asked what that altar was and if it was a device to become a demon general. Basque said it was an item to collect souls. Alan was shocked. He thought that was a device to create a barrier for the floating island. The number of souls that have become the evil gods on this continent has reached millions. He asked what he used those souls for. But Basque said the conversation was over, and if he wanted to know more, he should just ask Ushara. He wanted to fight and told him to be sure to entertain him. He asked if he should kill the men and take back the women, beast men, elves, and humans. Alan didn't want to listen to him again and told everyone to begin. As they all started attacking simultaneously, Basque decided to attack Alan and threw him against the wall. Alan was shocked by his power. It was a good thing that he mass-produced the hatches. He told Sophie to use the blessing of the Spirit King. Basque seemed entertained seeing summoners having high defense. He wanted to keep playing and used his Azura Tempest sword, creating a tornado. Alan gave Cecil the sign, and she used 3 skills repeatedly. Basque assumed he had obtained Macris's tears. As expected, the Holy Jewel really had power. Maris and Chia's man said their debuffs didn't work on him. He said his earrings might be nullifying them. He was most likely holding the Holy Jewel. This man had an Orichalcum Greatsword, a special magic tool, and on top of that, the Holy Jewel. This was practically a mountain of treasure. He told others that while he was playing around, they were going to defeat him and steal them. This much wouldn't be enough to defeat him, but it could create an opening for a moment. Alan found that opening and using his homing instinct. When Basque opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a war zone. Thousands of people were there and they all started attacking him. He underestimates them, so Alan said it wasn't just an attack, they had been upgraded. It was 1,000 extra attackers. Cecil and Maruru joined everyone. Meteors started raining on him. Laser cannons, fire, and various other attacks landed on him. It was so powerful that he almost died. He used his teleport skill and said they should play again next time. They were one step ahead of defeating him, but he retreated. After that terrifying blow, Shia couldn't help but express her shock. But it wasn't over yet, so Alan warned everyone not to let their guard down because he still wasn't defeated. Shocked, Shia asked what was going on. Alan boosted his damage by a lot so this wouldn't happen, yet it still did. Maris explained that Gushara escaped. Alan figured that he might be able to use teleport like Tubaman. This was the first time they let someone run away, and Alan was pissed off since all his gears and level-ups were a waste. Shia was also angry that she lost her prey. Sophia asked where he could be, and Alan made an educated guess that he might be hiding out somewhere since he had suffered quite a bit of damage. He said he would tell everyone that he could reach to be on guard. Shia asked what they were going to do now, and he said it was best to reach the Sky Island where Gushara was supposed to be. To get there, they have to destroy the 2 remaining shrines, and while they are at it, hunt the demon general. They also needed to wipe out all the forms of the evil spirit to prevent the damage from spreading. Shia decided to come with him. Killing Gushara was her challenge. She told him to take half of the 2,000 Beastmen troops to Kriebel, and the rest to subjugate the demon general. Alan was sure Shia realized the difference in strength when fighting a demon general directly, yet she still wanted to fight. He had to agree to this arrangement, and Muru told everyone to leave the transport to her golem. 3 days later, at the capital of the Carlonea Republic, Mitapoi, Alan defeated the demon general with a terrifying blow and raised her level to 84. The Pillar of Light vanished too. Shia said they did get permission from the people of the Republic, and thanks to that they were able to defeat the manifestation of the evil general in the city in a single blow. The people thanked them for saving their country, but they still haven't eliminated all the threats on this continent, and Alan said he would inform them when it was all over. Next stop was the Eastern Desert. Sophia was excited to meet King Olbers, but Tagora wasn't sure if it would be okay for them to go. Sophia explained that the Dark Elves have accepted the truth and moved forward, and they should all do the same. When they arrived, Dark Elves welcomed them at the gate. A little boy was so surprised to see their adamantite weapons. His name was Luke, son of King Olbers. Olbers heard that Alan was also 15, the same age as him. Alan noticed that the elves developed quite slowly. King Olbers asked Shia if she was Yosi's grandchild. She was surprised that he knew her grandfather. Olbers said it was because they were once on the same team. Sophia mentioned that King Olber used to be an adventurer. Luke wondered who the S-rank adventurer was among them, but when Alan said it was him, he seemed annoyed. Luke said his talent was Dark Mage, and he could use magic by borrowing the power of the spirits. He asked about Alan's power. Alan simply responded that he was a summoner, and he fights by borrowing the power of the summoned beast. They were shocked to see Maris. King Olbers knew that he was the boy of light who drives away darkness, that Rosen prophesied to even conquer an angel was amazing. Alan wanted to talk about exterminating monsters and subjugating the demon general in the Muharino Desert. Having Maris around was really handy for him. It took Alan 3 days to defeat another demon general again, and with this, the enemies in the desert were all eliminated. The party members were so excited to see the new skills Alan got, especially the Seal of Kingification. Alan then checked and informed the others that the light barrier of the Sky Island had also vanished. Karenna figured Basque must be there. King Olbers heard her say Basque and asked Alan if he meant the War King Basque. Alan confirmed him and said he was the demon general of the Gushara kingdom, but they failed to kill him. King Olbers reminded him that he used to be an adventurer and explained that Basque abused the privileges of an S-rank adventurer to run rampant across many nations. So they, the Majestic Might, were requested to subjugate him. First King Makarin, Holy King Estar, Beast King Yos, and he, 4 of them, had tried to defeat him. They all got pretty excited except Shia, who was upset that he formed a team with people who weren't beastmen. King Olbers explained that Basque had equipped himself with the Holy Jewel and magic tools and stole from other nations to strengthen himself, so he was quite powerful. They drove him into a corner, but then he used a teleportation magic tool and escaped. No one knew his whereabouts after that, and he couldn't believe he had become a demon general. With that, they figured out how he disappeared from Kriebel. The secret behind Basque's abnormal strength was that pile of enhancement items after all. King Olbers said if Basque had become a demon general, then they must fight even harder to protect the village. Alan realized that they couldn't ask him to cooperate, so he said he could leave the demon general's subjugation to them. He then ordered Maris to take everyone back. Sophia suddenly asked Olbers to consider joining carefully. Confused, Cecil asked what this was about, and she promised to tell her when they returned safely. After that, they wanted to test it right away. Since this was a desert, Maruru summoned the Tom-Tom Mode Turtle. Using the Kingification card, Alan summoned Maruis, and now he had 6 wings and was a lot stronger. Alan said it must be thanks to the exclusive rank of a skill, and then used this card on all his summons. Cecil asked if its special skill was similar to Alan's under command skill. Alan said he could only summon Maris alone, so he couldn't do that. He thought about trying Okyosun. According to the book, generals could use the skill of soldier transformation too. Now he had 1 king, 1 general, and 1 soldier, but their appearance did not change. Shocked, Dogora asked if all rank A's could do this. If they had Cecil's magic and summoned beasts, they might be able to easily take down a demon general. Alan wouldn't be able to summon them inside the building if they were any bigger. That could be a disadvantage. After a while, Alan said he had gotten the general idea of everything. But when Maris said the cooldown for their awakening skill had shortened, he was shocked. And if that were the case, the test results would look different. Their current strength was only half of what it used to be. They need to upgrade even further because even at their perfect state, they still lost to the high-level demon general Kubal. He was right, but they didn't yet have the power to overwhelm a demon general. Even so, they couldn't ignore the Sky Island where souls were being gathered. Next, they were going to go check that island. 2 days later, Alan asked Okyo-san how it was going. She said inside the temple was the lair of undead and ghost-type monsters. This was the first time Alan hadn't been able to see them using allies, according to Cecil, and Alan confirmed. Basically, he couldn't observe the entire temple. Tubaman couldn't set up a nest either. He asked Maris if God's temples usually had standards like this, and Maris said it wasn't the case. Okyo-san said standing atop the temple was the demon general Basque. Beside him, there was someone in a purple cloak and an undead type of beast. There was a total of 3 in front of the altar. Shia said the one with the purple cloak must be Gushara, the head of the evil god cult, and they also found Basque. There was no point in going into the temple as they wouldn't be able to extract any information, so Alan decided to smash the temple. They attacked with everything, but it wasn't connecting, and the barrier on the island also exists in the temple. The reason allies can't be used is probably because of that. There was only one entrance, and it led them inside. Alan stated that it seemed like the enemy wanted to fight them hand to hand, and asked if they would accept their challenge. In the next scene, Alan gathered everyone and informed them that they were going to infiltrate the temple and fight them the next day. Gushara, the one demon general like Aren called Sama, was likely also a demon general. If that were the case, then there would be at least 2 demon generals inside the temple, plus the stolen sacred treasure. They had already gathered about 3 million souls on this continent, and he thought they would use those to prepare for an attack. The only people who could put an end to their evil scheme were they, the ones gathered here. There would come a time when they couldn't escape using teleportation. Kill said even with that, he couldn't let them do whatever they wanted. Sophia and Cecil were also dedicated to defeating them and taking back the sacred treasure. Alan asked Dagora what he was going to do. Alan thought the life or death challenge from the prophecy would happen in that temple. It had been over a month since they arrived on this continent, and he had done his best to minimize danger, but this time there was no escape, so Alan was worried. However, Dagora seemed quite confident. He said that if he could use his extra skill, he would overcome this easily. Alan then asked Shia. She said she was going to go. If she knew the high priest of the evil god cult was there and she didn't take part, then it wouldn't count as her having overcome the challenge and becoming the Beast King. Or even the Beast Emperor would never become reality. Her ultimate goal was not to be the Beast King of the Beast Kingdom Al-Bahar. She was going to become the first Beast Emperor in history, who united all Beastman nations across the continent into one empire. Shia was someone who could build a country where everyone is equal in the land where they were born. They were all betting on that future. Alan had no further questions. They looked through the plan one more time and get ready for the next day. On April 16th, they were ready to go inside the temple. The Beastmen in Maruru were going to wait outside. After they destroyed the barrier protecting the temple, Alan would give them the signal to attack from outside. With Alan's summons, they started flying to the temple. On their way, Shia was asked if she knew anything about extra skills. She said he hadn't said anything, even though he lent his power to Zoe. She had been on this continent for 3 years, and yet she hadn't been able to accomplish anything. And that's why she felt so useless. Captain Ludo was worried about her, but she told him not to beat himself up like that. Captain Ludo reminded her that they had known each other for 10 years, and he would go with her anywhere. When they arrived at the entrance, Okuyo-san said she should lead the way from here. Before that, they'd just have to get through the monsters at the entrance. First, Alan wanted to push straight through the top floor. They fought with the monsters and reached the top floor in no time. When they finally arrived, Basque was waiting for them. Alan teased Basque for running away from them. Basque responded that as long as he was alive, he was playing. Just like what he had heard, this was a closed space with a low ceiling, and that burning bowl on the altar must be the sacred treasure of the fire god. Gushara came and greeted Shia. She couldn't hold herself from yelling at him. Gushara made fun of her and asked if they all gathered here because they wanted to join the Holy Church of Gushara. Shia told him to quit messing around and said that the cult of his dare to sacrifice the lives of its followers. Alan asked what he was collecting human souls across this continent for. Gushara said he had two purposes. One is to summon the hero chosen by Elmia to this place, in other words, to draw Alan here. He had prepared a stage where no matter what performance he put up, he would be at a disadvantage. Everyone was shocked and worried. This was a trap, and they fell into it so easily. Kubel came and saw Maris, the one he killed, who wanted a second date so bad he would even get rid of 2 wings for him. Puzzled, Shia asked who that guy was. Alan explained that he was the strategist of the Demon Lord's army, a high demon general. The situation was not good. He can't be showing up right here, right now. He tried to stay calm and not lose focus. Kubel said they started working on this plan over 20 years ago. Elmia had prepared the heroes from the moment the Demon King was born. It was probably Bask at first. He craved power, but refused to be controlled by humanity. Next was Hermios. This time he granted the hero talent to a kind, righteous person. But that man lacks a spirit of exploration. Kill asked what that was. And Alan explained that if bound by the common sense of the world, they could only possess power within that common sense. Kubel confirmed Alan and said Elmia chose the right person. Their mission was to eliminate heroes who would become a threat to the Demon King. That's why they chose this continent as the stage. He only noticed Alan was the 3rd one after the Rosenheim invasion. He had exceeded Kubel's expectations. Although he did expect to lose a few when coming here, he asked what happened to him over this past year. Shia was shocked that Alan was chosen by the creator god. It seemed like she didn't know Alan came from another world. Kubel said this had nothing to do with a dead man walking like him. Alan said he thought he trapped them, but they came to kill them. Miras attacked Kubel, but Bask defended him. Alan used kingification. Miras was so mad when he said he was going to kill him, he asked if his power had returned. Miras is a lot stronger now, but Kubel had prepared thoroughly. He summoned Falmanis, a reconciling god with a dragon form. Everyone froze. That was the god who punishes those who destroy balance. He went to judge the Demon King's army and did not return for 50 years. Kubel then told Bask to wake up and gave him the sacred treasure. The sacred treasure turned into a weapon in Bask's hand. Alan was informed that there was an undead behind the altar, and that one was Istar, the great pope. He also became a demon general, and according to Kubel, it would be a shame to kill him. Alan knew it would be hard to survive outside this temple, but he didn't expect him to become a demon general. Istar said they were not going to leave this room unless they defeated them and attacked them. Alan started shaking because there were 5 demon generals in one room, and that Kubel guy was fighting too. This was no longer just a life-threatening danger for Dagora alone. Alan told Sophia to use her extra skills. Things were getting fierce. They gave them everything to save themselves from this situation. Cecil asked Nymph to grant her some strength, but even with that help, she was having a hard time holding on any longer. Alan summoned Ray Cannell. They were going to form a wall that absorbs magic. Kill and Sophie were attacking Gushara with arrows, but even with arrows in his chest, nothing was happening because Istar was healing them. Even if they weaken Gushara, the Great Pope will still heal him back up. Both Gushara and Bask dropped their defense and were attacking. Alan said they were going to prioritize healing. He told Karina to use her extra skill too. Dagora started to feel frustrated. From the start, this was already a race against time. They must win before running out of extra skills. Just as Kubel thought, Alan's growth was absurd. He wanted to see an even greater desperation, so he pulled another move. He decided that this should be enough to present to the Demon King and left the rest of the souls to Gushara to use. Karina decided to take out the healer, but before she could make an attack, Bask protected Istar by using the true luck strike. Karina and Dagora could barely save themselves. Bask told everyone to play with him. There was no choice. Alan had to prioritize defeating Bask, but the demon general didn't stand there and attacked them with the death flare. Rokanal was taken down in one hit. If they were struck by that magic, that would be the end of them. Alan told everyone to fall back behind Rokanal. The demon general was impressed by the summoning speed and used car fire on them. Ludo shields himself to protect Shia. He was hit pretty badly. Shia ordered them to heal Ludo immediately, but he was already dead. Alan regretted not forcing her to stay. Kubel decided to go ahead and disappeared. Although he took the souls, their fighting power had decreased. Bask wondered if he could skill everyone here because it was forbidden to bring them back. He figured that Kill was the healer, and decided to attack him first. He used Crimson Slash to kill him, but at the very last second, Dagora protected Kill and took the whole attack. His body was burning. When he opened his eyes, he was in a different place. First thing he figured out was that Alan used Subamon's teleportation magic. He was at Karena Village again. He wondered if he was planning to bring Orochi to Karena Village. He saw someone upset that their fire was going to go out, so he brought some firewood. The person asked who he was and why he was here. He said his name was Dagora, the son of the weapon merchant who used to live here. He was in a hurry, so he told them to ask someone else for the rest. He noticed that this was the place where he lost to Alan. He was frustrated back then because he thought he had lost to someone without any talent. But in the end, he became the hero chosen by Elmia. Everyone had been doing so well. Every time a battle ended, the frustration kept piling up on him. He was the only one who didn't become a hero. All he ever knew was disappointment. The person asked what was wrong, and he said he was going back to everyone. The person then told him that he cannot return there anymore because he was dead. They didn't know how, but it seemed he came here in a spiritual form. When they touched him, they said there was a divine artifact here, and that was probably the reason why he could make it here. Dagora was shocked and started panicking. He said they were here too, and there must be a way. He wanted to go back because his friends were still fighting to the death. The person found him naive and asked if he wanted to become her disciple. They took out their robe, and she was a beautiful woman. She was one of the 4 great elemental gods, the goddess who governs fire, Freya. She asked if she should form a contract with him and send him back to his comrades. But there will be a price. Dagora wanted to make the pact without questioning the price. He assumed the price was to become a fish. Freya said she didn't need a fish disciple. She told him to strive with all his might to become a hero. If his name as her disciple became widely known, it would increase the number of her followers as well. She wanted him to spend his whole life gathering followers for her. If he was fine with that, she would grant him her blessing. That was not a price at all, so Dagora requested her strength. Freya was impressed that his way of life burned like a raging fire, but Dagora just wanted to go back quickly. She told him not to worry because this was the divine realm, so time flew differently here. She offered her hand to him and said he who had surpassed his limits had become her disciple and aimed to become a hero. Dagora shook her hand immediately because he wanted to go back to his friends. Meanwhile, the whole team was shaken by the death of their dear friend. Kill wasn't even sure if he could revive him. Bask approached Dagora's body to reclaim his sword, but when he touched his sword, it was burning. Flames started covering the place up, and Dagora was reborn. Freya gave him a weapon suited for him, and it was called Divine Artifact Kagutsuchi. Maris told everyone that Dagora had formed a pact with Freya. Bask told him to return that divine artifact, but Dagora used Peerless True Slash on him and shocked everyone. Because of Istar's healing magic, Bask didn't die. Alan checked the status book and confirmed that Dagora had entered his extra mode. Bask was really impressed now that he saw Freya's final act of resistance. The Demon General ordered Bask to take back the divine artifact from him, but it didn't seem like Dagora was willing to do that. Seal asked if Dagora would become a liberator just like a Demon General. Alan confirmed this and added that he was still at quite a disadvantage in terms of stats. To cover that, he told everyone to buff Dagora. Sophie asked the Great Spirit to grant her his blessing. Kill used all the protection skills. Bass commented that it was a good move to revive through a pact with a god, but in that case, he decided to change his approach too. He killed the dragon and called it a useless pact mule. He was holding the Demon General's stone, and he ate it. After that, his body transformed into a giant monster. Now, he believed he could finally become a high-ranked Demon General too. Alan was shocked and wasn't sure if they could beat that thing in their current state. Freya told Dagora to listen. Her divine power is almost depleted, so he must finish him in a single blow. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect his comrades. Dagora knew that. Bask laughed so much at what the god said. He opened his berserk mode and powered up even more. Alan screamed at Dagora to hit him. Bask used Chura's Peerless Real Strike on Dagora, and he counterattacked with full body and soul attack. When their weapon clashed, Bask was shocked by Dagora's power. His arms and legs were shaking. Dagora told Freya to lend him her strength because if he lost, that would be the end. Freya wasn't thinking about losing to a Demon General either, so she told him to prepare himself. Dagora had been waiting for this moment to come. As she lent her strength to him, Dagora cut Bask's whole arm and then slashed his body into 2 pieces. However, he was still alive. When Alan told Dagora that, he seemed rather calm. Kill was confused because he had already used healing on him, so he should be more okay. Alan wanted to check, so he told Morris to look after everyone. When Alan approached Bask, he told him that he really didn't hold back at all. When he touched the thing on his arm, he got away again. All that was left behind was broken, or a kolkum. Worried, Karina rushed to Dagora. She asked if he was okay and if he could move, but Dagora didn't answer. Alan decided to retreat for now and started carrying Dagora. Kill checked him, and thankfully, he was still conscious. Alan confirmed that the thing was the second holy gem, and he gave it to Karina. The demon general asked how long they thought they could keep hiding. He said he praised him for defeating Bask and the god of reconciliation. However, he had already exhausted the power of his divine artifacts. The spirit god's blessing would soon run out as well. When that happens, he wondered if he could withstand his magic. Cecil said he would run out of mana too, but he could replenish his mana from the altar. Alan told Dagora to rest for now, and when they won, he would wake him up. He then asked Cecil to lend him her bracelet. Now it was Alan's turn. His intelligence was over 40,000 now. Every spell had a cooldown time. He could see the habits in his casting motions. The amount of mana he drew was all random values. He could see everything about Gushara now. Alan then took out the bracelet and thanked Cecil. She asked what he saw, and he said they had only 1 shot. Gushara wondered if they had given up, but the opponent was a summoner whom they didn't know much about. It was better to watch carefully and read their movements first. Alan told Cecil and Sophie to make the first attack, but Gushara said it was useless to him and used Karz's fire to protect himself. Now it was time for Maris. He was out of mana and couldn't defend anymore. Maris used Judgment Thunder on him. Gushara was shocked at first, but both he and the High Priest were unharmed. However, he noticed that their target was the altar, the one he offered to the demon god. Now Gushara was mad. He said he was going to kill every one of them. But Alan was not scared of him and was sure he would not let him escape. The demon general informed Alan that he intended to offer their heads to the demon king and employed the evil garden skill to attack them. This was an instant death curse. Sophie told Alan that it was time. Alan was going to take him down before time ran out. Alan gave Karana the second sword Bask. It was the Oracolcum sword. Karana was so excited. She thanked Duberg for everything. The beast folk wanted to fight too, but Shia seemed to have gone through something. She was praying to divine beast Garumu to give her strength, and surprisingly she heard Garumu telling her not to fight the demon general. Garumu didn't want them to get involved with the demon god anymore and leave this matter to the others. Shia was shocked and responded that things started way back when the heretical god cult infiltrated the Beast Kingdom. It was time for the Beastmen to fight the demon god's army. Garumu realized that she couldn't resist fate and let her. She started her transformation and now she could finally fight. Alan realized that the Beast King was here. The shrine's barrier disappeared after they destroyed the altar. Alan ordered Subamen to call out 200 at once. Now they had an army. Shia ordered everyone to go, and they rushed to the enemy. She told the beast to aim for the cult leader Gushara on the right. Alan told his team to launch a full-scale attack. They all used their best skills to defeat the demons. There was a huge commotion there. With that, they defeated 1 demon general, and Alan reached level 86. Even when thousands of people turned into beasts thanks to extra skill, they still couldn't defeat Gushara. Gushara admitted that they did better than he thought, and wanted to stop here for today. He started escaping, but Alan wasn't thinking of letting him escape. It was Maruru's turn now. She used a divine laser cannon on him, and he started falling. Without waiting, Cecil finally used Mini Meteor. Finally, they had finally defeated him. They were the winners in this battle. Sophie thanked Rosen for everything. The beast informed Shia that they had won, and she was safe as well. But Ludo was injured. Van was trying to heal him with a divine water drop, and healed him. He was alive again. Kill apologized for making them wait until the battle ended. Shia was still grateful. Maruru came and saw Dagora lying on the ground. Worried, she asked what was wrong with him. He said he was still conscious. Karena informed Maruru that he defeated Bask. Dagora leveled up too, but the fire blessing turned into minimal. He wondered if that had anything to do with that insane attack power. He thought it might be a side effect of forcing power. He asked him to tell him later what happened to Freya. The god of reconciliation returned to its original form. Alan told everyone not to let their guard down because he still sensed hostility. He wondered if they level up when they defeated a god. Karena asked the god if its neck hurt. She said she would sue for the divine blessing now. Alan told her to be careful. She used the divine blessing, and it seemed like the god of reconciliation liked her. He asked her name, and she said she was Karena. She was surprised that he could speak. He said he was the god of reconciliation. Falman is protector of divine law and thanked her. After that, he left for the divine realm. Alan felt like they were being ignored. Kill came and saw the Grand Pope lying on the ground. Cecil wondered if he would come back as a demon general if he were revived. An angel appeared, looked just like Maris and told them not to resurrect him. Maris said she was his twin sister. She said she was the first angel, Lupto, and congratulated the man on overcoming such a harsh challenge. Alan figured the twins must have both inherited the title of First Angel. Lupto said she came to guide the soul of Istar, who devoted his entire life to the world. She carried the Grand Pope, and he woke up confused. Lupto told Istar that the battle had ended. He looked at them and immediately figured out they were the game junkies. Alan was surprised that he knew them. He said he heard from Macaron, and it looked like Beast Princess Shia had helped as well. He was very grateful. They wanted to give the necklace to Kill, who was also a holy king like him. Lupto said she would tell Elmia that he entrusted it to today's hero. Istar said he had heard about his good deeds from churches all over. With that, Lupto's mission ended here, and Istar left the matters of the church to Krypton. Alan immediately told Kill to put the necklace on because he wanted to see what it was doing. The effects were top-notch. It was comparable to a holy gem. Alan told everyone to clear out the demonic ghosts inside the temple and said there was something else he wanted to find. They went inside and cleared the temple. They found a staircase leading to the basement. This area hadn't been checked yet. When they went inside, they saw a huge energy source. This island could float thanks to this. Karena asked if this was what Alan was looking for. He said he was also searching for the control room. This island moved from the divine realm, so he wondered if they could control it and crash it into the demon god's base. Everyone was shocked by his absurd plan. He said if they couldn't control it, they could also drop the demon realm beneath the island. That sounded like a waste, but Sophie didn't want to tell him that. Maruru saw a magic tool and said a Magitech-engineered dwarf could handle this. Alan suggested bringing some people from the Baki's empire over here. She said she would try asking the admiral. Shia asked how he could come up with something that crazy. Karena responded that their goal was to defeat the demon god. Alan told the others that the war against the demon god's army on the northern continent wasn't over yet. The Baki's empire side should be fine, so they were going to head to Rosenheim first, where a demon general still resides. Shia said they were going to return to the Mermaid Kingdom to regroup with those they left behind. Thanks to all of them, Shia overcame this challenge unharmed, and she wanted to meet again once things had settled. It was time for them to rest while heading to Rosenheim. They had survived after facing 5 demon generals, but Kubel hadn't battled yet. He had only been collecting souls. Kill asked if it could be that the demon god's army had gone easy on them. Morris said he was a demon god who had lived longer than him, so he couldn't predict his actions. Alan wondered if the souls he collected weren't meant to defeat them. For Kubel, humanity's extinction was only secondary. Alan wondered if he intended to take millions of souls back to attack the divine realm. Lupto said Elmia wouldn't lose. There was one thing that bothered Alan. Their enemy's name was the incarnation of the evil god. He predicted that the evil god might appear in the temple. Suddenly, Mel started to freak out. Morris explained that it was from before he was born. They say there was an evil god with power equal to that of the Holy Creator, who once attempted to seize control of the divine realm. However, the gods defeated the evil god, and his severed body was sealed in the dark realm. Kill asked what that was. He said that it was to be a place filled with demon generals, demon kin, and monsters of overwhelming power, and Elmia sealed the entrance long ago. This world consists of 3 realms: the divine realm, the human realm, and the dark realm. Very few, even among the gods, knew what lies inside the dark realm. He had eliminated other possibilities, but if the souls were used to open the gate to the dark realm, or to resurrect the evil god, that means the dark realm might become an ally if the demon god's army. Maris didn't know that for sure, but if their goal was to kill Elmia, then they might use that to their advantage. The chances were high. Alan said they had no other plan now that they had lost Kubil. The team was shocked. Another faction was coming here, so this world was unbalanced. Karina told the team that as long as everyone was here, they would definitely win. The others agreed that they should keep moving forward. In the north of Rosenheim, they met with Beast Prince Zu and told him that Shia could use Beast King transformation. Alan said that if she aimed to become the Beast King, that would be a big rival. They were worried if hunting demon generals was something this easy. They had gotten too strong in just 1 month. The beast folk didn't expect Dagora to form a pact with the fire god and survive the trial. It was good that they got the divine weapon back. Zu asked what was wrong with Dagora, and Alan responded that he used up all his prayer power and was just resting a bit. Sophie thanked the Beast Prince Zu and everyone among the beast warriors for their efforts. Alan informed them that the next one was the Central Continent. The complete eradication of monsters wasn't done yet, and it seemed like a demon general had just appeared there. Zu said they were going to go too. Alan asked if that would be okay, because they were heading to the Jiamut Empire. Zu said they helped him get through his trial, so that was enough for him to help them. When they arrived there, they defeated another demon general, and Hermios said this felt complicated. Alan said they were going to return to the Geriot continent and ask the others to handle the monsters. Back at Elmar Kingdom, they reported to the cardinal about subjugating Gushara, the heretic pope, and the final words of Pope Istar, after a ceremony was held to declare the end of the war on the Geriot continent. It was April 20th, and Kill looked so good. They called him Pope, but he always corrected them that it was an apprentice pope. Kill, who bears the talent of a holy king and inherited the mystic necklace, longed to become pope. Alan told him that they weren't chosen just because of talent, and advised him to stand tall and be confident. The next great pope would be chosen by Elmia, so Kill would become the leader of Elmia's church. There were over 100,000 people in front of the church, thanking them for saving them. They chose Kill and blessed him. Everyone cheered for Kill in this victory. Alan noticed that Dagora was frowning, so he asked if he was jealous. He responded that from now on, he was going to become a hero. Elmia informed the people that as of today, the Holy Kingdom of Elmar had completed all relief efforts. The emergence of the new apprentice pope had spread across the world. The Elmia Church was going to deal with anyone who obstructed the holy path. The tragedy that struck the Gerio continent had been calmed by the heroes here, but that was actually the demon god army's scheme, starting with the high priest of the evil god cult. The people were shocked that Gushara was part of the demon god's army. They asked how the devotees of the Gushara faith handle this. They couldn't live peacefully in the same city as them. Cecil said there were about 5,000 members of the heretic cult in this city. She heard the crackdown had begun and food distribution had been restricted. Kill told them that they had been deceived. Shay said she knew it would turn out like this. Sophie suggested taking those 5,000 people to the floating island they had. Cecil asked if they were going to manage that island, and she said yes, and to do that they would need more people. Alan figured that she had already planned this. The oppressed heretic devotees, the floating island with the temple, Dagora wasn't fully recovered, and the fire god wanted followers. If they counted heretic devotees across the continent, there must be over 10,000. If it were on that island, even tens of thousands could live there. Indeed, this was the right solution. Alan told Sophie that there was only one thing left to do. Alan turned to Dagora and called for Freya, saying he had a very good proposal. She asked if he was the one summoned by Elmia. Alan. He said that he was a member of Dagora's team. She assumed Dagora's attitude towards her was influenced by him. She asked what he wanted, and he asked her to appear in this place because 10,000 future devotees were seeking salvation. Freya asked what he meant. The fire god. Freya had weakened and needed strength from people's prayers. The prayers would enter the divine weapon and become power for Dagora, who was already a disciple. Alan told her that there were 5,000 people here who had no god to pray to and were seeking salvation. If she could guide them, she would be able to gain 10,000 followers across the continent. She said she would listen to the wish of the one who retrieved her divine weapon. Alan then asked Dagora to hold his axe and step forward. After he was placed, Freya appeared and everyone was shocked. She told them that she understood their suffering and her disciples would help them. She promised not to abandon those who were in pain and told them that they were going to the heavenly garden. And with that, the coronation ceremony came to an end. The capital was burned down after losing Istar, the leader of the Elmia Church for decades. With the sacrifice of 1 million people in this incident, the reconstruction of the Elmar Holy Nation begins here. Alan asked the people who wished to migrate to the floating island to be registered, including their family members. He also asked them to erect a statue of Freya in this city's plaza. Of course, it must include her disciple Dagora as well. Dagora was shocked, but it was well earned because they repelled the demon general, and thanks to that, they were able to achieve victory. Kill asked them to cooperate with this. Alan promised himself to do everything he could to strengthen their team's power now that the Dark Realm had begun to appear. A dark elf appeared bringing a letter to Sophie. The King Olbers had made his decision, and he had agreed to join the Alan army. The game junkies were shocked. Sophie said she was reporting late and explained that she wanted to wait until things were more concrete. Alan asked her to explain the details. In this war, Alan divided them into 3 teams. By cooperating with armies from various places, they were able to act swiftly. This was about them forming their own army. With their victory, the Demon God's army would surely devise new strategies. With Alan's authority as an S-ranked adventurer, they could dispatch the Alan army worldwide. They could create a system using the floating island as a base to manage things like operating the floating island and pushing magic stones. The name of the army aside, that was an excellent proposal. 2,000 from Rosenheim, including spirit mages and Gatluga, would join the Alan army. Karenna was shocked that Gatluga was joining too. That was the strongest spirit master of the elf army, and they had 1,000 people from Fabulace Village, including spirit mages. Having spirit mages was great. He heard they were trying to improve the floating island to make it livable. The class change dungeon was about to begin, so they decided to try. If they conquer an S-ranked dungeon, they will become the strongest army. Sophie asked Shia what she was planning to do. Indeed, beastmen who could transform into beast kings would be a powerful force. Shia stated that she was going to join. The beastmen army of 2,000 could be used as Alan's hands and feet. Defeating the demon god was not a detour from her dream. With that, they had 5,000 people already. Alan thanked Sophie for everything she had done for them. Maruru suggested naming the floating island, and they wanted Alan to decide. He thought about it for a moment and decided to name it Heavy User Island, since it was a place where those who surpassed their limits gathered to destroy the world's great evils. They all liked this name. There was still a lot to do before the Demon God's army started its next move. From here on, Alan wanted to raise humanity's power. That is the end of the recap at Chapter 90.1.